When Li Shang opened his eyes again, what came into view was a bushy, bearded man. Tears welled up in the bearded man's eyes as he looked at Li Shang tenderly. What's going on? Who is this big guy? Why have I become so small? Li Shang was terrified, his dark eyes wide with fear. He didn't know what had happened to him, he only remembered falling asleep in bed, and when he opened his eyes, he had turned into a baby. Calm down, calm down. Li Shang kept repeating it in his mind. No matter what happened, the most important thing now was to figure out his surroundings. Judging from the curly-haired giant's expression, he shouldn't be hostile towards him. Principal, I've decided to adopt this child. The giant wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve and said in a booming voice to the tall, white-haired, round-spectacled old man beside him. Hagrid, this child is a muggle, he doesn't belong to the wizarding world. Dumbledore gently advised, his hands behind his back. His voice was steady and gentle, inexplicably reassuring. What? Hagrid, wizard, principal? This is the Harry Potter world. A monstrous wave surged in Li Shang's heart. He had actually come to the legendary world, that mysterious and eerie wizarding world. Here, there are wizards, purebloods, unicorns, centaurs, merpeople, house elves, and other magical creatures, and even unpredictable magic. Wait, Dumbledore just said I'm a muggle. I'm actually a muggle. Li Shang was stunned. What is a muggle? It's a group of people completely cut off from magic. If he was a muggle, how could he learn magic? How could he beat Albus Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort? If he was a muggle, he probably couldn't even enter the wizarding world, and even if he did, he would be met with an obliviate. At least give me an initial wizard setting. I don't need high aptitude, even a bottom-tier aptitude like Neville's would be fine. Li Shang wailed in his heart, heartbroken over his dark future. It doesn't matter if you can't do magic. There are squibs in the wizarding world, and students' parents are muggles too. Hagrid looked at Li Shang, whose eyes were starting to well up with tears, and felt even more heartbroken. He thought of Harry Potter, whom he had just sent away, and recalled his own childhood. Both were orphans. Principal, I will definitely take good care of him as he grows up. Dumbledore gently stroked the baby's forehead. For some reason, Li Shang suddenly quieted down, his dark, big eyes curiously watching him. He understood Hagrid's thoughts. As a half-giant, Hagrid was very lonely, even though he worked at Hogwarts. His identity naturally prevented him from making too many friends. For decades, he had lived alone. From childhood to schooling to work, nothing had changed for decades. Perhaps letting him raise a child could give him something to care for. It's a good thing. Dumbledore looked up. Hagrid, raising a child isn't easy. Have you thought it through? Of course, I'm very experienced in this area. Last year, I found a female eight-eyed spider for Aragog, and now they have many children. And Fluffy is very strong now. Hagrid quickly explained. He might not care about other things, but he was truly experienced in raising children. Eight-eyed spiders, Cerberus, hippogriffs, Acames, he had raised them all. Could he not raise a child? Li Shang complained in his heart. Those are animals, okay? I'm a human, a human. Unfortunately, he had 1,000 words, but all that came out was babbling. Principal, you name the child. Hagrid awkwardly scratched his head, his face flushed. Dumbledore looked at him and chuckled, the stress of the war dissipating somewhat with his laughter. Child, the war has just ended. Our encounter on this special night is fate's arrangement. From now on, you shall be called Hubert, meaning bright character and brilliant mind. Hubert, Hubert, ha ha, that's great. You and Harry will definitely become good friends in the future. Hagrid laughed as he held Li Shang, then soared into the sky on his motorcycle, flying towards Hogwarts. Time flew by, and unknowingly, 7 springs had passed. Hubert, Hubert, come eat. A rough shout came from the stone hut, followed by a small black dog running out of the house. The small black dog wagged its tail and ran to another stone hut next to the first one. In front of the stone hut's door sat 2 half-human-sized wolf dog statues. When the small black dog approached, the statues actually stood up. The stone dog statues sniffed the small black dog's body with their noses, then sat back down. The stone hut's door opened automatically, and the small black dog immediately wiggled its rear and squeezed through the gap. As soon as it entered, a pungent smell of potion assailed it. The small black dog seemed used to it and didn't mind at all. The stone hut was very neat and clean, with 2 rooms, a bedroom and a laboratory. The inner bedroom contained a bed, a desk, and a bookshelf, with nothing else. The outer room was the laboratory. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with various plants. Labels hung on the plant pots, detailing the plant information in tiny script. In the center of the laboratory was a large, multifunctional wooden experimental table, on which a cauldron was boiling a green liquid. The dark green liquid bubbled and frothed, like a witch's poison. The small black dog saw the child observing the liquid beside the experimental table, who was Hubert, and immediately ran over, extending its tongue to rub against the child's calf. "Fang, the potion will be ready in 30 seconds. The child said crisply, his eyes still fixed on the cauldron. "Time's up," Hubert said excitedly, immediately picking up the cauldron and pouring the potion into a prepared test tube. "Hair color changing potion, just a little bit can change hair color." Fang, who was chasing and biting its own tail, stared at its young master with round little eyes, curious as to why he was so happy. "Fang, want a new hairstyle? How about a glamorous green, or even a killing matte red?" Hubert chuckled mischievously at Fang, who was staring with curious eyes, and took out a spoon of the changing potion, bringing it to Fang's mouth. "Good boy, Fang, come have a sip." His voice was gentle, like the big bad wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood. Fang, unaware of its young master's sinister intentions, still stared with innocent little eyes, extended its tongue, and drank the liquid from the spoon in one gulp. After Fang drank the changing potion, its originally shiny black fur visibly turned a striking green. Immediate effect, no delay. "It's 11 o'clock now. I'll start timing from now to record the duration of the effect." Hubert picked up the quill from the table and quickly wrote down the experiment record. The large, 300-page notebook in his hand was his experiment record notebook, and he had 3 more such notebooks. These were the results of his experiments this year, recording his hard work. After being adopted by Hagrid, Hubert naturally grew and slept in the beginning. Once he could walk and talk, he actively revealed himself. Hagrid was the gamekeeper of Hogwarts and loved magical creatures. Hubert actively learned from Hagrid, recognizing magical creatures, observing their habits, and learning how to raise them. Hagrid was straightforward and carefree, and didn't notice Hubert's unusualness. If he wanted to learn, Hagrid naturally taught him. Thus, one was eager to learn, and the other was eager to teach, and 2 years passed like this. Hagrid was greatly surprised after witnessing Hubert's interest in magical creatures. One must know that with the development of the wizarding world and muggles, the living space for magical creatures was shrinking, and many creatures had already gone extinct. People were also not interested in magical creatures, and those that survived were still hunted by wizards. Although Hagrid worked at Hogwarts, he basically never met anyone interested in magical creatures. Hubert knew he was a muggle and couldn't learn magic. But he didn't give up. He wanted to learn as much knowledge as possible and find a way to become a wizard. It's like a famous saying, God closes a window for you, but always leaves a door open. China also has a saying, the great Tao is 50, heaven derives 49, which means the same thing. Hubert believed that as long as he didn't give up, he would always find a way. In these 2 years, he not only learned about magical creatures with Hagrid but also cultivated plants and conducted experiments to verify what he learned. The Forbidden Forest outside Hogwarts, though dangerous, was a true treasure trove. It harbored rare magical creatures from the outside world, as well as various plants. All the plants in Hubert's house were transplanted from the Forbidden Forest. One must know that while the Forbidden Forest was dangerous for others, it was nothing to Hagrid. "Hagrid, what are we eating today?" Hubert pushed open the door and said to the busy, tall figure in the house, with Fang, wagging its tail and covered in green fur, following behind him. "Shiitake mushroom and silky chicken soup, and pumpkin stew with roasted meat. The shiitake mushrooms I just picked from the Forbidden Forest this morning, and the silky chicken was just slaughtered, absolutely fresh. Hubert, try my cooking today and see if I've improved." Hagrid turned around and placed 2 platters, each the size of a wash basin, onto the wooden table, which immediately trembled. "Fang, what happened to your fur?" Hagrid wiped his hands on his coat, picked up Fang, and began examining its fur. "Don't worry, I gave it a color-changing potion. It'll go back to normal once the effect wears off," Hubert casually explained, then looked at the 2 basins of dark cuisine on the table. It was truly dark cuisine. Not only was the color black, but the consequences after eating it were also very dark. The shiitake mushroom and silky chicken soup was black as ink, with 3 or 4 small mushrooms floating on top. The black chicken was submerged in the soup, revealing only a chicken head with rolling white eyes, looking quite terrifying. The other basin, pumpkin stew with roasted meat, looked even worse, a dark, muddled mess of unknown ingredients. There was no trace of pumpkin or roasted meat. "It smells delicious, Hagrid, your cooking has improved again." Hubert took a deep breath, a pure smile appearing on his fair face. Ever since he was able to eat solid food, Hagrid began learning to cook. For several years, he persevered, constantly improving his culinary skills. However, he truly lacked the talent of a chef, and progress remained slow. Hubert knew Hagrid's cooking was bad, but it tasted wonderful to him. It was Hagrid's thoughtfulness, his love. Only Hubert understands my cooking. Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall just don't appreciate it. They haven't come back since they ate here once the Christmas before last. They really don't know how to appreciate good food. Hagrid grumbled, completely oblivious to the twitch at the corner of Hubert's mouth. The day after that Christmas, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall went to see Madame Pomfrey at the school hospital. He had seen it with his own eyes, because he had been suffering from diarrhea all night and couldn't hold on any longer the next day, so he also went to Madame Pomfrey for help. The two ate and chatted, mainly Hagrid talking non-stop. He talked about the animals in the Forbidden Forest, then about Hogwarts, and incidentally complained again about the naughty students and the caretaker, Filch, at Hogwarts. Filch had caught another group of rule-breaking students, and to teach those mischievous kids a lesson, Filch punished them by making them work in the Forbidden Forest. As for who would be responsible for the students' safety in the Forbidden Forest, of course, it was Hagrid. I really don't know why Dumbledore keeps that squib Filch. He always envies students and takes pleasure in punishing them. And he punishes me, always making me lead those rascals. Hagrid drank a bowl of silky chicken soup, as if remembering something, and quickly added, Hubert, I wasn't talking about you. It's nothing to not be able to do magic. Mrs. Fig is very kind. She loves raising cats and is very good to them. Hagrid nervously looked at Hubert's delicate face. He knew Hubert was a muggle and couldn't learn magic. Hubert had always been trying to find a way to become a wizard, and he didn't want his unintentional words to hurt Hubert. He hoped Hubert could live happily, grow up, and become a kind person. And you're so smart. Fang and Fluffy, they all like you, and so do the animals in the Forbidden Forest. They all really like you. When I'm old and you've grown up, you'll take over my job and you'll definitely become an excellent Hogwarts gamekeeper. Hubert showed a smile, reassuring the anxious Hagrid. Although Hagrid appeared rough, he was thoughtful and kind. He could feel the other sincerity, and besides, Hubert had long accepted the fact that he was a muggle. I'm fine. Even if I can't be a wizard now, I believe I will definitely be able to cast magic in the future. How did the first wizards in this world come about? Where did they learn magic from? What methods did they use to gain magical power? What is the fundamental difference between muggles and wizards? Is it a genetic difference or something else? Magical power is mysterious and diverse, and many have been lost in the long river of history. Maybe there's a type of magic that can turn a muggle into a wizard. With so many methods, I believe there's bound to be one that can make me a wizard. Hubert concluded firmly. Hagrid scratched his head, his intelligence not grasping what Hubert meant. What genes, what first wizards, what long river of history, what were those things? Isn't it innate for wizards to do magic? At least it was for him. Although he didn't understand, he was glad that Hubert wasn't sad because of his words. Hubert, you're always so smart, just like Dumbledore. He's the smartest person I know. After dinner, I'll take you to Diagon Alley. Gringotts has approved my application, and now I can claim my father's inheritance. You said old Hagrid was a wizard. Was he very powerful? Hubert asked, wondering what inheritance old Hagrid would leave for Hagrid. Hagrid's mother died when he was young, and his father also passed away early. Later, he studied at Hogwarts, then dropped out and worked there, never leaving. 3 months ago, while Hubert was tidying up old belongings, he found a letter left by old Hagrid, which told Hagrid that he had left an inheritance at Gringotts. Hagrid had no concept or interest in inheritance. He was very satisfied with his current life, never worrying about food or drink, and doing work he enjoyed. But Hubert persuaded Hagrid to claim that inheritance. It was an unexpected fortune. He would need galleons to support his various experiments in the future. And Hagrid wasn't very good with galleons, relying only on his salary for many years of work. After receiving his salary each month, he deducted necessary living expenses and stored all the rest in Gringotts. The two quickly finished eating, and Hagrid got on his old motorcycle. Li Shang put on his helmet and sat in the sidecar. Put on your goggles, or the wind will hurt your eyes. Hagrid threw Hubert a small pair of goggles, similar in style to swimming goggles. Hagrid wore large goggles over his eyes, his head was quite big, and his hair was long and curly, making him look very peculiar. Diagon Alley is where wizards love to gather. Everything is sold there, and it's very lively. There are a lot of people there, so stick close to me, don't get lost. And absolutely do not go to Nocturne Alley, that's where dark wizards gather, and it's very dangerous. Hagrid drove the motorcycle, and while doing so, began to chatter, giving Hubert a crash course in safety precautions for children going out. Hubert's summary was, stick close to Hagrid, don't talk to strangers, and don't take things from strangers. Is this Gringotts? Hubert exclaimed, marveling at the building before him. Compared to other shops in Diagon Alley, Gringotts truly lived up to its reputation as a leader in the financial industry, with its magnificent, grand, and high-class architecture. The building was entirely tall and white, with 2 large doors. The first was a huge, shining bronze door, very dazzling. Hubert believed that if a Niffler or a dragon saw it, they would surely carry them away as their precious collection. In front of the door stood 2 goblins, dressed in scarlet uniforms trimmed with gold, respectfully greeting and seeing off customers entering and exiting Gringotts. The second door was silver, and unlike the glittering first door, the silver door had words carved into it. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits those who crave greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must face the harshest lessons to learn. So if you seek to take from our vaults below, a treasure that was never yours to know, thief, you have been warned, beware, lest you find not treasure, but despair. After passing through both doors, one officially entered the Gringotts banking hall. The hall was vast, with an ancient brown aesthetic, both opulent and antique. At the back of the hall center was a tall counter, where short goblins sat. They had long noses and ears, and dry, withered skin, making them quite ugly. Sir, how may I help you? The old goblin in the middle, wearing spectacles, looked up with rolling eyes and asked Hagrid. Hagrid pulled out a piece of parchment, bearing the Gringotts emblem. It was Gringotts' notification letter to Hagrid. I'm here to claim my father's inheritance. He handed the parchment to the old goblin. The old goblin took the parchment, delicately stroking it with his long, withered fingers as if caressing a beauty's skin. Then, he took out a magnifying glass and meticulously examined the Gringotts seal on the parchment. Sir, your application has been verified. You may now follow me to the vault to receive your inheritance. The check just now was a formality. You see, we at Gringotts must ensure the interests of every client. The old goblin jumped down from his seat and led Hagrid and Hubert into an elevator, heading towards the underground vaults. The 3 took the elevator to the basement, and after passing through layers of verification, they arrived in front of a vault. Vault 132, this is it. Hubert looked at the vault before him, which could actually be described as an underground chamber. The heavy, tall stone door left no doubt about its defensive capabilities, and complex patterns were carved into the stone, which Hubert couldn't understand at all. The old goblin extended his sharp fingernail and slid it along the grooves of the patterns. As it moved, the stone door made a grinding sound, slowly opening. This is a stone door secret lock, only our goblin nails can open it. Absolutely secure. Indeed, Gringotts is the safest place besides Hogwarts, Hagrid added, explaining to Hubert. Sir, though what I say may be disrespectful to you, I must still state that Gringotts' security is beyond question. It is the safest place in the world. The old goblin retorted, as questioning Gringotts was the greatest insult to them. Hubert pulled back Hagrid, who was about to argue with the old goblin. He knew Hagrid was a fanatical admirer of Dumbledore and loved Hogwarts the most. If left to him, he might have engaged in a verbal and physical brawl with the old goblin. Hubert was stunned by what he saw. The 5-square-meter vault was piled high with galleons, glittering golden and incredibly enticing. Beside the galleons were hundreds of thick books, emanating a special aura that Hubert was sure belonged to magic books. Aside from the galleons and magic books, there were also some odd trinkets, plant seeds, eggs, and some personal items. Hagrid, we're going to be rich, Hubert exclaimed in surprise. Hagrid, however, ignored him, staring intently at a photograph. It was a picture of 2 people, a sitting female giant and a short man. They looked intimate and deeply in love. They are my mom and dad. Dad passed away when I was very young. I wonder how he's doing now? Hagrid's voice was low and choked, tears welling in his eyes. Hubert didn't know what to say, so he just quietly watched Hagrid. I'll always be with you, Hagrid. Thank you, Hubert. Hagrid wiped his tears. What should we do with these things? Hubert thought for a moment and suggested, let's take all the books and miscellaneous items back to sort through them. The galleons can stay here, we'll come back for them when we need them. After they finished discussing, they packed everything into a spatial cloth bag. Fortunately, among old Hagrid's belongings was a large cloth bag, otherwise, Hagrid would have had to carry a large bundle back. Hagrid, is there a place here that sells magical creatures? I want to go see, Hubert said, looking at the crowded street. The environment here was a world apart from the quiet of the Forbidden Forest. Having lived in the Forbidden Forest for several years, it was his first time seeing such a lively place, both familiar and strange. In the cities of his previous life, holidays were even more bustling than this. But Diagon Alley in the Wizarding world had a unique charm. Since the defeat of you-know-who in the Wizarding War 7 years ago, the fear of war had vanished, and peace had returned. Diagon Alley became even more vibrant, with wizards from different places gathering here to communicate and conduct business. There were native British wizards, foreign wizards from France and Germany, and even American and Egyptian wizards who had traveled across oceans and continents. They wore various exotic costumes, exuding a mysterious aura, adding a unique style to Diagon Alley. There's a magical menagerie not far from here. They deal in all sorts of magical creatures. Hagrid rumbled, but his spirits weren't very high. That old witch always secretly arrests some prohibited animals for trade. Those buyers don't understand the creatures they buy, and they won't take good care of them. This must be why Hagrid disliked that shop, Hubert thought. With Hagrid's unique taste and love for animals, it was even stronger than his own. In fact, a good pet is very important for a wizard, not only as a friend during their growth but also as their most important and intimate combat partner. The two most powerful dark and white wizards in the world both had pets. Dumbledore had the Phoenix Fawkes, and Lord Voldemort had the Basilisk and Leta Nagini. The existence of pets provides significant help to wizards. Many wizards hope to have pets, but a suitable pet is not that easy to find. For example, Malfoy desperately wanted a dragon, even reporting Hagrid and Harry Potter for it, and even wanting to illegally raise a dragon himself. Neville's constantly lost Toad, Ron's pet Scabbers. They faced many difficulties with their pets. The expansion of Muggle living space and the hunting of magical creatures by wizards have led to a daily decrease in magical creatures. Many magical creatures have become extinct, turning into legends or myths. For example, the legendary griffins, Zifu elves, scarred beasts, and so on. These cannot even be seen in the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid would sometimes bring back injured animals when he patrolled the Forbidden Forest, so he knew some of these creatures. Hubert also liked them very much, often observing, recording, and studying their habits, abilities, and living environments. He hoped that by studying these creatures, he could find a way to become a wizard. Hubert would certainly not admit that this was influenced by novels and his imagination from his previous life, and besides, biological modification indeed had precedence, with the famous Lord Voldemort being one of them. Hagrid pulled Hubert through the crowd and arrived in front of a shop with a sign that read Magical Menagerie. The entrance to the magical creature menagerie was only 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. Looking inside from the outside, it was pitch black, like a monstrous beast ready to devour people. The chaotic chirping and roaring sounds emanating from within kept customers at bay. Every time I come here, I always feel so uncomfortable, Hagrid muttered. Hubert was the first to walk inside. The room was narrow and dim. Cages containing various animals were haphazardly placed everywhere in the corners, making the room feel very cramped due to the lack of organization. Hubert tried hard to let his eyes adjust to the room's dim environment, but the effect was minimal. The chaotic roaring of the animals was irritating, and there was a strong, unpleasant stench in the room. The eyes of the feline animals glowed a faint green in the darkness, a truly unsettling sight. "Little one, is there anything I can help you with?" A husky voice emerged from the darkness. A middle-aged woman wearing black robes walked out. Her hair was loose and greasy from not being washed for a long time. She wore thick glasses perched on her nose, and combined with her hooked nose, she looked sinister, like a witch. Hubert somewhat understood why even an animal lover like Hagrid disliked this shop. It shouldn't be located in Diagon Alley. Perhaps Nocturne Alley's environment would be more suited to its atmosphere. "Madam, it is truly dark in here. I suggest you add an extension charm and then open a window to increase the light transmission," Hubert said politely. He wore a jacket over a small blue suit jacket, looking like a gentleman. What a fussy little one. Those things cost galleons. But it would make the environment better. The animals could benefit from sunlight, and customers would be more willing to enter. Only when business is good can you earn more galleons, right? "Little one, you can call me Madam Popey." Hubert greets Madam Popey. Madam Popey nodded in satisfaction. It was quite rare for a child to act like this. "What kind of animal do you want for a pet?" Madam Popey asked straightforwardly. "We have all sorts of animals here, capable of meeting all your needs." Hubert looked around. The displayed pets were all very common, such as the turtle in the cage with gems growing on its shell, the toad with purple eyes, and the small bird with green variegated wings. These could all be found in the Forbidden Forest. Other common pets kept by Muggles, like huskies, golden retrievers, and rabbits, were also numerous. In the corner, several cages containing owls were even hanging up, but the owls were drooping their heads and looked unwell. Gem turtle, poisonous toad, variegated bird. Hubert named 20 types of creatures in the cages along the wall, briefly introducing their habits. These are all ordinary magical creatures. They essentially have no magic, they are just slightly smarter than muggle pets. They are useless to me. Do you have magical creatures here? The kind that can perform magic? Madame Popey stared at Hubert through her thick lenses, trying to discern something from his fair, slightly baby-fat face. Whose child are you? Madame Popey asked, puzzled. Hagrid had not entered the room, so Madame Popey hadn't seen him. A 7-year-old child knowing so many creatures genuinely made her curious about who was raising him. Could he be a child from one of the pureblood families who had secretly sneaked out to play? Only lineages with deep foundations could cultivate such a child. I am Hubert, Madame Popey. Hubert corrected her sternly. You haven't answered my question yet, and asking about someone's identity without permission is impolite. Ha ha ha. Madame Popey laughed, but her husky voice and sinister face made her look somewhat terrifying. What a fussy little brat. The creatures you're talking about are rare breeds. Do you have that many galleons? Madame Popey said mysteriously, her voice low and laced with temptation. Hubert took a galleon from his pocket and tossed it up with his thumb. The gold looked incredibly tempting in the dim environment. Follow me, kid. Madame Popey forced her gaze away from the galleon, took out the wand from her waist, and lightly waved it at the wall behind the counter. The wall split open down the middle, revealing a doorway. These are all my treasures inside. I collected them from all over the world. Madame Popey pointed to a parrot-like bird and said, this is the Brazilian octagonal parrot. It can learn wizard spells and cast simple magic. That little lion cub is from the African savannah. It possesses a trace of the ancient sacred creature, the griffin's bloodline, and when it grows up, it can control sonic attacks, making it the best combat partner for a wizard. Hubert listened to Madame Popey's endless introductions. The species here were much higher quality than those outside, and they could basically all perform magic, classifying them as magical creatures. What species is this snake? Hubert asked, pointing to the small green snake coiled around a branch in the corner. This snake had a triangular head, and a thin golden line ran from its forehead across its spine to its tail. The green snake's eyes stared at him, and a chill rose from his heart, making him want to flee. This is a jade serpent from the tropical rainforest. It is highly venomous. A single drop of its venom can kill an adult elephant. Adult jade serpents grow up to 20 meters long and are the overlords of the water. Madame Popey wrapped the jade serpent around her wrist, gently stroking its head. The snake's body was transparent green, looking like green jade. I haven't awakened my bloodline yet. Is there any creature I can form a contract with so I can borrow its power to cast magic? Hubert lied. Although Madame Popey didn't look like much, judging by the collection in her shop, she had encountered many magical creatures. Unlike Hagrid, whose scope was limited to Hogwarts and the Forbidden Forest, her channels spread everywhere. Therefore, he tried asking Madame Popey for help, hoping to get an answer. Madame Popey pondered for a moment, walked to the hibernation corner, and took out a thumb-sized red gem. Strangely, the gem had 4 slender, bamboo joint-like legs. Madame Popey pinched the gem, and the 4 bamboo joint legs struggled in the air. Kid, you're truly lucky. I just acquired a gem beetle. This is an extremely rare and precious species, found only in the wilderness. You might not see one on the market for decades. Hubert's heart pounded rapidly, and his breathing quickened. He had only casually tried asking, never expecting such a creature actually existed. My dear madam, I have galleons. Please tell me all the information about this gem beetle, everything. Hubert tried his best to control his emotions, speaking in a low voice. A merchant should never easily reveal their feelings. Madame Popey stared at Hubert's calm face, but unfortunately, she found nothing. What a troublesome kid. She waved her hand. I wasn't lying to you just now. The gem beetle can indeed provide magic to a wizard, but it provides very little, basically equivalent to a first-year little wizard. Moreover, it's parasitic on the human body and rare, so the gem beetle basically has no market, and very few people know about it. The gem beetle sucks the host's blood, and the host borrows the gem beetle's power. This is a transaction, but the fact is, if you want to gain power, you have to pay a price. Clap, clap. Hubert clapped his hands, trying his best to conceal his emotions. Madam, you speak so well. In Muggle society, you might have become a philosopher. Ha ha, what a sweet-tongued kid. Madame Popey used her left hand to push her thick glasses up. But business is business, 20 galleons, no bargaining. Hubert feigned hesitation, pondered for a moment, and said, "Deal." He took 20 galleons from his pocket and handed them to Madame Popey. This money was the pocket money Hagrid had given him from the Gringotts vault. He still had some in his pouch. Hagrid had simply grabbed a handful and given it to him. To be honest, Hagrid really had no concept of galleons. Let alone 20 galleons, Hubert wouldn't have hesitated even for 200. This was what he had always dreamed of. With it, he could cast magic and gain the qualification to do so. He carefully held the gem beetle, placing it on his index finger. As the gem beetle's segmented legs touched his index finger, it immediately coiled around the finger, forming a ring, and burrowed into the finger at its base. Hubert felt a slight prick, like a mosquito bite, and then he felt his blood flow towards the gem. The gem, having received blood, glowed with a faint red light, appearing even more enchanting. The red light flashed and disappeared. Hubert looked at the red gem on his index finger, which resembled an ancient gem ring, showing no sign of being a parasitic creature. Through the gem, he could see that it was filled with bright red blood, the blood he exchanged for power with the gem beetle. Hubert felt dizzy, his face a little pale from blood loss. When the blood inside the gem is depleted, the gem beetle will continue to feed on your blood. Remember, the more magic you use, the faster your blood will be consumed. Excessive blood-sucking will harm your body. Madame Popey gave a few instructions, then led Hubert out. Under Madame Popey's guidance, he adapted to the gem beetle and then left the shop. Hagrid, I can cast magic now." As Hubert exited the shop, he eagerly told Hagrid, who was waiting outside. He no longer concealed his excitement. The stone that had weighed on his heart for many years had finally been slightly moved. Ever since he knew he had come to the Harry Potter world and realized he was a muggle unable to learn magic, Hubert had been very troubled, growing increasingly anxious as he matured. He couldn't imagine watching other wizards fly through the sky, control lightning and fire, while he could only hide in dark corners, envious and jealous, like Filch. He couldn't imagine Lord Voldemort returning, bringing darkness and slaughter to the wizarding world, while he could only hide and flee. He could even less imagine Hagrid and others being harmed in the future while he could only tremble helplessly behind them. Whenever he woke up in the middle of the night, he didn't know how many times he had been startled awake from dreams over the past 7 years. It was all because he was a muggle, unable to learn magic. It was all because he couldn't learn magic. From the age of 3, he began searching for a way to become a wizard. He had scoured Hagrid's books, consulted Snape, McGonagall, and Dumbledore, but they all had no solution. But he didn't give up, he kept searching. After years of persistent effort, he finally got his wish and opened the door to the world of magic. "I can finally learn magic," Hubert roared in his heart. "Hubert, have you been cursed? Did that old witch cast a dark curse on you?" Hagrid immediately pulled Hubert over to examine him. How could a muggle cast magic? That was too Merlin-like. No signs of a dark curse. Is it because the curse is too deep? Let's go find Madame Pomfrey now. Hubert didn't know whether to laugh or cry, stopping Hagrid, who was rushing to pull him back to Hogwarts. He used the most concise language to explain the gem beetle's effects to Hagrid, telling him that he hadn't been cursed. "That's truly amazing." Hagrid sincerely praised the ruby ring on Hubert's index finger. "Congratulations, Hubert, now you can learn magic too." After speaking, he opened his arms and embraced Hubert tightly, genuinely happy for him. "Now you're a little wizard too. Let's go to Ollivander's wand shop to buy a wand. It's the best wand shop." Ollivander's wand shop. He was naturally very curious about the famous wand shop, and now he could also have a wand of his own. Ollivander's wand shop was founded in 382 BC and has a long history. Since its establishment, Ollivander's wand shop has been renowned for providing wizards with the highest quality wands. Historically, powerful wizards have bought wands here, including the greatest white wizard Dumbledore, the second Dark Lord Voldemort, and the future savior Harry Potter. Generations of shopkeepers have inherited the most ancient and exquisite craftsmanship, serving wizards. They are familiar with every wand, know the performance and temperament of each wand, and adhere to the philosophy that the wand chooses the wizard. They don't sell wands, they are transporters of wands. Ollivander's wand shop was a crowded, narrow, and dilapidated little shop. In front of the window, a wand was displayed on a faded purple cushion. Inside, shelves reaching the ceiling were packed with thousands of wands in long, narrow boxes. Mr. Ollivander would select from these to find a wand that matched each customer. Customers buying wands first had their wand wielding arm length, forearm length, height, head circumference, and other measurements taken, and then a wand was chosen based on these parameters. Every wand is different because they use different unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon or snake nerves as cores, with different quality wood for the body. These are all powerful magical items. Each wizard suits a different wand. If you use a wand meant for another wizard, you won't achieve the desired effect. Hello, Hagrid, how can I help you? A silver-haired middle-aged man walked down a wooden ladder and asked, Mr. Ollivander, please choose a wand for Hubert. Hagrid replied, Hagrid, you must remember that the wand chooses the wizard, not the other way around. Ollivander corrected him with a serious expression. He scrutinized Hubert, took out a ruler, and began to take Hubert's measurements. Try this wand, 12 inches long, made of oak, with a dragon heartstring core. It's powerful and resilient. Ollivander pulled a cardboard box from a wooden shelf on the wall, containing a slender wand. Hubert held the wand and waved it, but the wand showed no reaction. Is it because I'm a muggle, and my magic comes from the gem beetle, so I can't get the wand's approval? Hubert nervously handed the oak wand back to Ollivander. What a picky little fellow, but any wizard can find a suitable wand here. Ollivander immediately turned and walked to the wooden shelf, pulling out another wand. Hornbeam, dragon heartstring, 10¼ inches, stiff, thicker than most wands. Hornbeam symbolizes resilience, tough yet rough. It should suit you. Hubert took it and waved it vigorously, but still, there was no reaction. Ollivander's brows furrowed, and he quickly ran to the center of the wand racks. 10¼ inches, about 26 centimeters, willow wood, dragon heartstring core. No reaction. 12 inches, cherry wood, chillin feather. No reaction. Walnut wooden dragon heartstring, 12¾ inches. No reaction. Ollivander's forehead was already sweating. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in all his years of selling wands. He could guarantee that even Lord Voldemort, back in his day, wasn't this picky, nor was Dumbledore. Is there no wand suitable for me? Hubert asked anxiously. Ollivander remained silent, walked to the innermost shelf, climbed a ladder, and pulled out a box from the very top layer. He blew off the dust, opened the box, and pulled out a dark red wand. The handle at the end of the wand had concentric grooves, preventing the owner's hand from slipping during use. The shaft was conical, with a sharp tip, and Hubert had no doubt it could easily stab someone. The moment he saw the dark red wand, Hubert had an inexplicable feeling. A voice in his heart echoed, "This is it, this is it." Made of ghost locust wood, with a thunderbird feather as its core, 12 inches long. Ollivander gave a brief introduction before handing the wand to Hubert. Hubert carefully took the wand, and the ruby on his index finger transmitted magic, which surged through Hubert's body into the wand. Hubert's entire body glowed blood red, and a surge of vital energy spread outwards, stirring up dust on the ground. The red light lasted for 30 seconds, then suddenly vanished, and the wand returned to its original appearance. Only the stirred dust indicated that what had just happened was not a dream. "Ha ha ha, this one has chosen you. Congratulations, you picky little fellow." Ollivander was overjoyed, as if he himself had received the wand. Ghost locust wood grows on ancient battlefields, absorbing resentment and blood. It symbolizes death and disaster. Its texture is hard, and its flexibility is good. With a thunderbird feather as its core, it releases spells quickly. This is a fierce wand, little fellow. Be careful when using it, and do not become addicted to its power. Hubert gently stroked the wand, knowing that this wand would be his closest companion. Ghost locust wood thrives on blood and resentment, nurturing life in darkness. It represents both death and life, and hope, and I prefer to think it represents hope and beauty. "Ha ha, I'm now certain you are the true owner of this wand," Ollivander exclaimed in admiration. It truly surprised him that such a young child had an unusual understanding of a wand that symbolized death. "Now that you are its owner, give it a name." Hubert pondered for a moment, then firmly said to the dark red wand, "From now on, you shall be called O to life. You will be my most intimate companion, Hubert." "Congratulations, Hubert, on acquiring O to life," Hagrid said, patting Hubert's shoulder. He paid Ollivander the galleons, saying that this wand was his gift to Hubert, celebrating his ability to learn magic. The morning sun streamed into the stone hut. Due to the weather, the air was filled with moisture. Thump thump thump. Fang ran into the inner room on his short legs, skillfully jumped onto the bed, and nudged Hubert's head with his own. "Fang, good morning." Hubert put Fang down from the bed and jumped off himself. He picked up the dark red wand from beside the bed and gently waved it at the clothes on the hanger. The jacket on the hanger automatically flew to his side. Hubert spread his arms, and the clothes automatically put themselves on him. Reparo, waving his wand again, the quilt on the bed, the books on the desk, and the scattered shoes all automatically flew back to their original positions. The room became neat as new. It's so good to be able to cast magic, Hubert exclaimed. Ever since he obtained the gem beetle and returned from Diagon Alley, Hubert had learned all the magic he could. His current magical power is equivalent to that of a first-year little wizard, only able to cast simple spells like the levitation charm. He had gone through all the first-year basic spell books, which was not difficult for him. He had started studying magic books last year, and the spells were already memorized. All that was left was practice. Old Hagrid's belongings had also been sorted out. His relics held significant value, especially the magic books. The magic books old Hagrid left behind were mostly related to magical creatures, documenting old Hagrid's years of research on them. Old Hagrid, like Hagrid, had a special fondness for magical creatures, but unlike the simple-minded Hagrid, old Hagrid was a truly wise wizard. In his youth, he traveled all over the world, collecting, observing, and researching magical creatures from various places, and exploring ancient ruins. On an isolated overseas island, he discovered ancient wizard ruins and obtained the ancient wizard's legacy regarding the transplantation of magical creature bloodlines. Ancient wizards, in order to gain powerful magical abilities, transplanted powerful magical creature bloodlines into wizards. Although old Hagrid's inherited knowledge was incomplete, it opened up a direction for his research. To complete his research and refine the method of bloodline transplantation, old Hagrid ventured into various ancient sites, exploring the path of ancient wizards, hoping to acquire more ancient wizard knowledge. Hagrid's mother was someone he met while exploring the ruins on Giant Island, and the related notes ended there. Giant Island, huh? It seems necessary to go there. Hubert made up his mind to go to Giant Island when the opportunity was right. According to old Hagrid's notes, there was a ruin there that might contain specific techniques for bloodline transplantation. Transplanting magical creature bloodlines, acquiring powerful bloodline strength, and becoming a true wizard, this was the path Hubert had temporarily set for himself. Thump thump thump. Hubert led Fang out of the stone hut. Hagrid, next door, had already gone out to patrol the Forbidden Forest as required. As a child, Hubert had plenty of time to play and sleep. However, the reborn Hubert understood the value of time. He could not afford to waste a single moment, or he would repeat the path of his previous life and be filled with endless regret. Fang, today we're going to pick a good spot to build my magic secret realm. Hubert took a fist-sized transparent stone out of his cloth pouch. Mysterious runes floated around the stone, emitting a special magical aura. This was one of old Hagrid's most precious inheritances, a space gemstone. Since Hagrid was forbidden from using magic, and the space gemstone was useless to him, Hubert had asked for it. With this space gemstone, Hubert could build a magic secret realm. The stone hut was situated by the lake. The Hogwarts Lake was the territory of the Mer people. They had moved there 500 years ago. Hogwarts provided them with shelter, and they, in turn, guarded Hogwarts. Of course, Hubert wouldn't build the secret realm near the lake, as this would easily attract the attention of the Mer people. He wanted to build a magic secret realm, a secret space that belonged entirely to himself, just like the space in the movie Alice in Wonderland, magical and fantastical. Naturally, given his current level of magic and funds, he still had a long way to go, but that didn't stop him from setting a goal. Behind his residence, near the Forbidden Forest, was a plane tree forest. Hagrid said this forest was 300 years old. It was planted by a former gamekeeper, and few people came here because it was close to the Forbidden Forest. The plane tree forest covered about 3 mu. Behind the grove was the Forbidden Forest. Seen from afar, the plane tree forest looked like a giant yellow torch. The bright yellow was dazzling yet fantastical. At the entrance stood 2 thick plane trees, like 2 guards. Their massive trunks, wide enough for 10 people to embrace, left no doubt about their age. Behind this gate lay another world entirely. The ground was covered with thick plane tree leaves, and overhead were dense plane tree leaves of the same color. The luxuriant branches covered the entire sky, leaving no gaps. This was a golden world, the world of the plane trees, a world of fantasy. This place is close to the stone hut, few people come here, and the scenery is beautiful. It's perfect as the vessel for the magic secret realm. According to the records in the Salamo notes left by old Hagrid, a magic secret realm is a special heterodimensional space. It does not exist on the same dimension as the physical space of reality, it overlays the real space but exists in another dimension, serving as the intersection between reality and illusory space. Hubert didn't fully understand the specific principles, but that didn't stop him from following the instructions. The most crucial element in creating a magic secret realm was the space gemstone. It was the key to creating the secret realm. as long as he operated the gemstone according to the methods in the Salamo notes. Creating the secret realm was simple. This technique for creating magic secret realms was common among ancient wizards, but now that space gemstones were hard to find, wizards had the technique but no way to build them. However, family secret realms were not uncommon among the long-established pureblood wizard families. They were the heritage passed down through generations. Old Hagrid found this space gemstone in the giant island ruins and kept it, eventually benefiting Hubert. Hubert held the space gemstone in his left hand and took out the ode to life with his right, gently sliding it across his wrist. Crimson blood gathered into a thread flowing toward the gemstone. The red fresh blood merged with the runes surrounding the gemstone. The mysterious runes, originally white and transparent, turned into blood runes under the infusion of blood. Stimulated by the blood, more and more runes flew out of the space gemstone. The runes spiraled and expanded, resembling a rune hurricane, causing the maple leaves on the ground to spin wildly. The rune spiral grew larger and larger, covering half of the plane tree forest before it stopped expanding. The blood-colored runes intertwined with the space of the plane tree forest, and their color became increasingly transparent. Finally, the space inexplicably shook, and the runes completely dissolved into the space and vanished. Hubert could clearly sense the difference in the surrounding space. The plane tree forest was still the plane tree forest, but he could sense another heterodimensional space overlaid upon it. By using his own blood to activate the space gemstone, he became the owner of the space gemstone, and thus the owner of the secret realm. Only the owner of the secret realm could sense the existence of the magic secret realm. Sarachester Alahamora. Hubert pointed his wand at the space gemstone and chanted the spell. A stream of magic struck the gemstone, which projected a rectangular blue light curtain onto the space between the two plane trees that resembled a gate. A gigantic transparent light shield appeared between the two plane trees. Through the shield, the plane tree forest behind it could still be seen. This was the protective barrier of the magic secret realm. Hubert drew on the light curtain with his wand, and finally, a circular archway appeared on the curtain, while the rest of the shield vanished. Passcode: I love eating eggs and fish. Hubert set up the secret realm's entrance and passcode according to the book's instructions, and he could now enter the secret realm through this gateway. He stepped across the secret realm's threshold and entered another space. As he crossed the gateway, the transparent circular archway vanished from the plane tree forest. Hubert was overjoyed looking at the space before him, which was the size of 4 sports fields. This was the magic secret realm he had created. The secret realm was empty. Overhead was a white light shield of unknown height. The ground was bare earth, without a single blade of grass. It was as if it had just rained in spring, and the air was filled with the smell of soil. This nascent magic secret realm was like a blank canvas, waiting for him, the artist, to paint upon it. The secret realm shall be named Tuhao Gen Sokyo. Hubert said to the air. Dongfang East represented his nostalgia and longing for the past, and Gen Sokyo Fantasyland represented his hopes for this secret realm. Currently, this secret realm was only a primary heterodimensional space. Given enough time and resources, the secret realm would continuously upgrade and expand. Hubert hoped to transform this space into a mysterious, fantastical realm where mythical creatures and magical creatures could be found in the future, like a fantasy garden where scenes of fantasy would be presented. This would be a world of illusion, a world of dreams, a fairy tale world. He walked to the center of the land in Tuhao Gen Sokyo and took a round seed out of his cloth pouch. Carved onto the seed shell were 3 eastern divine dragons, breathing out auspicious clouds. This seed came from the mysterious eastern world. It was a special magical tree, the dragon-tooth parasol tree. Planted in the secret realm, it would coexist with it, absorbing the secret realm's power to grow, generating mana-roaming dragons to provide magic power to the secret realm, maintaining its operation, and accelerating its growth. The maintenance and operation of the secret realm required magic power. If he relied on magic stones to provide the magic power, even selling Hubert entirely wouldn't be enough to support the secret realm's operation. This was also why many families gave up inheriting secret realms. Their decline meant they lacked sufficient resources to support the secret realm's operation, let alone its upgrade. The enormous demand for resources was a major limiting factor in the secret realm's growth. Those pureblood families actively shrank their large secret realms to save on magic stone expenses and maintain normal operation. Only secret realms supported by special magical creatures could operate autonomously, but upgrading them still required massive resource investment. He buried the dragon-tooth parasol tree in the soil, and a huge suction force emanated from the ground. The dragon-tooth parasol tree broke ground, sprouted, grew tall, branched out, and spread its leaves at a visible speed, only stopping when it reached the size of a normal plane tree. The dragon-tooth parasol tree looked like a gigantic mushroom. Its golden plane tree leaves were dazzling, and its luxuriant branches hung with numerous vines. Its gnarled main trunk, thick enough for one person to embrace, looked like 5 divine dragon bodies intertwined. The plane tree stopped growing, then inexplicably shook. A hanging vine automatically broke off and flew up, twisting and transforming in the air, finally turning into a transparent mana-roaming dragon about 1/2 meter long. The little dragon let out a cry, as if celebrating the birth of the dragon-tooth parasol tree, and then began to roam around it. As it wandered, faint traces of magic power were generated and emitted around it. Hubert could sense that the mana-roaming dragon was composed purely of magic power, without any intelligence. Since the dragon-tooth parasol tree had just been planted, it only produced one mana-roaming dragon. As it grew, it would produce more roaming dragons, and the magic power in the secret realm would become denser. With the dragon-tooth parasol tree, I won't have to worry about the secret realm's energy anymore. After all the effort, Hubert finally succeeded in creating the secret realm. All that remained was to collect magical creatures to enrich his Tuhao Gen Sokyo. Hubert wielded the Ode to Life, controlling the soil beneath the dragon-tooth parasol tree, allowing it to pile up into a low, small mound. The dragon-tooth parasol tree was located in the center of the secret realm, becoming the focal point. Placed on the mound, that golden patch could be seen from anywhere within the secret realm. I still need a laboratory and a warehouse. Hubert strolled through the secret realm, wielding the Ode to Life, modifying the environment of the secret realm according to his will. He was like a painter, his wand was his brush, magic was his paint, and the secret realm was his canvas. He elegantly waved his wand, and the soil shifted according to his desires. To the east of the entrance, a laboratory and a warehouse quickly sprang up, and 2 ravines formed a cross shape, dividing the secret realm into 4 sections. Once water sources were introduced to the secret realm, the water could flow along the ravines, irrigating the entire secret realm. The entrance is still missing a guard. Unfortunately, I only know simple shaping magic, and I cannot yet learn advanced animation spells. If I want to learn profound magic, I must seek guidance from the professors. It's a pity I'm too young. I have to wait a few more years before I can enroll. The minimum enrollment age for Hogwarts is 11. What a shame. Hubert was panting heavily. The blood inside the gem on his index finger had been completely consumed. The sensation of a mosquito bite appeared again. His face grew even paler. Although it was only simple shaping and floating magic, completing so much work with his current magical power was still very taxing. This was already the 3rd time the gem beetle had replenished his blood. Although he was exhausted, he couldn't hide the excitement and sense of accomplishment in his heart. By the time Hubert finished organizing the secret realm and returned to the stone hut, it was already noon. Wisps of smoke drifted up from the stone hut. Hagrid had finished his patrol and returned to the stone hut to prepare his dark cuisine. Hubert took a deep breath. The stone hut, the green land, the lake, and the ancient castle before him formed a peaceful picture. He enjoyed this tranquility and this feeling. Hagrid, was there anything interesting during your Forbidden Forest patrol today? Hubert pushed open the door and asked the busy Hagrid. He was still wearing his thick, patched coat, his boots clacking on the floor, and his hair and beard were tangled together. Hubert had once helped him tidy his appearance, but within 2 days, he reverted to his original state. In Hagrid's words, this was how he felt comfortable. He had to obey his inner self. It's precisely because he obeys his inner self that he's been single for so many years. Hubert complained internally. He thought of his former self, who was just as casual, wearing slippers and shorts, being a shut-in playing games, remaining an old bachelor for more than 20 years, achieving nothing in work or career, and then there was no then. Having a new life, Hubert constantly warned himself to get rid of all his bad habits, seize the time, live his new life well, and leave no regrets. Aragog has had a few more children. He really is fertile. When I went today, his children were having a conflict with the centaurs and nearly started fighting. Firen said they stole the centaurs' territory. He has complained many times before, and this time, I don't know how to handle it either. Hagrid was not in high spirits because of the 8-eyed spider's issue. He placed the dish on the table and began eating silently. The 8-eyed spider Aragog was Hagrid's old friend of many years. Back then, Hagrid secretly released it from Hogwarts, and Aragog has lived in the Forbidden Forest ever since. Hagrid always looked after Aragog, even finding him a female 8-eyed spider. However, Hagrid neglected the spider's reproductive capabilities. In just a few years, Aragog worked tirelessly day and night and produced a massive number of offspring. The drastic increase in the number of eight-eyed spiders naturally encroached upon the territories of other creatures, including those belonging to the centaurs. The centaurs have lived in the Forbidden Forest for hundreds of years. They are non-human intelligent beings, possessing their own culture and beliefs. Centaurs observe celestial movements and have the ability of prophecy. They are physically robust, capable of drawing bows and wielding spears, and possess powerful combat strength. The eight-eyed spider's encroachment on the centaurs' territory naturally led to their expulsion by the centaurs. However, Aragog's descendants had low intelligence, were numerous, and were inherently ferocious and bloodthirsty, injuring several centaurs. The eight-eyed spiders require resources and space to survive, creating irreconcilable conflicts between the two sides. Hagrid and Firons were also friends, and given Hagrid's personality, being caught between the two sides naturally made him feel helpless. Hubert didn't know how to comfort Hagrid. In fact, he didn't like the eight-eyed spiders either. They were too ferocious and bloodthirsty. Next time you go to the Forbidden Forest, can you take me with you? I want to find some creatures to keep as pets. Hubert changed the subject. No way, Hagrid said decisively. You're still a child, and the Forbidden Forest is too dangerous. But I'm already a little wizard, look. Hubert used his wand to perform transfiguration, turning a chopped stick on the table into a bracelet. Besides, with you protecting me, don't you believe you can protect me? Of course I can protect you. I would use my life to protect you, Hagrid immediately promised. But I believe you can protect me. I promise to listen to you and absolutely not run around. 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. You must promise to listen to me. I promise. After Hubert finished eating, he went back to the stone hut to study. The golden crow set in the west, and starlight filled the sky. The night passed just like that. Hubert woke up early, put on his leather boots and leather jacket, and wrapped a red scarf around his neck. The Forbidden Forest was quite cold in the morning, so he had to keep warm. Hagrid was still wearing his patched long jacket, carrying a large lantern in his hand. Good morning, Hagrid. Hubert greeted him proactively. Good morning, Hubert. Hagrid replied, lowering his head. Today we are patrolling the eastern district of the Forbidden Forest. It hasn't been peaceful there lately. Some wizards say they've seen many dead blue fowl. We need to find out the cause today, or there will be big trouble. The blue fowl is a magical creature with ostrich lineage. It is entirely blue, shaped like an ostrich, gentle in nature, and does not actively attack other creatures. With so many dying, Hubert was also very curious. Hagrid carried the large lantern and led the way. The two passed through the plane tree forest and crossed a river. As they went deeper into the Forbidden Forest, the temperature dropped further. Although the sun was out in the early morning, the sunlight could not penetrate the Forbidden Forest. The trees here were all at least 100 years old, and their dense branches completely blocked the sky. Tree roots were exposed on the ground, thick and intertwined. Because it was early morning, the Forbidden Forest was dark and quiet, with only occasional insect chirps making the environment seem even more secluded. Hubert tightened his leather jacket and pulled his scarf tighter to slow the loss of body heat, following closely behind Hagrid. Warming charm. Hagrid took out his oak wand and chanted a spell at the shivering Hubert. Do you feel better now? The Forbidden Forest is like this in the morning. It's easy to get frostbite, Hagrid said caringly. Hubert felt a transparent film surrounding him, isolating the cold air outside, leaving him without a trace of chill. But the Ministry of Magic forbids you from using magic. Won't you get into trouble? Hubert knew that Hagrid was prohibited from using magic due to Lord Voldemort's frame-up, and he didn't want Hagrid to get into trouble because of him. Although novels and films often depict the Ministry of Magic as incompetent and useless, having lived here for several years, he knew that was purely absurd. The Ministry of Magic is equivalent to the government in the Muggle world, and the British wizarding world is famous throughout the global wizarding world. Think about the deterrence and authority of a major national government in the Muggle world, and what it looks like in the eyes of ordinary citizens. By analogy, the Ministry of Magic, which serves as the wizarding world's government, naturally possesses considerable power. As far as Hubert knew, the Ministry of Magic placed significant restrictions on most wizards, especially Azkaban Prison, which is notorious in the wizarding world. The absolute best existence for stopping children from crying. Don't worry, I'm using magic inside the Forbidden Forest. The Ministry of Magic won't detect it, Hagrid explained. Only then did Hubert relax. He certainly didn't want an Auror suddenly showing up for a chat. Hagrid, look here. Hubert quickly walked ahead of Hagrid and pointed at the dead creature on the ground. Hagrid took gloves out of his cloth sack, put them on, and then lifted the creature by the leg to examine it carefully. The The dead creature was entirely blue, with a chicken head, a bald tail, a long neck, resembling an ostrich, and slightly larger than a domestic chicken. This is a blue fowl, but it's dead. There are no external injuries on the body. It wasn't killed by another animal or harmed by a hunter. Hagrid felt the blue fowl's head, belly, legs, and tail, checking every part of its body. The internal organs and bones are also undamaged. There are no signs of it having been hit by a spell. No external injuries and no spell damage. Is it because of disease? Hubert asked. Hagrid frowned, took a silver awl from his cloth sack, and plunged it into the blue fowl's body. This is a magical artifact. It can detect toxicity. Hagrid pulled out the silver awl. The blood on the awl quickly gathered towards the tip, hovered above the cone, and turned into pitch-black mist. The black gas carried an evil aura and emitted a foul, pungent smell. Hagrid looked at the black gas, his expression grim, and remained silent. "What's wrong?" Hubert asked. Hagrid pointed to the black gas at the tip of the awl and said, "The silver awl can detect different harmful substances. If the poisonous mist is blue, it indicates poison. If it's black, it indicates a plague." "A plague?" Hubert exclaimed in surprise. Plagues often spread within groups, and their lethality can rival war, or even surpass it. Think about the Black Death in medieval Europe. At that time, 9 out of 10 households in Europe were empty. It killed cleaner than the Mongolian Western Campaign. Now, discovering a plague on the blue fowl, and knowing that the blue fowl is a magical creature, that magical creatures can also suffer from a plague, naturally astonished him. "Don't worry, this plague only spreads among the blue fowl, it won't infect humans. This situation has happened before. We'll go back and ask Snape to brew some anti-plague potion, and it will be fine after a while. It's a pity these blue fowl have to suffer. They are so gentle, yet they must endure this disease." As Hagrid spoke, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeve, saddened for the blue fowl. Hubert was already used to this. Hagrid would naturally calm down after a moment. The further they walked, the more blue fowl corpses they found, lying in 2s and 3s on the ground. Hagrid and Hubert collected the dead blue fowl bodies and immediately burned them using a fire spell to prevent other creatures from accidentally ingesting them and getting poisoned. Based on Hagrid's explanation, Hubert roughly understood why the blue fowl contracted the plague. The blue fowl's lifestyle is similar to that of domestic chickens. They live in groups in the Forbidden Forest. Unlike domestic chickens, the blue fowl are oviparous, egg-laying. The chicks do not leave the flock after growing up and live together. Every creature in the Forbidden Forest has a fixed territory, and the blue fowl naturally do too. They only live within their own territory, and if they cross the boundary into another creature's territory, they will be attacked. The blue fowl's territory is small, but their numbers are constantly increasing. Large numbers of blue fowl gather in tree hollows, where all their excrement piles up. Since the tree hollows are not ventilated, it naturally makes them susceptible to disease. In the past, whenever the blue fowl contracted a disease, most of them would already be dead by the time Hagrid discovered it. Hagrid would bring them potions, clean the environment, and ventilate the tree hollows. The plague would be dispelled, the environment would become clean, and the blue fowl would reproduce again. When the numbers became too high, they would contract the disease again, repeating the cycle. When the blue fowl numbers increase, why not separate them? That way, space would become available, and the disease wouldn't occur. Hagrid drove the blue fowl out of the tree hollows. These magical creatures were gentle and timid, with brilliant blue feathers, making them very beautiful to look at. They have their way of life, and the Forbidden Forest has its own rules. You can't interfere randomly, or a great disaster will occur. Hagrid replied in a serious tone. Natural law? Hubert naturally understood Hagrid's meaning. The Forbidden Forest is a massive ecosystem, and all creatures follow the laws of nature. Showing kindness to the blue fowl would be cruelty to another species, and too much human intervention would ultimately lead to the complete collapse of this ecosystem. Humans, under the guise of protection, heavily modify the Forbidden Forest, eventually turning it into a so-called tourist attraction marketed around wild magical creatures. It is precisely because the Forbidden Forest adheres to these most ancient natural rules, prohibiting human activity, that it provides a perfect living environment for these magical creatures. Then can I adopt some? His own magical secret realm currently lacked residents, and these blue fowl looked beautiful and were gentle, making them perfect as the first batch of inhabitants. Furthermore, he had other ideas. Since the Forbidden Forest didn't have enough space and resources to supply these magical creatures, why not expand their living space? He could take the surplus magical creatures to the wizarding world and sell them as pets to wizards who needed them. This would both provide a suitable living environment for the magical creatures, enrich his Tuhao Gen Sokyo, and earn galleons. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, selecting magical creatures suitable as pets to be the main selling point of his future shop. After earning enough resources, he would improve and upgrade the secret realm, providing a safe living environment for rare and precious magical creatures. As long as it was handled properly, it was completely achievable. Hagrid, I want to raise some as pets in Tuhao Gen Sokyo. Hubert explained his plan to Hagrid, having already told him about Tuhao Gen Sokyo yesterday. Hubert tried his best to use concise language to explain the benefits of this plan for the magical creatures, stating that it would be more conducive to their protection. Hagrid considered it for a moment and then agreed. He loved magical creatures, but he wasn't stupid, and he naturally knew what was best for them. Hagrid had a large net on his back, containing 10 stunned blue fowl. To make it easier to transport them back, Hagrid had cast Stupefy on them. Up ahead is McFly's territory. They are a type of magical rabbit that likes to hollow out stumps to make houses, just like humans. They love to plant carrots and hate goblins because goblins always steal their carrots. After Hagrid agreed to Hubert's plan, Hubert asked Hagrid what other gentle creatures in the Forbidden Forest would be suitable as pets. Hagrid recommended McFly, an upright walking magical rabbit. These rabbits have a high IQ and like to imitate humans. They walk upright, plant carrots, live in houses, and have their own preferences. Hubert hid behind a stump, secretly observing. Below was a tree hollow, different from the naturally formed tree hollows where blue fowl lived. This tree hollow was dug by a creature, and it had a door and a window, which, although simply made, looked very strange in the Forbidden Forest. In front of the tree hollow was a 10-square-meter field, with crisscrossing furrows, meticulously tended. Clumps of leaves grew in the field, a bit messy. Hubert recognized these as carrot leaves. The field was entirely planted with carrots. McFly are very intelligent magical creatures. They can manipulate soil and distinguish good soil from bad. In the past, wizards used McFly specifically to find fertile land, Hagrid explained softly. As they were speaking, the tree hollow's door opened with a creak. 10 long-eared white rabbits walked out. They walked upright like humans, with long floppy ears and a large front tooth showing, similar to cartoon rabbits in animated films. 2 of the rabbits were larger, and the other 8 were smaller. The 2 older rabbits went back inside and closed the door after the smaller rabbits exited. Those 8 rabbits are the children of those 2 rabbits. They are now adults, so they have been driven out of the house. McFly are not social creatures. Their children are driven out of the house by their parents to live independently once they reach adulthood. Rabbits leaving home must build their own tree houses outside and plant their own carrots. They find mates based on the quantity of their carrots. Hubert listened to Hagrid's explanation. These 8 rabbits are now homeless. We can provide them with a safe environment and fertile land. The 8 rabbits each pulled out 2 large carrots from the field, then reluctantly left in different directions. However, before they could leave the field, they were struck by 8 green lights, then rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Hubert ran over and put the 8 rabbits into the net. Second batch of residents acquired. The circular lake was surrounded by trees, enclosing it in the center. Tall trees stood tall, looking like a skylight from above. Lotus flowers grew around the lake. Unlike ordinary lotus flowers, each leaf had a different color, emitting a dazzling glow. They are 7-colored lotuses. I've read about them in books. The color of these lotus flowers changes with their state, symbolizing different emotions like joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Eating petals of different colors can give people different moods. Red makes people happy, blue makes people sad. Hubert quickly walked to the lakeside, reaching out to pick a lotus flower. Bang, bang, bang. The calm lake's surface exploded, water splashed, and 2 figures shot out from the water. Human bodies, fish tails, with explosive hairstyles and steel tridents in their hands. These were merpersons. Merperson brothers, please stop. Hagrid immediately pulled Hubert behind him, using his massive body to block the merpersons' gleaming steel tridents. I am Hagrid of Hogwarts, we mean no harm. The merperson's steel trident cut through the air with a cold gleam, thrusting towards Hagrid. Hagrid waved his wand, conjuring a barrier in front of him. The trident struck the light shield, bouncing the trident back. The merpersons seemed enraged, roaring at each other, saying something unintelligible. They chanted spells in low voices, and the lake water surged and churned, forming 2 water columns that rushed towards Hagrid. Cracks appeared in the light shield under the impact of the water columns, and Hagrid's body swayed, taking a step back. Powerful protection. Hagrid increased his magical output, and the previously shaky light shield stabilized. What are the merpersons saying? Why are they attacking us? Hubert took advantage of the standoff, waving O to life to attack the merpersons, but the spell bounced off their bodies. Merpersons have a certain resistance to magic, and Hubert's magic was only at a first-year level, completely ineffective against prepared merpersons. My strength is too weak. The excitement of being able to learn magic instantly dissipated. Hagrid and the merpersons' battle made him realize that he had just stepped through the door of magic, and there was still a long way to go before becoming a powerful wizard. Hagrid and the merpersons were just ordinary wizards, yet they could effortlessly control magic that he was powerless to resist. So, what kind of power would top wizards like Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort possess? Stop! Just as the two sides were at a stalemate, the lake's surface surged again. A mermaid appearing as a 5 or 6-year-old girl emerged from the water. Unlike the ugly merperson warriors, the little mermaid had a porcelain doll's face. Her large blue eyes held curiosity, and her long blue hair was braided into an intricate, beautiful style. Upon hearing the mermaid's words, the two merpersons immediately withdrew their magic, guarded the little mermaid from behind, and then whispered a few words to her. "Are you Hogwarts students and teachers? Why are you here? Is there something you need here?" The little mermaid widened her big eyes and asked several questions in a row. She often heard her mother talk about Hogwarts, where there were many little wizards and fun things. But the elders never allowed her to get close to humans, always saying it was too dangerous outside. The little mermaid had always wanted to meet the little wizards from Hogwarts and exchange fun and delicious things with them. However, wizards were rarely seen in the Forbidden Forest, and even if they appeared, the little mermaid wouldn't see them. Today, she secretly came out to play and happened to encounter two people who trespassed into their territory. That child was so small and held a wand. Was he a little wizard from Hogwarts? The little mermaid immediately became excited, jumped out of the water, and stopped the conflict between the two sides. "I am Rebus Hagrid, the gamekeeper of Hogwarts." Hagrid withdrew his magic, pointing to Hubert and introducing him. "This is Hubert. I live at Hogwarts, but I am not a Hogwarts student. Only those who are 11 years old can enter Hogwarts to study. I am only 7 this year. I didn't know the 7-colored lotuses were yours. If I offended you, I am truly sorry." Hubert stepped forward to explain to the little mermaid. This little girl's status must be very noble, so he couldn't offend her casually. "My name is Scarlet Pullen." The little mermaid introduced herself. "Why do you want to pick the 7-colored lotuses? What use are they to wizards? They are very beautiful, and I want to collect some to plant in my Tuhao Gensokyo, which is a secret realm." "A magical secret realm? My family also has one, but I've never been in to play. Can I go see your secret realm?" Scarlet swam forward, her blue eyes filled with longing and sincerity. Hubert was naturally willing. The little mermaid's mind was simple and she posed no harm to the secret realm. There were not only merpersons living in the water, but also many other magical creatures. The little mermaid held a significant position among the merpersons. If he could get her help, he would surely be able to collect some aquatic magical creatures. "Of course, but my secret realm doesn't have a water connection yet. Once I connect it, I'll invite you first." "That's great. You can call me Scarlet." Scarlet took out black seeds from a delicate cloth pouch hanging at her waist and handed them to Hubert. "These are 7-colored lotus seeds. Plant them in water, use magic to them, and they will bloom in 10 days. Then she gave the spell to Hubert, who, of course, thanked her profusely. The two exchanged contact information, agreed on a time for their next meeting, and parted ways with Scarlet's reluctance. The golden leaves of the dragon-tooth parasol tree still shone with dazzling brilliance. To the east of the secret realm, a thick Scottish yellow wood rose from the ground, and 8 small buildings were constructed sequentially on its main trunk. Through the windows of the small houses, the dim yellow light inside could be seen. A McFly was riding a wooden elevator back to its home on the 3rd floor. In front of the yellow wood tree was a newly cultivated carrot patch, but since they had just been planted, the carrots had not yet grown. 2 McFlys were preparing the soil and fertilizing the land. Beside the carrot patch, 3 McFlys were using magic to control the soil and build their own warehouse. As they pressed their hands onto the ground, the soil rolled according to their will. Next to the McFly's territory, near the ditch, a fence enclosed a patch of land. It covered about 20 square meters and was covered in green grass. 10 blue fowls were enjoying their new lives with leisurely steps, preening their blue feathers and showing off their charm. "Scarlet, are you ready on your end? I am now casting a spell to set up a portal in the river next to the plane tree forest. The lake water can flow into the secret realm through the portal, and you can also enter from there." Hubert held the space gemstone in his left hand. For the past few days, he had been thinking about how to introduce a water source into the secret realm. The survival of creatures in the secret realm definitely required water, but given the current scale of the secret realm, it was unable to generate a water circulation system. Therefore, he could only introduce a water source from outside the secret realm. Introducing lake water required setting up a portal, which could affect the safety of the secret realm. Fortunately, he met Scarlet. This little mermaid had a great interest in developing the secret realm. Hubert told her his plan, and with her help, they found a hidden location. Scarlet concealed it using merperson methods, and Hubert set up the secret realm portal there. This way, the water flow could enter the secret realm through that portal, and Scarlet could also enter and exit the secret realm through that portal. Passphrase, I love eggs and fish. High above the center of the secret realm, a circular black hole appeared, and clear river water poured down from the opening into the ditch that had been dug beforehand. The river water circled the central mound once, then branched out in 4 directions, finally forming a large circle before converging and flowing underground, disappearing from sight. There was also a portal there, through which the water flowed out of the secret realm. This allowed the water in the secret realm to become living water, forming a perfect circulation. Scarlet, you can come in now, Hubert said into the communication shell. This was the merperson's communication tool. The shells came in pairs, allowing the 2 parties to converse through them. I'm coming. Following a cheer, a petite mermaid slid down, riding the river water like a slide. With a splash, water splashed everywhere. A cute little head popped out of the water, and she curiously surveyed the secret realm with her big blue eyes. So this is Tuhao Gen Sokyo, this tree is so beautiful. And what is that transparent creature? I've never seen it before. That rabbit is so cute, can you give me one? What kind of fowl is that? Its feathers are so pretty, Mom will definitely love it. Scarlet was speaking non-stop. This was the first time she had stepped out of the merperson territory, and her excitement and thrill were understandable. The little mermaid opened her arms, faced the dragon-toothed parasol tree, and opened her throat. The unique clear and soaring song of the mermaid drifted above Tuhao Gen Sokyo. Is this a bubble fish? Thank you for the gift, Scarlet. The bubble fish is a rare magic fish. This fish can spit out air bubbles to attack, but they are gentle in nature and generally do not attack creatures. Unlike ordinary fish that can only live in water, the bubble fish can spit out bubbles to wrap around lake water and leave the surface of the lake. Mom said that when you visit a friend's house for the first time, you should bring a gift, Hubert. We are friends, right? Scarlet asked expectantly. Of course, we are friends. Hubert's voice was firm. With the addition of the bubble fish, the secret realm family gained another member. Currently, the aquatic creatures include the 7-colored lotus and the bubble fish, and the terrestrial creatures include the McFly and the blue fowl. He believed more magical creatures would join in the future. Hubert took a large net from the storeroom and covered the river exit to prevent the bubble fish from escaping through it. Unfortunately, his magic level was insufficient. According to his vision, he wanted to use shaping magic to sculpt a black tortoise statue at the water inlet and outlet, and then use the animation charm to bring the black tortoise to life. This way, it could both control the water flow and guard the portal. As a return gift, I'll give you a McFly rabbit and a blue fowl, but since they can't survive in the water, you can foster them here. When you want to visit them later, you can use the passphrase to enter through the aquatic portal anytime. Really? Scarlet's round face flushed red. Hubert, you are so kind. Am I a good person? Hubert murmured to himself. In his previous life and this life, he had never done anything bad. He had always adopted the attitude of not my business, let it go, immersing himself in novels and the internet, living a life of dissipation. But after being reborn in this life and coming to the wizarding world, he met the boisterous but thoughtful Hagrid, the clingy Fang, the cute and simple Scarlet, and the kind Dumbledore. They appeared in his life, becoming his family and friends. Hagrid raised him, treating him like his own son. Influenced by them, he was slowly changing. Before, he would evade difficulties, but now he had learned to take responsibility. Before, he lived a life of dissipation, but now he had goals. Before, he wasted time, but now he knew to seize the time to study. Unknowingly, he had changed a lot, but Hubert liked his current self and his current state. The McFly is quite special. It has high intelligence and its own preferences. If you want to become its master, you must gain its recognition yourself. A McFly only has one master in its life. Once you become its master, it will never betray you. Here's a hint, McFlys love carrots the most. Good luck. Having said that, Hubert left the little mermaid, who was enthusiastically trying to lure the McFly with a carrot. Perhaps because of the difference in species, the Little Mermaid's charm did not affect the McFly. The McFly stared at Scarlet in front of it with red eyes, then haughtily raised its head under Scarlet's astonished gaze, turned around, and continued its work, leaving behind a proud silhouette. Scarlet was stunned for a minute, but the McFly had completely piqued her interest, and she began the tireless process of luring it with the carrot. What Scarlet didn't know was that for the next month, she would exhaust every method and trick without gaining the favor of a single McFly. Just when her affection for the McFly was turning to hatred, a newborn baby McFly rescued her, leading to an unstoppable obsession. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, a small figure ran quickly through the dim forbidden forest, leaping over tree roots that blocked his path. Behind him, a 1-meter-tall spider was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, its 8 crimson eyes revealing a bloodthirsty glint of excitement and desire. One person and one spider were engaged in a race against time in the forbidden forest, but Hubert had no mood for games at all, because the small figure being chased was him. Ever since his last patrol of the forbidden forest with Hagrid, other than a conflict with merpeople, the journey had been peaceful and he hadn't encountered any danger. He began to think the forbidden forest wasn't as dangerous as he'd imagined, and after staying home for a few days, he couldn't resist returning to the forbidden forest to find suitable magical creatures. But the encounters he had along the way made him truly realize the danger of the forbidden forest, and why it was called the forbidden forest. A venomous snake could dart out of the grass at any moment, the vines hanging from tree branches could be deadly man-eating vines, and even an ordinary small bird could be a magical creature that spits fireballs. If Hubert hadn't been so lucky, he might have lost his life in the forbidden forest within 10 minutes of stepping inside. 20 minutes after entering the forbidden forest, his luck finally ran out when he encountered an 8-eyed spider that was hunting gnolls. Gnolls are tree-dwelling creatures with bodies made of branches, very small, about the size of an adult's finger, with 2 leaves on their heads. Hubert had read about gnolls in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Gnolls parasitize tree branches, like to cling to humans, and are very suitable as pets. When the 8-eyed spider was about to slaughter the gnolls, he decisively pulled out his ode to life and cast a jinx on the 8-eyed spider. Unfortunately, he overestimated his magic skills. The jinx only left a scratch on the spider's belly, drawing a few drops of blood. This further stimulated the 8-eyed spider's ferocity, and the two sides began to fight. Hubert rescued 5 gnolls, but was ultimately no match for the 8-eyed spider, and began a desperate escape. Levitation charm. A half-meter-long wooden stick on the path was controlled by Hubert and smashed towards the 8-eyed spider chasing him from behind. With a bang, the 8-eyed spider was too fast to dodge the stick. It shook its head, its 8 eyes fixed on the prey in front, and lunged forward again. There's a tree hollow ahead. Hubert slid under a tree root. Now he had several wounds on his legs and arms, bleeding profusely. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, knowing he absolutely couldn't stop, for stopping meant death. The entrance is about half a meter high, the 8-eyed spider shouldn't be able to get in. Hubert quickly made a judgment, exerting all his strength to accelerate and run towards the tree hollow. 10 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Hubert pushed off the ground with both feet, using inertia to lunge into the tree hollow. Thud! The 8-eyed spider slammed hard into the tree hollow, making the tree tremble. Its head extended into the hole, but its body and tail were blocked outside. Its claws and abdomen twisted forcefully, trying to squeeze in, but the entrance was too small, only allowing its head inside. Its 8 eyes glowed with bloodlust, and its sharp serrated fangs gnashed restlessly, making a squeaking sound. Lumos! A glow lit up on his ode to life. Hubert looked at the struggling 8-eyed spider trying to get in and breathed a sigh of relief, finally having saved his life. He surveyed the tree hollow. The space was very small, only enough for 2 of him, and there was no exit. Fireball spell. Hubert cast a fireball at the spider's eyes. The tree hollow had no exit, and the entrance was blocked by the spider, so he could only kill it to get out. Squeak squeak. The fireball exploded on the 8-eyed spider's eyes. The spider shrieked in pain, waving its claws as it pulled its head back, guarding the entrance and continuously roaring into the hole, expressing its hatred and determination. Now I'm trapped like a beast, but I've become the prey. Hubert tried to stick his head out, and was immediately attacked by the 8-eyed spider. Only 3 of its eyes were injured, not blinded. Books recorded that 8-eyed spiders were not very intelligent, but held grudges, and were bloodthirsty and ferocious. Since Hubert had injured it, it would be difficult to wait for it to leave on its own. Levitation charm. Hubert once again controlled tree branches to smash at the spider. The 8-eyed spider was hit a few times, roared at the entrance, and then quickly ran away, disappearing from Hubert's sight. Hubert looked outside the hollow. It was quiet, very still. Couldn't catch me, so it gave up, Hubert muttered to himself. Although he had read in books that eight-eyed spiders held grudges, he had never encountered a real eight-eyed spider before. This was his first time, so he wasn't entirely sure about their habits. Wait another 20 minutes. Hubert carefully controlled a branch to stand at the entrance, ready to deal with danger. He then lunged out of the hollow. Squeak squeak, a roar came from behind. Hubert turned his head and saw the eight-eyed spider perched above the tree hollow entrance. The three eyes injured by the fireball were now blind, and blood covered the spider's head, making it look even more hideous. Hubert secretly wiped away a cold sweat, grateful that he had directly lunged out of the hollow instead of slowly peeking his head out, otherwise he would surely have been ambushed by the eight-eyed spider from above and had his head bitten off. As the saying goes, enemies meeting are filled with rage, especially a vengeful eight-eyed spider. It leaped forward, swinging its claws, pouncing from above onto the prey below, its hideous eyes filled with madness. Now my retreat is blocked. I can't outrun it. I can only fight. No sooner said than done. Hubert looked at the hideous head pouncing towards him. Instead of fear or tension in the face of death, his mind became even calmer and clearer. Sectum Zempra. Gathering all his magic, the blood in the gem was completely drained. He raised his arm high and swung his wand fiercely, like swinging a cleaver. A cross-shaped air blade flew from the tip of his wand, carrying a sharp edge, and slashed towards the eight-eyed spider in the air. Bang! The air blade cut into the eight-eyed spider, knocking it back and throwing it to the ground. A deep cross-shaped wound was left on its chest, and blood flowed from the wound. Damn it, my head is spinning. Using magic beyond my level really does have side effects. Sectum Zempra was a spell only second-year wizards could use, and Hubert's current level was insufficient to sustain it. Forcing its use would result in side effects. Now I'm weak all over, my head is spinning, my magic is exhausted. Am I really going to die here? The eight-eyed spider, which had been knocked down and still struggled to its feet again. Although it was severely injured, it was not fatal. The eight-eyed spider's blood-red eyes watched its prey, who was swaying and about to fall, and it gnashed its hideous serrated fangs. It wanted to bite off the head of this prey who dared to injure it. Then it would slowly savor its flesh. The flesh of human children was the most delicious, much more tender than the old meat of adults. Hubert watched as the spider's claws slowly extended towards his eyes, growing larger and larger in his vision. He could even see the black, needle-hard hairs on the spider's legs. Whoosh! A bright silver spear descended from the sky, piercing the abdomen of the eight-eyed spider and pinning it to the ground. The spider's long legs struggled a few times before it finally died. Hubert only let out a sigh of relief when he saw the spider was completely dead. Then, in a daze, he saw a creature with 4 hooves and the body of a horse but the head of a man running out of the jungle. He swayed and then passed out. Firens was patrolling the border of his territory today as usual. Recently, those damned eight-eyed spiders had been constantly invading the sacred centaur territory, and several foals had already been attacked. To cope with the tense situation, the elders established a patrol team to protect the territory. Firens was one of them, and the other centaur beside him, holding a spear, head held high and looking proud, was his partner, Ronan. This child is suffering from a backlash due to magic exhaustion. The Forbidden Forest is too dangerous, we must take him back for treatment. Firens gently placed Hubert on his back and then retrieved his spear. Do you want to be a human's mule? Ronan sneered, his hooves clattering on the ground. He's still a child, and we can't just leave him to die. The Forbidden Forest is too dangerous. Firens ignored Ronan's mockery, understanding the centaur's pride. Centaurs live in the Forbidden Forest, shunning humans, fearing human power yet simultaneously looking down upon them. Caught in this contradiction, centaurs are both proud and insecure. They seal themselves off and avoid contact with the outside world. However, Firens deeply understood that isolating centaurs from the outside world was detrimental to them. In the long run, the centaurs would inevitably become extinct. He wanted to change the centaur's situation and actively communicate with the outside world, but his tribesmen didn't understand and even resented him. Fortunately, although centaurs are arrogant and hostile toward humans, they do not harm young children. All right, let's hurry back. I still need to catch that damn thief. Last night, he stole the precious orb I hid in the wall compartment again. Damn it, I really don't understand how he did it. The lock wasn't damaged at all, and the wall was intact, but the orb is gone. Ronan gritted his teeth, his mane flying. You need to lend me some galleons to use as bait. I thought of a trap, and I'm sure I'll catch him. But you have to keep it a secret. Firens pointed to the child on his back. Ronan understood what he meant. Centaurs were hostile toward humans, and if the tribe knew Firens had brought a child back, it would certainly cause dissatisfaction among the tribesmen. I promise you, but you have to give me that glowing silver necklace. Ronan didn't forget to take advantage of the situation. After negotiating, the two quickly galloped toward the depths of the forbidden forest. Hubert struggled to open his eyes. His head was still spinning slightly. He looked around. This was a spacious, dome-shaped tent. The tent was simply furnished. A desk and bookshelf were placed near the window on one side, and a weapon rack stood opposite, holding a spear and a longbow. In the center of the tent, there was a fire pit with a pot hanging over it, steaming as if something was being cooked. Hubert got out of bed and sniffed. The smell was bitter, like some kind of herbal medicine. "You're awake." The tent flap was lifted, and a centaur walked in. He had curly hair, yellow eyes with vertical pupils, a gaunt face, and a robust body. "This is the centaur tribe. We found you in the forbidden forest. It's very dangerous there. Why was a child as small as you there?" The centaur walked to the fire pit, poured the cooked green potion into a cup he brought, and handed it to Hubert. "You suffered magic exhaustion. This medicine can help you regain your strength. It's a bit bitter, but very effective." Hubert took the cup, pinched his nose, and drank it down. The centaur had cooled the medicine with cold water, so the temperature was just right. He wasn't afraid that the centaur would poison him or anything. Not only had the centaur killed an 8-eyed spider and saved his life, but if they truly wanted to harm him, why go through all that trouble? "I am Hubert. I went to the forbidden forest looking for some things, and then I encountered an 8-eyed spider and was chased." Hubert briefly introduced his situation. "I am Firens the centaur." Firens pulled a cage from behind him and handed it to Hubert. "Were you looking for them? These little guys are quite interesting." "What creatures are they?" "Gnarls, a very gentle magical creature, mentioned in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. I happen to see that book mention them occasionally. Gnarls are rare magical creatures, gentle in nature, and parasitic on trees." Hubert took the cage. The 5 gnarls were well cared for by the centaur and were resting inside the cage. "Are you a Hogwarts student? Why do you know so much about magical creatures?" Firens' yellow pupils showed curiosity. There was only one Hogwarts nearby that had little wizards, but the entrance age for Hogwarts was 11, and this child was clearly not that age yet. "I am not a Hogwarts student, but I live at Hogwarts with Hagrid. Some of this knowledge Hagrid taught me, and some I learned from books. I really like these magical creatures. They are interesting and magical, possessing extraordinary magic abilities. I want to study them and learn their abilities from them." Hubert put away the gnarls and explained that he was a muggle and had no way to learn magic abilities. The books left behind by old Hagrid mentioned that Hagrid's mother was a giant who originally couldn't cast magic, but later she could, and old Hagrid mentioned bloodline transplantation in his notes. Studying magical creatures was a path for him to gain strength. Old Hagrid's decades of research materials were all with him. Unfortunately, old Hagrid never figured out the specific operative method, but his notes repeatedly mentioned the island where giants live. Hubert is too young to travel now. He wants to spend the next few years thoroughly studying old Hagrid's materials, and then go to the isolated island where the giants live to find the final answer. Firens looked at him in surprise, not expecting that answer. Compared to the foals in the tribe, this child truly seemed like an adult. "So you are the child Hagrid adopted." "I know Hagrid, he mentioned you many times. He said you were a different kind of child, and now I understand why he said that. Is it because I'm more mature and not like a little kid?" Hubert countered. "Ha ha ha." Firens chuckled and said mysteriously, "Everyone's life is different, everything is guided by destiny." "What is destiny?" "I don't know, but it exists everywhere in the world. Hagrid adopting you is destiny, me saving you is destiny, and you coming to the centaur tribe is also destiny. Destiny is different in everyone's eyes. Centaurs believe that the stars are the manifestation of destiny, and we study the stars to glimpse it." Firens, I'm in trouble now." Firens was about to say more but was interrupted by shouting from outside. With the sound of hooves, the tent was suddenly pushed open, and a tall figure rushed in. "Firens, the galleons and the glowing necklace you lent me have both been stolen," Ronan said with a slumped head and a dejected face. He had been so confident, setting up traps and waiting for the thief to come. He stayed up all night, eyes wide open, guarding the treasure. But the next morning, when he opened the treasury, it was empty, cleaner than his own face. For several days, he had been battling wits with the mysterious thief, losing a huge amount of his property, yet he hadn't even touched a single hair of the thief. Each time, he was full of confidence, and each time, he was struck by disappointment. Now, he had completely lost hope. Ronan spoke to Firens without looking at Hubert beside him. "It's fine, I'll give you half a year to repay it," Firens comforted him, patting Ronan on the shoulder. If Hubert hadn't noticed his twitching lips, he would have truly believed Firens felt bad for Ronan. Ronan was stunned by his answer. "That's 100 galleons. Where am I going to get that much money in half a year? At least a year, otherwise I won't pay it back. The thief only stole your galleons and jewelry, your other treasures weren't stolen. You can use other things as collateral, like that cowhide longbow from your house, and the soft leather armor." Firens offered Ronan advice. He had been eyeing Ronan's longbow and leather armor for a long time, but Ronan, that miser, was unwilling to sell them to him no matter what. "I knew you were only being so kind as to lend me money because you had this in mind." Ronan was heartbroken, never expecting his good friend to meticulously plot to acquire his collection. "Where's your integrity? Where's your noble character? Ha ha ha." Hubert couldn't help but laugh watching these two adult centaur friends bicker and act like children. It turned out everyone had a different side. Some people are serious, but they aren't always serious. They might only be humorous in front of people they know well. The same logic applies to humorous people. Just as we present ourselves differently to family at home compared to friends, colleagues, and leaders outside, everyone has multiple facets. Describing a person with just one adjective is one-sided. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" Ronan glared at Firens and said with an arrogant expression, "I find you two very interesting." Hubert said candidly, but Ronan the centaur didn't think so. He took a step closer, glaring at Firens, as if he wouldn't let him off the hook without an explanation. "You said that thief only steals galleons and jewelry, and nothing else, right? And the stolen treasury was intact, the lock wasn't damaged at all, but the things inside were gone, as if they had vanished into thin air." Hubert changed the subject. "I deduce that the mysterious thief only steals things that glow, even if they are worthless. Other things that don't glow, he disdains, even if they are priceless." "How do you know?" Ronan asked in surprise. He quickly recalled the stolen items, and indeed, it was just as this kid said. Among the stolen items was a glowing glass marble he played with as a child, which was worthless. It had been placed with family heirloom paintings and calligraphy, but the expensive paintings and calligraphy were not lost, while the glass marble was gone. He had racked his brain trying to understand what the thief was thinking, finally attributing it to the thief's peculiar habit. Hubert smiled. "I think I know what that thief is, but I'm not telling you." "Why?" Ronan asked angrily, his pupils wide. He hated that thief, and now this kid knew who the thief was but wouldn't tell him. How could he tolerate that? "Why should I tell you?" Hubert retorted. "Aren't you a proud centaur? Why would you need help from a human you look down upon?" Ronan's angry expression froze on his face, his words of rebuttal stuck in his throat. He was a proud centaur. Ever since he came in, he had ignored this human, and later his attitude towards him wasn't very good, full of arrogance. Now this human kid was unhappy, so naturally, he wouldn't bother with him. Ha ha ha. "The ancients told us to always remain humble. It truly is a golden rule." Firens was instantly delighted watching Ronan get stumped, and took the opportunity to lecture him. Seeing Ronan's face turn crimson with shame, he then turned to Hubert and said, "Although Ronan is arrogant, his heart isn't bad. If he offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf." "What do you mean you apologize on my behalf?" Ronan muttered softly, but he didn't refute, just turned his face away. Hubert smiled and didn't make things difficult for Ronan anymore. Firens had, after all, saved his life, so he naturally had to give him face. "If I'm not mistaken, there's only one type of creature with this ability that lives in the Forbidden Forest. That would be the Niffler, also known as the platypus." "What is that?" Ronan turned his face and asked. He had lived in the Forbidden Forest for so many years and had never heard of something called a Niffler. Nifflers are rare magical creatures, extremely fond of collecting shiny, glittering, golden things, a hobby only dragons can rival. Compared to dragons, its methods are much gentler. It steals, while dragons forcibly seize. However, compared to dragons, it's small, agile, skilled in space magic, and puts stolen items into a spatial pouch on its belly. It's best at escaping, so it can steal treasures without damaging anything, and the owner of the treasure won't even notice. Hubert explained the Niffler's characteristics, finally adding with a smile, "Nifflers won't actively attack humans, so you should be glad that it was a Niffler that paid you a visit this time, not a dragon." "How can I catch it?" Ronan was still fixated on catching the thief. "Now that you know what's stealing, you just need to set up a targeted trap to catch it. The Niffler is currently eyeing your home. You just need to prepare some glowing items and place them in an open area, and it will naturally come. You hide nearby, and after it arrives, hit it with a stupefy, and you can catch it. Hubert thought for a moment, then added, or find a cage that prohibits space magic. You can also catch it once it enters. That's great. Firens kicked his hooves, a look of excited joy on his face. I'll go back and prepare. I'll definitely catch it tonight. If you catch it, I hope you can give it to me. I'm quite interested in these magical creatures. Ronan looked at Firens, who nodded. All right. Ronan replied with a single word, then ran out of the tent. What a sun centaur. The night passed just like that. Because the centaurs were hostile towards humans, Hubert stayed in Firens' tent to recuperate. Firens was busy outside, and Ronan, who went to prepare to catch the Niffler, did not return. After a day and a night of rest, Hubert's spirit had recovered, and the gem beetle's magic was refilled. However, his face remained pale and had not recovered. What's going on? Hubert wiped away the nosebleed. Since he woke up this morning, his nose had been bleeding inexplicably. He checked his body, and nothing seemed to be wrong. Firens, do you know the reason? Firens dipped a finger in the nosebleed and sniffed it, his brows furrowing. Then he touched Hubert's back, and his expression became even more solemn. What is the reason? Please tell me precisely. Hubert's heart sank. Firens' face held sympathy and regret. The meaning of life lies in enduring suffering. The more extraordinary a person is, the more they endure, because suffering will make them stronger. From the first moment I saw you, destiny told me you were special. Firens paced with his hooves, making a clop-clop sound on the ground, indicating that his mood was not as calm as he appeared. Hubert, when you release magic, the magic will pass through your blood. For some unknown reason, your blood has been corroded by magic. That's why your face is bloodless and the blood vessels in your nose are damaged, causing nosebleeds. What will be the consequences? Hubert asked in a deep voice. Of course, he knew why magic was corroding his blood. He was originally a muggle, unlike wizards whose blood contained factors to resist magic. His magic was borrowed. When he used minor magic, the magical corrosion was not obvious, but this time, using Sectum Zempra beyond his level accelerated the magical corrosion, prematurely exposing the drawbacks of muggles using magic. You can't use magic anymore, otherwise the magical corrosion will get deeper, and eventually it will completely destroy your blood. The result was not stated, but Hubert already understood Firens' meaning. Magic would kill his blood cells. What happens to a person without blood? Of course, death. Is this the price for muggles to use magic? Hubert gave a bitter laugh. Now he understood why gem beetles existed but no muggles used magic. It was at the cost of life. Originally, I thought I could break this fate and create a miracle, but I didn't expect that I was still just a mortal. Mortals are indeed just mortals. They don't have the talent of photographic memory, nor the protagonist cheat. Ha ha. Am I just going to hide behind Hagrid, living a muddled life, envying and being jealous of other wizards in the darkness? I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled. Whoosh! The tent was suddenly flung open, and a cold wind rushed in. Hubert, stimulated by the cold wind, instantly sobered up. No, it's not a dead end yet. I can't give up. Hubert firmly told himself in his heart. Ronan didn't know Hubert's troubles. Because he followed Hubert's advice, he was very happy now, feeling light and airy. He had finally caught the thief that made him grit his teeth. Ha ha ha, Firens, look at this black duck. I finally caught it. Ronan placed a cage on the table and exclaimed loudly. Inside the cage was an upright black creature with a duck's beak and small, dull eyes, looking foolish. It was indeed the magical creature, the Niffler. Are you sure this little thing stole so much money from you? Firens asked in disbelief. How could this cute, dull little fellow be associated with a cunning thief? Ronan nodded disdainfully. He had caught it himself. How could Firens doubt the credibility of Ronan the centaur? The proud centaur disdained to explain, leaving it to that human kid. He glanced at Hubert, who put aside the matter of magical corrosion and stepped forward to examine the creature in the cage. This is indeed a Niffler, Hubert confirmed. It was just as described in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. This was his first time seeing such a rare magical creature with spatial attributes. Hubert pulled out a glass orb from his pouch and dangled it in front of the Niffler. The originally dull little creature immediately stared at the glass orb with its small eyes, jumped up, and shook the cage, wanting to get out. The Niffler's craving and madness for the glass orb in its eyes made everyone no longer doubt that this little thing could commit such a shameful act of theft. As agreed, the Niffler is mine now. Hubert gave the glass bead to the Niffler. The Niffler hugged the glass orb, unable to part with it, and only then quieted down. Firens did not object. Hubert put the cage into his pouch. "This is for you." Firens took out a book and handed it to Hubert, his face still showing pride. "You helped me. Centaurs don't owe human kids favors. This is an alchemy book my grandfather collected. From now on, we are even." The book was called The Book of Balance, authored by Bill. The cover depicted a golden scale, and it was as thick as 2 bricks. This book began with the history of alchemy and covered everything up to complex advanced alchemy, serving as an encyclopedia of alchemy. Hubert quickly flipped through it and was immediately captivated by its contents, especially the various magical items that could be refined later on, which were truly unique. He put away the Book of Balance. This book was very useful to him, so he would not decline. This trip yielded great rewards. Although he encountered life-threatening dangers and exposed the problem of magical corrosion, he met the centaurs Firens and Ronan, and also obtained Bill's The Book of Balance and the precious magical creature, the Niffler. Firens carried Hubert, leaping and traversing through the forbidden forest, running quickly. The thick tree roots underfoot could not slow down the centaur's speed. In the forbidden forest, centaurs were accustomed to the environment here. Although the centaur's speed was very fast, Hubert did not feel any bumps. On the contrary, he enjoyed the feeling of lightning speed. Compared to the various dangers he encountered when entering the forbidden forest, the return journey was much smoother. The centaur was familiar with the environment here, and they galloped without encountering any obstacles. Soon, the exit of the forbidden forest came into view, and Hubert could already see the light outside. Stepping out of the forbidden forest and feeling the long-lost sunlight, Hubert suddenly had a sense of nostalgia, as if he had been in the forbidden forest for a very long time. "Now you have to go back on your own. I am a centaur, and it's not convenient for me to leave the forbidden forest," Firens said as he put Hubert down. "Hogwarts is just ahead, and it's very safe here. Don't go to the forbidden forest alone again. It's very dangerous for you there." "Thank you, Firens. I will be careful in the future. I was very lucky to receive your help on this trip to the forbidden forest. You saved my life, and I owe you a favor," Hubert said solemnly. One must always repay what is owed, especially a life-saving grace. This was Hubert's belief. Firens looked at the solemn little boy in front of him talking about life-saving grace. He smiled and replied cooperatively, "I understand. If I ever need help in the future, I will come looking for you." Hubert bid him farewell and then quickly walked towards the stone hut, because he could faintly hear Hagrid's shouts. "What an interesting kid." Firens couldn't help but look back at Hubert, who was walking back quickly, smiled, and then galloped into the depths of the forbidden forest. In the distance, Hogwarts Castle still stood on the coast, the sky was still so blue, and the stone hut remained serene. For some reason, the closer Mr. Hubert got to the stone hut, the more eager he became, hoping to return to that familiar place soon. At this moment, he understood the feeling of being more timid the closer one gets to home. Without realizing it, the stone hut had become a true home in his heart. "Hubert, Hubert!" Hagrid called out loudly, his voice filled with urgency and anxiety. His large figure paced back and forth restlessly, searching for something in the surroundings. Hagrid was panting, his face showing exhaustion. He hadn't rested for a day and a night, nor had he drunk a drop of water. But he couldn't stop, he had to find Hubert. Ever since Hubert returned from outside the day before yesterday, he had disappeared. At first, Hagrid thought Hubert was just out playing, but he still hadn't returned by nightfall. Hagrid then realized Hubert was missing. He took Fluffy and Fang out to search, even asking Dumbledore and Snape for help, but still found nothing. Ever since he learned of Hubert's disappearance, he had been blaming himself. Why did he leave a 6 or 7-year-old child at home? Why hadn't he taken good care of Hubert? Images of Hubert being injured flashed in his mind from time to time, and his heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a knife. Without realizing it, Hubert had already taken an irreplaceable place in his heart. Perhaps it was from the first time he held that child, or perhaps it was the first time that child smiled at him, or perhaps the first word that child spoke was Hagrid. "Hagrid, I have already asked the merman race and our friends in the Forbidden Forest to help search. I believe we will have news soon." Dumbledore, with his white hair and beard, comforted the anxious Hagrid, his voice gentle and giving an inexplicable sense of strength. "Hubert is not an ordinary child, fate will not be cruel to him. Yes, Hubert is very smart. He's not as mischievous as the little wizards in Gryffindor, he's always very sensible." Hagrid murmured, his face filled with nostalgia and sadness. "I can't imagine if he gets hurt. He's still just a child." Hagrid. As Hagrid blamed himself, Hubert's call came. Hagrid's massive body trembled, and he abruptly turned to see Hubert walking quickly in the distance. A heartfelt smile immediately spread across his face. He wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with the sleeve of his tweed coat and strode towards Hubert. Dumbledore stood there, kindly watching Hagrid instinctively embrace Hubert tightly, with Hubert squirming uncomfortably. He loved such scenes filled with love. These were the most beautiful things in the world, the most worthy of pursuit and protection. He was genuinely happy for Hagrid. Hagrid, who felt inferior as a half-giant, now had family. Headmaster Dumbledore, hello. Hubert comforted Hagrid, then said to Dumbledore, I apologize for causing you worry. Principal, he's just a child. Hagrid hesitated, afraid Dumbledore would blame Hubert. You truly are a sensible child, just as Hagrid said. Dumbledore nodded approvingly, his eyes shining with wisdom, scrutinizing the polite and earnest child before him. An old man over 100 years old needs to get out and move around more. The scenery here is beautiful and very quiet. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Dumbledore had no intention of blaming Hubert. Mr. Hubert, could you tell us about your magical journey these past 2 days? Dumbledore asked gently, his face adorned with a kind smile that made him feel very approachable. Hubert briefly described his experiences over the past 2 days, including saving a Gnarl from an 8-eyed spider in the Forbidden Forest and helping Ronan catch a Niffler in the Centaur tribe. To alleviate Hagrid's worries, he glossed over the life-and-death battle with the 8-eyed spider, the backlash from using magic beyond his level which caused him to faint, and his blood being corroded by magic, completely concealing those details. Hagrid's emotions had not yet calmed down, so he didn't notice the hidden information in Hubert's words. But this naturally couldn't escape the experienced Dumbledore. He listened to Hubert's narration, nodding in agreement, occasionally interjecting a couple of remarks. As the principal of Hogwarts, he naturally knew centaurs, and he basically knew all the other intelligent creatures in the Forbidden Forest. With his over 100 years of life experience, being a listener was naturally very professional. Hubert spoke happily, and Hagrid and Dumbledore were very dedicated as listeners. As the greatest white wizard, Dumbledore possessed an inexplicable ability to make people feel close and at ease. Conversing with him always brought a sense of calm and allowed one to feel his wisdom and confidence. Hubert felt exactly this way now. He didn't perceive any of the majesty of the greatest white wizard from Dumbledore, nor the imposing aura of a powerful individual. He looked just like a kind old man, his eyes full of wisdom. But as he stood there, no one could ignore him, nor could anyone underestimate him. Instead, they respected him from the bottom of their hearts. What an interesting experience. It reminds me of my adventures during my time in Gryffindor. It is well known that Dumbledore once attended Gryffindor, and those young lions of Gryffindor always possessed a spirit of adventure and inexhaustible energy. Professor Dumbledore, can I study magic at Hogwarts in the future? Hubert asked. As a Muggle, he naturally had no magical awakening. Would Hogwarts still send him an acceptance letter? If he couldn't enter Hogwarts, he wouldn't be able to learn advanced magic. This concerned his future path, so Hubert naturally wanted to ask clearly in advance. Any wizard with magic can enter Hogwarts to study magic. This is the will of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, Dumbledore said. So, as long as I can cast magic, I can enter Hogwarts to study magic, right? Hubert secretly replaced the concepts of magical power and wizard for admission with as long as I can cast magic. Why are you so determined to learn magic? We have many other wonderful things to pursue. Dumbledore changed the subject, not pointing out the hidden meaning in Hubert's words. He could, of course, hear such a little trick, but the fact that a 6 or 7-year-old child was saying it made him very curious. I'm a Muggle, but I really like magic. It's very interesting. Hogwarts is the greatest and most inclusive magic school in the world. Does it not accept Muggles? And I can cast magic now. Hubert cast a simple levitation charm on a nearby branch, and the branch floated up under Dumbledore's surprised gaze. Hubert maintained a composed expression. Dumbledore changing the subject just now made him realize that his small tricks were useless in front of the greatest wizard, who was over 100 years old and could be his great-great-grandfather. Instead of being counterproductive by playing clever, it was better to face him openly and honestly. Hubert bought a gem beetle, and he can use the gem beetle's magic power. Under Dumbledore's questioning gaze, Hagrid voluntarily explained why Hubert could cast magic. This is a method he came up with himself. Hubert is very smart, he will definitely become a good wizard in the future. Dumbledore did not reply. This 7-year-old Muggle child's obsession with magic reminded him of Lord Voldemort in his youth. After the events involving Lord Voldemort, Dumbledore always maintained a sense of vigilance toward those obsessed with power. Hubert has just returned and must be very tired now. Hagrid, take him back to get some good rest. Dumbledore gestured to Hagrid, then left, concluding the brief conversation. As expected, entering Hogwarts as a Muggle is not easy. Muggles hold a lower status in the wizarding world than half-blood wizards, at least the latter are wizards. Although most Hogwarts professors have absolutely acceptable character and would not discriminate against Hubert for being a Muggle. However, allowing a Muggle to study at a magic school is not just a matter of character, it involves a whole series of other factors. Given Dumbledore's position, he must consider it carefully. Hubert, why is your nose bleeding? Hagrid asked nervously. I'll take you to Madame Pomfrey to have a look. Wiping the blood from his nose with paper, the magic erosion was getting more severe. Just casting a levitation charm caused a nosebleed. It seemed he needed to find a solution quickly. I ate a lot of chili peppers at the Centaur's place, so I have a bit too much internal heat. I'll be fine in a few days. Firens and Ronan, who were patrolling the Forbidden Forest at this moment, had no idea that Hubert had sold them out to take the blame. Amidst Hagrid's dissatisfied murmurs, Hagrid and Hubert returned to the stone hut. Since the incident of Hubert's disappearance, Hagrid had increased his protection of Hubert. He drew up a series of rules, and the restrictive clauses made Hubert suspect that Hagrid had asked Filch for help. Filch was the person at Hogwarts who most enjoyed and was best at creating prohibitions. He constantly forbade little wizards from doing this and that, and the energetic young lions of Gryffindor were his primary targets. Dumbledore had not reappeared since he left last time, and the matter of Hubert's potential enrollment remained unresolved. Hubert had asked Hagrid during dinner, but Hagrid stammered incoherently. Hubert knew Hagrid wouldn't lie, so he didn't press him further. These past few days, he had been busy traveling between the stone hut and Tuhau Gensokyo. He had already settled the Gnarls in the secret realm, and they were very satisfied with the new environment. To properly settle the Niffler, Hubert specifically helped him build a golden nest in the branches of the dragon-toothed parasol tree, placing over 10 types of glittering, golden ornaments inside. These were not real gold, of course, but the result of the Little Mermaid Scarlet's magic. Now, apart from foraging, the Niffler spends all its time sleeping in its golden nest, clutching the glittering ornaments. All the residents of Tuhau Gensokyo have adapted to the new environment and can live independently. Hubert only needs to go periodically to clean up the trash. The animals do not require his care. Ever since little McFly was born, Scarlet escapes from home and comes to the secret realm whenever she gets the chance. Her favorite thing now is holding 2 carrots and teasing the adorable little McFly. Hubert remembered the day little McFly recognized her as its master. She was so happy she sang all morning. In the afternoon, she brought a red vest inlaid with sapphires for little McFly to wear, and then rebuilt a delicate pink wooden house for her McFly. Hubert could guarantee that the gems on the little vest and the glittering decorations adorning the wooden house were definitely genuine. This was because the Niffler was always circling the pink wooden house, its small eye sneakily fixed on little McFly, frightening little McFly into hiding inside the wooden house and refusing to come out. Because of this, Scarlet repeatedly educated the Niffler, but she underestimated the Niffler's love for shiny objects, which was like an artist's pursuit of art. After several incidents of property theft, Scarlet cast a magic protective shield outside little McFly's home. Now, besides eating and hiding in its golden nest to sleep, the Niffler had one more activity, wandering around little McFly's house. After a long time, little McFly was no longer afraid of the Niffler and sometimes proactively offered it carrots. Of course, the Niffler wasn't interested in carrots, it loved the sapphires on the vest. But whenever it tried to steal the gems, little McFly always noticed, because the little vest was its absolute favorite, surpassing even its love for carrots. Hubert would also watch the 2 little creatures play tricks when he had free time. Seeing them always improved his irritable mood. If magic erosion wasn't a thorn in his side, he would quite enjoy such a leisurely life. During this time, his main focus had been on flipping through the books in his hand, hoping to find a solution to magic erosion. The research materials on magical creature bloodlines left by old Hagrid were too numerous and complicated. This was indeed a way to become a wizard, but the crucial point lay on the island where the giants lived, and he currently had no way to go there. The other focus was studying Bill's The Book of Balance. Alchemy is one of the more ancient branches of magic, and mastering alchemy allows one to create various alchemical items. There are always special materials in the world that contain magic power. If an item contains powerful magic power, it naturally possesses some strange ability. Other items require a wizard to control their properties, engrave magic runes, calculate the alchemy formula, and combine them to forge an alchemical item with a specific function. If magic is the power of invisible magic power, then alchemy is the power that materializes magic power. The Book of Balance is an alchemy notebook left by a modern wizard. Besides recording common alchemy knowledge, it also documents Bill's own research insights. Unlike the research focus of other wizards, Bill studied bioalchemy, which is extremely rare even among the various branches of alchemy. By reading the Book of Balance, Hubert learned that items created through bioalchemy can recognize a master, and powerful bioalchemy products can even develop intelligence, although this level of alchemy is extremely demanding. Hubert speculated that the Hogwarts sorting hat was a product of bioalchemy, but since there is only one sorting hat in the world, it shows how difficult it is to create. Perhaps I can refine an alchemical device to operate magic power, treating the magic power as electricity, and the alchemical item as the circuit board. Electricity flows along the circuit board, releasing magic. This existence is possible because magic can be solidified onto some items, but this magic is fixed and cannot be changed. If I can find the basic elements used to draw the circuit board and store them on the alchemical item, then every time I use it, I just need to combine the basic elements into different magic arrays to release magic. The emergence of alchemy gave Hubert a direction for solving the magic power corrosion. Although he couldn't become a true wizard, it could prevent his blood from suffering magic power corrosion, buying him more time. I can take inspiration from a Rui cloak recorded in the Book of Balance. Its function is similar to my requirements. The cloak can change size and style arbitrarily, and it has 5 spell slots, allowing the user to preload the spells they want. I just need to add enough spells to the spell library on the cloak, and load the required spells immediately when using it, allowing the spells to be released in time. I also need to solve the magic power drive problem. The original cloak was driven by the wizard's own magic power, but I need to link the cloak and the gem beetle, using my mental strength as the core to mobilize the gem beetle's magic power to drive the cloak and cast magic. Hubert recorded all his ideas in his notebook. It was his habit to write down sudden inspirations. Learning alchemy requires studying a large amount of magic runes knowledge. Magic runes are the foundation of alchemy and magic arrays, and they must be used for inscription. Although the Book of Balance contained relevant knowledge, Hubert was completely ignorant of magic runes, like someone who didn't know words trying to read an article. In runic studies, Hubert was illiterate. Even if he were given all the alchemy materials, he couldn't refine a product because he couldn't even read the instruction manual. As for teaching himself, Hubert said he had tried, but unfortunately, he didn't possess the ability of photographic memory or strong wizard talent. Facing a pile of inexplicable runes, he was completely helpless. It's like being given a complete set of physics textbooks. You couldn't teach yourself to build a nuclear bomb or a missile. Some things require a teacher's personal guidance. This is also why Hubert wanted to enter Hogwarts to study. There were excellent mentors there to teach him. Hogwarts has several professors who know magic runes, but the most suitable one for me to consult is Professor Flitwick. Professor Flitwick is the Dean of Ravenclaw, skilled in charms and magic runes, and was once a dueling champion, so his strength is naturally impressive. The key is that he doesn't have high expectations for students, is kind-hearted, and meticulous. As a muggle and a child of only 7 years old, a normal professor wouldn't teach Hubert knowledge, but Flitwick is kind-hearted. As long as he tries his best, it might be possible to get Flitwick to agree to teach him magic runes knowledge. Professor Flitwick. Hubert wrote his name in his notebook and put a big question mark next to it. Today was the weekend, and groups of students could be seen on the roads outside Hogwarts. According to regulations, students above 3rd year could visit Hogsmeade Village on the weekends. With many students gone, the usually noisy Hogwarts immediately quieted down. It was already late autumn, and yellow fallen leaves swirled with the autumn wind, adding a touch of desolation to Hogwarts. A wooden house stood by the river on the edge of Hogwarts. Sitting in front of the house's floor-to-ceiling window, one could see the shimmering river surface in the distance. This was Flitwick's favorite place. The view was expansive. Every weekend, he would come here for a break, enjoying this peaceful and quiet time, temporarily forgetting all his troubles. He lay on the lounge chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, humming a folk tune from the goblin's homeland. He really liked this kind of cheerful song. "Excuse me, is Professor Flitwick in?" A voice called out from the yard outside the door. Hubert stood respectfully in front of the wooden house, holding a notebook. According to his observation, Professor Flitwick was vacationing here this weekend. He slipped out of the stone hut with his notebook while Hagrid wasn't paying attention. Hubert was wearing a white shirt and a black V-neck sweater underneath, topped with a black winter suit, and the leather shoes on his feet had been specially shined before he came. His face was a little pale, but he looked gentle and refined, provided one ignored his age. That voice sounds like a child. Is it one of those kids? Flitwick jumped down from his chair. Since a student had come looking for him, he naturally couldn't let the child wait. Allahamora, open. Flitwick didn't pull out his wand. He chanted the spell mentally, and the door to the house automatically swung open. Flitwick stood in the center of the hall, directly facing the door. As the door opened, he saw the small figure walking in from outside. Hubert stepped inside, calmly looking at the professor, who was about the same height as him. His hair was thick and had already turned snow white. His face was wrinkled, and the hair on top of his head was sparse. He was wearing silk robes, which made him look bulky due to his figure, but his gaze was sincere, clear, and without any impurities. "Hello, Professor Flitwick, I am Hubert." Hubert proactively bowed and introduced himself. He had inquired about Flitwick from Hagrid, possessing goblin bloodline. He was short in stature but had a good personality and was friendly to people. "Hello, Mr. Hubert, it's a pleasure to meet you." Flitwick gestured for Hubert to sit on a chair. "Would you like green tea or black tea? I don't care for coffee, so none is prepared here." "Green tea, thank you, Professor." Hubert sat down. Flitwick stretched out his hand and beckoned toward the tea set on the table. 2 cups and a large teapot flew over automatically. The teapot poured 2 cups of water into the teacups, and the cups automatically flew to the 2 of them. "Where are you from? I haven't seen you at school," Flitwick asked. He knew virtually all the students at Hogwarts, but he had never seen this child. Where did he come from, and how did he get to Hogwarts? Had there been a breach in the school's defenses? Hubert took a small sip of green tea, calmed himself down, and then briefly explained his relationship with Hagrid. "I want to study magic runes and array knowledge from the professor." Hubert got straight to the point. "No, you are only 7 years old." Flitwick refused decisively. "School regulations state that only students aged 11 can enroll, otherwise it could cause harm to the little wizards' bodies. Moreover, a 5-year-old child is too young, their cognition is not fully developed. How can they master advanced knowledge like magic runes and control powerful forces when they haven't even grasped basic grammar? Rashly trying to control powerful, uncontrollable forces would be a disaster. I have no choice, my blood is suffering from magic power corrosion." Hubert had already anticipated Flitwick's refusal. He wasn't some protagonist who could simply unleash a king's aura and have people fight over him as a disciple. "I must learn magic runes knowledge as quickly as possible to solve my current predicament. You must understand that magic runes is a very complex discipline that requires a large investment of time to study. Please teach me," Hubert concluded. "Magic erosion?" Flitwick's face twitched. He said softly, "Child, may I examine your body?" "Of course, thank you, Professor." Flitwick's short body circled Hubert, occasionally touching certain spots on him. The longer the examination lasted, the more serious his expression became. Finally, he silently sat back down in his chair, his brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with distress. With his ability, he naturally understood all the problems Hubert was facing. Precisely because he understood Hubert's physical condition, he felt even sadder for him. A child only 7 years old encountering this situation, if it wasn't curbed in time, the magic would completely destroy his blood cells. He would eventually meet the god of death in immense pain. The solution to this magic erosion was simple: stop using magic entirely. However, given this child's dedication to magic, forcing him to give it up would be a devastating blow. If he taught him, the child would continue using magic, accelerating the magic erosion, which would hasten his death. Flitwick was caught in a dilemma. He sympathized deeply with Hubert and admired his dedication to magic, but finally, Flitwick sighed heavily and said in a high-pitched voice, "Are you a muggle?" "Yes," Hubert replied calmly. A period of silence followed, and the air grew heavy. "You should leave. I will not teach you magic runes." Flitwick delivered his final verdict. Hubert's heart instantly trembled, and his hands shook slightly. He took a deep, cold breath, trying to calm himself down, but the frustration in his heart surged. He had originally thought that if he was honest and let Flitwick see his determination and effort, he would be accepted. Yet Flitwick had merely examined his body and, upon learning he was a muggle, decisively rejected him. He hadn't even glanced at the notebook Hubert had handed him. "Just because I'm a muggle?" Hubert retorted, his voice chilling. "Muggles cannot learn magic. But I can cast magic." After speaking, he pointed his wand at a cup and cast a levitation charm, and the cup hovered steadily in the air. "I always thought Hogwarts was an inclusive school that taught everyone, not one that judged people by bloodline like those pureblood wizards. Are Muggles inferior just because they can't use magic? Are Muggles truly unable to learn magic? Professor, tell me, is it solely because I am a Muggle that you won't teach me? Hubert's voice carried a chill, and the temperature in the air dropped by 2 degrees. A very proficient levitation charm, Flitwick praised. He didn't answer Hubert's question but changed the subject. He had already lied against his conscience to the child, and he feared that if he answered yes, the child would fall into the abyss. He could sense the desperation and madness underlying Hubert's composure. He truly couldn't bear it. Since you are a Muggle, why must you learn magic? There are many reasons. The first time I witnessed the wonder of magic, I decided I wanted to become a wizard. When other wizards looked down on half-blood wizards and Muggles, I told myself I had to be stronger than them. When Hagrid stood in front of me, using his body to shield me from danger, I told myself that in the future, I must protect him. There are many reasons, and just one reason for me to learn magic is enough. Although I am a Muggle, I work harder than wizards, I am braver than wizards, and I dare to strive more than wizards. Everyone says Muggles cannot cast magic, but I persisted, and I found the gem beetle. Although my blood has suffered magic erosion, I will not give up. I believe I can find a solution. Professor Flitwick, I need your help now. Please help me. Hubert looked at Flitwick sincerely, speaking earnestly. Flitwick turned his gaze away. He didn't dare look into Hubert's eyes, fearing he would be unable to stop himself from agreeing. You should leave. I will not teach you. Finally, Flitwick delivered the result, his throat dry. Hubert's eyes became desolate. He had laid out his thoughts, his determination, everything he was it still not enough to move Flitwick? Flitwick's words felt like a great mountain pressing down on him, suffocating him. Should I just give up like this, becoming an ordinary person trembling in a dark corner? Then what was the point of my efforts day and night for the past 2 years? What was the point of surviving countless dangers in the Forbidden Forest? What was the point of the pain from the magic erosion? He constantly questioned his own heart, and with every question, the fire within him burned brighter. No, I won't give up. As long as I have one reason to learn, I won't give up. Professor, this is the magical creature observation notebook I wrote. Although it has nothing to do with magic runes, I want you to see my effort and determination. Hubert straightened his body again, refusing to let his back slouch. If you have time, please take a moment to look through it. Finally, I want to say that I will not give up learning magic runes. I will use my actions to move you and make you recognize me. Please forgive my presumptuous visit today for disturbing your rest. I will return in 1 week. Hubert bowed, then gently closed the door and left. Flitwick watched the retreating figure. Although small in stature, he stood perfectly straight, possessing a powerful strength. He wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes, carefully picked up the notebook on the table, opened the first page, and began to read. The handwriting in the notebook was neat, and the content was very detailed. Hubert returned to the stone hut and reorganized his books and notes. This visit to Flitwick had resulted in a rejection. His original plan was disrupted, and he had to formulate a new strategy. Flitwick's refusal did not deter his determination to learn magic runes. Only by learning magic runes could he learn alchemy. By learning alchemy, he could refine the cloak he needed to circulate magic power in place of his body. Solving the magic erosion was the only way to gain more time. If the kind Professor Flitwick refused him, the other professors likely wouldn't agree either, unless he could convince Dumbledore. But Dumbledore was the principal. He was just a child and not even a Hogwarts student. He couldn't possibly reach him. Currently, the biggest task was persuading Flitwick to teach him knowledge of magic runes. From their final conversation, Hubert could sense that Flitwick was not as resolute as he claimed. All that remained was to use his persistence and sincerity to move him and make him accept him. Having set his goal, Hubert began tidying his notes, compiling previous experiment records into volumes, and supplementing any missing data. These would be his great trump cards for persuading Flitwick later. It was another weekend, with clear skies and not a cloud in sight. The pale sun hung high in the sky, and the wind carried a hint of chill. Unbeknownst to them, winter had arrived, and all things entered a period of dormancy. Hubert passed Hogwarts, crossed the small river, and once again came to the small wooden hut by the cliff. Just like a week ago, the small wooden hut was still quiet. The wooden door was tightly locked, isolating the hut from the outside world. Hubert walked to the door and stood there silently. He knew Flitwick was watching him from inside the house, and he wanted to show Flitwick his determination through his actions. Time passed second by second, and the sun began to slant westward from its zenith. A cold wind blew, sweeping fallen leaves into the distance. An hour had passed, cold sweat beaded on Hubert's forehead, but the wooden door remained tightly shut. 2 hours passed, Hubert's legs began to tremble, his face turned pale, but the wooden door remained tightly shut. 3 hours passed, Hubert's small body began to sway. "Go back, child." A faint voice came from inside the wooden door, which remained tightly shut. Hubert's face was dejected. He respectfully placed the notebook in his hand on the steps, then departed under the lingering glow of the sun. After Hubert left, the tightly shut wooden door creaked open, and a short figure emerged from within. Flitwick picked up the notebook and returned inside the door. "Principal, this is his second visit," Flitwick said to Dumbledore, who was sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window. "His notes are very detailed. It's not easy for someone his age to achieve this." Dumbledore looked out at the sea, silent. Flitwick did not disturb him. He deeply respected Dumbledore. This greatest white wizard had never disappointed anyone. Although he longed to hear Dumbledore's affirmative reply, Dumbledore had his own considerations, which were precisely what he himself lacked. The room fell silent. Flitwick meticulously reviewed Hubert's notes, while Dumbledore continued to ponder while looking at the sea. "This child is too obsessed with power. Becoming lost in power is easy." Dumbledore's voice suddenly broke the silence. "Flitwick, I'd like to hear your opinion." Flitwick thought for a moment before replying. "Muggles have a saying, power has no good or evil. It is the person who wields the power that has good or evil. Although this child is a Muggle, he has a strong will, is diligent, logical, and most importantly, he has a relative in Hagrid and shows love for animals. I believe that with proper education, he will be a good wizard." "It is the person who wields the power that has good or evil," Dumbledore murmured. "I trust Hagrid. I can put my life in his hands. Perhaps I should also trust that child, and trust that Hagrid can guide him well. Trust is mutual. If you trust him, he will trust you," Flitwick added. Hubert didn't know that Flitwick and Dumbledore were discussing him inside the small wooden hut. He returned to the stone hut and resumed his studies and experiments. Another weekend arrived, and goosefeather snow began to fall, blanketing the earth in a thin white veil. The lake had frozen over, and snowflakes fell on the ice, looking like a giant white blanket from afar. Wisps of smoke curled from the chimney of the small wooden hut. Unlike the biting cold outside, the firewood in the fireplace emitted warmth and light. Hubert stood in the snow. He had been standing there for half an hour, snowflakes landing on his head and clothes, dressing him in white. His face was frozen red, and he was blowing warm air onto his small hands to alleviate the cold. The snow fell heavier and heavier, and the accumulated snow underfoot had already covered his boots. Hubert was in a daze, trying his best to stay awake, but his body was too young and he was quickly freezing stiff. Hold on, hold on." Hubert mumbled continuously through chattering teeth, hypnotizing himself to resist the cold. However, the biting wind was relentless and would not yield to human will. Hubert felt his consciousness growing more and more blurry, and his hazy vision was filled with white. His body began to sway, and finally, with a gust of west wind, he fell down. At the moment he fell, a small figure appeared in his tilted vision, and a dreamlike voice echoed in his ears. "I promise you." Flitwick and Dumbledore rushed out of the door the moment Hubert fell. Flitwick looked at Hubert, whose lips were purple and chattering, and tears welled up in his eyes. He wrapped a blanket around Hubert and waved his wand, casting a warming charm. "This is both a test and protection for him. His path is destined to be difficult, and without a strong will, it would only harm him. He's just suffering from frostbite. With Madame Pomfrey's care, there won't be any problems. Now that he has passed the test, we should be happy for him." Although Dumbledore was over 100 years old, he was tall and strong. He held Hubert in his arms and walked through the snow towards the castle. Flitwick followed behind, their figures disappearing into the snowy night. Madame Pomfrey, dressed in white with a nurse's cap, walked briskly and quickly through the corridor. After a winter snow, many little wizards had runny noses. Those mischievous rascals crowded the school infirmary, making it chaotic. "Headmaster Dumbledore, why are you so thoughtless, letting this child get so frozen?" Madame Pomfrey, agitated by the little wizards, spoke bluntly to Dumbledore. Dumbledore and Flitwick looked awkward, knowing not to provoke a lady in an agitated mood, and stood silently to the side. Madame Pomfrey incessantly complained to Dumbledore, but her hands moved quickly, swiftly preparing a cup of medicinal liquid. She took out a funnel tube and fed the medicinal liquid into Hubert's mouth. "After taking the medicine, a night's sleep will make you better," Pomfrey instructed, then gathered her skirt and bustled off to the next room. Dumbledore and Flitwick exchanged glances. Just as they wondered what to do, a tall and robust figure entered the doorway. It was Hagrid. Snowflakes covered his head and body, and his face showed anxiety. Seeing Dumbledore and Flitwick, his expression eased slightly, and he quickly walked to the bedside. "How is he?" Hagrid asked. "Just frostbite. Madame Pomfrey has already given him medicine. A night's sleep will make him better." Dumbledore consoled him. "I'm very sorry about today's incident, letting this little fellow get frostbite." Hagrid looked at Hubert, who lay peacefully on the bed, then said in a deep voice, "I understand. I knew it the first time the child went to see Flitwick. I know I can't stop him, I just hope he stays safe and sound. Dumbledore, can you promise me?" Hagrid looked at Dumbledore expectantly. This was the first time he had asked Dumbledore for anything, solely for Hubert's safety. Dumbledore's gaze was profound as he nodded to Hagrid. The air was filled with a pungent, unpleasant smell of medicine, and sunlight streamed through the window into the dim ward, dispelling the gloom. Hubert raised a hand to block the dazzling sunlight, then patted his head, trying to recall what happened before he fainted. He remembered waiting for Professor Flitwick's reply as usual, and then it started snowing heavily outside. It was very cold, his hands and feet were numb with cold, and his face was purple, but he didn't give up. Because his body was too weak, he eventually collapsed to the ground. He vaguely remembered seeing Professor Flitwick come out as he lost consciousness, and it seemed like he said something to him. "I promise you." Yes, it was "I promise you. Professor Flitwick has finally accepted me." Hubert excitedly jumped out of bed, sending the quilt flying to the floor. 3 weeks of waiting, 3 weeks of effort had finally paid off. Professor Flitwick had agreed to teach him magic runes. His agreement meant he had accepted Hubert, and his acceptance meant he would impart magical knowledge to him, not just limited to magic runes. Professor Flitwick's acceptance signified Hubert's true entry into the wizarding world, stepping into it as a wizard in a muggle body. "Hey, mister, what's wrong with you?" Charlie, whose lower half was heavily bandaged, turned his head to look at the child who had suddenly jumped out of bed, shouting. He had a kind face, but it was covered in many freckles. He was strongly built, with powerful arms. His hair was a striking red. If any pureblood wizard saw his hair here, they would certainly know he was a Weasley child. Charlie Weasley, a fourth-year Gryffindor student, was recuperating in the hospital after injuring his leg during a Quidditch match against Slytherin. "Those pureblood scoundrels actually ambushed me to win. Next time I see that bastard Sal, I'll definitely hit him with a flash charm." Charlie muttered angrily to himself. Winning and losing on the field was normal, but to be injured by a sneak attack and ultimately lose, he simply couldn't swallow that resentment. These past few days, he kept hearing the detestable cheers of the Slytherin wizards, which was torture for him. "That Sal fellow is a pureblood scoundrel who disgraces the honor of purebloods. Excuse me, I'm Hubert." Hubert scratched his head, then pulled the quilt back over himself and snuggled into the warm covers. "I was just too excited earlier and couldn't control myself. Professor Flitwick is a very kind person, and we all respect him, including Slytherin. If you have any problems, he will definitely help you. Oh, by the way, my name is Charlie Weasley. You can call me Charlie, Mr. Hubert," Charlie added. Hubert glanced at his distinctive red hair and thought to himself, as expected, he's from the Weasley family. Red hair is their family's trademark. "You can call me Hubert. Do you like dragons very much?" Hubert saw that he was holding a book titled Legendary Creatures, Dragons, which was already half-read. There were also 3 other books on his bedside table, all about dragons, Hubert noticed with a glance. Speaking of dragons, a smile appeared on Charlie's face. This was one of his 2 main hobbies, the other was Quidditch, which most wizards loved. Of course, dragons are the most amazing magical creatures. They have strong bodies, fire that can burn everything, and their power is unstoppable. From the first time I saw a dragon in the newspaper, I fell in love with it, even more than Quidditch. Charlie's face was filled with excitement. "After graduation, I hope to go to Romania to study dragons. There's a dedicated research lab there, with many wizards interested in dragons. It's a pity that raising dragons is forbidden in Britain, otherwise, I would definitely raise one myself in the future." So he already planned to work in Romania after graduation, Hubert thought to himself. He knew Charlie achieved his dream of going to Romania after graduation. "You will definitely achieve your wish. Magical creatures are a wondrous group, they are diverse in species and have all sorts of strange abilities. But most wizards don't know to protect them, and more rare creatures are now extinct. I am currently collecting gentle magical creatures suitable as pets, and I want to write a popular science book about them so that wizards can understand them. When wizards understand these amazing creatures and grow to love them, more and more wizards will protect them." Hubert instilled his ideas into Charlie, who would be researching dragons in the future, making them kindred spirits. If he could befriend him, he would have a good channel for researching dragons in the future. After all, the wizarding world monitored dragons, and ordinary wizards couldn't easily access them. Charlie looked at the little boy who was enthusiastically introducing magical creatures to him, surprised that he had such extensive knowledge of them. However, the animals he talked about were quite magical: Nifflers who loved shiny things, McFice who wore clothes and grew carrots, and Gnarls who loved to cling to people. Immersed in Hubert's descriptions of the creature world, Charlie felt like he had discovered another world beyond dragons. Nifflers actually like collecting shiny things just like dragons. Are they very powerful? Charlie noticed that Nifflers shared a hobby with dragons and immediately pressed for more information. A Niffler is a platypus-like creature, very short and plump, with a pouch on its belly where it hides all the treasures it steals. Note that they steal, while dragons plunder. Nifflers are skilled in spatial magic and can always evade wizards' pursuit. Hubert drew a rough outline of a Niffler on the table with water. They look a bit silly, not as mighty as dragons. Charlie commented, but they were very cute. Girls would probably love them. If we could research their elusive spatial magic, it would certainly greatly enhance a wizard's power. Hubert added, his face filled with excitement. Imagine if wizards could apparate at any time, moving unpredictably in battle. Who could stand against them? Apparition can also achieve spatial movement, Charlie said. Apparition has requirements for the body and affects the nerves, easily causing dizziness and vertigo, making it unusable in battle. A Niffler's instantaneous teleportation is different. It can move an infinite number of short distances. Also, Akamis can change their size at will. If wizards could master this ability, they could arm wrestle with giants, or even become towering giants, which wouldn't be a dream. Or they could become infinitely small creatures to observe the microscopic world. Charlie was dumbfounded by Hubert's wild ideas. You can do that? What kind of brain does he have? Inside the spacious hospital wing, the large hall was empty, and warm sunlight streamed in through the windows. Near the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, two figures, one large and one small, were huddled together, talking animatedly. Magical creatures can grow up as friends with wizards, or they can become the closest combat partners. They can provide powerful assistance to wizards. Wizards should not hunt magical creatures, their numbers are already dwindling. Instead, they should be properly protected. Hubert promoted his ideas to Charlie. Under his explanation, Charlie, who already loved dragons, developed a strong interest in other magical creatures as well. Charlie pondered Hubert's words. He was already a wizard with his own thoughts, and although it would be some time before he became an adult wizard, he had developed independent thinking on certain matters. He considered the meaning of Hubert's words and asked hesitantly, "What you said makes a lot of sense, but why haven't wizards protected magical creatures?" "Because of profit," Hubert said decisively. "If magical creatures want to receive the protection of wizards, they must demonstrate their value. Currently, wizards mostly capture magical creatures for the magical materials they possess. Wizards hunt magical creatures for the benefits. If wizards discover another method to gain greater benefits, for example, having a magical creature acknowledge them as a master and become a combat partner, then wizards will abandon hunting in favor of protection. Faced with greater benefits, wizards receive help from magical creatures, and magical creatures receive cultivation from wizards, forming a new mutually beneficial relationship. Magical creatures will definitely achieve better development," Hubert concluded. Charlie slightly parted his lips, staring blankly at the child in front of him. "You're really amazing. Even my older brother Bill hasn't said anything like that. Are you going to enter Hufflepuff later? They are quite skilled with magical creatures and animals." Professor Pomona Sprout is the administrator of the school's greenhouse. Her favorite thing is to stay in the greenhouse and tend to those creatures. If you go, she will definitely like you. Hufflepuff? Honesty, loyalty, sincerity, and fearlessness in the face of hardship are the spirit of their house. It's also a good choice. The four houses each have different characteristics and spirits. Gryffindor is brave and fearless, Slytherin values strength and glory, Ravenclaw values wisdom and learning, and Hufflepuff values diligence and loyalty. Every house is quite good, each with different characteristics. But given his current situation, Hufflepuff might be the most suitable for him. Hufflepuff wizards have the least distinct characteristics among the four great houses, and unlike Slytherin, which is a gathering place for pureblood families, they treat all wizards equally. Furthermore, Dean Professor Sprout has extensive research on magical creatures, and he could consult her better if he went there. "Actually, the place I want to go most is Gryffindor," Hubert replied. "Really? I'm a Gryffindor. The little lions of Gryffindor are the bravest and most fearless." "Of course. Dumbledore graduated from Gryffindor. He is the greatest white wizard alive today. Moreover, the future trio will also be sorted into Gryffindor, and it will be very lively then." When Dumbledore was mentioned, reverence also appeared on Charlie's face. My parents respect Dumbledore the most. It was he who led the wizards in resisting you-know-who's rule, and he who led the wizards to victory. Mum always says that without Dumbledore, she doesn't know how she would have survived those dark years. And there is Harry Potter, he defeated you-know-who. Mentioning Lord Voldemort, Charlie showed some fear. The darkness and brutality brought by Lord Voldemort still affect the wizarding world today. What Charlie didn't know was that Harry Potter would also arrive at Hogwarts a few years later, join Gryffindor, and repeatedly lead Gryffindor to victory in Quidditch matches. Speaking of his family, Charlie became interested and began introducing the members of his household to Hubert. The Weasley family is a very peculiar family in the wizarding world. They are a pureblood family, yet they are very poor. Other wizard families have few offspring. For example, the House of Malfoy only has Draco, but the Weasley family has 5 children. Moreover, the 5 children had vastly different personalities, a huge contrast. Hubert admired Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. It was truly difficult that so many children had not turned out badly under their guidance. On the contrary, they were all excellent. Bill, Percy, and Ron were prefects during their school years, Charlie was the Quidditch team captain, and Ginny married Harry the Savior. Under Charlie's enthusiastic introduction, Hubert gained a clearer understanding of the members of the Weasley family. Hubert's body quickly recovered. He had only suffered from frostbite. To Charlie's envy, he smoothly completed the discharge procedures and left the hospital. Before leaving, the two exchanged contact methods. Charlie greatly enjoyed talking with this future junior student, finding many of his views surprising. Hubert invited Charlie to visit his stone hut once he fully recovered, seeking advice about dragons. Charlie, in turn, invited him to watch his Quidditch match. 2 more days passed. After Hagrid's careful examination confirmed that Hubert was fully recovered, Hagrid finally allowed him to leave the stone hut. Having regained his freedom, Hubert immediately went to Flitwick's wooden cabin by the cliff on the weekend. Prior to this, Flitwick had notified him of the time and location of the meeting via owl. After the first snow, Hogwarts officially entered winter. The weather suddenly became much colder, and the little wizards had already put on their winter coats and scarves. After a period of adjustment, the little wizards regained their vitality, and Hogwarts once again became filled with smiles and playful antics. It was still the small wooden cabin standing by the cliff, without the slightest change. This was the 4th time he had come here. Although the wooden cabin was unchanged, Hubert always had different feelings every time he visited. Just as Hubert reached the door, the tightly shut wooden door automatically slid open with a creak. A rush of hot air swept out, dissipating the chill on his body. Inside the room, the firewood in the fireplace burned brightly, illuminating the surroundings with a red glow. Professor Flitwick was lying on a lounge chair next to the floor-to-ceiling window, gently sipping a cup of green tea. "Professor, hello." Hubert gently closed the wooden door and greeted Flitwick. Flitwick placed the green tea on the nearby sycamore wood table, waved towards a stool inside the room, and the stool automatically moved next to Hubert. "Your body has just recovered, don't overexert yourself." A smile appeared on his face. "From now on, you are my student. I don't have high demands for my students, so don't be so reserved." Outside, the cold wind howled, but inside the wooden house, it was as warm as spring. Hubert, having closer contact with Professor Flitwick, found that he was indeed as kind and gentle with students as the legends claimed. When interacting with students, he rarely put on airs as a professor, treating them more like friends. Even if there was any offense, he wouldn't mind. "Before I teach you, you must promise me to try your best not to use magic. The consequences of magic erosion are very serious, and I don't want to harm you." Flitwick sat up from his armchair, his expression uncharacteristically solemn as he spoke. His voice was rather high-pitched, but Hubert could still sense his concern within it. Teaching Hubert magic runes was not without the intention of keeping him close and restraining him. He thought highly of Hubert and didn't want him to be completely ruined by irreversible consequences of magic erosion caused by his impetuousness, carelessness, and arbitrary use of magic. "I promise you, Professor Flitwick." Of course, he had to cherish his own life. Even without Flitwick's reminder, he would try his best not to use magic before the alchemy cloak was created. He had spent so much effort asking Professor Flitwick to teach him magic runes precisely to solve the problem of magic erosion. "Thank you, Professor, for taking me in." Hubert bowed solemnly to Flitwick, expressing his gratitude. Flitwick smiled. "I've carefully read your notes, they are very detailed and logical. It's remarkable for a child so young to achieve this. You will be a good student. It is my wish to pass on what I know to students, so you don't need to thank me." He paused, then took a small test tube from a cloth pouch. The test tube contained a green, fluorescent liquid. This is a potion Dumbledore asked Snape to make, which can suppress the magic erosion in your bloodline. Flitwick handed the potion to Hubert. The potion cannot completely cure magic erosion, but I will find a way to help you. Your identity is very special, and learning magic is destined to be a difficult path. I wonder if what I'm doing for you is good or bad. His words were frank, and his tone carried worry. Hubert was silent. Of course, he knew how dangerous and difficult it was for a Muggle to learn magic, but since he had chosen it, he would not regret it. His heart had made its decision, and his gaze became even more resolute. I will protect myself well, please rest assured, Professor, Hubert said softly. Flitwick was quite sensitive, and he didn't want to provoke him further on this issue, so he changed the subject and asked, since Headmaster Dumbledore knows about my situation, can I enter Hogwarts to study when I'm 11? Since asking Dumbledore last time, he hadn't received an answer. Now that Dumbledore had actively asked Snape to prepare a potion for him, did it mean he had accepted him? Did this mean he could enter Hogwarts to study when he was 11? With a crisp kazza sound, the fire in the fireplace crackled, sending sparks flying. Green tea on the table emitted wisps of smoke, and the room fell silent. Why didn't Flitwick answer? Had Dumbledore not agreed yet, or had some problem arisen? Hubert's heart began to feel uneasy, disconcerted whether he could lay a solid foundation for magic in his future. He gazed at the short figure in front of him, with white hair and a solemn face. Flitwick was silent for a moment, then replied in his high-pitched voice, "Child, you are very special and also very excellent." He deliberated for a moment, softening his tone, but his pause made Hubert's heart race. "But Hogwarts has its rules. Can I really not enter Hogwarts to learn magic?" Hubert's voice rose slightly. No, child, you misunderstood," Flitwick said hurriedly. "The four founders established Hogwarts with an inclusive heart, and their philosophy has been carried through to this day. The headmaster of Hogwarts has a special privilege to admit one special child each term. Like werewolves and vampires, they are very special, but they can still attend Hogwarts." "Do you mean Headmaster Dumbledore is willing to give me this spot?" Hubert asked excitedly. A turn of events. Flitwick gently picked up his teacup and took a sip. "Of course, child, you are very special. Hogwarts will not refuse an excellent person who is interested in magic." He placed 3 notebooks on the table, each over 100 pages, which were the notes Hubert had organized for Flitwick. "Some of the things recorded in here are very interesting. I suggest you select a portion and submit it to a magazine. Let more people get to know these magical animals, and let more people know your talent." "Excellent." Hubert immediately understood Flitwick's meaning. He was giving him advice, suggesting he submit to magazines to prove himself. Although Dumbledore could give him the spot, Hogwarts was not his sole domain. There were also the school board, other professors, and the system. There had to be a reason to give the spot to Hubert. When others inquired, these could prove Hubert's excellence and worthiness of the spot. Of course, it wasn't that Dumbledore wanted to publicize his Muggle identity, but rather to have a reason when sending out the acceptance letter. Otherwise, using this spot without a clear reason would always attract attention. "I understand." Hubert nodded. "I will reorganize them when I go back and then submit them." Hubert was not averse to this. Flitwick and Dumbledore had already helped him greatly. If he were to resent them just for asking him to do something to prove himself, wouldn't he be ungrateful and ignorant? Moreover, doing so would benefit him. Magazine submissions could increase his fame and earn him manuscript fees. Fame was especially important. With fame, more people would recognize and follow him, allowing him to build his own team. One only needs to look at Dumbledore and Lord Voldemort. Their followers were never lacking. Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix was basically sustained by his fame and personal charisma. Even if it meant self-funding and bringing their own provisions, as long as the greatest white wizard called out, tens of thousands would surely follow. This is the power of fame. With Hubert's ambition and plans, he naturally wouldn't be content to remain unknown in the future. Whenever he did something, he would seek like-minded individuals. So why would others follow him? Naturally, it would be for his reputation. And where better to find like-minded individuals than Hogwarts? Lord Voldemort's core Death Eater strength was recruited while he was in Slytherin. Recently, I've been thinking of editing a small booklet specifically introducing some gentle, lovable magical creatures suitable as pets. With the professor's suggestion, I plan to submit it separately. Flitwick nodded, gaining a deeper understanding of the child's intelligence. "From now on, you will learn magic runes knowledge with me. You will come to this vacation cottage for lessons every weekend. On weekdays, in addition to completing your assignments, you must study on your own. He handed Hubert a note. I will recommend some books to you. With this note, you can borrow materials from the library, but only those related to magic runes. His glasses slipped to the tip of his nose, and Flitwick rolled his eyes upwards, emphasizing, Madam Pince is a serious person, she will strictly check the books you borrow. Then Flitwick explained some detailed issues before getting to the main topic. Professor, what are magic runes? Flitwick waved his wand in the air, drawing an enigmatic rune. Hubert couldn't describe what it looked like, it felt very natural, like a trace of something naturally existing. Flitwick tapped the rune, and it automatically twisted, transforming into a new rune. One could still see the original shadow, but it was a new existence. It looked like a pictograph. Look again. As he spoke, the new rune twisted, bent, and changed extensively again, becoming something that looked like the letter S. But the rune's transformation didn't stop. The S-shaped rune self-replicated into 10 identical letters floating in the air. Then the letters simultaneously began to change, but the results of the changes were all different. The original 10 identical runes eventually transformed into dozens of different existences. Why is that? Hubert asked, looking at the 100 distinct runes floating in the air. In fact, these 100 runes all express the same meaning. They evolved from the original most basic rune. Flitwick waved his wand again, and the runes in the air seemed to rewind time, going from 100 to 90, 70, 30, 10, finally returning to their original form. Magic runes were originally the language used by ancient wizards. They were summarized by wizards observing heaven and earth and contained special magic power. It is the oldest and the original magic. Later, wizards studied the power of runes and transformed it into spells. Spells are another form of magic runes' power. What about alchemy and magic arrays? Alchemy formulas and the engraving of magic arrays are all written using magic runes. But alchemy formulas and magic arrays are not alike at all, Hubert said in surprise. He had seen some alchemy formulas and magic arrays, and there was no similarity between the two. Ha 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 ha, then do you think the original rune and those 100 runes are the same? Flitwick laughed heartily. Hubert was choked, like an egg stuck in his throat, wanting to retort but not knowing what to say. There were very few original runes, about 360, but now there are over 100 types of runes, with countless combinations and uses. Do you know why? Hubert gently stroked his left ring finger with his right index and middle fingers, a habit he had when thinking. From the initial 300+ runes to the countless ones now, this is a process of going from few to many. But why evolve the initial runes so much? This increased the difficulty for wizards to learn. Modern magic runes are notoriously complex and dry, and few wizards can settle down to study these enigmatic runes. But wizards did exactly that. Is it development? Hubert gave an ambiguous and equivocal answer. The world is developing, and magic is developing. Since wizards evolved the original runes into their current form, there must be a reason. Do you know the division of wizarding history? Flitwick didn't answer Hubert's question but instead posed an unrelated one. Wizards divide the development of the magical world into 3 periods: ancient, medieval, and modern. In fact, the evolution of magic runes also changed with the evolution of the magical world. As the magical world developed, wizards found that primitive runes could not meet their needs, so they evolved them based on the primitive runes. Although these evolved runes had more functions than primitive runes, the magic power they contained decreased. Later, wizards discovered that evolved runes could drive primitive runes, with no reduction in power, but greatly increased functionality. Wizards called these non-natural magic runes civilized runes. They were written by wizards. Later, the magical world developed faster, and wizards' needs also grew. To adapt to the needs of wizards in different eras, wizards continuously evolved civilized runes. Most of the runes we use now are modern runes. The runes used in alchemy and magic arrays are a branch of the evolution of primitive magic runes. Do you have any questions? After briefly introducing the development and concept of runes, Flitwick took a sip of green tea, leaving time for the other party to think. After listening to his explanation, Hubert suddenly understood. This was the benefit of having a teacher. If no one pointed out these key stages, he would waste a lot of time taking day tours. So, whether it's alchemy or magic arrays that we use now, everything is based on primitive magic runes, written and applied with civilized runes, and then civilized runes are used to drive primitive magic runes to unleash their magic power. Hubert tried to summarize, stating his understanding. Flitwick nodded approvingly. This child had excellent comprehension, and it was important to know that comprehension was the most crucial aspect of learning magic runes. There are so many modern magic runes, how should I learn them? Although he understood that modern runes all evolved from primitive magic runes, there were simply too many modern magic runes, an ocean of them. He couldn't finish learning them even if he spent his entire life. There are many types of runes. I suggest you choose one or two to learn based on your needs. If you like to research magic runes, then you must be prepared to spend your entire life. Decide what to learn based on application. Now he needed to learn alchemy and magic arrays, so he only needed to learn the magic runes related to these two. I want to learn magic runes related to alchemy and magic arrays. Hubert decisively gave his answer. This was his initial plan and required no further thought. Flitwick looked at him in surprise. It seemed this child had already considered it, so he couldn't say much. Hubert, a person's energy is limited, so you must think carefully when making choices. The fastest period of development for alchemy and magic arrays was the modern era. Most of the significant achievements we have now were produced during that time. Currently, the most widely used magic runes for alchemy and magic arrays are Golan and Magia. These are the names of two great wizards. They spent their lives creating these two simple and easy-to-learn magic runes. Wizards named the magic runes after them to commemorate them. Flitwick jumped off the recliner and walked to the bookshelf by the wall, taking down two books. These are the basic explanations of Golan and Magia magic runes. We will start learning from here. Under Flitwick's introduction, Hubert gained a deeper understanding of Golan and Magia magic runes. During this time, Hubert also asked about magic array knowledge related to alchemy, and Flitwick answered to the best of his ability. Later, Hubert learned that Flitwick was not only proficient in magic runes but also had some knowledge of alchemy. In his words, magic runes are the foundation of everything. Whether it's spells, alchemy, or magic arrays, the corresponding magic runes must be mastered. The greatest alchemist of our time, Nicholas Flamel, is not only proficient in alchemy but also a master of magic runes. Learning magic runes is roughly divided into two types. One is application, like alchemy and magic arrays. One only needs to learn the corresponding magic runes and apply them to alchemy or magic arrays. Most of the complex magic runes today have evolved from the need for application. The other type is specialized research into magic runes, like a language, constantly delving into its evolution, principles, meanings. These people are like old scholars, they don't care about the utility of magic runes, only pure research. These old scholars spend their entire lives researching magic runes, unlike alchemists who create useful items. However, to evolve new civilized magic runes, one not only needs to achieve success in the corresponding field but also possess profound theoretical knowledge of magic runes. Golan is a famous alchemist, and Magia is a world-renowned researcher of magic arrays. Magic rune learning is divided into three parts: basic, intermediate, and advanced. This is what I can teach you. After completing these three parts, if you wish to continue learning, you will have to rely on your own research. Currently, very few wizards in the British magical world research magic runes. There are institutions that research magic runes in France and Germany. The ancient Indian pyramids have mysterious ancient magic rune ruins, where many mysteries are hidden. It's a place many wizards like to explore. I stayed there for a while 40 years ago, but later returned to Britain due to the Mughal War. As Flitwick spoke of his journey to India, he seemed to recall something, a nostalgic look appearing on his face. Besides India, are there other places with such ancient magic rune ruins? Hubert asked. Many places have such ruins, for example, the Brazilian rainforest, some tribal temples in North America. India is quite famous. There is also a special place, where there are a large number of ancient wizard ruins, with an unbroken historical record and relatively well preserved. However, due to historical reasons, Western wizards rarely get to go there. What place? Hubert was very curious, that there was a place in this world that wizards couldn't go to, and judging by Flitwick's expression, he seemed quite wary of that place. He is a professor at Hogwarts, has lived for countless years, and was once the wizard dueling champion, yet there is still a place he fears. China, a very mysterious and ancient country. Flitwick solemnly uttered these few words, his voice high-pitched, his face filled with longing. That is a very mysterious place, with a glorious history. Their wizards had already achieved brilliant accomplishments before Christ. Too many secrets are hidden in the eastern lands. Marco Polo brought news of the eastern world to the west, and wizards have always longed to explore the east. In the late 18th and early 19th centuries, a large number of wizards arrived in the east. Wizards from some Western countries engaged in war with Eastern wizards, and Western wizards were expelled. In the mid-19th century, wizards imposed a blockade. At this point, Flitwick sighed, seemingly with regret for the war and for not having been able to visit. Hubert's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment. However, they are now lifting the blockade. If you have the chance in the future, you can go and see, Flitwick suggested, regretting that he was already too old, otherwise, he would definitely go to that mysterious country. I will definitely go. He himself came from that country, had never heard of wizards before, and now had the opportunity to encounter them, so he naturally wanted to go and see. He wondered what Chinese wizards were like, what abilities they possessed. Could those immortals be wizards? Flitwick spoke a few more sentences before changing the subject. He didn't know much about China either. For the remaining time, he got to the main topic, beginning to introduce the basic knowledge of Golan magic runes and Magia magic runes. Hubert immediately pulled out his books, taking notes on important sections and highlighting key points. They weren't particular about anything, just sitting on stools. The fire in the fireplace crackled, accompanied by Flitwick's high-pitched lecturing voice. Flitwick was indeed worthy of being a Hogwarts professor. He was experienced and his lectures were profound yet easy to understand. He started from the most basic magic runes, eloquently narrating their evolution, and sometimes, to give Hubert a more intuitive understanding of magic runes, he would demonstrate them in the air with his wand. There are 360 original magic runes, each representing a natural phenomenon and containing special magical power. There is no connection between the original magic runes, making them difficult to learn. However, for Golan magic runes to function, one must learn the original magic runes, so that Golan magic runes can be used to drive the original magic runes. How are magic runes applied in alchemy? Hubert asked an off-topic question. Flitwick showed no displeasure at all, patiently answering, alchemy is roughly divided into two types. One, simply put, is carving original magic runes onto magical materials, and then, according to practical application, using Golan magic runes to write alchemy formulas. These alchemy formulas then drive the original magic runes to achieve certain functions. The other is more profound. It can be briefly summarized as understanding matter, decomposing matter, and reshaping matter. You will encounter this later, so I won't explain it now. Alchemy items have many functions and are very powerful. Legend has it that the Philosopher's Stone can grant immortality and turn lead into gold. The only remaining Philosopher's Stone was created by Nicholas Flamel, who has lived for over 500 years. The Philosopher's Stone? Hubert exclaimed in surprise. As far as he knew, that Philosopher's Stone was currently in Gringotts and would arrive at Hogwarts in a few years, causing quite a stir. The Philosopher's Stone is also called the Sorcerer's Stone. It was originally a magical item created by wizards to store magic power, used to drive powerful magic arrays. Its other functions were merely incidental. Some magic arrays require powerful magical energy to operate, and wizards do not possess such immense magical power. Later, wizards studied the principle of magic stones and created the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone can store a large amount of magical power and can autonomously absorb scattered magical power from the air to replenish itself after its power is depleted. The Philosopher's Stone contains powerful energy, which led to some other mutated abilities, such as turning lead into gold and extending life. However, crafting the Philosopher's Stone is extremely difficult, and currently, only Nicholas Flamel can craft it. It was late spring in 1990, the sky was dark, and a light drizzle was falling. Faint dark clouds lingered above a small two-story building. The building stood silently, exuding sadness and loneliness. Although there were identical houses on both its left and right, it seemed isolated from its surroundings, existing in another world. Looking into the room from the second-floor French window, the decor was antique. The shelves lining the walls were filled with strange objects, totem wood from Africa, snake specimens from the rainforest, idols from India. Near the window stood a long wooden desk, piled haphazardly with manuscripts and magazines. A white-haired man, whose hair was long and cotton-like, was buried in the papers. Deep sorrow was etched on his pale face. Around his neck, he wore a gold necklace adorned with mysterious runes. Xenophilius Lovegood violently flipped through the manuscript in his hands. He tried hard to control his anxious and sorrowful heart, but the beautiful, unforgettable figure of her constantly appeared before his eyes. Padora. He finally called out the name, feeling as if all his strength had drained away, and he slumped back against the chair. Xenophilius closed his eyes, recalling the first time he met his wife, Padora, how they fell in love, married, the birth of their daughter Luna, and finally, the moment he personally buried her in the grave. His face cycled through joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, before he finally let out a deep breath, as if exhaling all the negative emotions from his body. Padora, I promise you, I will ensure our daughter grows up happily. Xenophilius picked up the manuscript again. His wife's passing was a huge blow, instantly shattering their once happy family. But he couldn't collapse, he still had his daughter to care for. After Padora left, Luna only had him to rely on. The Origin of Edmund Grass? Xenophilius murmured the title of the article. These manuscripts were submitted to their magazine by wizards. As the editor-in-chief and director of the Quibbler, he had to carefully review every submission. Although many wizards held mixed opinions about the Quibbler, Xenophilius stuck to his style. Just as he firmly believed in the existence of the crumple-horned snorkack, he insisted on publishing articles about magical creatures and unconventional commentary in the magazine, even if those creatures didn't exist in reality. A good magazine must consistently adhere to its theme. This was the phrase he often used to refute those who tried to advise him. The discussion on Edmund Grass is very detailed, but it's too technical, not very engaging, and doesn't fit the magazine's style. He placed the article on the left and picked up another one, The Silent Thief, Niffler, by Hubert. What is a Niffler? Is it a creature? Xenophilius was intrigued and began to read the article carefully. The article wasn't long, about 2,000 words. Given his reading speed, he finished it quickly, but after reading it once, he couldn't help but look at the illustration below again. The creature in the illustration was covered in black fur, plump, had a duck-like snout, and possessed dull eyes. This Niffler is very interesting. The language is concise, and the story is highly engaging. He quickly reached a conclusion. Dad, is there anything fun? Just as Xenophilius was about to continue reading the manuscript, a little girl with light golden hair mixed with brown long hair walked in. Her eyes were silver gray, her eyebrows faint, and she wore a necklace made of butterbeer corks around her neck. Xenophilius smiled upon seeing his daughter. He couldn't show his sadness in front of her. He pulled Luna closer and gently stroked her light golden hair. Luna's hair color was the same as Padora's. What is this? Luna's silver gray eyes examined the illustration on the paper. The Niffler in the drawing was foolishly scratching its head. Dad, look how small its eyes are, and its mouth looks just like a duck's. It's so chubby and silly. Ha ha ha. Yes, it's silly and cute, just like my precious Luna. Ha ha ha. Seeing his daughter laugh so unrestrainedly, Xenophilius also revealed a heartfelt smile. This was the first time Luna had laughed so happily since Padora passed away. It's a Niffler, a very cute magical creature. Seeing that his daughter was very interested in the Niffler, Xenophilius immediately described the Niffler based on Hubert's manuscript. He hoped this would distract Luna and lessen her sorrow. Can I keep one as a pet? Luna looked at her father with longing silver gray eyes. Xenophilius looked at his daughter's yearning gaze, and the refusal got stuck in his throat. His daughter had just suffered the pain of losing her mother, and he didn't want to disappoint her. Under Luna's hopeful gaze, Xenophilius finally nodded. That's wonderful, wonderful. I'm going to make it some red eyes. Luna happily jumped up, then quickly ran out to prepare the eyes. Unlike Luna's joy, Xenophilius was now both happy and troubled. Happy because his daughter was happy, but troubled because he didn't know how he could buy a pet for Luna. This was the first time he had heard of this magical creature, and he had never seen it at the magical menagerie in Diagon Alley. He picked up the manuscript again and flipped to the author's section. Hubert, address, Stone Hut outside Hogwarts. Could he be a Hogwarts student? It seems I can only ask this author where a Niffler can be bought. Of course, he knew the renowned name of Hogwarts. Its principal, Albus Dumbledore, was the greatest white wizard of the time. One could arguably not know who the Minister for Magic in Britain was, but no one was ignorant of Hogwarts and Dumbledore. Xenophilius took out a blank piece of parchment and quickly wrote a reply to Hubert. He informed the author that his article would be published in the next issue of the Quibbler and explained the method of payment for the manuscript. Finally, he briefly mentioned his daughter's situation and hoped the author could provide information on where a Niffler could be purchased. He waved at the listless owl, whose head was drooping on a perch beside the desk, but the owl squinted its eyes as if asleep. Ace! Xenophilius shouted loudly at the owl. The owl named Ace was startled and dropped to the floor with a thud. It immediately flapped its wings, righted itself, and flew onto the desk, tilting its head and looking at its owner with large, confused eyes. Xenophilius sealed the letter and handed it to the owl, giving it careful instructions before opening the window. The owl gripped the envelope, spread its wings, and quickly flew out the window, disappearing into the distance. At that moment, a ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds, bringing a sliver of brightness to the gloomy sky. Unbeknownst to Xenophilius Lovegood, Hubert, whom he was thinking of, was also troubled at this moment. In the outer laboratory of the stone hut, on the huge experimental table in the center, the original bottles and jars had been cleared away, and now 2 black garments lay flat. If a Hogwarts student were here, they would surely notice that the style of the clothes was the same as the school uniform. The difference from the Hogwarts uniform was that these clothes were covered with mysterious golden runes. These runes intertwined, complex and enigmatic. Hubert gently stroked the ring finger of his left hand with his right index and middle fingers, frowning as he examined the 2 garments. If an outsider saw the runes on the 2 garments, they would have no way to distinguish the difference. But for Hubert, who had studied under Flitwick for 3 years, the magic runes on these 2 garments were worlds apart, not to mention he was the creator, so he naturally knew them inside and out. 50 types of magic conducting materials were tested, and the golden silk spun by Chinese blood silkworms had the best magic conducting effect, but unfortunately, the price is too high. Fortunately, I'm only making clothes for myself, so galleons can still cover it. The golden magic runes on the clothes were all woven from golden silk spun by blood silkworms. This golden silk was transported from distant China, expensive and rare in the market. If Hubert hadn't paid a huge price, he might not have been able to obtain it. For this, he had borrowed 200 galleons from Hagrid, making Hagrid his biggest creditor. The huge cost also brought huge rewards. The result of 3 years of effort was the 2 garments on the table. They were special alchemy products Hubert created using alchemic methods. Now that I think about it, it was really a wild idea back then. Hubert gave a wry smile, recalling his 3-year-old idea of creating an alchemic cloak and carving magic arrays on it to replace the circulation of magic in the body for casting spells. However, after deeply studying magic runes and alchemy, he realized how crude and naive that idea was. Magic runes and alchemy are truly complex disciplines. It took him 1.5 years to complete basic magic runes, then half a year to delve into intermediate magic runes and attempt to refine simple alchemy products. He spent the remaining year studying magic runes knowledge and researching how to imitate the alchemic cloak in the Book of Balance. After in-depth study, he discovered that his original idea had huge flaws. If magic runes were carved onto clothes, and magic was used to drive the magic runes to cast spells, then the magic array corresponding to the spell would have to be solidified onto the clothes. However, the space on the clothes was limited, and thus the magic that could be solidified was also limited. He couldn't make dozens of clothes and, every time he fought someone, wave his hand and have dozens of sets of clothes fly out of a cloth bag, then choose the right clothes before fighting. Just thinking about that scene sent chills down Hubert's spine. Later, he changed his approach, using magic runes to imitate the structure of blood vessels in the human body. When a wizard casts a spell, magic circulates within the human body. So why couldn't magic runes imitate the human body's structure, using a network of magic runes as a substitute for the body, and directly driving the magic runes network with magic? Using this method, when casting different spells, one only needed to guide magic through the magic runes network according to different needs. With Flitwick's help, Hubert spent 1 year drawing out the main magic runes network. The 2 garments on the table had magic arrays and the human magic runes network drawn on them respectively. Although both could cast spells, their fundamental principles were vastly different. Although the human magic runes network is not yet perfect, and some intricate human meridians have not yet been fully understood, it is sufficient for casting low-grade magic. Imitating the alchemic cloak from the Book of Balance and drawing magic arrays is a more mature technique that can cast powerful magic, but its development potential is too limited. Hubert weighed the 2 garments in his mind and ultimately chose to draw the human magic runes network. Although the technique is not yet perfect, he still has time to refine it, and most importantly, it has greater potential for development. He took out the invisibility potion from his cloth pouch and carefully dripped the potion onto the magic runes along the. When the invisibility potion was dripped onto the magic runes, the originally golden magic runes all disappeared. The clothes turned black, identical to the Hogwarts school uniform. He took off his long robe and put on the clothes from the table. The moment he put on the clothes, the previously hidden magic runes reappeared, emitting a golden glow. The ruby on his left index finger seemed to respond to the clothes, also emitting a red light that intertwined with the golden light. Hubert was completely bathed in golden red light. Although the light flashed and disappeared quickly, Hubert could feel that the clothes he wore, and the gem beetle on his hand were now connected, forming a single entity. The clothes and the gem beetle felt like a part of his body, not external objects, and he could control them at will. Is this the recognition of bioalchemy? Including the gem beetle on his hand, he had re-refined it into a magical gem using bioalchemy, forming a complete set with the clothes he wore. The gem beetle was no longer a living creature but an alchemy item. It had now completely transformed into a red gem ring, with a silver ring band replacing its original bamboo joint legs. Although its nature had changed, its function remained the same. Hubert had added some crystals during the refining process, increasing its magic storage limit slightly. It could now barely cast second-year magic. Levitation charm. Hubert pulled the ode to life from his clothes pocket and cast the spell on the other garment on the table. As he waved his wand and chanted the spell, the magic from the ring on his left hand flowed into the clothes he wore. The originally invisible magic runes network, through which the magic flowed, emitted a faint golden light under the stimulation of the magic. The spell was activated and released from the tip of his right wand, and the previously still garment gently floated up from the table. Finally successful. Hubert let out a long breath, the tension and worry of the past few days finally dissipating. He didn't feel any magic flowing within his body. His mental power guided the magic to the magic runes on the clothes. The human magic runes network still has many areas to be perfected. Currently, it can only cast low-grade magic. High-grade magic still requires research. Hubert cautioned himself inwardly, but the joy on his face was impossible to hide. The gem and the clothes are a single entity, and I made them myself. There's only one in the world. What should I name it? Hubert pondered for a moment. Let's call it the Hubert set. Simple and clear. He also had a hope. He wanted to forge this set into a legendary magical artifact, allowing his name to live on forever with this set. Inside the spacious laboratory, green and red lights flew chaotically, paper, flower pots, and quills floated in the air. Hubert, wearing his Hubert set, elegantly waved his wand with each step. Having temporarily resolved the magic erosion, an excited Hubert practiced all the magic he could unleash to his heart's content. With a creak, the wooden door was pushed open. Hagrid's tall figure blocked the doorway, keeping the sunlight out. Hagrid looked in surprise at the floating objects inside the room, then he noticed the magic runes set on Hubert, glowing with golden light, and a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. I knew it, Hubert, you could do it. He gestured from outside the door for Hubert to come out. His stature was too large to conveniently enter. Hagrid examined the clothes on Hubert, marveling. The style was exactly the same as the Hogwarts uniform, with no difference. Yet, he had clearly just seen magic runes on the clothes emitting a golden light. His mind naturally didn't understand it, but that didn't stop him from being happy for Hubert. With this set, Hubert's magic erosion problem was temporarily solved. Hubert's magic robe, a special alchemy item. Hubert proudly spun around, showing his creation to Hagrid. Hagrid praised him for a while before getting to the point. It turned out that Tuhao Gensokyo had developed greatly over 3 years. There were now 83 types of magical creatures in the secret realm, 53 of which were common and bred quickly, and 30 were special, rare magical creatures like the Niffler. Common magical creatures bred quickly, occupying a large amount of space in Tuhao Gensokyo. So Hubert decided to open a pet shop, which could both promote these adorable creatures to wizards, allowing wizards to learn more about magical creatures, and alleviate the spatial pressure in Tuhao Gensokyo, while also earning galleons. Hubert was currently deep in debt, and Hagrid, his biggest creditor, stood before him. Alchemy and experiments consumed too many resources. Just building the initial version of the Hubert set had bankrupted him. In the future, he would need to upgrade the set, research old Hagrid's legacy, and develop Tuhao Gensokyo, so Hubert felt he absolutely needed a channel to earn galleons. Under the immense pressure of current and future debts, the pet shop plan naturally came into being. However, Hubert was still underage, and according to the Ministry of Magic's laws regarding minors, he did not have the right to open a shop. Therefore, Hagrid, as his guardian, needed to step in and handle some necessary matters for him. Hubert, why spend 500 galleons on a house in Diagon Alley? That's a huge sum of money. Although I like that place too, it's too expensive. Hagrid shook his head, indicating he didn't understand. Mr. Kaius informed us to pick up the house today. We need to leave. With the roar of the motorcycle and thick black smoke, Hagrid carried Hubert into the sky. Hagrid, next time we travel, can we use a flying broomstick, or apparition? Hubert complained, wiping the black soot from his fair face. Wizards have many ways to travel. A flying broomstick is both cool and stylish, and for speed, one can choose apparition. Hubert truly didn't understand why Hagrid favored the motorcycle, which was time-consuming and uncomfortable. This is how a man travels, little Hubert. Ha ha ha. Hagrid laughed loudly, a puff of black smoke trailing from the military green motorcycle's exhaust. Today was Monday, 10 in the morning. Wizards were either busy with work or staying at home, so Diagon Alley wasn't very crowded. Scattered wizards hurried along the street, not paying attention to the shops on either side. Compared to the throngs of people last time he visited Diagon Alley, if he hadn't seen the familiar white Gringotts building at the end of the street, Hubert would have suspected Hagrid had taken a wrong turn. Hagrid, Hubert, hello. A middle-aged man in a black wizard's robe emerged from a small, mobile shop with a display window. He wore round glasses, had a mustache, and appeared very refined. Everything inside the shop has been tidied up, and the contracts have been notarized at the Ministry of Magic. Here is the key. From now on, you are the owners of this shop. Congratulations. The man handed a bronze key to Hagrid, a smile on his face, but Hubert still saw a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Thank you. Hubert returned the greeting. Mr. Caius, are you leaving for France today? Hubert's gaze fell on the cowhide suitcase at Caius's feet. Caius had met a beautiful and romantic French wizard named G-Union, and though they were far apart, they were very much in love. In their 5 years of dating, they had experienced the hardships of a long-distance relationship. Now, they had decided to end their long courtship and enter into marriage. Caius proactively ended everything he had in Britain and immediately moved to France to settle down. It was precisely because of this urgency that Hubert was able to purchase the house at the cheap price of 500 galleons. I can't wait to see my sunshine. Then congratulations on your wedding and may you grow old together. Hubert offered his blessings. Caius led the two into the shop for inspection. The shop space was large, divided into 2 floors, with a staircase on both the east and west walls leading to the second floor. The shop floor, stairs, and railings were all decorated with original wood. The shop was currently empty, all its contents having been cleared out. The walls had been repainted with lime, making them very clean. As per your request, I've cleaned and tidied both upstairs and downstairs. It's no trouble, just a simple scour giffy. Caius ran his hand over the wooden floor, finding no dust, perfectly clean. Hubert nodded to Hagrid, who then turned and said, Mr. Caius, I am very satisfied. Caius stepped forward, and the two embraced, then he picked up his suitcase, ready to leave. Sir, do you know where I can adopt a house elf? Hubert suddenly asked. The future shop would need professional management, and neither Hagrid nor he could be there. Hiring others was not reassuring, so loyal and hard-working house elves were naturally the best choice. Caius looked at him in surprise. Usually, only pureblood families have house elves. They are highly sought after. He thought for a moment, then continued, you can try looking in Nocturne Alley. I heard a stray elf arrived there recently, but it seems to have some mental issues. Having said that, he picked up his leather suitcase, opened the door, and hurried away. The low, narrow streets were piled with dirty garbage, and the black-style buildings added a layer of oppression to the already gloomy environment. Stooped figures wrapped in tattered black robes hid in the dark corners of the street, their eerie green eyes peeking at the passers-by. But were those walking the streets good people? Old hags, werewolves, vampires, those dark creatures of the wizarding world moved with a menacing aura, their evil presence spreading out. This is Nocturne Alley, the other side of Diagon Alley, a gathering place for darkness, a shadow under the sun. One tall and one short figure walked in from the narrow alley entrance, the tall figure blocking the already scarce sunlight from the alley mouth. Hagrid's hair was curly, covering most of his face. He wore a patched long coat and boots. He looked disheveled, not clashing much with the environment of Nocturne Alley. Hubert, beside him, was the opposite, fair-skinned, with black hair and black eyes, dressed in a Hogwarts-style wizard's robe, and a red gem on his left hand. He looked quiet and clean, completely out of place in Nocturne Alley. Whoosh! The appearance of the two startled the dark wizards in the shadows, the hunchbacked old hag, the dark wizards hiding in dark corners, and the werewolves all looked at them. Hubert could see undisguised greed, brutality, bloodlust in their eyes. It was pure darkness and madness, without a trace of friendliness or love. He suddenly understood the persistence of Dumbledore and other white wizards. If Lord Voldemort were to lead these dark wizards to rule this world, what would this world become, and what would people become? Hagrid took a step forward, his tall body shielding Hubert behind him, then pointed to a hunchbacked old wizard in a tattered robe in a nearby corner and loudly said, Tell me, where can I find a stray house elf? This silver sickle is yours. The old wizard's eyes glowed green when he saw the silver sickle. He leaned on his staff, turned his head, and snarled at the approaching dark figures, who reluctantly glanced at Hagrid before scattering. He extended his withered, slender left hand, like a chicken's claw, and Hagrid placed the silver sickle into his hand. That shameful little thing is in the garbage pile up ahead. A hoarse voice came from the old wizard's mouth. After speaking, the old wizard pocketed the silver sickle and retreated back into the shadows. Hagrid's large hand tightly held Hubert's as they followed the old wizard's instructions, walking forward up the stone steps. Hubert secretly observed this world, completely different from Diagon Alley, gloom, dilapidation, and filth. All these words could be found here. "Stay close to me," Hagrid whispered, cautioning, "I really don't understand why I agreed to bring you here." Remembering Hubert's constant pestering, Hagrid rubbed his head in distress. It still felt a bit sore. After receiving news from Kylus that there were house elves in Knockturn Alley, Hubert, who had always been very curious about Knockturn Alley, decided to go and experience it for himself. When he told Hagrid about this proposal, Hagrid naturally objected loudly. But how could Hagrid's mind be a match for Hubert's? After 10 years of acquaintance, Hubert knew Hagrid's personality inside and out. With a combination of reason and emotion, and relentless pestering, Hagrid finally gave in. "I promise to listen to you and absolutely not move or speak carelessly." Hubert reiterated his promise. The two rounded a corner and came to a dirty, dark corner. A swarm of flies buzzed and scattered, and the unpleasant smell of mixed garbage assaulted them. In the darkness, a small, thin figure darted through the garbage pile, its withered hands rummaging through the trash, searching for something mysterious. "Hello, house elf, I am Hubert." Hubert paid no mind to the strange smell, actively introducing himself to the house elf. The house elf turned its head, a pair of large, round, brownish-yellow eyes appearing in the darkness. The house elf seemed unable to believe someone was looking for him, its eyes blinking with confusion. "Oh, are you speaking to Gold Silver, esteemed wizard?" The house elf's voice was faint, tinged with fear and self-abasement. Hubert nodded, a smile appearing on his fair face. House elves are a special group. They are subordinates and servants of wizards, taking pride in serving their masters. They are self-abasing and timid, but loyal and hardworking to their masters. Through long years of enslavement by wizards, their values have long been distorted. A look of surprise appeared on the house elf Gold Silver's face. He couldn't believe that a wizard would smile at him. He was a wild house elf, born after his parents were abandoned by their master. But his parents were driven out of their master's house for making a mistake, so no wizard was willing to take them in. His parents had only lost one of their master's copper nuts. House elves without masters are miserable. They have no work, no food, and no shelter. His parents raised him on scraps from the garbage pile, but they died in the cold, starving and freezing. After his parents died, Gold Silver grew up in the garbage pile. Although he received the enslaved education of his parents, he had his own ideas. He didn't want to be as foolish as his parents. He just wanted to find a master and work diligently until he died. He wanted a job, compensation, and to buy lots of delicious food to eat. But when he went out to look for a job and expressed his ideas to others, the responses were crazy, freak, traitor, and even his own kind didn't understand. Finally, he returned to the garbage pile, because he would rather stay there than live against his own wishes. "I want to hire you, to give you a job." Hubert stated his purpose directly. "Really? Can you agree to my demands?" Gold Silver emerged from the garbage pile. His body was thin and weak, skin stretched over bones. He wore a few filthy black rags that emitted an unpleasant smell. His body trembled, his eyes filled with both surprise and apprehension. "Yes, I want compensation, and permission to wear pretty clothes and buy delicious food to eat," Gold Silver added. 10 galleons a month, 1 day off per week, free to do as you please during your time off. Holiday bonuses and subsidies, and room and board provided, Hubert said with a smile. Gold Silver's conditions might seem unorthodox and unacceptable to other wizards, but Hubert didn't think there was any problem with them. Moreover, he really liked this house elf, who preferred to scavenge in the garbage rather than betray his own heart. This reminded him of another interesting house elf, Dobby. If they met, he believed they would have many common topics. "Really? You're willing to give Gold Silver galleons? You're willing to hire Gold Silver?" Gold Silver excitedly spun around Hubert, muttering continuously. Suddenly, he hugged Hubert's leg and cried loudly, his sobs filled with sorrow, bitterness, and also joy. Hubert didn't disturb him. He probably understood Gold Silver's feelings at that moment. It was the moment when hope finally appeared after despair. In the dim Knockturn Alley, Hubert and Gold Silver reached an agreement. Hubert pulled a blank piece of parchment from his cloth pouch. This was a blank wizard contract. When the wizard recited the oath, the words would automatically appear on the blank contract. "This is the newly drafted master-servant contract. Upon signing this contract, you and your descendants will serve me and my family for generations." Under the covenant of the sacred contract, I, Hubert, shall provide shelter and bestow honor upon gold silver, and gold silver shall serve Hubert with loyalty and diligence. Hubert wore a solemn expression. As he spoke, the contractual text automatically appeared on the blank parchment. After reciting the oath, he cut his finger and pressed his bloody handprint onto the contract. This was a blood vow, rooted in the bloodline, passed down through generations. Gold Silver's hands trembled as he took the contract, cut his own finger, and firmly pressed it onto the parchment. The moment the handprints were pressed onto the contract, flames suddenly erupted from the center of the contract, quickly burning it away and transforming into a golden light that flew toward an unknown place in the sky. The master-servant contract was established. Hubert felt a thread connecting him and Gold Silver. This was the contract thread, containing the terms of the agreement. Only if one party violates the contract can the other party actively dissolve it, otherwise, the two will remain linked for generations. Led by Hagrid, the three walked out of Nocturne Alley. Seeing the blue sky and white clouds outside, Hubert felt like he had entered another world. He glanced back at the darkness behind him and made a decision. Morning sunlight streamed down from above, and a line of white birds flew in a straight line over Diagon Alley beneath the blue sky. Unfortunately, the noisy wizards below paid no attention to the peace and tranquility of the sky. Diagon Alley was bustling again on the weekend. Midway down the street in Diagon Alley, there was a shop. In the center of the shop, two old trees were embedded in the wall. Their branches and leaves were lush, climbing the wall and turning the entire surface green. Standing on the steps in front of the trees were two figures, one tall and one short. The taller one wore a suit jacket over a sweater and a white lace shirt underneath. His silver, cotton candy-like curly hair hung down on both sides of his face, and a golden necklace hung around his neck. Lovegood tightly held the hand of his daughter, Luna. Luna was wearing a white dress today, and her light blonde hair was braided and pinned behind her head, revealing her fair and delicate face. After receiving Hubert's reply, Lovegood came to meet Hubert at the agreed time. In the letter, Hubert had introduced his plan to open a special pet shop, suggesting that if Luna wanted a Niffler, she could try visiting the shop. Lovegood looked at the wall with confusion, then took out the delivery note from his pocket and carefully checked the address against it. The address is right, but why isn't that Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them shop here? There's only a green wall. Lovegood scratched his head, feeling puzzled. Moreover, this green wall was strange. The bustling street was full of shops, so the sudden appearance of a green wall was certainly odd. Maybe it's just hidden behind the leaves, like a crumple-horned snorkack, Luna said suddenly, her silver-grey eyes curiously examining the green wall. Since Pandala's death, Luna had always observed her surroundings calmly, which gave her unparalleled observational skills. Just as Lovegood grew anxious, the branches and leaves between the two trees seemed to sense his mood. To their astonished gaze, the foliage quickly retracted toward the main trunks, revealing an entrance in the blink of an eye. Above the entrance hung a plaque, which read Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Lovegood cautiously stepped up the stairs and crossed into the doorway. His eyes lit up as fresh air rushed toward him. The spacious and bright hall contained several round, raw wood tables, accompanied by wooden chairs, provided for guests to rest and drink tea. Behind the resting area was a semicircular wooden counter, on which sat a stack of flyers. The surrounding walls were covered with oiled wooden panels, regularly inlaid with transparent hexagonal viewing windows. There were staircases on either side of the hall leading up to the second floor, and the entire hall looked clean and tidy. "Welcome, Mr. Lovegood and Miss Luna. The master has been expecting you for a long time. I shall take you to see the young master." Gold Silver walked out from behind the round counter. He was wearing a fitting black suit and a white shirt, and a wooden badge was pinned to his right chest, reading Shop Manager. His originally filthy face had been cleaned, his skin was fair and wrinkle-free, and his brown-yellow eyes were bright and spirited. Unlike other house elves whose skin was dark and wrinkled, he looked rather cute and innocent. Seeing the cleaned-up Gold Silver, Hubert thought of Dobby and Winky later on. He could barely believe this was a house elf, the difference in appearance was too great. He later learned that Gold Silver was not very old, he had only looked that way because of long-term wandering in the garbage heaps. After simple training, Gold Silver, the shop manager, immediately started his new post. Although Gold Silver was a house elf and looked somewhat adorable, as an elf, his strength should not be underestimated. An average adult wizard was no match for him. "Are you a house elf, or a shop manager?" Lovegood curiously examined Gold Silver, who was well-dressed and confident, a stark contrast to the image he held. House elves were not uncommon among pure-blood wizard families. They wore tattered clothes, rushed through heavy labor, and were often subjected to unwarranted scolding from their masters. House elves were generally timid, self-conscious, and pathetic. Lovegood circled Gold Silver once. He was very interested in house elves and had conducted some research into their history. "This is all the young master's grace," Gold Silver said with gratitude and adoration. He was truly thankful to Hubert, who had saved him, giving him freedom, money, status, and everything he now possessed. "Hubert, you say?" Lovegood muttered. "I am even more curious about him now. Dad, look here. There are such beautiful animals inside the wall," Luna suddenly exclaimed. She was currently leaning against one of the hexagonal glass panels, studying the interior carefully. Through the transparent hexagonal glass, they could see a patch of grass about 4 square meters in size. Inside, 4 blue fowl with splendid blue feathers were strolling leisurely, occasionally tilting their heads and standing still for a moment as if contemplating something. Luna watched for a moment before quickly shifting her attention to the adjacent hexagonal glass space. This space was small, with forest illusions displayed on the sides and a semicircular sky above, from which light rain occasionally drizzled down. In the center of the space was a flower pot containing a lotus flower, which was currently blooming with pink light, seemingly celebrating the rain. The space inside the hexagonal glass has been expanded using the extension charm. The master created the most comfortable environment for the flora and fauna based on their habits. Gold Silver walked over and explained to Luna. "What a kind young master. If only I had met him earlier." Luna pointed at the many hexagonal glass panels on the large wall, her mouth slightly agape, and asked, "Are all of these like this?" "Of course, these were all designed by the young master," Gold Silver replied proudly. Luna's big, curious eyes widened as if she had discovered a new world, and she ran back and forth between the hexagonal glass displays, her pale little face flushed red. "Why is this rabbit walking upright? Why does it live in a house? This branch can actually walk. Why is that frog purple and its eyes so big?" Luna transformed into 100,000 wise, already very intelligent and curious. She found too many questions here. She wanted to enter this magical creature world and thoroughly explore everything here. Luna stood with her hands behind her back, her expression calm, like a little adult tilting her cute head in thought, occasionally asking questions. Lovegood was very happy now, because his daughter Luna was very happy. This was the first time Luna had returned to her original self since Pandora passed away. In the spacious and quiet hall, 2 small figures moved between the hexagonal glass displays. Unlike the excited father and daughter, Gold Silver was now very annoyed, bothered by this curious baby Luna. He didn't understand why this quirky little girl had so many questions, and he was the only one here who could answer her. Gold Silver, who was usually very patient, was happy to answer her questions, but the young master was waiting for these 2 guests, and he had to complete the master's task. Finally, Gold Silver beckoned towards a stack of papers on the semicircular counter, and a thin book floated over. "Miss Luna, this is the biological illustrated compendium of all the creatures in this shop, compiled by the young master. It contains all their introductions, and this one is for you." Then, he said to Lovegood behind him, "The young master is waiting for you. Gold Silver will take you there now." Lovegood had no choice but to pull Luna along behind Gold Silver, heading up to the 2nd floor. Luna followed, head down, engrossed in reading the small booklet. As Luna stepped onto the 2nd floor, it was as if she had crossed a thin membrane. Her face showed astonishment, and the book in her hand unconsciously dropped to the ground. The sight on the 2nd floor was simply too shocking for her. The original 80 to 90 square meter room had vanished, replaced by a grassy field. To the east of the grassland was a small grove. The surroundings here were hazy and indistinct, with no clear boundaries. The sky was blue with white clouds, its height unknown. On the grass, a young lion cub was chasing butterflies, occasionally looking back to bite its own tail, while butterflies landed on its head. In the jungle, a small emerald green snake slithered stealthily, with 2 bumps growing on its head. As the 3 of them stepped in, the little green snake suddenly raised its head high, looking around nervously, then with a whoosh, it fled in the opposite direction. From the woods, a small, colorful young bird fluttered out with its large wings, flying unsteadily. It kept looking back at the woods as it flew, chirping loudly. "Hubert is an idiot. Hubert is a fool. Hubert isn't as smart as Little Lark. Little Lark, if you're so capable, come down. See if I don't teach you a lesson." A child of about 10 years old chased out of the woods, with fair skin, wearing a black robe. His black hair was messy, his face covered in dirt, looking a bit disheveled. Lark flapped its wings, stopping to call out a few times whenever the distance grew, then quickly flying away again when Hubert was about to catch up. Hubert panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He glared hatefully at the taunting little bird above. He really wanted to cast a leglocker curse on it. This bird was called Lark, and true to its name, it was very intelligent. Larks have high intelligence, can speak, and love to play tricks on people. Like humans, their intelligence grows with age. Adult larks have intelligence comparable to an adult human. It is a magical creature that can control wind and is extremely fast. Hubert had brought several high-level magical creatures from Tuhao Gensokyo who were willing to come out when the shop opened. Lark had been bored after staying in this expanded space for a few days and wanted to go out, which Hubert naturally disagreed with. Lark then got angry and threw a tantrum. When Hubert came to feed it this time, Lark started to tease him, throwing stones and dirt at him. Hubert wanted to catch it, but he wasn't as fast, so one person and one bird engaged in a chase. Lark, if you don't come down now, you won't get any food today. Hubert suddenly had an idea and laughed at the lark in the air. No matter how naughty you are, you can't escape my grasp, ha ha ha. It seemed Hubert was overly smug, as Lark did not fly down to surrender. Instead, it circled the grass, shouting at the top of its lungs. Hubert is abusing animals. Hubert isn't feeding the animals. Hubert is a bad guy. Animal brothers, revolt. Hubert stared, dumbfounded, at the wailing lark in the air, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Following Lark's shouts, the young lion chasing butterfly stopped and let out a low growl in response. Even the timid emerald green snake poked its head out of the grass to observe and survey. The sound of flapping wings came from the woods, indicating that bird-type magical creatures were preparing to come out in support. Leglocker curse. Hubert, fearing the situation was turning bad, immediately pulled out his wand to stop Lark. These magical creatures had high intelligence, and he couldn't let Lark incite them like this. Lark generated a gust of clear wind around itself, allowing it to evade the spell. It then wiggled its colorful backside at Hubert, expressing its displeasure. Suddenly, Lark's small eyes lit up, and it shot towards Luna, who had just walked in, like a gust of wind. As it flew, it cried out, beautiful mistress, quickly save poor Lark." Hubert now had a face full of black lines, watching the lark clinging to Luna's shoulder and rubbing against Luna's cheek, speechless as he looked up at the sky. He knew this was a male bird. "Lark, are you sure you want to recognize Luna as your master? According to the rules of Tuhao Gensokyo, no one can force you to recognize a master. High-level combat magical creatures must choose their own master," Hubert said seriously to Lark. High-level magical creatures have high intelligence and can simply judge good and evil even when young. Hubert had made an agreement with them. If they wanted to move out of Tuhao Gensokyo, they could come to this space on the second floor of the shop. Hubert would select people who met certain conditions and bring them here. The magical creatures would then choose their masters according to their own wishes and leave with them to live new lives. Lark chooses the beautiful mistress. Lark chooses the beautiful mistress. Lark repeated continuously. Lovegood and Luna stared blankly at Hubert and this strange little bird. It was their first time seeing such an intelligent, talking magical creature. It was simply too magical. Hubert, enduring a headache, explained the situation here to them and introduced Lark. He said solemnly to Luna, "Miss Luna, are you willing to form a partnership with Lark and cherish it well?" A smile bloomed on Luna's small face. She really liked this strange little bird. "I am willing to form a partnership with Lark and cherish it with my life." Hubert nodded to Lark in agreement, and Lark immediately cried out happily, "Hubert is a good person. Little Mistress Luna is an even better mistress. The young master is the best," Gold Silver retorted discontentedly. Hubert ignored the argument between the elf and the bird. He took out a contract and handed it to Lovegood. "As the famous editor of the Quibbler, your identity and family assets fully meet the adoption requirements. This is the contract regarding the adoption of Lark. Please take a look. If there are no issues, as Miss Luna's guardian, you can sign it on her behalf, then pay the fee, and you can take Lark home." Lovegood took the contract and began reading it, which was his habit. The contract laid out relevant regulations for adopting high-level magical creatures, with nothing particularly unusual. He signed the contract and handed it to Hubert for safekeeping. Mr. Hubert put away the documents, took out a cyan cloth pouch from his sack, and handed it to Luna. "This is our store's unique pet pouch. If needed, you can keep your pet inside. You just need to put food in it." This type of pet pouch is a spatial pet pouch specially crafted by Mr. Hubert using alchemy techniques. Its function is very simple: to store pets. The first time a wizard lets a magical creature enter the pet pouch, if the magical creature accepts the wizard as its master, the corresponding pet's image will appear on the pet pouch, and the pet will not be able to come out. During the master recognition process, the pet pouch does not restrict the magical creature's entry or exit, but the wizard can impose restrictions after recognition is complete. Lark, you need to enter the pet pouch and undergo master recognition, Mr. Hubert said to the lark. Lark won't go in the bag, Lark won't go in the bag. Mr. Hubert shook his head helplessly. He had no solution for this special lark. Fortunately, it now belonged to Luna, so he didn't have to worry about it, which actually made him breathe a sigh of relief. Under Luna's persistent persuasion and temptation, the lark finally agreed to temporarily enter to complete the master recognition ritual, but Luna had to let it out afterward and could never ask it to go in again. When Lark flew into the pet pouch, a colorful little bird, exactly resembling Lark, appeared on the previously cyan pouch. Luna carefully stroked the pet pouch, as if it were her most precious treasure. "Come out, my companion Lark." Following Luna's call, a streak of cyan light shot out, followed by Lark's chirping. "Luna, Luna is the most beautiful." The room was bright and simply decorated. Besides a wooden desk placed near the window, a set of sofas and a filing cabinet were arranged in the corner. Only a few documents were placed on the top shelf of the filing cabinet, the rest of the shelves were empty. Mr. Hubert sat on an armchair and poured a cup of green tea for Lovegood and Luna across from him, steam gently rising from the teacups. Luna was playing with the lark. Ever since she got Lark, Luna had devoted all her attention to it. Lark was mischievous and energetic, and Luna was quirky and clever. They truly felt like old friends meeting for the first time. "Thank you, Mr. Hubert," Lovegood said sincerely. "You are the one who made Luna smile again. As a father, I am very grateful to you." He was completely relieved now. Luna had fully emerged from the shadow of Padora's passing. Lark chose Luna. "We should thank our lovely magical creature." Mr. Hubert didn't take credit, instead attributing the success to Lark. Lovegood is the editor of the Quibbler. Although this magazine receives mixed reviews in the wizarding world, it has a certain degree of influence. He hoped to use the magazine to promote the fantastic beasts and where to find them store and its magical creatures to wizards, letting more wizards know about the shop's magical creatures. He also wanted to use powerful and influential newspapers like the Daily Prophet for promotion, but Mr. Hubert was unknown, and the letters he sent received no response. "They are very lovely, and I also really like these wondrous magical creatures. The manuscript you sent to the magazine is very interesting. Could you tell me more about it?" The two got down to business. Lovegood was indeed very interested in magical creatures and fond of these peculiar beings. Through years of study and research, Mr. Hubert already understood these creatures well, especially the magical creatures living in Tuhao Gensokyo. He had taken detailed notes on every species. Although Mr. Hubert's language was neither witty nor humorous, his logic was clear, his structure was organized, and his descriptions were accurate. When discussing critical points, he would take out the biological illustrated compendium to show Lovegood, reinforcing his impression. Lovegood would occasionally ask questions, and Mr. Hubert was able to provide reasonable answers. Inside the bright room, the little girl in the white dress was playing with the colorful bird, while the two figures, one large and one small, conversed intently on the sofa. Steam curled up from the teacups on the long table. "I am very pleased that you are organizing your research findings to publish in the Quibbler. It is an honor for our magazine." "The honor is mine. I really like the Quibbler." Mr. Hubert took a sip of tea. "The store officially opens on the 1st of May. I would like to place an advertisement in the magazine, if possible." "Of course, you can. As thanks for helping Luna, the advertisement fee will be waived," Lovegood said with a smile. After finishing the official business, the two chatted casually. "Lark's name is Lark. Lark doesn't want to change its name." The lark suddenly shrieked, flapping its wings and flying into the air, protesting to Luna. "Lark is the name of the species. Many larks are called Lark. You are special. Shouldn't you have a name that belongs only to you?" Luna began persuading it, her tone calm, but her eyes twinkling mischievously. Lark seemed convinced and stopped chirping, but still didn't land. Luna quickly continued, "When you become a great lark in the future, everyone will sing praises of your name, a name that belongs only to you. Lark is smart and eloquent. How about calling it Chatterbox? Chatterbox, Chatterbox. It's easy to say, and people will remember and sing your name more easily." Luna's voice remained calm, as if she were discussing something unrelated. Although the lark was clever, it rarely interacted with humans, so it naturally didn't know what Chatterbox meant. Listening to Luna's persuasion, especially the part about being easy to sing, it was very tempted. From now on, Lark will be called Chatterbox, Chatterbox, Chatterbox. Chatterbox flapped its wings and chirped happily, delighted to have a new name. Mr. Hubert's mouth twitched, and he looked strangely at the quirky little girl, not understanding why she had given Lark that name. However, he didn't care. The mischievous and troublesome Lark now had the even more formidable Luna to deal with it. Ha ha ha. Time flew by, and after Lovegood and Hubert reached an agreement, Hubert sent his well-organized articles to the Quibbler. Under Lovegood's arrangement, the cover of the latest issue of the Quibbler became a colorful picture of a young bird. The first page featured a large close-up of Lark Chatterbox, along with an introduction to its preferences. In the animated picture, Chatterbox proudly held its head high, puffed out its chest, spread its wide, colorful wings, and chattered incessantly. Ever since Luna introduced it to the concept of fame, Chatterbox had been obsessed. After learning about Hubert's promotional work, it pestered Luna with cuteness to help it. That's how it got its impressive feature in the magazine. The second page of the magazine was dedicated to the fantastic beasts and where to find them, shop introduction and opening information. The next 3 pages contained articles written by Hubert, introducing various magical creatures. The latest issue of the Quibbler with the newest magical creature information. The latest news about fantastic beasts and where to find them is in the Quibbler. Only 30 bronze nuts, take home the special edition of the Quibbler. In Diagon Alley, 3 teenagers waved the Quibbler magazines in their hands and shouted loudly. They carried green crossbody cloth bags filled with the Quibbler magazines. This method of hawking on the street was thought up by Hubert, drawing inspiration from how newspapers are sold in the Muggle world. Although it wasn't a sophisticated technique, it still had some effect. Wizards on the street were drawn by the shouting. They knew the Quibbler magazine, which typically reported unusual opinions, and the wizarding world had mixed views on it. Some wizards believed it was unconventional and stayed true to its principles, while others considered it a third-rate magazine with content of no value, a good choice for propping up a table leg. I've heard of the Quibbler, but what is this fantastic beasts and where to find them? It's a trash magazine, what's there to pay attention to? This was a wizard disdainful of the magazine, but he still couldn't help but glance over. I heard it's a new magic pet shop opening in Diagon Alley. I heard they sell dragons. Dragons? Those are restricted creatures. Aren't they afraid of us investigating? More and more wizards gathered around. Some wizards, seeing so many people, also became curious and joined the crowd. 30 bronze nuts, give me one. Finally, a wizard couldn't resist his curiosity and bought a copy. Give me one too. My boy has always wanted a pet. It would be even better if there was a discount. I'll take one too. With someone taking the lead, other wizards also couldn't help but follow suit, buying copies one after another. Wizards who bought the magazine were instantly captivated by the proud and beautiful Chatterbox, especially female wizards. Chatterbox looked so adorable, it had a huge appeal to them. What kind of bird is this? It's so cute. A certain witch's eye sparkled. It's called Chatterbox, and it's a lark. I've heard of this. This bird can talk and use magic. When it matures, its combat power can rival an adult wizard. The male wizard next to the witch spoke with disbelief in his tone. He couldn't understand why such a precious bird would be put up for sale. Really? Can larks be bought? The witch automatically ignored the information about combat power. Hey, what does the magazine say? What lark? What combat power? Wizards on the periphery, seeing those inside engrossed in reading the magazine, discussing and exclaiming from time to time, couldn't help but ask curiously. Other wizards also chimed in. Unfortunately, the wizards inside completely ignored them. If you want to read it, buy it yourself, they retorted, then lowered their heads to read the magazine and floated away, leaving behind a silhouette of diligent study. Give me one too. A wizard from the periphery squeezed in, saying fiercely, venting his frustration. However, after seeing the content inside, he also began to read it with relish, just like the previous wizards, showing off to the wizards on the periphery. The smiles on the faces of the 3 teenagers selling magazines were blooming like flowers. They hadn't expected so many people to buy the magazines. The hundreds of copies they brought out were almost completely sold out. Go back immediately and get another 100 copies. They could earn a share of the money for each copy sold, so the more they sold, the more money they would get. One of the teenagers handed all the magazines in his cloth bag to the other 2 teenagers. He himself squeezed out of the crowd and quickly ran back towards the end of Diagon Alley. Mr. Lovegood, I need another 100 special editions of the Quibbler. The teenager ran breathlessly into the Quibbler magazine's main entrance and loudly said to Lovegood inside. Time was money now, he had to bring the books back as quickly as possible. Lovegood recognized this hired teenager, one of the 3. All 300 sold out, but an hour hasn't even passed. His face was filled with shock. Based on the Quibbler's past sales history, this result was simply unbelievable to him. Yes, we still need 100 more. The wizards all love them, the teenager said urgently. Lovegood reacted, immediately taking the teenager to retrieve the stock of magazines, and at the same time, instructed his staff to speed up the printing of magazines. At the current sales rate, the existing stock would not be enough. Sales were definitely going to reach new heights. How many more should we print? 800 or 1600, he mumbled softly, his face flushed. As the Quibbler magazine sold, more and more wizards learned about fantastic beasts and where to find them, the magic pet shop, and also about Chatterbox the lark. The magical creatures described in the magazine were not only beautiful and adorable but also possessed magic. Most wizards had never seen these rare species before, and their unique abilities truly caught the wizards' attention. These magical creatures were all carefully selected by Hubert over the years from the Forbidden Forest, some even found in foreign wildernesses with Hagrid's help. Living in the magic-rich magic-secret realm of Tuhao Gen Sokyu, their intelligence had improved to a certain extent, allowing them to simply understand human intentions. Some creatures that were already beautiful and adorable had an even greater appeal to female wizards. For example, Chatterbox, this lark, although a bit talkative and mischievous, it knows how to act cute and sweet talk. For a time, Chatterbox's reputation spread among wizards, becoming one of the current topics of conversation. Some female wizards even inquired about Chatterbox and Luna's address, as the magazine had introduced the story of Chatterbox and Luna's encounter. Somewhere in Wiltshire County, England, a stately castle stood upon green lawns. The castle was surrounded by meticulously trimmed foliage, and white peacocks and white birds strolled freely across the lawn. In the center of the lawn was a massive circular fountain, where scattered water droplets splashed and transformed into various shapes. Entering the castle behind the lawn, the interior decorations were utterly luxurious. The floor was covered with specially made African carpets, and the walls were adorned with glowing ornaments, making the entire room look magnificent. On the wall in the exact center of the hall hung rows of huge picture frames. The figures inside all had pale blonde hair and pale faces. Their appearances might have differed, but they all exuded nobility and elegance. In the center of the hall, a young boy about 10 years old kept stretching his neck to peer outside, as if waiting for something. The boy had pale blonde hair, grayish-white eyes, a pointed chin, and a pale complexion. His name was Draco Malfoy, the heir of a noble pureblood wizard family. "Young master, here is the Quibbler you asked for." While Draco was anxiously waiting, a thin house elf wearing rags quickly ran over. With pitiful eyes, he carefully handed the magazine from the book to his little master. Draco received it calmly, his expression serene, showing no trace of his previous impatience. He elegantly flipped through the pages, skipping the first few, and went straight to the middle section. The entire page of the magazine was printed with a red baby dragon. The baby dragon spread its wings and swooped down from the blue sky, fiery red dragon breath brewing in its mouth. Through the paper, one could feel the scorching heat. Its smooth scales were scarlet, it had a lion-like nose on its face, surrounded by a circle of golden, tassel-like spikes, and bulging eyes. Draco's grayish-white eye stared eagerly at the red baby dragon, reading the introduction about the baby dragon beneath it. This was the fireball from China, a type of dragon that was naturally aggressive, but unlike ordinary dragons, it could tolerate its own kind and sometimes shared territory with others of its species. Draco had heard that this issue of the Quibbler featured an article about dragons, so he had secretly instructed Dobby to buy him a copy. His favorite thing was dragons. He heard from his mother that his name came from the framer of an Athenian code of law, and the name contained the meaning of dragon. Most of the information regarding the Chinese dragon fireball came from Charlie, and it was published in the magazine after being edited and supplemented by Hubert. "Draco!" A sharp voice came from above. Draco's hand trembled, and the magazine dropped onto the carpet with a smack. He slowly raised his head. A pair of cold, grey-blue eyes was watching him, and Dobby, nearby, was hiding in the corner, trembling. "Father, I'm sorry." Malfoy lowered his head and whispered. Lucius's pale face showed disgust, seemingly even more displeased that Malfoy had lowered his head. "Raise your head, Malfoy." His tone was icy. "As a noble pureblood wizard of the House of Malfoy, you must never bow your head and lose the family's pride." Hearing his words, Malfoy immediately lifted his chin, his face displaying arrogance. He worshipped his father and took pride in the House of Malfoy. He was a Malfoy, the proud and esteemed Malfoy. This kind of third-rate rubbish magazine shouldn't waste your time. You should be learning how to become a nobleman, how to gain power and glory. Those are the goals a Malfoy should pursue. Lucius threw the quibbler like trash to the trembling Dobby, kicked him out the door, and coldly ordered, "Throw it away. Don't ever buy Draco anything like this again." Dobby scrambled up shakily, mumbled a weak reply, and left clutching the magazine. Deep in Draco's eyes was reluctance, but his expression remained calm, filled with arrogance. The 1st of May, the sky was clear and bright, and the sun hung high. Today was the weekend, and a large number of wizards gathered in Diagon Alley. Unlike usual, the central section of Diagon Alley today was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and red flags fluttered everywhere. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them opened its doors at 8 o'clock in the morning. A red carpet was laid out in front of the door, and the erected stage was covered with fruits and food. Playful children occasionally snuck an apple, but the staff just smiled and paid no mind. The children grew bolder and called more companions over. 2 female attendants held flyers, explaining things to the wizards who stepped forward to inquire, and handing them a flyer. Today is the grand opening celebration for our new magical pet shop. All you need to do is fill out the information according to the requirements on the flyer, return it to us, and participate in our raffle. If you win the draw, you'll have a chance to adopt one of our advanced combat magical creatures. They are very rare and precious magical creatures. Will it be like Chatterbox? The little girl asked, opening her big, watery eyes. Of course. Our Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them magical creature shop has even cuter animals. Good luck, little one. The female attendant smiled brightly. After hearing this, the little girl pulled her mother over, got a form, filled it out, and handed it to the attendant. This scene had occurred many times, and the female attendant was naturally proficient in her duties. Remember, our shop officially opens at 10:30, and that's when we'll draw the raffle winners. The attendant reminded them again. Amidst the noisy chatter, time quickly passed. More and more people gathered in front of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, mostly combinations of children and parents. The little wizards curiously peered into the shop. They had all seen Chatterbox and the dragon featured in the quibbler and were now pestering their parents to buy a pet. Bang, bang, bang. Salute cannons sounded, colorful streamers filled the sky, and the waiting crowd began to cheer. Amidst the cheers, a boy about 10 years old walked out from the green doorway and stepped onto the erected platform. Hubert was still wearing his magic rune suit, his hair neatly styled, making him look even more energetic. Welcome everyone to the grand opening ceremony of our Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them magical pet shop. Hubert cast a sonorous charm on himself, and the booming voice instantly silenced the scene. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them has 53 types of ordinary magical creatures and 15 types of special combat magical creatures. All of these are rare varieties seldom seen on the market. We hope to find loving owners for these adorable creatures. It could be you, or it could be you. Following Hubert's pointing finger, the little wizards who were mentioned in the audience burst into cheers. I won't say much more now. I invite everyone to go inside and see for yourselves. Finally, during the intermission, we will draw 2 lucky audience members. These 2 lucky winners will have the chance to adopt one of our advanced magical creatures. I now declare the official opening of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Bang, bang, bang. Streamers flew up again, and the little wizards, unable to wait, cheered and rushed inside. Neville Longbottom, heir to the pureblood wizard family Longbottom. However, unlike Draco, who is also pureblood, he does not enjoy the glory and splendor of a pureblood wizard. His parents were brave warriors who were persecuted by Death Eaters when Neville was very young, and they are still living in St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Their minds collapsed, and even when Neville was with them, they didn't remember his existence. Neville was raised by his strict but strong grandmother, and he loved and respected her very much. Madame Longbottom hoped Neville would grow into a brave and fearless wizard, just like his parents, unyielding to death, and uphold the glory of the Longbottom family. Neville once hoped to become such a person, but the reality was quite different. His magical talent was poor, and he always forgot things, having a bad memory. His uncle and others even doubted whether he could become a wizard, and Neville thought so too, until he was accidentally thrown out of a window by his uncle and survived. Just like the latter half of his name, his childhood was terrible and tragic, but also like his name, it couldn't get any worse. Growing up in such an environment, Neville was insecure and timid, but he didn't give up, persisting in his efforts to change himself. When he was 8, being accidentally thrown out of a window by his uncle and surviving, thereby confirming his wizarding talent, was probably the happiest moment he had experienced in many years. His uncle, in his joy, bought him a toad. Today, his grandmother took Neville to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries to see his parents. On their way back, they passed through Diagon Alley and saw a new magical creature pet shop opening. Many little wizards gathered around. Next year, he would also go to Hogwarts to study and become a brave wizard like his parents, so he curiously stayed. "Grandma, that person on stage is so brave, I wouldn't dare to speak on stage." Behind the crowd, chubby Neville whispered to the old woman beside him, who was wearing an old-fashioned long dress, carrying a red handbag, and wearing a hat with a vulture specimen on it. That was his revered and beloved grandmother, Augusta Longbottom, a respectable and lovely old witch. Madame Longbottom stroked Neville's black hair, a hint of tenderness flashed in her eyes, then her expression turned stern again. "Neville, you should learn from him. That child looks to be about your age." "Yes, Grandma." Under Madame Longbottom's constant education, Neville's voice grew even softer, and his round face flushed red. As Hubert officially announced the opening, Neville and Madame Longbottom followed the crowd through the green portal into the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them hall. "Wow, it's so beautiful here," Neville gasped, his eyes wide. In the spacious hall, the central tables and chairs had been removed, and it was now crowded with adults and children. Above the semicircular counter, a huge screen hung horizontally, playing videos about magical creatures. "Children, here is an introduction to all the pets in the shop." Female attendants in red uniforms, temporarily hired, smiled as they moved through the crowd, handing out booklets to the little wizards. Neville held a booklet folded like a scroll. Each page had a moving picture of a pet at the top, and its detailed description below. "This gnarl really looks like a branch, and this red little rabbit has really big teeth." He touched his own teeth, then compared them to the rabbit's large front teeth. It seemed the rabbits were bigger. "Which one do you like? Grandma will buy one for you," Madame Longbottom said encouragingly to Neville. She loved her grandson very much, but he was timid, which worried her greatly. Neville's face lit up with joy, but he eventually replied, "But I already have Trevor, and he always disappears. If I get another pet, I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of it." "What's so good about that toad? You might as well just throw it away. I don't know why Algie bought that thing for you back then," Madame Longbottom said indignantly, bringing up the disgusting toad. It was ugly and always mysteriously disappeared, making Neville cry. She vowed to throw it away later. Hearing his grandmother's complaints, Neville, who was about to say something, mumbled softly and then fell silent. He held the booklet and, encouraged by Madame Longbottom, looked at the pets he liked through the hexagonal transparent glass windows. Compared to Neville's toad, Hubert's pets here were carefully selected to be cute, charming, and beautiful, with a wide variety rarely seen on the market. Neville, like other little wizards, moved between different hexagonal windows, enthusiastically observing the pets inside with his booklet. In the hall, groups of little wizards leaned against the glass walls, their faces filled with curiosity and excitement, all gathered to discuss their favorite pets. In front of the semicircular counter, little wizard parents pulled their little wizards into neat lines. Gold Silver, wearing the shop manager's uniform and badge, stood on a custom-made stool behind the counter. He smiled as he handed a wooden cage, an instruction booklet, and a bag of professional pet food produced by Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them to a well-dressed middle-aged wizard opposite him. "Thank you for your patronage. That will be 3 galleons in total." With Gold Silver's sweet smile, the middle-aged wizard paid the galleons and then gave the pet to his child. The little wizard immediately cheered, and the middle-aged wizard, seeing his child happy, smiled knowingly, feeling the galleons were well spent. "Oh dear, I'm sorry, I stepped on your foot." Luna, wearing a white dress, immediately retracted her foot and apologized to Neville beside her. She had been so engrossed in watching McFly that she accidentally stepped on Neville's foot. Since getting Chatterbox, Luna's life had undergone a tremendous change. With Chatterbox's companionship, she had truly come out of the grief of her mother's passing. New sunshine had entered her life, and that was Chatterbox. It brought laughter to her family. Compared to the old Luna, she was still quirky, but less oddly alienating and more adorable. Around her waist, she wore a cyan cloth pouch, embroidered with a lifelike, colorful chick. "Is this Chatterbox?" Neville's eyes lit up when he saw the bird on the cloth pouch. "Are you Luna? I saw you in the Quibbler magazine," Neville said happily, taking a step forward. Luna's lips curved upwards, and her hands were clasped behind her back. She had tied her hair in a ponytail today, making her look even cuter. "Chatterbox is in my pet pouch. It's very famous now and always brags to me." "What kind of pet do you like?" "Hubert is very nice. If you win the lottery, you might even get a high-level magical creature." Hubert is the boy who was speaking outside just now. Dad says he's the owner of this shop, Luna added. Ding, dong, ding. The crisp sound of a bronze bell echoed in the spacious hall, and the previously noisy hall instantly fell silent. Many little wizards in the hall looked up curiously at the front desk, their eyes, big and small, filled with wonder. Hubert and Gold Silver stood on the counter, allowing them to overlook the entire hall and be seen by everyone. Gold Silver stood beside Hubert, holding a red cardboard box, a smile on his face. In just 1 hour, he had received 100 galleons. He swore it was the first time in his life he had seen so much money. Little master, you are truly too great. Gold Silver praised Hubert in his mind. Hubert was unaware of his house elf's thoughts. He stood on the high platform, looking down at the crowd below, a surge of ambition rising in his heart. I finally have a foundation, and my career will start with this shop. With this shop providing continuous financial support, future experiments can continue long term. I believe with my skill and persistence, I will definitely achieve great things. He cleared his throat, waved ode to life to cast a sonorous charm on himself, and said loudly, "Thank you all for your patronage. Next is the lucky draw. Winners will have the chance to adopt an advanced magical creature from our shop. Everyone, remember it's a chance. Advanced magical creatures have their own preferences. Whether you can gain their approval depends on your methods, little wizards." Hubert smiled knowingly. He thought of his own group of little goblins. He had struggled for a long time. Magical creatures had vastly different personalities, and none of them were easy to deal with, like Chatterbox. He wondered whether these little wizards would be happy or sorrowful after taking them home, probably crying with laughter. Hubert silently mourned for the eager little wizards below, but a pure smile was on his face. The many little wizards below, hearing about the draw, immediately stared at his hand. The hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Neville stared intently at Hubert's hand, his gaze following it. Although he had lived, and claimed he didn't really want a pet, he, like the other little wizards, hoped to have a cute and beautiful pet like Chatterbox. "Maybe it's you," Luna teased, seeing Neville's nervousness. But, Neville stammered for a long time, unable to finish his sentence. "The first lucky little wizard is," Hubert randomly drew a piece of paper from the red box, slowly unfolded it in front of everyone, and stretched out his voice. The little wizards slowly craned their necks with his voice. "Ryan Thatcher." Hubert's voice suddenly grew louder as he shouted it out. The stage below erupted into a clamor, and the little wizards looked around and whispered to each other, "Who is Ryan Thatcher? The Thatcher family? Never heard of a pureblood family with that name. Must be a half-blood. I'm Ryan Thatcher." A tanned, cheerful boy in the center of the hall raised his left arm high and shouted loudly, his face filled with excitement. As he shouted, he pushed his way forward, and all the surrounding little wizards watched him. "Next, we will draw the second lucky winner." Hubert reached his hand into the red cardboard box. "Today's last lucky winner is..." Hubert looked at the name on the paper, a little surprised that it would be him. Is it me? Is it me?" Luna whispered, glancing at the nervous Neville beside her. "Neville Longbottom." Hubert shouted loudly, "Let's give a round of applause to congratulate our 2 winners." Clap, clap, clap. Enthusiastic applause rang out, and the little wizards applauded with envy. "Neville, it's your turn to go up." Luna tugged at the dazed chubby boy, observing him carefully with wide eyes, trying to discern something from him. "There's nothing particularly outstanding about him, so why is he luckier than me?" Luna wondered. Neville took a step back, avoiding Luna's forward-leaning face, his face turning red. "I don't know why I was chosen. I'm very clumsy and often forget things," Neville explained. Under Luna's urging, Neville finally pushed through the crowd and walked onto the stage. The remaining little wizards, after the draw, continued to study other pets, as these cute pets were also quite rare. Hubert led the 3 up the stairs to the second floor. Seeing the original room transformed into green grass and sky, Neville and Ryan were as shocked as Luna had been. "This is truly amazing." Ryan immediately jumped on the grass. He pulled out a blade of grass and examined it carefully. "It's actually real grass. How did you do it?" He looked at Hubert, his face full of inquiry. "My father loves plants, and I'm very familiar with them. All this grass is real. We are wizards, anything is possible." Hubert smiled mysteriously. Leaving some mystery makes people feel wonder and surprise. If everything is explained clearly, what beautiful fantasies would be left? "Hubert is lying, Hubert is lying." A crisp shout rang out above his head. Hubert's forehead was lined with black. It was Chatterbox, that mischievous rascal, again. How did it get out? He turned his head to Luna, who showed a pure smile, not caring at all. "The trees are fake," Hubert lied to Chatterbox. When it was designed, this room underwent spatial expansion processing. Although spatial manipulation is magical, spells cannot expand space indefinitely. Hubert cast magic on all four walls and the sky, simulating sky and forest, blending the illusory and real scenes. Although it looked like a vast sky and sea all around, only parts of it were real. Chatterbox was also fooled when it first arrived, and after flying around and hitting the walls several times, it held a grudge against Hubert. Locomotor mortis. A green light emanated from Ode to Life, and Chatterbox flapped its wings, dodging it. Little Mistress Luna, Chatterbox called out, hiding on Luna's shoulder, rubbing its small head against Luna's fair neck, looking pitiful. Hubert turned his head away, ignoring the lively creature. There are a total of 14 advanced magical pets in this space. Their abilities and temperaments are all different. Now, you two can go find them. Whether you can gain their approval depends on your methods. Friendly reminder: study the instruction manual carefully and try based on their temperaments. Good luck. Hubert handed 2 cyan cloth pouches to the two of them, then pulled Luna and left. Below was Neville and Ryan's own business. Magical creatures have their own preferences and thoughts. To gain their recognition as masters, they must rely on themselves. If they were lucky, like Luna, Chatterbox followed her because she looked pretty. If they were unlucky, even if they crippled the magical creature or recognized it as their grandfather, it wouldn't pay them any mind. Neville and Ryan looked at each other, then walked towards the grassy area to look for the magical creatures while consulting their manuals, beginning their difficult journey of master recognition. After Hubert took Luna downstairs, he parted ways with her. It wasn't that he disliked being with her, he just couldn't stand that little bird Chatterbox. Big liar. Amidst Chatterbox's incessant chatter, Hubert walked away. Ignoring the outside commotion, Hubert hid alone in his office, holding the Book of Balance in his hands, with a cup of green tea on the desk. The sunlight streamed into the office through the window, and the quiet atmosphere made it feel like another world. After 3 years of studying magic runes knowledge under Professor Flitwick, the Golan and Magia magic runes are fully mastered, and most of the intermediate magic runes have also been completed. At my current level, there are still many parts of the Book of Balance that I don't understand, especially bioalchemy, which is too profound. Bill truly deserves to be called an alchemy master. Regarding the 2 methods of alchemy Flitwick mentioned back then, Hubert's current level is still only the first tier, combining and applying magical items. He has only scratched the surface of the higher level manipulation of matter itself. He stretched out his hand and cupped the steam rising above a water glass, secretly mobilizing his magic. Driven by the magic, golden runes appeared on the sleeve of his black robe, and a golden chain of magic runes floated out from his left hand. Mysterious magic runes combined into formulas, intertwining to lock the steam in his palm. Driven by the alchemy formula, a red flame suddenly burst out from within the steam. Hubert increased his magic output, and the golden runes on his cuff became even brighter. As the magic increased, the small flame rapidly grew. All the original steam was converted into fire, but the fire did not stop, turning into a fireball the size of a baby's head. Hubert stopped adding magic, and only then did the flame stop growing. This was the simplest material conversion, turning water into fire. If water turning into fire appeared in the Muggle world, it would definitely be considered the work of a lunatic or a psychopath. But alchemy is that unreasonable, it completely transforms the properties of matter. To achieve the conversion of water into fire, one must first grasp the composition of water and fire, and then use a self-written alchemy formula to transform the water into fire. This process adheres to the fundamental principle of equivalence. Water can only be converted into an equivalent amount of fire. This equivalence is not calculated based on mass or energy comparisons in the Muggle world, but rather measured by a rule that exists mysteriously within the universe. The reason Hubert's fireball was significantly larger than the water was that the difference was supplemented by magic. Powerful alchemists can convert matter at will and possess immense magic. Therefore, there is a saying that if an alchemist has sufficient magic and masters enough alchemy formulas, they are omnipotent. Hubert closed his left hand, and the flame extinguished in his palm. This simple conversion of water and fire contained the basic elements of advanced alchemy and was an essential foundation for getting involved in alchemy. Once I master intermediate magic runes technology, I should be able to re-refine the suit I'm wearing and upgrade it. The current suit can satisfy his casting of first-year level magic, but Sectum's Emperor, a second-year spell, can only be cast with difficulty, mainly because the magic in the gem beetle is insufficient. Moreover, when casting magic, the golden runes, which were originally coated with an invisibility potion, also emerge. The dazzling gold is too conspicuous and easily draws attention. If he uses advanced alchemy techniques to re-refine the blood silkworm silk, he could strengthen the suit's magical conduction properties, increasing the speed of magic flow and reducing magic consumption. Hubert read the Book of Balance for a while longer before putting it away. He had received a notification from Gold Silver that Neville and Ryan Thatcher had chosen their pets, and he needed to go out and meet them. He established the advanced magical creature adoption system not just to give these valuable magical creatures away for free, he wanted to use these creatures to make connections with promising little wizards. As a muggle who refused to be mediocre and wanted to achieve something, he lagged far behind the pureblood wizard aristocracy. It wasn't just the accumulation of wealth, the harder part was connecting with people. The relationships of any long-established pureblood wizard family in the wizarding world are deeply entrenched. Even if the heir of a wizard family was a complete scoundrel, or the family's philosophy was bizarre and nonconformist, they all shared one thing: they were connected to other wizard families through marriage or vested interests. Complex marital ties maintain close connections among pureblood families, and the exchange and binding of interests ensure their common benefit. Even if a family temporarily declines, it ensures that they will have a day to rise again. The House of Malfoy is a typical beneficiary here. The House of Malfoy has blood ties with Sirius Black and other pureblood families. He himself was a Death Eater, holding a different stance from Dumbledore and others. Even though he ultimately failed, Draco remained and secured the family's wealth. It is believed that as long as Draco manages things well, the House of Malfoy will remain that wealthy pureblood aristocratic wizard family. Connections and bloodline are the biggest obstacles preventing Hubert from integrating into the wizard hierarchy and seizing power. The bloodline issue can be hidden, and a solution has already been found. Advanced magical pet adoption is his solution for connections. Older wizards will eventually grow old. The future belongs to these little wizards. For example, the Savior Harry, Draco, Hermione, Bill, Neville, and others. By using these magical creatures to meet and connect with these promising little wizards, as long as he gains a certain amount of influence and voice among them, he believes he will definitely reap huge rewards in the future. Moreover, through these little wizards, he can also influence their parents and families. Never underestimate these little wizards. Once they commit to something, they exert tremendous power. Barty Crouch Jr. is a great example, although a negative one. But undeniably, he was brainwashed by Lord Voldemort, followed him, and played a huge role in Lord Voldemort's resurrection, even going so far as to kill his own father. "Thank you for your generosity, Mr. Hubert," said the elderly Mrs. Longbottom, dressed in a long skirt, her expression serious, her tone unhurried, and her movements calm and composed. She was indeed the venerable matriarch who, despite her advanced age, upheld a long-standing pureblood wizarding family. Hubert quickly returned the bow. He wouldn't dare to be impolite in front of this old lady. This old lady was of the same generation as Professor McGonagall, and in terms of family, the Longbottom family was a pureblood wizarding family with immense influence in the wizarding world. In terms of personal prestige, her son and daughter-in-law were severely injured fighting against Lord Voldemort and were heroes of the wizarding world. And she, with her aged body, raised her grandson and supported the family, earning everyone's admiration. "You are too kind, Mrs. Longbottom," Hubert said solemnly, his manners impeccable. The elderly Mrs. Longbottom was a strict person. "It is my honor to meet you." The Longbottoms sacrificed themselves for the peace of the wizarding world. They are heroes of the wizarding world. The elderly Mrs. Longbottom remembered her son and daughter-in-law, and a hint of moisture appeared in her eyes, but her face showed pride. She pulled Neville, who was teasing the monkey on his shoulder, closer. "Neville, you should thank Mr. Hubert." Neville held a small, golden-furred macaque in his hands, no bigger than his palm, scratching its ears and cheeks in his grasp. This was a thumb monkey, very small with dazzling golden fur all over its body. Because of its small size and cute appearance, it was very playful and loved bananas. Even adult thumb monkeys don't grow very large, but they have a special talent, transformation. A thumb monkey can transform its physical body. An adult thumb monkey can turn into a giant ape 5 meters tall during battle, possessing immense strength and formidable combat power. Hubert glanced over in surprise. He hadn't expected the honest and simple Neville to be favored by the lively thumb monkey. "Thank you, Hubert, I really like Li." Neville's face was smiling, showing a newfound confidence and happiness. "Li is the name I gave the thumb monkey, and it likes it very much." "You're welcome." Hubert motioned for Gold Silver to hand Neville Ryan the accompanying food and care manual, explaining them in detail. Ryan's pet turned out to be a small, jade-green snake, smooth as jade all over, with 2 bulging bumps on its head. It was very timid, shrinking tightly in Ryan's arms, cautiously peeking its head out, curiously observing its surroundings. Its personality was completely at odds with the enthusiastic and outgoing Ryan, but Ryan loved it very much and cared for it meticulously. Why are Chatterbox and Luna so similar in personality, while these two are like this? Hubert was truly curious, not understanding the psychology behind magical creatures choosing their owners. Chatterbox chose Luna, who had a compatible temperament, but the thumb monkey and the small green snake's personalities were completely opposite to their owners. Was this the legendary complementary personalities or opposites attract? Shaking off the jumbled thoughts in his mind, he handed each of them a silver coin-sized token. In the center of the token was a golden dragon-toothed parasol tree hidden in clouds, and around the edges were mysterious magic runes, which translated to Tuhao Gen Sokyo. This is an identity token I made. Every wizard who adopts a high-level magical creature from our shop receives one. This token represents the identity of the adopter and the adopted magical creature. Holding this token allows you to enjoy a 20% discount on services like purchasing pet food at the shop. He pointed to the magic runes and numbers on the back of the token. This token has a name magic solidified on it. You just need to drip blood on it to bind the owner and the token together. The magic runes on it will transform into the wizard's name, and the numbers will be the wizard's code. By adjusting the numbers on it, you can make brief calls through name magic to the person corresponding to that number. Hubert pulled out his own token. His was golden, and its numerical code was 1. This call function was the most important, allowing contact and communication with token holders to strengthen their mutual feelings. Moreover, this token was also refined by him combining name magic, biological alchemy, and communication technology. Currently, only 4 have been issued. The functions of this token extend far beyond these. Hubert also had a vague plan for it in his mind. The 3 exchanged contact information, and only then did Hubert see them off. Judging by their smiles, they were very satisfied with their trip, especially the elderly Mrs. Longbottom, who was pleased by Neville's sincere smile and his subtle protective instinct. Hubert also left a good impression on her. After learning about Hubert and Hagrid's relationship, she showed great concern. Hubert, naturally, handled himself with grace and politeness. Ryan was born into a half-blood wizard family. His father was an ordinary employee of the Ministry of Magic, and their family lived a comfortable life. 10 years old this year, he would also enter Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry next year. Hubert speculated that his fiery personality would be very suitable for joining the Hogwarts Quidditch team, and Gryffindor should be his best choice. Those young lions are full of energy, and the Quidditch Champions Cup has been kept by Gryffindor for the next few years. Hubert made an appointment with them. Every 2 months, card holders would gather at Fantastic Beasts and where to find them to share experiences in raising pets and learn new pet knowledge. Luna, Neville, Ryan. Although the number of people is still small, the organization already has 8 prototype. Hubert secretly thought to himself, watching the departing group. Dumbledore has the Order of the Phoenix, Lord Voldemort has the Death Eaters as his minions, the Ministry of Magic has Aurors, and in the future, Hermione will form DA. How could I do nothing? Hubert seemed to think of something, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. I believe it will be a surprise for everyone then. Hey, Hubert. Hagrid's tall figure walked up from behind, his hand patting Hubert's shoulder. I knew you'd succeed. Many wizards came to buy pets today. Looking at Hagrid's excited face and the meticulously decorated pet shop inside, Hubert suddenly felt a strange emotion. He solemnly asked Hagrid, "Why were you so confident in entrusting me with so many galleons? Weren't you afraid?" Hagrid's smile faded. He bent down, looking directly into Hubert's eyes, and said seriously, "Hubert, you are my only family. I would protect you with my life." He paused, "And I believe in you. You are a special child, and you will surely become a great wizard like Dumbledore." "Thank you, Hagrid." The year 1991 was a memorable one, as Mr. Hubert turned 11. From the initial confusion upon his arrival, he had grown into an 11-year-old boy. From a muggle who knew nothing about magic, he could now barely cast second-year spells. From having nothing, he now had family and companions. Bright sunlight streamed down from the sky, and the grass in front of the stone hut was lush green, with butterflies occasionally fluttering above it. A large dog, covered in striking green fur, lay stealthily in the grass with its long tongue hanging out, its 2 dark eyes vigilantly fixed on the wooden door of the smaller stone hut. In front of the stone hut's wooden door sat 2 tall, slender black stone dog statues. The originally single-story stone hut had been converted into a two-story building by Hubert, with half of the wooden roof on the second floor replaced by transparent glass. Beneath the glass, there was a lounge chair and a coffee table. When night fell, Hubert's favorite thing to do was to lie on the lounge chair, sip tea, and quietly gaze at the countless stars. What lies beyond the starry sky? This was a question Hubert often asked. In his previous life, he might have just pondered it like other muggles, but now he was a wizard who could perform amazing magic. What should a wizard pursue? Eternal life, truth, or power? Wizards can cast bizarre magic and wield unfathomable power. Powerful wizards can destroy the world and are omnipotent. What should bored wizards do in their long lives? Lord Voldemort chose power, authority, and immortality, while Dumbledore chose to protect the love in his heart. Different wizards chose different paths, their grievances and entanglements intertwined, enacting tales of joy and sorrow. Hubert looked at the vast starry sky and then compared it to the earth beneath him and the entangled grievances of the wizarding world. Suddenly, he felt how small they all were. Under this vast starry sky, all of it seemed so insignificant. A wizard's footsteps should be in the sea of stars. Wizards who wield great power should set their sights on the stars, using their power as a weapon and their will as a guide, to let a wizard's footsteps tread upon the stellar world. It's a pity my current power is too weak, but Hubert was not discouraged by this. He was still young, had a long way to go, and would have like-minded companions with him. Woof woof woof. Fang, covered in green fur, leaped out of the bushes, barking fiercely at the black owl in the air. On his head was a blob of white bird droppings. He had originally planned to hide in the bushes to prank his young master when he came out, but he didn't expect a wild owl from who knew where to fly by. The most hateful thing was that it dropped a blob of bird droppings on this dog lord's dashing green fur. Uncle can endure, but Fang cannot. Fang bared his teeth, barking and scolding the owl fiercely. Unfortunately, their languages were different, and the owl flapped its wings, ignoring him. With a creak, the wooden door opened, and a black-haired, pale-skinned, oval-faced young man emerged from inside. Upon seeing his young master, Fang immediately ran over, lowered his head, and rubbed against Hubert, his eyes teary, whimpering softly to express his grievances. Hubert immediately dodged, looking at the large green-furred dog, truly at a loss for words. Ever since he helped Fang change his fur color a few years ago, he seemed to have fallen in love with this green, often secretly drinking the hair-dyeing potion from Hubert's room. The originally mighty and imposing black dog had now turned into a bright green-furred dog, and with his large build and fierce appearance, paired with the green fur, he looked quite comical. You still have bird droppings on your head, don't even think about rubbing it on me. Hubert dodged Fang and waved at the owl. The owl flew down, dropped the letter it held in its beak, and then flew away. It still had many letters to deliver. Owls were very busy lately. The envelope was made of heavy parchment, and the address was written in emerald green ink. There was no stamp. On the envelope was a wax seal, a shield crest, with a large letter H surrounded by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Principal, Albus Dumbledore, Supreme Mugvump of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, First-Class Sorcerer of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Hubert, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term begins on the 1st of September. We await your owl by the 31st of July. Sincerely, Deputy Principal, Female, Minerva McGonagall, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Below was the attached list of first-year required books and other important notices. This is the Hogwarts acceptance letter. Hubert's hand trembled as he held the acceptance letter. He couldn't describe his feelings at that moment. There was excitement, a sense of accomplishment after so many years of diligent preparation, curiosity, thrill, and anticipation for the future, among other emotions. Ever since Flitwick agreed to teach him magic runes, Hubert had been diligently studying under his guidance. After so many years of preparation, Hubert was ready for his studies at Hogwarts. But upon officially receiving this letter, he still couldn't help but tremble. This was the result of all his efforts over the past 4 years, and also Dumbledore and the others' affirmation of him. Hagrid, Hagrid! Hubert shouted loudly, I received my Hogwarts acceptance letter, I received my Hogwarts acceptance letter. He wanted to share his joy with his family. Hagrid would be happy for him too. Ha ha ha. Hagrid's tall figure emerged from the nearby stone hut, a smile on his face, and he gave Hubert a fierce hug. I knew you would succeed. Did you already know? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Hubert looked at Hagrid and said with certainty in his expression, His reaction was nothing like someone who had just learned he received an acceptance letter. Hagrid scratched his head. "I only found out last night when I was helping Dumbledore deliver the letters. He told me not to tell you yet. You know, it's a surprise." He lowered his head, his face flushed. "Hubert, you must become a great wizard in the future, just like Dumbledore." "I will, Hagrid," Hubert said with a determined expression, "and thank you, Hagrid, thank you for all these years of care." Hagrid patted his shoulder, everything unspoken. Hubert packed his belongings and then followed Hagrid out the door to Diagon Alley to buy the items listed on the required supply list. In truth, he already possessed most of the books and cauldrons listed, but he couldn't stand Hagrid's urging. In Hagrid's words, since he was starting school, he needed new things for a fresh start. Riding Hagrid's modified motorcycle, accompanied by thick smoke, the two ascended and took off. A new batch of little wizards was heading to Hogwarts this year, making Diagon Alley quite bustling recently. When Hubert arrived at Diagon Alley, the place was already packed with people. Mostly older wizards were leading curious little wizards through the streets, shopping for the necessary supplies. Some little wizards, seeing so many people and visiting Diagon Alley for the first time, looked around curiously. For instance, a crowd had gathered in front of Hubert's pet shop, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. The shop's green facade distinguished it from other wizard establishments, and the interior decorations and the pets living behind hexagonal glass made the little wizards incredibly curious. "I'm going to pick up Harry now, then meet you back at the shop." Hagrid dropped Hubert off at the pet shop entrance, gave a few instructions, and left. He had another very important task today, bringing Harry Potter to Diagon Alley to buy supplies. Before coming, Hagrid had explained Harry Potter's situation to Hubert. "Harry is a poor child. His parents died at the hands of you-know-who." Whenever Hagrid mentioned this, his eyes would well up. He remembered that cold night when he picked up the child from the ruins and delivered him to his aunt's house. Hearing that his aunt and her family treated him poorly, he felt immense guilt, knowing he had personally delivered the child there. "Hubert, I know you are very independent. I hope you can help me look after Harry in the future. He hasn't had a happy life." In recent months, Hagrid would mention this request every time Harry Potter came up. Seeing Hagrid's guilty expression, Hubert felt pity. After Hagrid left, Hubert did not go into the pet shop. Gold Silver managed the shop now, and this money-loving house elf was a highly competent manager. Since becoming the manager, Gold Silver seemed to have found his purpose in life. He dedicated all his energy to running the pet shop, treating it as his home and his everything. Following Hubert's suggestion, he even secretly went to stores in the Muggle world to study. He learned most of the management and promotional techniques used by Muggle world shopping malls and advertising companies. He was utterly astounded by these methods and greatly admired them. From then on, Diagon Alley gained a unique manager and a magical creature pet shop that frequently held various promotional events. Case in point, to welcome the new Hogwarts students, Gold Silver specifically planned a new student grand sale event. Anyone purchasing a pet at the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them pet shop would receive a 20% discount. At the same time, he didn't forget to squeeze money out of old customers. Anyone who signed up for the newly launched membership card would receive a 10% discount on pet food purchases thereafter. Hubert glanced at Gold Silver, who was wearing his manager's uniform and busy explaining things to the little wizards inside the shop, and then turned and left. He barely needed to worry about the shop now. He only showed up every 6 months for the financial summary. The pet shop conducted an account reconciliation every 6 months, summarizing gains and losses, and outlining the development plan for the next half year. These policies were implemented by Gold Silver after his study tour of the Muggle world. Hubert naturally did not interfere with Gold Silver. Gold Silver was responsible for shop management, pet purchasing, and restocking. For this, Hubert had granted him access permission to Tuhao Gensokyo. Hubert would periodically take funds from the shop's profits to support his research. The pet shop's profits were considerable. They had already paid back the money owed to Hagrid. There was also a surplus, and to reward Gold Silver for his excellent management, Hubert exercised his owner's rights and specially gave Gold Silver a year-end bonus of 100 galleons last year. School starts in just over 10 days. My new life is about to begin too. Hubert walked along, lost in thought. He wasn't specifically visiting any shops, just strolling casually. He stopped to look at places that interested him and moved on from those that didn't. Diagon Alley was bustling, and the noisy commotion seemed to infect him, lifting his spirits. "Malfoy, watch your words." An angry voice carried over, the speaker suppressing his rage and lowering his tone. Arthur, are you going to add a clause to your Muggle Protection Act forbidding wizards from discussing the red-haired Weasleys? Lucius slightly lifted his chin, looking askance at the red hair opposite him. You lot spend too much time with those Muggles. If you ever need charity, you can come find me at Malfoy Manor. Since you're purebloods, I won't let your family starve. Arthur Weasley stepped forward, using his body to block Lucius's view of his youngest son. Lucius, you should go home and take a good look through your collection. Those dark arts contraband items are your family's favorites. I hope the Ministry of Magic inspection didn't miss anything last time. At the mention of the Ministry of Magic inspection, Lucius's pale face twisted in anger. The last inspection had cost him a fortune. Those damned freeloaders. Hubert squeezed into the confrontation area. On one side were Lucius and his son, dressed in gold and white. On the other were the red-haired Weasleys, father and son. Each side had brought their children, and they stood facing off at the street corner, attacking each other verbally. The white-haired and the red-haired were clearly separated, and their positions were absolutely opposed. Hubert wasn't surprised at all that they were arguing. The main combatants were naturally the parents, while the red-haired Ron and the white-haired Draco stood on the side glaring at each other and cheering on their fathers. Hey, Hubert, what are you doing here? A surprised voice came from behind, and a strong hand clapped him on the shoulder. Hubert turned his head. Charlie, you're back from Romania? With red hair, freckles, and a short but sturdy build, it was Charlie Weasley, who had graduated and gone to Romania to study dragons. The two had corresponded frequently over the years, exchanging knowledge about magical creatures. Hubert had learned a great deal about dragons from Charlie. Lucius. Just as Hubert was about to speak, a roaring sound was followed by a stout figure pushing through. She rushed in front of Arthur, shielding Arthur and Ron behind her like a mother hen. She leaned forward. Although much shorter than Lucius, she fiercely stared down the tall, pale man, her red hair blazing. Lucius subconsciously took a step back under her imposing presence, but he maintained his arrogance. He sneered, Arthur, so you like hiding behind women? After speaking, and without waiting for the red-faced Arthur to retort, he dragged Malfoy away. Arthur, ignore him. Molly turned around, her look of fury instantly vanishing. She smiled gently at her husband, then turned to Charlie beside her. You should introduce this young gentleman. Hello everyone, I'm Hubert. Molly Weasley was not tall, a little plump, and wore a loose, long dress. Her face always carried a loving smile, and she always had enough patience and care for her children. However, she had too many children, and she couldn't evenly distribute her love to each child. For example, Ron. He was the youngest son in the family. Previously, his parents' focus was on the eldest son, and now with their only daughter, their attention naturally shifted to the youngest girl. Each Weasley child had a different personality, especially the younger ones. Perhaps wanting to gain more parental attention from their siblings, they always did unusual things. For example, the family's twins, Fred and George, pranks and mischief were their daily routine. Ron often suffered from their antics and admitted he couldn't compete with them. Molly worried endlessly about this, always fearing her children would go astray. Mom and Dad, this is Hubert, whom I often mention, who loves magical creatures. Charlie pulled Hubert over to introduce him to his parents. When he was home, he often talked about magical creatures, and naturally, he also mentioned Hubert, who shared his common interests. We've heard of you, your articles are very good, and those little animals are very cute, Arthur proactively said, seemingly having forgotten the previous awkwardness. Are there any magical creatures that can catch gnomes? There are too many annoying gnomes at home. Molly thought of the bothersome gnomes that always interfered with her housework. Mom, if there are no gnomes, no one will play with me. Ron, standing nearby, heard his mother mention gnomes and became nervous. His older brothers at home didn't like playing with him, and his youngest sister was still a baby. When bored, teasing gnomes was one of his few pleasures. Ron, for the next month, garden tidying will be your household chore. No, Mom, Ron wailed. Playing occasionally was fine, but if he had to tidy the garden, the gnomes would drive him crazy. It was a chore. George and Fred were often punished this way by Molly when they made mistakes. He hung his head, muttering, "At least I'm going to Hogwarts in just over 10 days. Relief appeared on his face, not daring to object to his mother's command in the slightest. Molly was both loving and strict with her children, holding immense authority and influence over them. She pulled Ron closer and said to Hubert, "This is my youngest son, Ron. He's going to Hogwarts this year, and I'm always a bit worried he won't adapt to life there. Ron, you should make more friends your age, that way, your dad and I will be more at ease," she said, turning to Ron. "I live in the stone hut at Hogwarts with Hagrid. I'll also be starting at Hogwarts this year, so I believe we'll get along well." Hubert smiled and gestured to Ron. This person across from him was one of the future Golden Trio. Compared to the dazzling Harry and the intelligent Hermione, he seemed as unremarkable as he was at home. But his existence was crucial to Harry, and he also possessed a resilience that others lacked. "I often see your articles in the Quibbler. Have you really seen mermaids? Do they sing beautifully?" Ron's mood immediately shifted, and he spoke with great interest. "Mom always says the Quibbler is a third-rate magazine, but I really like what you write, Ron." Molly growled softly, but there was no anger on her face. Ron shrank his head and scurried to Arthur's side. Hubert smiled as he watched the Weasley family. Though poor and with children who bickered, the family was full of love and tolerance. Their affect-irons were unbreakable, and their bonds were indestructible. Compared to the indifference and violence among members of other pureblood wizard families, the Weasley family was a model of a good wizarding family. If Lord Voldemort and those wizards had grown up in such a family, would they still have taken the path they did? Hubert asked himself inwardly, but there was no answer. The human heart is the hardest thing to fathom. After chatting with the Weasley family for a while, Hubert's communication device vibrated. He bid farewell to Charlie and his family, then walked towards Gringotts. Hagrid had arranged to meet him there via the communicator. It was nearing noon, but the crowd in Diagon Alley still hadn't thinned. Wizards in various costumes filled the place with a mysterious, exotic charm. Though their attire might not be fine or neat, it was precisely this that immediately told you this was the wizarding world. Ancient white buildings stood in the center of Diagon Alley Street. Pointed white structures divided the road, leading in two distinctly different directions. In front of Gringotts, Hagrid, wearing a tweed coat, was bending down, saying something to a slender, black-haired boy beside him. The boy's cheeks were thin, black hair covered his eyebrows, and he wore old, round spectacles. If one were to lift the hair from his forehead, a lightning-shaped scar would be visible. "Harry, Hubert is a very good boy, and very smart too. He has many amazing magical creatures, and they all love him. You can go with him to Tuhau Gensokyo to see them, they are mostly all there." Harry Potter's face was filled with curiosity. For 11 years, he had lived in his detestable aunt's house, enduring all sorts of bullying. He had thought he would be exploited there until he was 18, then ruthlessly kicked out. But a Hogwarts acceptance letter some time ago shattered his dark, hopeless world, bringing a glimmer of light and hope. No one could understand the joy he felt at that moment, a hope seen in despair. A new world unveiled its mysterious veil to him. The people of this world were called wizards, they used magic, and he himself would someday be a part of it. Harry was brought to the wizarding world by Hagrid, and he was curious and excited about everything there. It was the happiest day he had experienced in 11 years. "Does he use magic? What is Tuhau Gensokyo?" Harry asked. Hagrid scratched his head, about to explain to Harry, then suddenly said, "Hubert's here, he'll answer your questions." Following Hagrid's gaze, Harry saw a fair-skinned boy with black hair, wearing black robes, walking towards them. The boy's face was pale and clean, not strikingly handsome, but his features were well proportioned, with an oval face. A sunny smile was on his face, and his steps were steady and strong. "Didn't we say we'd meet at the pet shop? Why did we suddenly come to Gringotts?" Hubert said as he approached. "I just met Charlie and his family on the way, they are a very interesting family." Hagrid nodded. "Molly is a very good person, but her children are too mischievous. They used to play pranks at school all the time. Don't you dare learn from them. I don't want prank traps all over the stone hut." Got it, got it." Hagrid's resentment towards the younger Weasleys wasn't new. The Weasley brothers before Ron were not ordinary students at school. The little lions of Gryffindor weren't just a saying. "Harry Potter." Hubert turned his head, revealing a sunny smile. "Hagrid has been talking about you so much that my ears are practically calloused. Now I finally get to meet the real person. Nice to meet you, I'm Hubert, but you're too thin. You should eat more to get more nutrients and grow taller. I heard girls like that." Harry's nervous expression relaxed under Hubert's easygoing tone. He really liked the other party's equal treatment. Harry looked at his thin arms and gave a bitter smile. He was already fortunate to have eaten enough and grown up at his aunt's house. He wouldn't dare to wish for more. Hubert naturally understood his current situation, pulling out a small, thumb-sized red gem from the cloth pouch in his arms. "This is a little toy I refined before. It can enhance the wearer's strength. If you wear it, you'll be incredibly strong, and no one will dare to bully you. This isn't a real gem, it's worthless in the Muggle world, otherwise I'd be the richest person in the Muggle world." This is a magical item refined with magical creature blood. It can lend strength to a wizard, but it can only be used 5 times. This. Harry hesitated. He wanted such a gift, but it felt inappropriate to accept it upon their first meeting. He looked at Hagrid, who nodded in approval. Take it, Hubert has a lot of these things. He's a bioalchemist. What's a bioalchemist? Hearing a new term, Harry proactively asked, adhering to his principle of asking when he didn't understand. Under Hubert's adjustment, the atmosphere among the three became much livelier. He and Harry Potter quickly became acquainted. Through their interaction, Harry was a very easygoing person. Perhaps it was because he was an orphan from a young age, raised by his harsh aunt and uncle, that he yearned for family affection and friendship. He cherished his first friend in the wizarding world. The three entered Gringotts, passed through the 2 special large doors, and were led by the goblins to the underground vault. Harry, who was originally penniless, received his family's inheritance, instantly transforming into a thin, rich, and handsome young man. Hubert was quite envious of this. Such was a wizarding family. Even if it perished, it left a deep legacy for its descendants. Then the three passed through a secret passage and arrived at another vault. The passage only allowed 1 person to walk at a time, and 2 neatly dressed guards stood at both the entrance and exit. What is stored here? Hubert was secretly startled. Did Hagrid have something precious stored here? It didn't seem like his character. If it wasn't Hagrid's item, then what was it? Suddenly, Hubert's heart pounded, and he thought of something. If it was that, then it made perfect sense. Click, click, click. As the goblin's long fingernails slid, the thick vault door opened. Inside the small space, a cloth pouch lay quietly. The pouch was ordinary. It probably wouldn't be noticed if thrown on the street. But Hubert's heart was pounding violently, and the gem beetle ring on his left index finger glowed faintly red. Magic! This is powerful magic! Hubert exclaimed in his heart. Through the Hubert set, he could clearly sense the powerful magical energy field emanating from the item in the cloth pouch. The strong magic caused the surrounding field to begin to distort. Is this the legendary Philosopher's Stone that grants immortality? But why can my gem beetle ring sense it, while Hagrid and Harry have no reaction? Is it because the gem beetle ring can automatically absorb magic? Hubert secretly speculated that the gem beetle ring had been re-refined by him using bioalchemy. Not only could it restore magic by absorbing blood, but it could also naturally absorb magic from the air to recover. If the gem beetle ring can absorb the magic from the Philosopher's Stone, what would happen if the two were melted together? The original purpose of the Philosopher's Stone was to provide powerful magical support to wizards, and the gem beetle ring had a similar function. If he could obtain the Philosopher's Stone, then magic would no longer be his limitation. As long as his mental power was sufficient, he could instantly become a great wizard with magic comparable to Dumbledore's. Thinking of this, Hubert looked at the ordinary cloth pouch with fervent eyes. He quickly thought about how he could obtain the Philosopher's Stone, which Hagrid would take back to Hogwarts and then hand over to Dumbledore. Asking Dumbledore for it was unrealistic. He wouldn't give it to him. Stealing it from him was even less feasible. Dumbledore was the most powerful wizard. Who could steal something from him? Dumbledore stored the Philosopher's Stone inside the Mirror of Erist. The preceding obstacles weren't difficult, but the final Mirror of Erist was very challenging. Because he desired the Philosopher's Stone, he couldn't escape the Mirror of Erist's scrutiny. After much thought, the only opportunity would be when Harry and his friends were going through the challenges to protect the Philosopher's Stone, and finally when they confronted Quirrell. Lord Voldemort. Hubert's eyes sharpened, flashing with an inexplicable light. In the dim underground vault, the old goblin carefully handed the cloth pouch containing the Philosopher's Stone to Hagrid, who cautiously placed it in his arms. Harry, standing beside them, was bewildered, unaware that what was inside was something he would have to protect with his life. The few people quietly walked through the passage, which had many forks. The goblins had built a sprawling underground world, and without a guide, one would surely get lost in this dim environment. The path was very quiet, with the kerosene on the torches crackling. The old goblin led the way. Hagrid and Hubert were thinking about the Philosopher's Stone, and Harry was affected by the surrounding atmosphere, none of them speaking. Intense sunlight washed over them. Coming out of Gringotts, the bustling and noisy street seemed like another world. Although they hadn't been inside for long, it felt like a day or two. Harry, next you need to prepare your wand and books for Hogwarts, Hagrid suggested. And a cauldron, Hubert added, as he also needed to prepare some things, so the three of them went together. Under Hagrid's guidance, they began a major shopping trip. Harry had just received a huge inheritance, and everything in the wizarding world was new to him. His newfound wealth allowed Hubert to witness what it meant to be a nouveau riche. Harry, you should learn how to manage your finances, Hubert couldn't help but remind him. At Harry's spending rate, he doubted whether the Potter family's inheritance could support him until he came of age. "I have a lot of galleons," Harry replied, making Hubert, who had invested all his galleons into Tuhao Gensokyo and experiments and was always relatively strapped for cash, incredibly envious and unable to retort. Being rich means being willful, he finally weakly comforted himself in his heart. The old goblin carefully handed the cloth pouch containing the Philosopher's Stone to Hagrid, who cautiously placed it in his arms. Time flew by, and 10 odd days passed in a flash. Today was sunny, and Hubert and Hagrid got up early. Because today was the 1st of September, a special day, Hogwarts would welcome new little wizards today. "Hubert, you need to hurry up and pack everything," Hagrid reminded from outside the door. "And Fang, can you change your green fur? It's really too ugly." He tinkered with the boat on the grass, carefully checking for leaks in the seams, then reapplying a waterproof layer. To his right were a lantern and a dozen oars. Hagrid had started repairing these things yesterday, and the busy work made him a bit of a chatterbox. Sometimes he even forgot what he had just been doing. These past few days, Hogwarts had entered a busy phase in preparation for the new students. The remaining professors were busy from morning until the night lights came on, especially Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, who, as principal and vice principal, were responsible for coordinating everything. "The stone hut is right next to Hogwarts. I can come back anytime I need to, so there's no need to bring so many things. Actually, I don't want to live in the academy. It's not as comfortable as my little stone hut, and I often do experiments, which isn't convenient there either." Hubert walked out of the house. The black sculpted wolfdog standing by the door glanced at him, then remained seated. Hagrid looked up and said earnestly, "That's an academy tradition. You can meet more friends your age there. They will be your most loyal companions in the future. I don't want you to be alone later on." He lowered his head again and picked up a brush to start painting. The heavy wooden boat seemed weightless in his hands, easily flipped over. "He truly lives up to being a half-giant. That brute strength is enviable. I'm doing pretty well now. I live a fulfilling life studying and doing experiments every day. And I won't be lonely, I have you." If it weren't for the future return of the Dark Lord, he would truly be very satisfied with his current life. Doing what he liked, with friends and family by his side, and teachers imparting knowledge, what more could he ask for? Hubert touched the ruby ring on his left index finger, feeling no magic power. Hagrid must have given the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore, and Dumbledore will hide it in the Mirror of Erist. Hubert pondered. Ever since he first sensed the magic power of the Philosopher's Stone, he had set his sights on it. But Hagrid was responsible for escorting it, and he couldn't harm Hagrid to seize the Philosopher's Stone. He would only have a chance once Dumbledore placed it inside the Mirror of Erist. Perhaps living in the dorms is a good option. He tidied his God-controlling robe, then squatted down. God-controlling robe was the new name he had given his alchemy robe for easier distinction. Currently, the Hubert set included the God-controlling robe, the gem beetle ring, and a special pet. Hubert took out Ode to Life, elegantly waved his wand, and the magic power within the gem beetle propelled the magic runes on the God-controlling robe, releasing the levitation charm. The golden magic runes on the God-controlling robe lit up, emitting a golden glow. Under the effect of the levitation charm, the heavy wooden boat in front of him floated up and automatically flipped over. Hagrid looked up at the golden magic runes on Hubert's body but said nothing. "I don't want to be so flashy either, but as soon as I activate the magic runes, the invisibility potion's effect wears off. I'm helpless about such a showy appearance." Hubert sighed. The God-controlling robe was good in every way, except that it was too eye-catching. He was too flashy. Imagine when he activated the magic runes, the mysterious magic runes on the God-controlling robe would emit golden light, even floating off the clothes. What kind of scene would that be? It's probably enough to blind a bunch of little wizards. Hubert secretly worried. He had to find a solution quickly, otherwise, he would only be able to wear another layer of clothes over the God-controlling robe. "See, magic is that simple," Hubert boasted. After the gem beetle was refined into an alchemy product, it could also automatically absorb magic power from the air to recover, without needing to absorb his blood, so he no longer had to worry about overusing magic power. He simultaneously controlled 3 dye brushes to move across the boat's hull. The 3 brushes worked in perfect synergy, and in a short while, half of the hull was painted. "Your magic control is very good. You should be suited for transfiguration magic. It requires very high magic control," Hagrid suggested. Although he dropped out of Hogwarts midway, he had gained a lot of knowledge over the years. The boat gently landed, resting on the grass. The sun shone upon it, fulfilling its duty. Professor Flitwick also mentioned this to me, and he also suggested I spend more time on it. I also really like transfiguration magic. Do you know which professor is good at transfiguration magic? Hagrid thought for a moment. Professor McGonagall is the transfiguration magic teacher. Her transfiguration magic is very good. Then he slapped his head, as if remembering something, and said, "Of course, there's also Dumbledore, is the greatest wizard." Hubert pouted. Hagrid was truly a die-hard fan of Dumbledore, always thinking of him in every matter. However, Dumbledore's transfiguration magic was indeed very powerful. Flitwick had praised it in front of him. Unfortunately, he wasn't familiar with Dumbledore, and Dumbledore, as principal, couldn't teach him without reason. With Hubert's no-holds-barred use of magic, Hagrid received his help, and the two repaired the boats much faster. By nearly noon, most of the boats were repaired, with only a few severely damaged ones needing to be discarded. After a quick lunch, Hubert rushed to the cabin by the cliff. The cabin still stood quietly by the cliff, and the flowers and plants in front of it had bloomed, swaying in the breeze. Inside the cabin, by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, the wooden lounge chair still lay quietly. Looking out from the glass window, the black lake stretched to the horizon, its surface shimmering in the golden sunlight. Flitwick, who should have been leisurely lying on the lounge chair, sipping green tea and enjoying the lake view, was now hunched over the central table in the cabin. 3 tall stacks of books were piled on the table, completely burying him. Creak, Hubert walked in as the door opened. 3 or 4 years had passed in a flash, and the small wooden cabin and Flitwick remained unchanged, still the same as before. But he had transformed from a 7-year-old child into an 11-year-old boy, from knowing nothing about magic runes to studying intermediate ones. This progress was inseparable from Flitwick's devoted guidance and teaching. He was the one who truly led him into the gate of the magic world. "Professor," he softly greeted Flitwick, who was buried in documents. Flitwick barely looked up, then immediately lowered his head. With the start of the school year approaching, he not only had to prepare teaching plans for the little wizards but also manage Ravenclaw's housework schedule. There was too much to do. He hadn't even had time for lunch today. Flitwick's long hand gently waved, and a stack of documents from the bookshelf landed on another table beside his. "These are the teaching proposals for the new little wizards entering this year and their basic student information. You are responsible for organizing and categorizing them," Flitwick quickly instructed, then continued to bury himself in work. Hubert didn't mind, sat cross-legged on the blanket, opened the documents, and began to work. As the sun set, the red clouds in the sky, like burning flames, ignited half of the heavens. The black lake shimmered, and the red glow of the sunset painted the lake in a different hue. On the cliff, a small wooden house stood quietly, appearing serene and peaceful under the twilight. The distant setting sun slowly dipped into the black lake. The small house on the cliff and the nearby Hogwarts lit up their night lamps, radiating magnificent light in the darkness, echoing the scattered stars in the night sky. Dawn, dawn, dawn. Under the night sky, the solemn bronze bell toll spread from Hogwarts in all directions, ringing 5 times before stopping. Creak, the wooden door of the cliffside house opened, and 2 figures hurried out, making their way through the night towards the brightly lit castle nearby. "The Hogwarts assembly bell has rung. This year's new students should be arriving soon. We need to get to the Great Hall quickly, so we don't miss the time." Flitwick, dragging his robe, hurried ahead, with Hubert following behind. To be honest, he really wanted to remind Flitwick that he could shorten the hem of his robe. The brightly lit Hogwarts Great Hall, the location of the dining area, was magically beautiful and magnificent, and also the venue for various banquets. In the center were 4 long tables, each representing one of the 4 houses. Another long table was placed on the platform at the head of the dining area, serving as the old professor's table. Thousands of candles floated in midair in the Great Hall. Above them was a magically enchanted ceiling, whose height was unfathomable, appearing just like the sky outside. At this moment, the 4 long tables were filled with little wizards of all sizes, dressed in uniform black wizard robes, with some students wearing pointed hats. The little wizards gathered in 2s and 3s, discussing something in hushed tones. The Great Hall was filled with a noisy clamor, the atmosphere lively and vibrant. At the faculty table, the old professors of the houses were seated in their places. In the center of the table, a tall, white-haired old man smiled as he looked down at the little wizards engaged in lively discussion in the Great Hall. 2 seats were empty to his right. At the very end sat Snape, dressed in a black robe with greasy hair. To Snape's left was Quirrell, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts class professor, whose head was wrapped in a cloth strip. He had a prominent nose, a pale complexion, and though in his 30s or 40s, his body was hunched. His gaze swept across the many little wizards, and when he saw a thin figure in front, his eyes immediately locked onto him. Next up is Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall, holding a parchment in her left hand, called out the name loudly. Her previously raised chin lowered as she searched for Harry in the crowd. "Mr. Potter, please come forward and put on the sorting hat." When she saw Harry's thin frame and timid eyes, her usually stern face softened with sympathy and pity. She gently patted Harry's shoulder and gave him a comforting smile, which finally put Harry at ease. McGonagall placed the hat on Harry's head, and the sorting hat furrowed its brow, deep in thought. "This is a difficult choice, very difficult. Full of courage, and not a fool. Talented, yes, and with a strong desire to prove yourself. Very interesting. Where should I put you?" Harry rolled his eyes, his hands trembling slightly, muttering, "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin." As if responding to Harry's plea, the sorting hat finally said, "Not Slytherin? Are you sure? You could achieve greatness there, there's no doubt about that. Are you sure you don't want it? All right, if you insist, then it had better be Gryffindor." With the sorting hat's pronouncement, a thunderous cheer instantly erupted from the Gryffindor long table. Ron, with his red hair, excitedly welcomed Harry to the Gryffindor table. "We've got Harry Potter! We've got Harry Potter! Harry Potter! Harry Potter!" At the faculty table, Dumbledore, who had been sitting quietly, leaned forward and clapped vigorously. Spurred by him, the great hall erupted in thunderous applause. Screech! With a long sound, the massive wooden doors of the great hall opened, revealing the gloom outside. The enormous sound reverberated through the great hall, instantly silencing the thunderous applause and drawing all eyes to the doorway. Under everyone's gaze, Hubert, bathed in the nightlight, stepped into the brightly lit great hall. He wore the god-controlling robe, a gem beetle ring on his left index finger, and walked forward with firm steps. Click, 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 his leather shoes created a rhythm on the smooth floor. Hubert kept his eyes straight ahead, his black pupils fixed on what was before him. "This is Hogwarts. Stepping through these wooden doors, everything will be different from now on," he told himself. "Professor Flitwick, you're late. Please take your seat as soon as possible." A clear voice came from the faculty table, breaking the silence of the great hall. Dumbledore, with a smile, gestured for Flitwick to sit in the second seat to his right. "My apologies, Principal. There were too many documents to process today." He turned his head to look at Hubert. "Thanks to Hubert's help, otherwise I'd still be working in that dark room right now." Dumbledore nodded to Hubert, and Hagrid, at the faculty table, showed a happy smile. "Next up, Hubert." After Flitwick sat down, Professor McGonagall's serious voice rang out again. At the Gryffindor table, Harry, whose wish had come true, looked at the figure on the stage in astonishment. He hadn't expected Hubert to appear in such circumstances. As the first friend he had made in the wizarding world, Harry had a very good impression of the free-spirited Hubert. "Hubert is enrolling this year too. Charlie will be so happy to hear that." Ron, with his red hair, whispered. They had met in Diagon Alley a while ago, and Charlie and his parents had spoken highly of Hubert. Ron's impression of him was also quite deep. What he liked most were the introductions to magical creatures written by Hubert, though it was a pity there was no information on how to care for rats, which made him quite regretful. "Ron, you know Hubert too?" Harry asked, surprised, having overheard Ron's murmur. "You know him too?" Ron retorted, a look of astonishment on his face. "What are you two talking about? Is Hubert famous, like Harry?" A fluffy brown head popped out between them. Her hair was curly, and her front teeth were a bit large. When she spoke, it was as if she was biting her words, her pronunciation very standard, but it made her sound a bit arrogant. "But I haven't seen that name in books like Modern History of Magic, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, or Important Magical Events of the 20th Century. You know, I usually remember the books I've read." "I'm certain I haven't seen the name Hubert," she emphasized, biting out the three words Hubert again. Ron's face held a strange expression, and he turned his head away, ignoring Hermione. He felt this arrogant girl was like a nightmare. Harry awkwardly scratched his head and patiently explained, "He's a friend we met before, the owner of the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them pet shop, and he often writes articles for the Quibbler magazine. Actually, you're not the only smart person in the world. There are people more capable than you, like Hubert." Ron turned back and added, a triumphant look on his face. He just wanted to curb Hermione's arrogant demeanor. "The Quibbler? I've heard of it. It sounds like a third-rate magazine." Hermione proudly lifted her head, no longer bothering with Ron. "Ron, will Hubert be sorted into Gryffindor?" Harry stopped Ron, who was about to retort, and changed the subject. Inside the brightly lit great hall, a full moon had risen in the ceiling, illuminating even the night sky. The little wizards from the 4 houses sat on the long benches, watching the front. At the staff table, Dumbledore looked on with curiosity, and Hagrid watched Hubert, who was sitting on a chair below, awaiting the Sorting Hat's test, with anticipation. The pointed Sorting Hat pursed its brim, its tip trembling with its movements. Average talent, very imaginative, yearning for magical knowledge and power. You have a strong desire to change the world, which requires power. Slytherin can give you what you want. Hubert's hand trembled slightly when he heard Slytherin, while Hagrid leaned forward from above. Yet, your heart yearns to understand the meaning of responsibility and commitment, and you do not lack courage or fearlessness. Truly difficult to decide. The Sorting Hat muttered to itself, adhering to the will of the 4 founders. The Sorting Hat assigned students to the house they belong in, based on the wizard's heart. What the heart desires is what one truly wants. It seemed to have made up its mind, then opened its wide brim and shouted loudly to everyone, drawing out the sound, Hufflepuff. Wow! Hubert, Hubert. Clap, clap, clap. The moment the Sorting Hat finished speaking, the little wizards at the most populated table among the 4 houses immediately cheered, shouting Hubert's name. Students from the other houses and the professors at the staff table also joined in the applause. Hubert took off the hat and gently placed it on the chair. The Sorting Hat began to sing a cheerful song. Hogwarts, 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 Hogwarts. Please teach us knowledge. Whether we are balding old men, or children with scraped knees, our minds can accept some interesting things, because now our minds are empty, full of air, dead flies and trifles. Please teach us some valuable knowledge, and return to us what we have forgotten. You only need to do your best, and leave the rest to us. We will study hard until we turn to dust. Hubert turned to look at Hagrid and Flitwick at the staff table, giving them a reassuring smile. Dumbledore saw this, nodded, and smiled. Flitwick, congratulations on teaching an excellent student, Dumbledore whispered to Flitwick beside him. Flitwick raised his cup. Now he is a student of Hogwarts. Is this his bond? Dumbledore wondered thoughtfully. Below, Harry and Ron looked disappointed, but seeing Draco at the next table, their expressions immediately brightened. As long as he's not in Slytherin, it's fine, they thought simultaneously. Hubert walked toward the Hufflepuff table. Hufflepuff was the house with the largest number of students among the 4 houses, and the long table was crowded, with people sitting shoulder to shoulder. Sit here. When Hubert was struggling to find a seat, the round-faced little wizard with golden hair in front of him voluntarily moved aside to make space, and the other little wizards also cooperated, shifting their positions. I'm Ernie Macmillan, a first-year student. The round-faced Ernie introduced himself enthusiastically and pulled Hubert over to sit next to him. Then he pointed to the 2 people next to him and said, "This is Hannah Abbott and Justin Finch Fletchley. Hello, I'm Hubert, nice to meet you." Hubert was infected by Ernie's enthusiasm and replied happily. Hufflepuff students love gossip and socializing. Laughter is never absent from their table. Feeling Hufflepuff's warmth and lively atmosphere, Hubert slowly grew fond of the place. Maybe being a Hufflepuff is quite nice too, he told himself inwardly. That senior is so handsome, what's his name? Hannah stared curiously at the black-haired boy not far away. The boy had black hair, black eyes, a slender figure, and an handsome appearance. Although people were crowded around him, his eating manner was elegant, unhurried, and he smiled while conversing with those nearby. His smile was like a spring breeze. Hubert noticed at least 10 girls around them secretly watching the boy. He is indeed very handsome. Hubert had to admit his elegance and attractiveness. He glanced at Hannah next to him. She had rosy cheeks, wore a golden ponytail, and was slightly plump, not exactly beautiful. He shook his head and looked at Justin next to him, who was looking down, rubbing his stomach, and muttering, "When do we get to eat? I'm starving." His words matched his plump figure perfectly. That's Cedric Diggory, a senior 3 years above us, who is rated as the most handsome student in Hufflepuff. I heard many senior girls from other houses have crushes on him, and he receives at least 100 confession letters every year, Ernie explained excitedly. Justin, who had been sulking and rubbing his stomach, also craned his neck and listened. Hannah felt a little down hearing about so many rivals, but still watched Ernie curiously, waiting for him to share his hearsay. Hufflepuffs like gossip too, Hubert concluded another point. Silence. Dumbledore's tall figure stood up and cast a sonorous charm on himself. With his round eyes, he looked up and gazed down upon the wizards below. "Welcome, little wizards. I hope you all have a joyful year at Hogwarts." He glanced towards Mr. Filch by the distant door. Mr. Filch has added several new prohibitions this year, which will be announced by the prefects of each year after dinner. I hope all wizards will abide by the school rules, or Madame Pomfrey will have to be troubled. Now, please begin your meal." Following his words, many sumptuous dishes suddenly appeared on the 4 long tables, which had previously been empty. Grapes, apples, bananas, chicken legs, beef, bread. The greedy little wizards didn't care about anything else. They grabbed chicken legs and started gnawing on them. "Amazing magic!" Hubert exclaimed in admiration, then elegantly picked up the bread and drink in front of him and began to eat. Meanwhile, Ernie and Justin next to him were already buried in their food. Hannah was more refined, but only when compared to Ernie and the others. Hogwarts at night was quiet and peaceful, a stark contrast to the daytime hustle and bustle. The brilliant lights extinguished as the little wizards drifted off to sleep, leaving behind a tall, dark, indistinct figure silently standing on the cliff face under the night sky. Inside the Hufflepuff common room, little wizards slept soundly hidden in their warm beds, occasionally smacking their lips as they dreamt of delicious food, turning over, and continuing their battle with delicacies in their dreams. Justin, especially, was constantly letting out silly, inexplicable smiles, dreaming of who knows what. On the bed near the window, Hubert lay flat. Through the window, he could see the lawn and flowers outside. The Hufflepuff common room was very comfortable, primarily decorated in yellow and black, the main colors of the house. Because the dean, Professor Pomona Sprout, specialized in herbology and gardening, she and the students always adorned the room with precious flowers and plants, making it warm and comfortable like spring even in winter. Feeling the faint snores and smacking sounds of the little wizards, a special sense of peace and belonging welled up in Hubert's heart. It was right to come here. I like this kind of life. What Hubert didn't know was that in the Gryffindor common room, right above his dormitory, Harry was also sitting by the window looking out at the night. Beside him was only a white snowy owl. The common room behind him was plunged into darkness, with only the moonlight outside the window enveloping him. He seemed isolated from the world behind him, filled with loneliness, yet a faint smile played on his lips as his left hand gently stroked Hedwig's white feathers. The night passed without incident. The sky began to lighten slightly, and from afar, one could see the hazy shadow of the massive castle on the cliff. Hogwarts was still asleep, and the little wizards were having their last beautiful dreams. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of someone getting dressed rang out. Although the sound was very soft and the owner of the clothes was trying to be careful, Hubert, who was slightly sensitive from his first time living away from home, still noticed it. He turned onto his side. In the dim light, Ernie carefully lifted his warm blanket and placed his toes onto the cold floor. He grabbed his clothes and the backpack he had placed by his bedside, then tiptoed softly to the door leading from the dormitory to the common room, cautiously opened it, and slipped inside. Justin in the dormitory was still fast asleep, merely rolling over. What is he doing? Hubert watched Ernie, who looked like a thief. It was only around 5:30. Why was he sneaking out of bed? Could he be studying? Hubert was startled by this absurd thought. In his impression, Hufflepuff students were generally mediocre, existing merely as background figures. The only outstanding student whose name people remembered was Cedric, but he later died tragically in the Triwizard Tournament. He recalled his previous school days, and a strong inner voice told him that Ernie must be going to study. Hubert carefully put on his clothes and slipped through the doorway leading to the common room. Inside the Hufflepuff common room, the lights were bright. Green vines hung all around, and the comfortable, soft chairs in the center were empty, but on the floor, a man and a woman were sitting cross-legged, organizing the books in their backpacks and discussing the contents of their texts. "Ernie? Hannah?" Hubert exclaimed in surprise. "You too?" His face was filled with astonishment. He truly couldn't believe that Ernie had actually gotten up early to study, and he wasn't alone. Hannah was here too. If the top student, Hermione, had appeared here, he wouldn't have been surprised, but this was Hufflepuff, and these were Ernie and Hannah. I really shouldn't judge everyone in a house based simply on my preconceived notions. Hubert gave a wry smile, feeling ridiculous about his own fixed mindset. This was a real world, everyone was real, flesh and blood, with their own thoughts and beliefs. Every house had many students, perhaps they shared common traits, but each individual was different. Hufflepuff wasn't entirely composed of unremarkable and ordinary students. Ernie and Hannah right in front of him were very hardworking and diligent. "Hubert, are you up to study too?" "Perfect, let's do it together. Although school has just started, we need to plan ahead. Mom said that Hogwarts has a lot of courses, especially since we have to take O.W.Ls after the 5th year, which greatly affects future careers. Before coming here, Mom and I had already discussed a study plan, but there are still some incomplete parts. It's the same for Hannah, so we can discuss it together." The enthusiastic Ernie spoke first. He placed all the books they needed to study this semester on the table. In his hand, he held a piece of paper listing the names of the books, while the back was covered with a dense schedule. Hannah also held a similar schedule, the contents of which were much the same as Ernie's. "Why are you two working so hard?" Hubert asked, voicing the confusion in his heart. In his memory, Hogwarts students were generally mischievous and irresponsible, like the Fred twin brothers, or Ron and Harry, who only panicked right before exams. Top students like Hermione were the exceptions. "Shouldn't we be studying hard? This is Hogwarts, the best school of magic in the world. We came here to learn magic, didn't we?" Hannah looked up and said, staring strangely at Hubert, not understanding why he had asked such an odd question. Hubert's face flushed with heat, ashamed that he had asked such a foolish question. He vigorously rubbed his face, scrubbing away the sleepiness and all the idiotic, terrible thoughts he previously held. "I need to get to know the people here again," he solemnly told himself in his heart. "Can I join you?" Hubert walked over and sat cross-legged beside them. If others were working this hard, how could he fall behind? "Of course you can," Ernie and Hannah replied simultaneously. The three looked at each other and smiled in unison, the smile of finding like-minded companions. Ernie and Hannah both came from wizard families and had received excellent guidance before arriving. They had already completed their first-year study plans at home. Although Hubert didn't have family guidance, he could learn from their schedules. Although he had self-studied some first-year spells, the content learned in the first year wasn't just about casting a few spells. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, History of Magic, Magical Theory, A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi, Magical Drafts and Potions, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, and The Dark Arts, A Guide to Self-Protection. He currently only knew a portion of the basic standard spells, and while he was familiar with Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, he needed to relearn everything else. When heaven is about to confer a great office on any man, it first exercises his mind with suffering, and his sinews and bones with toil. He glanced at Ernie and Hannah beside him, and the arduous academic life ahead no longer seemed so tedious. At least he had companions. "Mr. Potter," Snape's eerie voice rang out, his tone drawn out as he spoke each word distinctly, "our generation's celebrity." To Harry, this wasn't praise but deep sarcasm. "Tell me, what would happen if I added powdered asphodel root to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry glanced at Hermione, who had immediately raised her hand, then shook his head. "You don't know? Then I'll ask something else." Snape didn't let him off, leaning on a pillar with one hand, looking down at Harry. "Mr. Potter, where would I find a bazaar?" Upon hearing this, Hermione immediately raised her hand high, eagerly looking at Snape, but Snape's gaze was entirely focused on Harry. Hubert carefully and secretly tugged at Hermione's robe, trying to pull her hand down. "I don't know, Professor," Harry replied weakly in a low voice. "What is the difference between aconite and hellebore?" "I don't know, Professor." Snape was expressionless, his tone drawn out as he said, "What a pity, fame alone isn't enough, is it, Mr. Potter?" The little wizards below chuckled softly, and Hubert took the opportunity to pull Hermione's hand down. Snape's full attention was on Harry now. It was useless for her to raise her hand any higher. "Quiet," Snape said eerily, turning to glance at Hubert, who was holding Hermione's arm. "Mr. Hubert, do you have a different opinion on what I just said?" "No opinion at all, Professor." Hubert immediately backed down. His potion skills were poles apart from Snape's. He was the ground, of course, and he certainly wasn't capable of arguing with Snape. "How dare I have an opinion on you? You are the potion master, Snape. Harry is your favorite. You should save your love for him." Hubert silently prayed in his heart for Snape to quickly shift his target to his true love. The entanglement between Snape and Harry was too complex, with no right or wrong, just two pitiful souls. Outsiders couldn't and shouldn't interfere, only they themselves knew what was between them. Like a person drinking water knows whether it's hot or cold. "Put your hand down, Miss Granger." Snape swept his robes aside, moving like a black gust of wind, quickly walking past the seats to the front of Harry's table, squatting down, and saying to Harry's face expressionlessly, "Let me give you some confidence, Potter. Asphodel root and wormwood, when mixed together, make a powerful sleeping draught, which people call the draught of living death. A bazaar is taken from the stomach of a goat and is a powerful antidote. An aconite and wolfsbane refer to the same plant, also known as monkshood." After finishing, he squinted at the other little wizards and slowly said, "What? Why aren't you writing these down?" Then he swept his robes up and quickly walked back to the podium. "Gryffindor House, 5 points will be deducted for your classmates' rude behavior in class." Hubert glanced at Draco, who was smiling triumphantly, and Ron, whose face had turned pale with fright. These contents are on pages 38 and 73 of the book. He opened the book to the corresponding pages and highlighted the key points. Hermione, beside him, looked indignant, seemingly upset that Hubert had pulled her hand down earlier. And so, a potion class passed with Snape's repeated torment of Harry. In the corridor, many little wizards hurried away from Snape's class, even the Slytherin students were unwilling to linger. "Sir, why did you pull me?" Hermione questioned Hubert with an unfriendly tone, her mouth open. Today Gryffindor had lost 5 points. If she had answered correctly, she might have won the points back. "Do you really think Professor Snape would let you answer the question? If I were you, I'd think about why Professor Snape treats Harry like that, and if something happened between them. That's the reason Gryffindor lost points. If this isn't resolved, Gryffindor will lose points again next time." Harry and Ron, who had been about to leave, also stayed when they heard Hubert bring this up. Harry's face showed innocence. "This is my first time meeting Snape. I don't know why he treats me like this. He seems to hate me a lot. He's really scary, like an old bat." Ron's face was pale, still shaken. Could it be that Snape likes Harry and wants to get Harry's attention? "My brother does that when he meets a girl he likes," Ernie suddenly blurted out, and Hannah next to him even nodded. "When I was 8, there was a little boy who always pulled my hair, and then I told his mom, and she said he liked me." Harry, Ron, and Hermione were dumbfounded, Harry's face even paler, his lips trembling. "Don't listen to his nonsense." Hubert patted Harry's shoulder. "We can go back and ask around. Harry hasn't offended him, it might be Harry's parents or relatives, or something like that." Hubert knew the reason, but he couldn't say it. The few of them chatted for a while but couldn't come to a conclusion. However, Ernie and Hannah's comments greatly startled Harry, and these comments became a hot topic of discussion among everyone. Harry returned to Gryffindor and immediately began to inquire about Snape with Ron. He asked older Gryffindor students and even Slytherin wizards. After Ernie and Hannah returned to Hufflepuff, they began discussing the topic of Harry and Snape's complicated relationship. Snape's blatant attention to Harry in class was witnessed by everyone, and Ernie and Hannah were not the only students interested in this. Especially in gossip-loving Hufflepuff, more and more people joined the discussion later. More and more news was uncovered by the little wizards, with various theories, among which Ernie and Hannah's viewpoint gained a lot of support from the little wizards. Finally, it escalated, and rumors flew around Hufflepuff. Snape's love for Harry evolved into 7 versions, and there were more than a dozen versions involving Harry's relatives and Snape. Thus, amidst the hilarious rumors themed the untold story of Harry Potter and Snape, Hubert lived a busy and fulfilling life. He woke up before 5 every morning, studied in a group with Ernie and Hannah, listened attentively in class, and took notes. In his free time, besides studying according to his plan, he practiced the new magic he was learning. In fact, his magical talent was average, but he had a high talent for precise control of magic. This allowed him to perform very well in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, for which he received her praise multiple times. His talent in other subjects like potions, spells, and history of magic was ordinary, but he worked harder than most wizards, and his grades were excellent. Hubert looked contentedly at the paper in front of him, which detailed the books to be studied in the first year. This not only included his first-year courses but also Flitwick's Magic Runes class and the bioalchemy he needed to analyze himself. So his plan was more extensive than Ernie and Hannah's. Although there was a lot of content, time was not very tight. As long as he followed the plan, he could complete the tasks on it at a leisurely pace. After all, it was only first year, there was less to do and more time. "It's past 7, we can pack up and get ready for dinner." Hannah glanced at the clock, then quickly gathered her books and plan sheet. After greeting Hubert, she hurried back to her bedroom. Hubert and Ernie also returned to their bedrooms to quickly tidy up, grab the necessary books, and headed to the Great Hall for dinner. They left relatively early, so there were very few people in the Great Hall. Most of the people there were older students, with only a few first years, but from every house. After they finished eating, the two rushed to the classroom. Today, one of the classes was Professor Snape's potion class. "I heard from an upperclassman that Professor Snape is very strict, it's the class she's most afraid of." Some upperclassmen said the same thing. They said they'd never seen Professor Snape smile. Ernie explained the precautions for Professor Snape's class that he had heard about to Hubert as they walked. The two turned the corner of the stairs. "Are these rumors you heard reliable?" After witnessing his worldview being reset by the people of Hufflepuff, he now maintained a skeptical attitude towards his previous impressions. Although the image of Professor Snape that Ernie described was similar to his own impression, he still remained suspicious. I asked 20 upperclassmen, and 16 of them said Professor Snape was terrifying, Ernie said, providing a statistical probability to prove himself. The two arrived very early, but upon entering, they found that there were already people in the classroom. The classroom was predominantly black, with no other decorations apart from the podium at the front and the desks and chairs below, making the overall atmosphere somewhat oppressive. Several wizards were sitting in the front seats, and judging by their attire, there were students from the other 3 houses. Hubert recognized 2 of them, Hermione, with her bushy brown hair, and Draco, with his pale face and light blonde hair. Draco was with 2 Slytherin students. He didn't see his 2 bodyguards, Crabbe and Goyle, who were probably still asleep. Not far from him, 3 Ravenclaw students were sitting, discussing something in low voices. Hermione, on the other hand, was sitting alone in the front row, diligently reviewing the contents of her book. Hubert scanned the room, then pulled Ernie to sit next to Hermione. Hufflepuff, Hubert. Hubert introduced himself, then pointed to Ernie and said, "This is Ernie, also Hufflepuff." "Hello, I'm Ernie," Ernie said softly, then a wicked smile played on his lips as he looked at Hubert with an inexplicable gaze. Hermione put down the book in her hand. Her bushy brown hair was a bit messy, covering most of her face. She turned her head, chin slightly raised, eyes looking up, and said, enunciating each word, "I've heard of you. I read your article last night, but you should switch magazines. Not many wizards read a trashy magazine like the Quibbler." Then her gaze swept past Hubert to Ernie. "What's wrong with your eyes? My hair is naturally like this, and it's very impolite to stare at a girl like that." Ernie's face went blank, then he glanced at the instigator, Hubert, and buried his head in his book. "Hannah, over here." Hubert quickly waved to Hannah, who was entering, relieving the awkwardness. Hannah's golden hair was tied in a ponytail, and she wore her school uniform. Although not beautiful, she was neatly groomed. She held her books and quickly walked to sit next to Ernie, enthusiastically saying to Hermione, "Hello, Hermione. They say you're a genius. I'm Hannah. I just read a lot of books, but I don't know much about the wizarding world." "What wizarding books do you read?" Hermione was a bit worried. Entering a new wizarding world made her both excited and apprehensive. In the Muggle world, her academic performance was excellent, but in the wizarding world, she knew nothing and always felt that the wizards around her were stronger than her, making her feel very insecure. "We've only just started learning magic too, so we're pretty much the same as you," Hubert said reassuringly, then turned to gesture to the others. "They are all the same. Believe in yourself, no need to worry." Hermione felt much more at ease after hearing this. The 4 exchanged a few simple words, then each bowed their heads and began to review. As time passed, other little wizards also began to arrive one after another, and the classroom became noisy. "Did you hear? Snape just docked Gryffindor 10 points. Apparently, someone insulted him." "I know about that. The upperclassmen privately call him Old Bat." "Ignorance. My father says Professor Snape is a genius potion master, and we should feel honored to receive his guidance." The pale-faced Draco turned his head and said coldly, his face filled with anger, "And I, Draco Malfoy, will not allow you to speak of the Dean of Slytherin in such a way." The other Slytherin little wizards who had been observing heard his words and all gathered around him, showing their support. At 11, he already knows how to increase his influence. "As expected of a Malfoy, who has received noble education since childhood," Hubert said in a low voice, glancing at Draco, who was surrounded by the Slytherin little wizards, then lowered his head to continue reading. Bang! With a loud sound, the door was violently pushed open. Professor Snape stormed in like the wind, walked straight through the aisle to the podium, and then abruptly turned around. A pair of scrutinizing eyes swept across the room. The little wizards he looked at all lowered their heads in fear, not daring to meet his gaze. He wore a black robe, his hair long and curly, looking greasy. His face was drawn, devoid of any expression, and something was hidden in his deep-set eyes. Suddenly, his pupils contracted, and his patrolling gaze immediately locked onto the thin boy. Emerald green eyes, exactly like Lily's eyes. "Lily, is he the child you exchanged your life for? His eyes really are exactly like yours." Suddenly, his gaze changed drastically, as if he had thought of something. The original tenderness turned to disgust, and that hateful, detested figure reappeared before his eyes. He tried hard to remove the hate from his heart. "Lily, since he is the one you exchanged your life for, I will never let him be harmed by that person. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses, how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even stop a death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. His voice was low and cold, and the little wizards were silent under his imposing presence. His gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept towards Harry, then he abruptly turned, the hem of his black robe flaring out. Amidst the various revelries of the little wizards, time quickly flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, it was almost Christmas. During this time, in potion class, Snape continued to find ways to deal with Harry, and Gryffindor and Slytherin still couldn't stand the sight of each other. What made Harry happy was that he had entered the Quidditch team. That was during flying class, where he successfully taught Draco a lesson. Professor McGonagall discovered his flying talent and recommended him to Wood. For this, he also received a Nimbus 2000, which made Ron extremely envious. What Harry didn't know was that Ron wasn't the only one envious. Hubert was also very envious of his flying talent. How exhilarating it must be to ride a broom and soar freely through the sky. However, he had tried it, and while he could fly, he couldn't perform as many complex movements as easily as Harry. I can't use a broom, but I can teleportation. Teleportation is a man's romance. Hubert consoled himself with a slightly sour tone. Golden flames burned on his left hand, and his right hand held blood-red silk threads, throwing them into the fire. Under the calcination of the flames, the red color of the blood-red silk threads faded, turning them into golden silk threads. Controlled by magic, the golden silk threads twisted and intertwined, transforming into mysterious magic runes that pulsed within the flames. Not enough magic again. Hubert sighed helplessly, blowing on his head. The alchemy flames on his hand vanished, and the newly faded threads fell into his palm. He glanced at the gem beetle ring on his index finger. The red magic inside was completely empty, testifying to his powerlessness. Too little magic. The amount of magic possessed by a first year, used to activate the alchemy magic array and control the engraving of the array, was difficult to sustain with his current magic level. After refining just 1 or 2 golden magic runes, his magic was exhausted. He had no choice but to stop. This feeling of being abruptly halted when things were going smoothly and full of anticipation made him feel extremely frustrated. He slumped sideways in his chair, grabbing the Book of Balance and pretending to read it. I can only continue once the gem beetle ring automatically recovers its magic, Hubert muttered, holding the book in his hands while his eyes darted around. Just like that, amidst his absent-mindedness and intermittent refining, the number of golden magic runes on the robe increased. The magic runes from the golden fireball continuously jumped out of his palm, landing on the black robe on the experimental desk, weaving golden thread runes. I wonder if this space secret technique can be successfully solidified onto the god-controlling robe. If it can, then seizing the Philosopher's Stone will have an extra layer of security. Under the control of Hubert's magic, the last magic rune was finally embedded into the god-controlling robe. The golden silk threads on the back of the robe connected, forming a circular array diagram with an embedded pentagram. A golden scepter ran through the center of the array diagram, and the top of the scepter was a key imbued with a mysterious aura. Fifth experiment begins. Hubert grinned, revealing a wide smile. Happiness mixed with anticipation. This magic secret technique had been researched for a year, experimented with 4 times, and cost hundreds of galleons. Thanks to the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them pet shop, thanks to Gold Silver, thanks for providing me with so many galleons. After silently praying for Gold Silver, he took off the god-controlling robe he was wearing, then put on the robe from the desk, instantly feeling the power within the magic array diagram on the back. He tapped the Niffler next to him, who was staring blankly at the gold on the table. Day-Day-I, snap out of it. The Niffler's left stubby paw foolishly rubbed its head, its round little eyes wide as it looked at its owner with confusion. Not again. Hubert sighed heavily, his head drooping. This outwardly cute and innocent fellow was a cheat. Every time he had a job to do, he played dumb to ask for benefits. Did he really regret taking it in? Providing food and drink, asking it to work, and still having to pay wages. Unwillingly, he pulled a pre-prepared golden pellet from his cloth pouch and tossed it to the Niffler. The previously foolish-looking Niffler leaped up, grabbed the golden pellet in midair, flipped, landed steadily, and quickly stuffed the pellet into the space pouch on its belly. The entire sequence of movements was smooth and swift, without any hesitation. Having received its benefit, the professional Niffler naturally became conscientious. It nodded contentedly and paced over to Hubert's side, all traces of foolishness and innocence vanishing from its face. From inside its belly pocket, it pulled out a small black wooden sculpture. The little statue looked dull and dark, exactly like the Niffler. Directional teleportation, activate. Hubert waved the ode to life. The wand-tip moved rhythmically as he chanted the incantation, and magic flowed under his control. The golden magic runes on the back of the robe emitted a dazzling golden light when stimulated by magic. As the magic intensified, the phantom of the golden magic runes leaped from the robe, and the suspended array runes quickly expanded, forming a huge, slowly rotating circular golden pentagram magic array behind him. Crap, not enough magic again. Sweat beaded on Hubert's forehead. Feeling the nearly depleted magic in the gem beetle ring, he smiled bitterly. I absolutely cannot stop at this stage. He gritted his teeth, diverting a trace of mental power to control the gem beetle ring to absorb his own blood to replenish the magic. As he felt the biting sensation, his face turned pale, but a surge of magic flowed out. Space, he roared softly. A golden beam of light shot out from the tip of the Ode to Life wand, rushing towards the array runes behind him. Stimulated by the golden light, the magic array began to spin rapidly. The magic array shone brightly from Hubert, covering his entire body. Then the golden light suddenly shrank, turning into a speck of light and disappearing, and Hubert's figure vanished along with the golden light. Is this a space rift? Hubert looked at the narrow, one-person passage around him. All around was dazzling white light. The surrounding gold was invisible. The passage was very short, only a single step long. Beyond that step, there was a black rift, and Hubert could sense the aura of the statue in the Niffler's hand from within the rift. Spatial positioning. This was the function of the Niffler's statue. The Niffler possessed a unique space magic talent, and the statue, made of special magical materials and processed by the Niffler, could serve as a space anchor. This space secret technique came from the Book of Balance, a special technology combining alchemy and magic. This secret technique included two parts: solidification magic, and the alchemy product used for positioning, the space anchor. It allows the space anchor to be used for positioning, transmitting the caster to the location of the space anchor. This space magic was different from apparition. Apparition did not require positioning and was simple to cast, but it often caused dizziness. However, this secret technique opened a space rift for directional transmission. The caster only needed to step out to reach the destination. Its drawback was that positioning was mandatory, and the creation of the space anchor was relatively troublesome, requiring the assistance of a magical creature with spatial talent. Hubert stepped out of the black rift, his vision clearing. His figure reappeared in the room, only the step away from his original position, with the Niffler right beside him. He looked back at his original location. It was only one step, but this step was not a simple step. Although it was a bit troublesome, this magic succeeded. I'll call it sky flight, Hubert said with a wide grin. Crap, backlash again. Hubert's vision went black, and he collapsed straight down. The magic runes array behind him quickly dissipated, and the Niffler jumped out from inside it. It rubbed its head with its left paw, paced in front of its owner, and carefully kicked its owner's head with a little foot, getting no reaction. It kicked again, still no reaction. Its originally dull eyes instantly lit up. It quickly searched the stone hut, sniffing the air. That was the smell of treasure. It transformed into a black streak of light, darting and rummaging quickly through the stone hut, searching for treasure. This round golden biscuit is nice, put it away. It dug 10 galleons out of a box and quickly stuffed them into the space pouch on its belly. What is this? Can I see myself? Put it away. A glowing tree? Put it away. The sun set in the west, and the lingering glow receded from the stone hut. Inside the small stone hut, the wooden shelf in the corner lay on the ground, and the once precious magic plants and specimens were scattered everywhere. The books that were neatly arranged on the bookshelf were now all open and casually thrown on the floor. The quilt in the inner room was torn open, and white down feathers flew through the air. A patterned bedsheet hung on the window, with several large holes torn in it, traces of animal claws. The bed board of the wooden bed was flipped over, revealing the floor beneath it. No golden or glowing items could be seen inside or outside the stone hut. The magic light bulb on the roof had disappeared, leaving only its base, from which magic power pulsed, emitting a sizzling sound. Niffler! A shrill scream echoed from inside the stone hut, passing through the hut, over the river, and surging towards a mysterious space somewhere in the plane tree forest. Hubert's eyes were teary as he looked at the stone hut after the Niffler's rampage. That damn fellow, those were African herbivore seeds that cost 3 galleons from Diagon Alley, and you just threw them on the ground like trash. And that water lily potted plant, I begged Scarlet for 3 days to get that rare species. It's a magic plant unique to the bottom of the Black Lake. My treasures. Hubert carefully cradled a tadpole-like creature from a puddle, not caring that the water was staining his clean God-controlling robe. His heart was bleeding, aching with spasms. He searched everywhere but couldn't find the Niffler, the culprit. It probably hid back in Gen Sokyo. Next time I see it, I'll teach it a good lesson. I'll steal 1/9 of its golden hoard, no, 1/7. Hubert thought bitterly, then stood up and waved his ode to life. As he cast the magic, the scattered items in the stone hut seemed to rewind through time, returning to their original state. Skyflight is mostly complete, there are still some details to perfect. The biggest problem now is that there's too little magic power, limiting many spells from being cast. I need to speed up acquiring the Philosopher's Stone. I wonder if Dumbledore has placed the Philosopher's Stone in the Mirror of Erist yet? Night had silently fallen. Hogwarts, not far away, was lit up, and faint sounds of revelry could be heard. Today was Halloween Eve, and Hogwarts had prepared a lavish dinner for the little wizards, with pumpkin lanterns containing candles floating above the Great Hall. Hubert checked the time, dinner had already started. He quickened his pace, rushing towards the Great Hall. What's that? By the light of Hogwarts, he vaguely saw a stout, nearly 4-meter-tall black shadow in the castle corridor. Hubert quickly followed, only to clearly see what the black shadow was when he got closer. It's a troll. He pressed tightly against the wall, avoiding the troll's gaze, and secretly watched its movements. The troll was nearly 4 meters tall, weighing almost a ton, and its footsteps made the ground tremble. It had grey skin, a bald little head, dragged a huge club in its hand, and made grunting sounds. Standing before it, looking up, would make anyone feel despair. Hubert held his breath. How is a troll here? Who was crazy enough to let it in? This is insane. If it discovers me, one swing of its club could definitely flatten a person into meat paste. Oh, right, today is Halloween Eve, and then there's a troll. Putting these together, I'm such an idiot, how could I forget this? He tightly gripped his ode to life and held it to his chest, which made him feel a sense of security. Thump, thump, thump. The troll dragged its hideous wooden club deeper into the corridor. Its massive body blocked the light, and Hubert could only see a grey hill behind it. That's the direction of the girls' restroom. If nothing unexpected happens, Hermione will be there. What should I do? Follow it or leave now? Even if I don't go, Harry and Ron will go to save Hermione. The troll is too dangerous. My small body isn't enough for one swing of its club. Let Harry be the hero. I'm just an ordinary person, not the protagonist, and I don't have a cockroach's life. But what if this butterfly, affected today's events? I've done so many things before. What if Harry and Ron don't show up, or even if they do, what if something unexpected happens? This is a real world, not a novel that follows a script. You will definitely become a wizard like Dumbledore. Hagrid's expectation echoed in his ears, and before his eyes, Hermione's frail body trembled under the 4-meter-tall troll's wooden club. My path as a wizard is destined to be full of difficulties. Will one troll make me stop in my tracks? He gritted his teeth, exhaled deeply, and tightly gripping his ode to life, quickly chased after it. In the dim corridor, a massive black shadow loomed, its hideous wooden club dragging on the floor, making a grating screech. Suddenly, the troll's black head sharply turned, and its massive body squeezed into the restroom. Its eyes stared blankly at the little thing at its feet. What is this? Is it a person? So small. Is it enough for one swing of the club? Hermione swallowed, looking up, her eyes fixed on the monster's movements. She carefully backed away, not daring to make the slightest sound. This is a troll, the most violent and dangerous species among trolls, as described in the Fantastic Beasts book. What did it say? What are its weaknesses? How do you defeat it? Calm down, I can remember, Hermione, I can remember. Crack! A crisp sound broke the eerie silence of the washroom. Hermione glanced at the broken piece of wood at her feet. Ah! Roar! The troll let out a low growl, and its wooden club swung towards Hermione with a whoosh. Hermione screamed and ducked her head, the club grazing her hair. The troll is slow, yes, hide behind the door, that way I can avoid the troll. She immediately ran to the toilet, pulled open the door, and locked it tightly with a bang. The door is closed, the troll shouldn't be able to see me now. That should be right? The book said trolls are stupid. Can it find me in the toilet? Can it find me? Thump, thump, thump. The huge wooden club smashed against the toilet. The small toilet was like paper, crushed to smithereens under the hideous wooden club. Ah! Hermione screamed. What do I do? How can I escape? Who will save me? She frantically scrambled out of the pile of wood chips and hid under the wash basin. This was the only place in the washroom where someone could hide. If she was discovered again, it would be over. Thump, thump, thump. Hermione curled up, trying to stay as much as possible in the shadow of the wash basin. With each vibration, the troll's footsteps grew closer. She couldn't see the troll's upper body, only its huge, grey-white feet and the gradually approaching giant club. What to do? Am I going to die here today? If I die, what will happen to Mom and Dad? They'll be so sad. It's my first time away from home. Splat! A small wooden stick flew in a graceful arc and struck the troll's small head. Hey, ugly monster, over here! Ugly monster, over here! Hubert stood in the center of the washroom, waving at the troll and shouting loudly. His right hand tightly gripped his ode to life, his face solemn. In the spacious washroom, shattered wood chips flew about, and the magic lamp hanging from the ceiling creaked. In the center of the washroom, the black-haired youth tightly gripped his dark red wand, the magic runes on his god-controlling robe emitting a golden glow. Opposite him, a massive troll, nearly 4 meters tall, stood amidst the ruins, dragging a grotesque wooden club. It lowered its head, looking down at the little runt before it. This little runt who dared to provoke it was truly damnable. Under the wash basin not far from the giant club, Hermione was curled up, hiding in the shadows, her eyes staring in disbelief at the youth standing in the light not far away. She had encountered him twice before, but neither had been pleasant. She never expected him to appear in her most desperate moment. Perhaps I misunderstood him. Roar! The troll let out a low growl, and a foul stench, carried by its roar, transformed into sound waves that rushed towards Hubert. Hubert held his breath, enduring the stench. Trolls are enormous and incredibly strong. With my current magic level, I can't face him head-on. So, what's his weakness? Hubert quickly scrutinized the giant monster in front of him. He should have looked up information on trolls earlier. What to do? What's its weakness? The troll dragged its club, took heavy steps towards Hubert, shaking the floor. It made grunting sounds, as if speaking. Leg lock a curse. A string of golden light burst from ode to life, piercing towards the troll's legs. The troll's raised foot suddenly froze in midair. It was that easy. Hubert looked at the stopped troll in disbelief. A ton-heavy, incredibly strong monster was defeated by a simple spell. Are wizards really that powerful? Look out! A hurried cry suddenly rang out. Before Hubert could pay attention, he felt a fierce gust of wind pressing down from above his head. He ignored everything else and rolled to the side to dodge. With a dull bang, he felt the ground tremble 3 times. He turned to look, gasping in cold air. Where he had just stood, floor debris flew everywhere. Under the troll's brute force, a small pit had been smashed into the ground. The troll grinned, grunting with laughter, quite pleased with its masterpiece. Hubert secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, gave Hermione a grateful glance, then quickly dodged, increasing the distance between himself and the troll. Fortunately, the troll's mind was dull and it didn't know to press its advantage, otherwise he would have been finished here today. Petrificus totalus, Petrificus totalus, Petrificus totalus. 3 golden lights struck the troll, but the troll's resistance was strong, and the effect lasted only a short time, unable to stop the troll's advance. Hubert's spell seemed to enrage the troll. It let out a low growl, then forcefully lifted its leg and ran towards Hubert. Leg lock a curse. Bang! The spell was repelled. Damn it! The troll's magic resistance was too strong, low-level magic had no effect on it. What to do? There were walls on both sides, with no extra space to dodge. The troll's body drew closer and closer. Under the light, its massive figure overshadowed Hubert in the corner. Leg lock a curse. Petrificus totalus. Low-level magic can only stall it for 1 or 2 seconds. Damn it. If I had enough magic power, I could learn higher-grade magic. The troll's footsteps grew closer, and the shadow grew larger. Roar! The troll roared excitedly, bringing its club down forcefully on the little runt in the corner, half a meter away. It loved the sound of things being smashed. How wonderful it was. Wingardium Leviosa. A firm voice rang out from behind. The troll's hand suddenly loosened. It scratched its small head, looking at the club suspended above its head. It didn't understand why the club, which had just been in its hand, was now floating in the air. Well done, Hermione. Just as the troll was about to kill Hubert, Hermione decisively leaped out from the shadows and cast the levitation charm. Hubert, seizing the moment while the troll was stunned, quickly darted behind it and ran towards Hermione. Smash its head with the club, Hubert said quickly. Hermione waved her wand, and the club, suspended in the air, followed her movements and smashed heavily onto the troll's small head. Bang! With a loud sound, the troll clutched its head, swaying. Fall, fall, fall. Hubert and Hermione muttered, staring at the swaying troll, hoping it would fall. Unfortunately, the troll swayed twice, then steadied itself. It shook its head, turned around, and, with red eyes, stared at the two ants who had injured it. Trolls are incredibly strong and have some magic resistance. Low-level magic has no effect on them. Hermione, what's its weakness? Weakness? I don't know. Hermione's lips were white, and her hands trembled. What is the troll's weakness? I remember it was in a book. I read it. What was it? Hermione, calm down, don't panic. Hubert placed his hands on her shoulders. Look into my eyes. You are very smart, you've read about trolls, you know its weakness, you know it. Hermione looked into Hubert's black pupils, and the hands on her shoulders seemed to give her immense strength. Her trembling body stopped. It's the eyes, attack its eyes. Hermione's mouth opened wide, biting out the words. She had returned to her usual confident and proud self. Trolls are slow, and it's in the corner. We have more space to move, we can work together. Good, you're responsible for distracting it, I'll attack its eyes. The two divided their tasks, and Hermione commanded the club to strike the troll. Bang bang bang. The giant club smashed onto the troll's head. The troll seemed to gain some sense. After being hit twice, it actively dodged, but the club didn't give up, circling around and smashing at it. Hubert moved to the corner, observing the troll entangled by the club, looking for an opportunity. Petrificus Totalus and Leglocker Curse had no effect on the troll's eyes. The only powerful attack remaining was Sectum's Emperor. He looked at the gem beetle ring on his hand. A large portion of its magic power was already consumed. With his current magic power, he could only cast Sectum's Emperor once. He had to seize the opportunity. His gaze was fixed on the troll, not letting go of even the slightest chance. Now, Sectum's Emperor. All the magic power from the ring surged out, and the god-controlling robe emitted a strong golden light, fueled by his full magic power. He used all his strength to fiercely swing O to life. Two cross-shaped blades of light transformed into brilliant rays, piercing into the troll's eyes with lightning speed. Puff puff. Scarlet blood spurted out, splashing everywhere. We succeeded. Hermione ran over, excitedly. No, let's get out of here quickly. Hubert gasped for breath. The recent battle had consumed a large amount of his stamina, and he now had no magic power left. Hubert frowned, showing no joy at the plan's success. Sectum's Emperor only injured its eyes, it didn't kill it. A blind troll will go mad. We have to leave. As if confirming Hubert's words, roar, the troll let out a mournful shriek that could pierce eardrums. Its eyes were a bloody mess, and its grey head was dripping with blood. Scarlet blood dropped onto the floor. Roar. The troll thrashed its hands in the air, catching hold of the great club. Under its brute strength, Hermione lost control of the club. Grasping the weapon, the troll smashed it everywhere like a maniac, venting its bone-deep agony and reducing everything around it to dust. Watch out! Hubert pulled Hermione away, dodging the wood fragments flying toward her. Get out through the door and lock the troll inside. Let the professor deal with it, it's gone insane. After speaking, he carefully pulled Hermione, dodging the flying debris, and escaped to the doorway, quickly locking the door. Huff, huff. Hubert panted heavily, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Feeling the vibrations from inside the door and hearing the troll's furious roars, he felt as if he had been reborn. Thank you for saving me, Hubert. Hermione twisted the corner of her clothes with her left hand, but still looked straight at Hubert. Hermione, hold your head high, don't lower it. You are the proud Hermione, you cannot let others see your weakness. You saved me too. We're even, aren't we? Hubert looked at the uncomfortable Hermione, who was still firm, stubborn, and confident. She had only been scared earlier, hiding in the dark corner of the washroom, because it was her first encounter. This Hermione now was her true self. The two remained silent, staring at each other for 2 seconds before simultaneously smiling. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps sounded, and Harry and Ron, looking anxious, ran around the corner of the corridor. They sighed in relief when they saw Hubert and Hermione leaning against the wall. Hubert, Hermione, are you okay? Harry asked. Professor Quirrell said a troll got into Hogwarts, and Ron and I didn't see you, so we came looking. It's great that you're safe. All the other students have gone back to their common rooms. We have to go back, the troll is too dangerous. He spoke quickly, not noticing Ron's astonished expression. The troll is locked in the girls' washroom by Hermione and me. Now let's go inform a professor. Hubert quickly explained the situation, and then the four ran toward the teachers in the dungeons, where the professors were gathered. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the bright corridor. Professor McGonagall, wearing green robes, ran quickly, followed by Snape and Quirrell, who was wearing a turban. Nothing must happen. How could those children face a troll alone? That is a monster even adult wizards must confront seriously. My poor Harry, if anything happens, how will I cope? He is still just a child. having suffered so much, and now he has to face such a terrifying monster. And Hubert and the others, they are still students. Professor, the troll is locked in the girls' toilet. Hubert and his companion saw McGonagall and the other two and quickly ran over. Are any of you injured? Professor McGonagall immediately pulled over the messy Hubert and Hermione and checked them over, only relaxing when she saw they were unharmed. She immediately put on a stern face. What kind of trickery were you playing? Said Professor McGonagall, her voice laced with icy anger. Why weren't you obediently staying in your dormitories? Snape quickly glared at Harry with a piercing look. Harry looked at the floor, then glanced at Snape's leg, and his pupils contracted. How was Snape's leg injured? And it looked like a bite. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall, they were looking for me. Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall looked at her. Professor, I was the one who found the troll, and then I followed it, Hermione said. Because I thought I could handle it alone, you know, because I'd read about them in books and understood them well. Professor, the troll is now locked in the girls' toilet by Hermione. Its eyes are injured, and it has gone mad. It's very dangerous and must be dealt with immediately. Hubert interrupted McGonagall, who was about to speak. You must return to your dormitories now, this matter will be dealt with later. McGonagall turned to Snape and Quirrell and said, now, let's go capture that monster. She then glanced at the 4 students, Hubert included, and quickly left with Snape and Quirrell. Let's go back too. We need a good night's sleep tonight. Hubert yawned. The 4 looked at each other, unsure what to say. It was truly awkward. It was so dangerous. You shouldn't have come looking for me. Only the sound of their 4 sets of footsteps filled the corridor, and Hermione was the first to break the silence. Only after personally confronting the troll did she truly understand its horror and how powerless she was before it. She didn't want Harry and Ron to face it too. Ron turned his head and replied naturally, isn't that what classmates are supposed to do? Ron's composure and sincerity surprised Hubert. Exactly. If a classmate is in danger, shouldn't we rescue them immediately? Why do we need so many complicated reasons? Ron being able to say something like that is quite impressive. The 4 walked and chatted. After the troll incident, Hubert's relationship with them became much more harmonious. Especially Hermione, when speaking to him, she at least didn't lift her chin, and her tone had softened considerably. Upon nearing the dormitories, Hubert said goodbye and separated from them. The Hufflepuff common room was packed with people. Many little wizards were huddled together, quietly discussing the troll. Ernie was holding a thick book and loudly reading out information about trolls. The little wizards gathered around him, watching him nervously. Trolls are divided into 3 types. Mountain trolls. Mountain trolls are the most violent, weighing nearly a ton. The reading suddenly stopped. Ernie threw down the book, jumped out of the circle, and rushed toward Hubert, who had just entered the door. Where were you? Why are your clothes dirty? There was a troll at Hogwarts. The other little wizards also reacted, surrounding him and bombarding him with questions. Hubert grinned. It felt good to be cared for. He briefly explained the troll incident. Professor McGonagall should have captured the troll by now, so we don't need to worry. Really? He's safe. Hubert, you're amazing. Hubert. Since the troll incident, Hogwarts had returned to its usual joyous atmosphere. Hufflepuff's gossip topic also shifted from Snape's true love to Hubert versus the troll. According to Ernie's statistics, 9 versions of the story had already emerged. With the help of many Hufflepuffs, Hubert had become a celebrity among the first-year little wizards, second only to Harry Potter in fame. Of course, in Hufflepuff, he was incomparable. Hi, Hubert. Hello, Hubert. Studying together tonight? Hubert nodded and smiled in response to the wizards who greeted him. He now somewhat understood Harry's annoyance. Becoming a celebrity meant being watched wherever he went. Every move he made was scrutinized. Perhaps after this period passes, or if some explosive news emerges, it will replace this matter. What's going on up ahead? Why are so many people gathered? Is that Neville? About 20 people were gathered on the lawn beside the corridor, pointing and gesturing at the 2 people in the middle. 2 students even shouted excitedly. Hubert quickly ran over. Ever since Neville adopted the thumb monkey Li from the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them pet shop, the 2 had been in contact multiple times. He and Ryan often went to the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them pet shop to chat, and the 3 were good friends. Neville also often saw him after they both started studying at Hogwarts. In the middle of the crowd, Draco, whose light blonde hair was neatly combed, lifted his chin at Neville in front of him. In his hand, he clutched a golden yellow little monkey, which was Neville's pet, Li. What a waste! Draco sneered contemptuously. How could such a timid and weak person get into Hogwarts? It was simply a disgrace to pureblood wizards. He needed to be taught a good lesson to let him know what a true pureblood wizard was, and not to spend all his time with that scoundrel Harry. How ridiculous! Harry Potter actually degraded himself by associating with mudbloods and even rejected the great Malfoy. He squeezed the monkey in his hand. Lily's big eyes were filled with tears. It didn't understand why this person was bullying it. Neville's hands trembled, and his expression was blank. Seeing Lily's aggrieved tears, he unconsciously took a step forward. Draco hurt Lili. It was just a small monkey. But I can't beat Draco. I'm just a clumsy idiot who often forgets things. I can't protect Lili. Longbottom, you don't deserve to own a high-level magical creature. It should be given to the great Malfoy. He had once been to the Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them pet shop, but that despicable house elf, Shan, actually said he wasn't qualified to adopt a high-level magical creature. This was truly the biggest joke. The great pureblood families of Malfoy were not qualified. This was the biggest insult to him. That lowly, damned, ugly house elf should go to hell. Now, this disgrace Longbottom even had a high-level magical creature. How could this coward be worthy of owning one? I should ask my father to use the Ministry of Magic to shut down that pet shop. You can't, that's my Lili. Neville straightened his body. Lili is my best friend, my best companion. I can't lose Lili. But I can't beat Draco, and I can't protect Lili. Chirp chirp. Lili cried out in pain. So what if I can't beat him? Lili is in pain now. I have to protect him. Suddenly, the previously timid Neville twisted his plump body and pounced on Draco. His face showed determination, and a courage called protection glowed within him. Neville, well done. Neville, you can do it. Draco, stand up. Draco, caught off guard, was knocked down by Neville and fell heavily to the ground. His face was pale, and his nose was wrinkled. This damn fellow actually ambushed me. Lili, are you okay? Neville snatched Lili back from Draco's hand, cradling it in his palms, and asked anxiously. Lili felt its owner's concern, rubbed its little head against his arm, and chirped happily a few times. Longbottom, you will pay for your offense. Draco said coldly, legimmobilizing curse. Petrificus totalus. A golden and a sickly green beam of magic collided and vanished in front of Neville. Draco, ambushing with magic is not the behavior of a noble. Hubert walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Neville. Oh, it's the so-called brave warrior Hubert who saved that mudblood. This guy must be the owner of the pet shop. Only such a person could employ such a lowly house elf. This is none of your business. This is a matter of honor between two wizards. If those two idiots Goyle and Crabbe were here, I would definitely teach you a good lesson. Are you sure? According to school rules, using magic to attack students within the school is forbidden. I imagine Filch would love to have tea and a chat with you, or perhaps your father will have to plead with Headmaster Dumbledore not to expel you. Draco, you are not yet a qualified noble. Perhaps when you break free from Lucius's influence, I might be able to take you seriously. Longbottom, just hide behind Hubert like a woman, Draco said with a wrinkled nose, then turned and left. Varoo. The surrounding little wizards, seeing a grand duel cancelled due to Draco's sudden retreat, grumbled at Draco a few times and then dispersed. Hubert, thank you, Neville said gratefully, holding Lili. Lili, you've grown bigger in a few days. Hubert teased Lili, who was chirping and greeting him with his finger. Neville, you've also become braver. The old Neville was timid and insecure, but now, to protect Lili, he could bravely stand up and resist Draco. Madame Longbottom will surely be proud of you. Neville scratched his head. I lost the Remembrall Grandma gave me last time, and Harry helped me find it. I didn't dare tell him. His face grew gloomy. Harry has been going to the library a lot lately, seemingly looking for something. I don't know how to help him. Hubert patted his shoulder. Harry's destiny was not to be peaceful. He had to face things himself. As a friend, he could only try his best to help and support him. You've done very well. If anything happens in the future, contact me with your communication token, and I'll help you. The two chatted for a few moments, then parted ways. Hubert had also been very busy recently. During the troll incident, he deeply felt his lack of magic and his powerlessness against strong enemies. Lately, he had been busy learning new magic and refining some alchemy items. However, there had been no progress regarding the Philosopher's Stone. I've been too busy lately to go back. I wonder how Hagrid is doing and what he's been busy with. Thinking of Hagrid, a smile appeared on his face. He had grown a bit taller recently. Hagrid would probably be very happy to see him. On the castle grounds, little wizards gathered in small groups, happily discussing things. Occasionally, studious little wizards would sit on the grass around a professor, discussing magic with them. These students were mostly from Ravenclaw, while the little lions of Gryffindor, in contrast, gathered together and played. Nonsense. Why would Snape curse Harry's broom? Hagrid asked back, walking through the door towards Harry, Hermione, and Ron. And during a Quidditch match, when there were so many people on the field? Who knows? Harry retorted, his tone firm. Why did he go past Cerberus on Halloween night? Who told you about Fluffy? Fluffy? Ron's face showed a hint of fear. It had 3 heads, and each mouth could swallow a person. White, sticky drool dripped from its mouth. It was truly terrifying. That thing actually has a name? Hermione asked in surprise. Of course it has a name, it's mine. I bought it last year from an Irishman in a pub, and then lent it to Dumbledore to guard. As if realizing something, Hagrid suddenly stopped speaking. Guard what? Can't say, don't ask any more. Hagrid's voice grew louder. Don't ask any more questions, this is top secret. Hagrid, whatever it is, Snape wants to steal it. Remembering the old bat's smug smile, Harry became even more determined to stop him. Professor Snape is a Hogwarts teacher. Whether he's a teacher or not, he was casting a spell. Hermione interrupted Hagrid, saying with certainty, I read in a book that when casting a spell, you have to stare at the target. Snape didn't even blink. Absolutely true, Harry echoed. Listen, all of you, listen carefully. Hagrid pointed at the trio, his face serious. You're meddling in things you shouldn't. What Fluffy guards is only known to Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Hagrid turned his head. Hey, you guys. Hubert ran up from behind. What are you talking about? Nothing. Hagrid cut off the conversation, pulling Hubert away and leaving Harry and the other 2. What's wrong with you? Hubert was puzzled, wondering what had made Hagrid act like that. I'm thinking about which trees to pick for Christmas. Come with me to choose them. Hubert followed Hagrid to find suitable pine trees for Christmas preparations. The Hogwarts Forbidden Forest had a section of pine trees, tall and straight, making the selection easy. The 2 marked the chosen pine trees, planning to cut them down at the appropriate time. For Christmas, Hogwarts naturally needed to be decorated. Hagrid was responsible for preparing the pine trees, while Professor Flitwick was responsible for hanging gifts on the pine trees during Christmas. This was a complicated task, although not difficult, it was time-consuming. Hubert volunteered to help Professor Flitwick hang the gifts on the Christmas pine trees in the Great Hall. A few more days passed, and goose-feather-heavy snow began to fall over Hogwarts, adding the final touch of color to the arrival of Christmas. Looking down from the sky, Hogwarts was draped in a white robe, the entire castle appearing like a white world. The towering turrets around it resembled white pillars, supporting the 4 directions. Inside the campus, little wizards wore black wizard robes and scarves representing their respective houses, carrying leather suitcases and bidding farewell to their roommates and classmates. With Christmas approaching, most little wizards were going home to reunite with their parents. The usually bustling Hogwarts instantly quieted down, with only the scattered white snow flurries in the air speaking of desolation. Unlike the white world outside, the Great Hall was brightly lit, with roaring fires in the surrounding fireplaces, making the spacious Great Hall warm like spring. Around the Great Hall stood green Christmas pine trees, which Hagrid had dragged back from the Forbidden Forest yesterday. Hubert held the ode to life, controlling a small golden orb that slowly floated to the top of the Christmas tree, carefully hanging it there. Next to the professor's table in the Great Hall, the short Professor Flitwick stood on a stool, doing the same work. At the Gryffindor long table, Harry and Ron, wearing thick sweaters, sat opposite each other, a wizard's chess set between them. Harry frowned in thought, while Ron rested his chin on his left hand, smiling. Harry, you've been thinking for 5 minutes. Ron laughed. He might not be as good as Harry in combat and flying, but he was very confident in wizard's chess. Every move needs careful consideration. Let me think a bit more. But you've already been thinking for 5 minutes. Harry's face turned red. What are you doing? Hermione asked, dragging her brown leather suitcase, her hair fluffy and loose. This is wizard's chess. Harry quickly explained. Thank you, Hermione. The king on the chessboard lifted a stool and smashed the adjacent chess pieces to smithereens. That's simply too barbaric. Hermione frowned. This is wizard's chess, Ron said proudly. Aren't you going home? My mum and dad are going to Romania to visit Charlie, he's studying dragons there. I'm staying at Hogwarts this Christmas. It's great not having to go home, I can have a lot of fun. That's great, you can help Harry. He's going to the library to look for information on Nicholas Flamel. Hermione's chin lifted slightly, having come up with a good idea. We've looked 100 times already, but we haven't checked the restricted section. The restricted section? Hubert perked up his ears. It seemed Harry and the others had heard about Nicola's Flamel. I also need to speed up my preparations. Lord Voldemort is not easy to deal with. He controlled a pendant and placed it on a branch, his movements meticulous. This was one of the magic control methods Professor McGonagall had taught him. Merry Christmas, Hubert, Hermione said, dragging her suitcase around behind Hubert, then hurried off with her suitcase. How strange. Hubert watched her retreating figure. Since the troll incident, this was the first time Hermione had spoken to him voluntarily, and it was a bit inexplicable. Even she's gone bad by hanging out with us, Ron said with a pout, adding to Hubert, Harry, wake up quickly, Harry, wake up. Inside the warm Gryffindor dormitory, Ron's startled cry rang out. Hedwig perched on a wooden chair, turned her head to glance at Ron, and then continued to feign sleep. What is it? Harry jumped out of bed and ran downstairs. Merry Christmas, Harry. This is the sweater Mum knitted for me, and you got one too. She hand knits a sweater for us every year. Ron gestured to the special Weasley family sweater he was wearing. The sweater was large and crudely made, hanging loosely on him. I got one too, Harry asked in surprise. This was the first time he had ever received a hand-knitted sweater from a mother. Of course. Ron pulled a thick, vibrant green sweater out of the pile of gifts. Its color matched Harry's eyes. The style was also large, and the workmanship wasn't great, radiating the Weasley family style. But this didn't stop Harry from loving it. He took the garment and immediately put it on. Although it didn't fit perfectly, he liked it very much. This was a sweater personally knitted by Mrs. Weasley. Since the sweater was the same as Ron's, did she consider him family? Family. If Mum were still here, she would have knitted a sweater for me too. Thank you, Ron and Mrs. Weasley, Harry said sincerely. We are the best of friends. Ron noticed Harry's low spirits and quickly pulled out another gift. What is this? The packaging style was minimalist, with a piece of paper taped on using clear tape. Harry glanced at it and lost interest. A 50-pence coin from Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Is this a Muggle coin? Ron was very interested and turned it over and over, examining it. He was always hearing his dad talk about Muggles, and now he finally got to see Muggle currency. If you like it, you can have it. That's great, thank you, Harry. We are the best of friends. Harry pointed at the emerald green sweater he was wearing. Compared to this, what was that 50-pence worth? Was this what his good aunt sent? He sorted through the gifts on the floor. His pile was much smaller than Ron's. Hermione sent a large box of sweets, and there was a flute personally made by Hagrid. Harry blew it, and it sounded like an owl. Next to Hagrid's gift was a small, delicately wrapped box with a note attached. Blessings from Hubert. Harry carefully unwrapped the packaging. Inside the cardboard box, lined with yellow silk, was an emerald green gemstone. The gemstone was thumb-sized, emitting a faint, shimmering green light. A cool sensation, like wind, emanated from around it. Beside the gemstone was a small slip of paper. Drip blood onto it, and it can grant you the speed of the wind. Harry recalled the red gemstone Hubert had given him previously. He held out his left palm. With a slight mental command, a blood-red gem appeared in the center of his previously empty left hand. The red gemstone was slightly larger than before, and its color was deeper. It radiated a blood-red light, yet there was no metallic scent of blood. What are these? Ron put away the coin and curiously examined the red and green gemstones in Harry's hand. Harry smiled mysteriously. He used his wand to cut his finger and dripped the first drop of blood onto the green gemstone. The blood was instantly absorbed into the gem, which flared brightly before immediately dimming and returning to its original appearance. But Harry could clearly feel a connection to the green gemstone. With a thought, the green gemstone floated into his palm, standing side by side with the red gemstone. The power gemstone and the speed gemstone, Harry said with a laugh. He flicked his hand, and the two gemstones instantly vanished. Where did they go? Under Ron's puzzled gaze, Harry dashed out. An 11-year-old boy's maximum speed wouldn't be very fast even using full effort, but Harry shot out like the wind. From upstairs to downstairs, he completed the 100-meter distance and returned to his starting spot in 10 seconds. Ah! Ron stood open-mouthed, dumbfounded. Harry stood on both feet, grabbed the leg of a square table beside him with one hand, and lifted the table easily, as if it were a toy. Millimeter. These are the power gemstone and the speed gemstone Hubert gave me. Harry couldn't take his eyes off the two gemstones that had reappeared in his left palm. With them, his strength had greatly increased. That's amazing. Let's see if Malfoy still dares to act so arrogant. Ron cheered, happier than if he had received the gift himself. Now Goyle and Crabbe won't be able to beat you either. The fire in the fireplace illuminated the faces of the two boys, making them glow red. Having received Hubert's unique gifts, Harry's spirits soared, and he continued unwrapping presents. Most people had sent candy, nothing special. What is this? He opened the note attached. It didn't specify the sender. This is. A portion of the note Dumbledore left for Harry is omitted. It's an invisibility cloak. Inside the package was a dark-colored cloak. The cloak was intricately colored and embroidered with stars. It lay there quietly, emitting a mysterious aura that drew the eye. Harry eagerly spread out the cloak. Was this what his dad had used back then? He draped the cloak over himself. His body and the cloak immediately disappeared, leaving only a floating head visible in the air. Harry, are you okay? Ron looked terrified and immediately stepped forward to ask. Harry showed a smiling face, and the red firelight reflected on his features, making him look even more terrifying. He pulled the cloak open, and both the cloak and his body reappeared. Magic is truly amazing, Harry exclaimed again. Today was a huge haul. Receiving Hubert's speed gemstone and the invisibility cloak would greatly aid his increase in strength. With the invisibility cloak, I can sneak into the restricted section tonight to look at books and search for information on Nicholas Flamel. Snape, I won't let your schemes succeed. Having reaffirmed his resolve, Harry began planning his night visit to the library. Inside the empty dormitory, Harry and Ron leaned close, whispering and occasionally flashing secretive smiles. Inside the small stone hut outside Hogwarts Castle, Hubert was also unwrapping gifts. On the second floor of the stone hut, the firewood in the fireplace crackled, and the room was as warm as spring under the glow of the hearth. Half of the stone hut's roof and surrounding walls were a mix of wood shingles, and the other half was transparent glass. Through the glass, one could see the heavy snowfall outside, the distant forest turned white by snow, the boundless black lake covered in a thick layer of ice, and Hogwarts draped in a white cloak. The transparent glass had been magically treated, and any snowflakes falling upon it were automatically cleared away. In the opaque half of the house, the interior decor was simple and modern, primarily featuring wooden panels. A large bed covered with a thick down comforter was placed directly in the east. The wooden floor was covered with a red carpet embroidered with golden phoenixes, and rows of bookshelves holding Hubert's favorite potted plants lined the walls. Hubert leaned against the edge of the bed, sitting cross-legged on the carpet, unwrapping the gifts on the floor. White snow fluttered down. Standing inside the warm glass room, watching the heavy goosefeather snow outside, lying on a lounge chair, sipping green tea, and enjoying this rare peace and tranquility. This had always been Hubert's wish, but now he had more important things to do. Gifts were piled up on the floor beside the bed, more than Harry's and Ron's combined. Besides those given by Hagrid and Flitwick's friends and family, there were also gifts from the little wizards in the house. Since the start of the school year, Hubert had met many little wizards at Hogwarts, especially those from Hufflepuff, who were known for their unity. This is a notebook from Ernie. It comes with a pen. This is a bottle of red wine from Hannah, as expected of someone whose family runs a store. But is wine appropriate for Christmas? Justin sent a ping-pong paddle. That's quite interesting. Too bad there's no ping-pong table. The secrets of the Norwegian Ridgeback. Charlie actually sent a gift too, and he's all the way in Romania. Hubert opened the book. It was a monograph on the Norwegian Ridgeback, detailing the Norwegian Ridgeback's habits, living environment, and methods of taming and communication. It also included an appendix on how to use Norwegian Ridgeback blood. It's actually the secret technique of bloodline burning. This is somewhat similar to using alchemy array in the Book of Balance to borrow the power of magical items. Hubert put down the other gifts and read carefully. This secret technique was basically useless to ordinary wizards, because you would need a dragon readily available to draw blood from. Bloodline burning is a spell release that sacrifices dragon blood, concentrating the powerful magic within the dragon blood for release. Dragon blood is immensely powerful, and the caster who uses its strength will inevitably suffer a backlash from the magical power. Engraving an alchemy array, as described in the Book of Balance, to borrow the power of magical items with great magic is very similar to this. Dragon blood and phoenix feathers, nifflers and plumed serpents, they are all magical creatures, and their blood and fur contain magic. If I can combine the two, using an alchemy array to convert the blood power of magical creatures, then as long as I carry the blood beforehand, I can temporarily borrow their strength at any time. This is like carrying a portable power bank. If I had brought Niffler blood when I encountered the troll last time, I wouldn't have been in such a mess. He put away the secrets of the Norwegian Ridgeback, making it his current research goal. If he succeeded, his strength could experience a short-term burst. Hubert continued sorting the gifts. Professor Flitwick gave him a book, The Theory of Magic Rune's Origin, and Hagrid gave him a unicorn-shaped pendant he had carved himself from a unicorn horn. The unicorn is a sacred creature, and its horn possesses powerful healing effects. Hagrid's craftsmanship was poor, but this miniature unicorn was carved lifelike, and the surface was polished smooth, showing the great effort Hagrid put into it. A unicorn horn is a precious magical item, using it just to make a pendant seems a bit wasteful. Hubert thought for a moment, I currently lack a magical item for protection and healing. Perhaps my Hubert set can add another accessory. Currently, the Hubert set only includes the God-controlling robe and the gem beetle ring. The gem beetle ring is the source of power, and the God-controlling robe is the medium for casting spells. If defense and healing are added, the Hubert set will be fully functional. He tied the pendant to a long red string and put it around his neck. A gentle force wrapped around him, making him feel completely comfortable. Horseshoe-shaped chocolate. Hubert took out a finely packaged box from the gift pile. It's actually from Hermione. Why did Hermione send him chocolate? Was it thanks for the troll incident last time? Since then, the two hadn't had any deep interaction. They had met a few times and exchanged a few words, but Hermione always rushed off to the library. Crap, I forgot to send her a gift. Hubert suddenly realized a serious problem. In reality, he wasn't very familiar with Ron or Hermione of the trio, as Hubert wasn't in their house. Having been here for 11 years, Hubert understood that the world did not revolve around a single protagonist. Everyone here was flesh and blood. Although major events might envelop the protagonist, the world was not just about Lord Voldemort's resurrection, nor was it just about the British wizarding world. Besides the feud between Harry and Lord Voldemort, and besides Britain, there were other wizards and other countries. Hubert considered himself not the type of person who liked to proactively cozy up to the protagonist, nor did he feel the need to deliberately seek attention around them. Preparing a gift for Harry was because he already knew Harry, and the two were good friends. Furthermore, with Hagrid's entrustment in the middle, Hubert naturally had to pay attention. What should I do now? Hubert stared at the exquisitely crafted chocolate in the box, the image of the proud little witch surfacing in his mind. He could perfectly imagine Hermione's current expression. Far away in an apartment building in London, Britain, through the window, was a small but bright room. It was clean and tidy, with bookshelves filled with books. These included not only books from the Muggle world but also magic books from the wizarding world. However, the magic books had been treated so that ordinary people couldn't detect them. On the bed in the bedroom, a pile of gifts was stacked. Hermione seemed uninterested in the various boxes and was rummaging through the gifts. Dental protection, sent by Dad. A hair clip from Mom. A card from my sister. Why isn't it here? Why isn't it here? She picked up a gift, glanced at the name on it, and tossed it aside. Did he forget, or has the owl not delivered it yet? But today is already Christmas. Soon all the gifts had been gone through, and disappointment flashed in her eyes. But she quickly masked it, lifted her chin, opened her mouth, biting her words, and muttered to herself, HMPH, it's no big deal that Hubert didn't send anything. I don't care for it anyway. She threw all the other gifts on the bed into a nearby box and slammed the lid shut fiercely. Sweetheart, what's wrong? Why are you angry? Don't you like the gifts your father and I gave you? A woman walked in. Mrs. Granger looked at her daughter. She was smart and sensible, always her pride. To be angry after receiving gifts on Christmas, she was very curious what had upset her usually rational darling so much. Mom, it's someone who has nothing to do with me. We shouldn't let an unimportant person interfere with our emotions. Mrs. Granger smiled as she looked at her pouting daughter. If my darling doesn't want to talk about it, then we won't. Darling, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Mom. Hermione looked out the window, through the heavy snow, across the distance, toward Hogwarts in the far distance. In the deep night, the dim corridor was silent, and the candles hanging on the walls cast a faint yellow light, but could only illuminate themselves slightly. The huge picture frames hanging on the walls also fell silent. The knights and ladies in the frame stopped visiting and socializing and entered the realm of sleep. This is Hogwarts, the safest place in the world. They never worry about their safety. Thump, thump, thump. Faint footsteps came from around the corner of the dark and silent corridor. Thump, thump, thump. A bright light emerged from the corner, growing brighter in the dimness. Suddenly, a floating lantern appeared. The lantern hovered in the air, moving through the corridor, with no one holding it, only faint footsteps accompanying it. If Neville were here, he would surely faint from fright. The lantern passed through the corridor, turned a corner, went up the stairs, and arrived at the library. It floated past other books and went directly to the restricted section of the library. The origin of magic. Secret history of the Wizarding Wars. Secrets of the Dragon Race. A strange murmuring sound began, then a hand appeared out of thin air, followed by a body and a head. Harry lifted his invisibility cloak, holding the lantern, and carefully examined the books on the shelves. This cloak was given to him by you-know-who. He was struggling with how to sneak into the library, and the invisibility cloak helped him solve the problem. While the other little wizards were resting, he went to the restricted section of the library alone with his invisibility cloak to search for information about Nicholas Flamel. Why isn't it here? Nicholas Flamel is associated with Headmaster Dumbledore, so why isn't there any information about him? Could Hermione also be wrong? Harry quickly scanned between the bookshelves. He didn't have much time to waste, as Argus Filch, that old pervert, could appear at any moment. Meow. A southern cat's meow echoed in the dark library. It's Filch's cat. Argus Filch's perverted old face immediately flashed before Harry's eyes. His hand trembled, and the lantern dropped. Hurried footsteps grew closer and closer. Without looking, Harry knew it was Argus Filch. There was no mistake, it had to be him. He couldn't let him catch him, or Gryffindor would lose many points. He put on his invisibility cloak, ignored the extinguished lantern on the ground, and hastily escaped through the small door. He fled to the corner of the corridor, but the footsteps behind him did not disappear. Instead, they grew closer. What should I do? His eyes quickly scanned, looking for a place to hide. That's the spot. Harry found a secluded corner and quickly ran towards it. Think about who you're loyal to first, then come find me. In the moonlight, a tall dark figure could vaguely be seen pressing a turban-clad person against the wall. Severus Snape grabbed Quirrell by the collar of his clothes, pinning him against the wall, staring fiercely at him. Suddenly, he turned his head. Something was peeking. Who was there? But there was nothing in the air. Is it an invisibility cloak? He reached out and grabbed forward, but there was nothing. Professor Snape, Professor Quirrell. Argus Filch's sharp, hoarse voice rang out. He held an extinguished lamp and excitedly said, "A student snuck out of bed, the lamp is still warm, they haven't gone far." Severus Snape glanced at Argus Filch and Quirrell, then swept his cloak and left. Harry hid in his invisibility cloak, watching everything before him. What was Professor Snape threatening Professor Quirrell about? Why were they here? He left with many questions, but he became even more certain that Severus Snape was plotting something. After turning 3 corridors, he finally shook off the pursuing Argus Filch. This was an empty room with nothing inside. Tall, thick pillars supported the weight of the room. In the corners and on the ceiling, spiders were spinning webs to catch their late-night snacks. By the faint moonlight, Harry saw something reflecting light in the center of the room. He walked closer, and a huge bronze mirror stood in the room. The mirror was 2 people tall, surrounded by bronze engraved with magic runes. It was a magic mirror. Harry stood blankly in front of the mirror, looking at himself in the mirror. A man and a woman appeared behind himself. The man was middle-aged and wore glasses. The woman gently stroked Harry's shoulder with her right hand and his black hair with her left. "Mom. This is Mom and Dad. This is Mom and Dad." Although they passed away long ago, he could be sure it was them at first sight. "Mom, Dad, I miss you so much. I miss you so much." Harry gently placed his right hand on his mother's hand, but his shoulder was empty. In the moonlight, in the empty room, in front of the bronze mirror, a small figure stared blankly at the magic mirror. His whole body exuded an aura of loneliness, as if isolated from this world. His eyes only saw his parents in the mirror. As dawn broke, Harry hurriedly ran back to his dormitory. He pulled Ron, who was still asleep, out of bed, then rushed to the magic mirror. "I saw myself as the student body president and captain of the Quidditch team." Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is the mirror of Erist. It can peer into a person's deepest desires." Hubert walked out from behind the door. "Can it predict the future?" Ron asked expectantly. Could he really become student body president in the future? His mom would be so happy. Harry saw his parents. Ron saw himself as student body president. "These are all your innermost desires." The magic mirror showed them, "But these are all illusions. My mom and dad are dead. They can't be resurrected," Harry said forlornly. Hubert patted his shoulder, unsure how to comfort him. "Harry, you still have me, Ron, Hermione, we are all your friends." Ron nodded in agreement beside him. "Thank you." Harry came to himself, sat down, and said, "I want to be alone for a while." Hubert sighed, then left with Ron. Some things Harry needed to figure out for himself, others couldn't help. Harry is now engrossed in the Mirror of Erist. Next, Dumbledore should make his move, and then Lord Voldemort will appear. I need to speed up. Snatching the Philosopher's Stone from Lord Voldemort and Quirrell is not an easy task. I must be fully prepared. My offensive power is too weak right now. Bloodline secret arts can give me powerful strength for a short time, but with my current alchemy level, I still need to overcome some difficulties. He thought as he walked back. He was going to find Phileas Flitwick. He needed his help with some alchemy problems. For the remaining few days, Hubert stayed with Phileas Flitwick. With Phileas Flitwick's help, Hubert made much faster progress in combining the array formations and the bloodline burning secret art from the Book of Balance. For the next few days, Harry remained dazed, silently hiding in a corner. Even Hubert and Ron's persuasion was useless. He still went to the magic mirror every day. Moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a cool, hazy veil of moonlight over the empty stone hut. In the dim light, an 11-year-old black-haired boy sat alone on the cold floor, his arms wrapped around his knees. Strangely, his eyes held a look of yearning, and his face bore the gentlest smile. Before him stood only a mirror, 2 people tall, its copper frame engraved with magic runes. "Are you here again, Harry?" A tall figure in white robes emerged from the moonlight. "Like those before you, you've discovered the joy of the Mirror of Erist. I believe you already know what this mirror does. I'll give you a hint. Only the happiest person in the world can see their true self reflected in the mirror." "I know," Hubert said. "The mirror reflects my heart's desires." Harry didn't turn around, still sitting alone on the cold floor, his head buried between his knees. "Yes, and no." Dumbledore hesitated. "The mirror actually reflects the deepest desires of our hearts. Harry, you've never met your family, and now you see them standing beside you. But remember, Harry," he said with a serious expression, "this mirror cannot provide us with knowledge or truth. People will waste their lives in front of it, and even go mad because of it." His voice became gentle, carrying a special power that brought peace to one's heart. "So, it will be moved elsewhere tomorrow, so please don't come looking for this mirror again. One cannot live in dreams. Do not rely on dreams and forget about life." Harry slowly stood up, turned around, and looked at the kind old man bathed in moonlight before him, this elder he respected. Time flew by, and under Dumbledore's guidance, Harry regained his former smile. Hubert naturally knew the matter was resolved, and Dumbledore took away the Mirror of Erist. He accelerated the integration of the spell formation, as time was running out. With the return of the little wizards, Hogwarts once again became lively. The little wizards, who had returned home for the holidays, were full of energy. Even the usually diligent and honest Hufflepuff students were more active these past few days. Ernie and other classmates constantly moved between the various colleges, gathering all the gossip they could hear, and then returning to the common room to show off to everyone. "Professor Flitwick, this is the book list you gave me. I have finished reading all the books on it." In the office, Hubert handed a slip of paper back to Professor Flitwick. "On 3 runes, this is my classic magic runes work from 100 years ago, and it's also part of my collection." Professor Flitwick took a book from the shelf. "Your learning progress is faster than planned, and your speed of improvement in magic runes is quite surprising to me. The foundation of magic runes is solid. Now you need to read more related magic runes works to broaden your knowledge." Professor Flitwick looked the same as always, with white hair and beard, and a high-pitched voice. "Professor, about the problem from last time?" Hubert smiled. He was referring to the alchemy problem. His knowledge was insufficient to integrate the alchemy array with bloodline secret techniques, so he had consulted Professor Flitwick about the issues he encountered. According to their initial agreement, this was not included in the teaching content. Professor Flitwick didn't mind. He pulled a piece of parchment from his desk, on which was drawn a complex circular pattern, with dense annotations beside it. "Magic runes guiding bloodline combustion is advanced magic runes knowledge. I have already written the relevant alchemy formula for you. You just need to refine it according to the requirements above, and you can embed it into your original alchemy formula. Using alchemy methods to gain the power of magical creature bloodlines, that's truly an excellent idea. When I was young, I also did related research, using alchemy arrays to extract the power of magical items. Your idea of gaining power from magical creature blood is quite good. Thank you, Professor, I will work hard." Hubert took the parchment. The alchemy formula on it was very detailed, and he could use it directly. The modern era was the fastest period of alchemy development. All major theoretical achievements of modern times came from that period, and its theory is already very complete. Although I am not very proficient in alchemy, I believe it has great prospects in application. Only by applying theory to practice, and changing our lives and world, does it have true meaning. Connecting theory with practice? Hubert hadn't expected Professor Flitwick to have such thoughts. he truly was a master of magic runes. Hubert chatted briefly with him before taking his leave, eager to experiment with his theories. At this moment, 2 or 3 little wizards in the corridor were conversing in low voices, walking past him in a hurry. However, most of them were Ravenclaw students, carrying magic books and discussing something in hushed tones. "Ah, I'm sorry, I was thinking and didn't notice you," Hubert quickly apologized. He looked up and saw a head of fluffy brown hair. "Hermione, are you hurt?" The person he had bumped into was Hermione, who had returned after Christmas. He hadn't seen her since she came back to school. How was Christmas? Hubert regretted saying this immediately. It was truly bringing up a sore subject. Hermione lifted her chin, snorted, and said, biting her words, "Harry, Ron, Hagrid, Mum and Dad, and everyone else gave me presents. I was very happy." Hubert scratched his head, not knowing what to say. "That's good." The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Hermione then hurried away. "What's going on?" Hubert sighed in distress, then turned and left. After Hubert left, Hermione looked back at him, then puffed out her cheeks and, shaking her brown hair, entered Professor Flitwick's office. "Professor Flitwick, I would like to ask you about Nicholas Flamel." Hermione got straight to the point. Recently, she and Harry had been searching for information about Nicholas Flamel but had found nothing. Later, she thought of asking the usually helpful Professor Flitwick for advice. "Nicholas Flamel?" Professor Flitwick sat up from his chair. "These children haven't given up yet, but I've already promised Professor McGonagall not to tell them." He hesitated, trying to keep his voice low. "Some matters are not for students to meddle with, otherwise, it can be very dangerous. Hermione, you are the smartest student I have ever met, you should understand. Professor, please help us. Or even a hint would be fine. We've been searching 4 days, but we have no information at all." Professor Flitwick turned his head away, unable to bear looking at Hermione. Finally, he sighed. "I'll give you a hint, you can ask Hubert. I only gave a hint, I hope McGonagall won't blame me." "How would he know?" "Professor, you know Hubert too?" Hermione's face showed astonishment. Professor Flitwick smiled, looking at his smartest student in front of him. He thought back to the first time he met Hubert, when Hubert first came to Cliffside Cottage. He was small in stature, but his eyes were firm, and he exuded powerful self-confidence. "You are my smartest student, Hubert is my most accomplished student." He wasn't very clever, but he was very determined. In magic, he was still at a first-year level, but he made rapid progress in bioalchemy and magic runes. Especially his research into bioalchemy and magical creatures. The appearance of the god-controlling robe and the gem beetle ring greatly surprised him. He's only a first-year student. His grades aren't as good as mine, and he doesn't know as many spells as I do. Hermione carefully compared their school performances. Hubert seemed like an ordinary first-year Hufflepuff, nothing special. When she worked with him to fight the troll, Hubert's magic level was similar to hers, and he even knew fewer spells than she did. Why did Professor Flitwick say she wasn't as good as him? Her hair flared out like a lioness as she looked at Flitwick. "Hubert has been studying magic runes with me since he was 7 years old. In 4 years, he practically finished the intermediate magic runes. He is also an extremely rare bioalchemist, with considerable achievements in bioalchemy. He loves magical creatures and also researches them." Hermione's mouth hung open. As a know-it-all, she naturally understood bioalchemy and magic runes. Magic runes were dry and difficult to understand, and bioalchemy was an even rarer tradition. "I still remember the first time he saw me. I originally didn't plan to teach him magic runes." Flitwick's expression was distant, as if lost in thought. "Why not?" "Ha ha, that's his secret. If he's willing, he'll tell you later." Hubert was a muggle, and only a limited number of people knew this, so he naturally couldn't tell Hermione. Hermione walked out of Flitwick's office, filled with doubt and curiosity. Should I go find Hubert? She thought of their awkward encounter in the corridor. What if he refused her? But now, besides him, there was no one else to turn to. Maybe he wouldn't know either? "That guy, I sent him a Christmas present, and he didn't send me one. Why should I be afraid of him? Yes, I'll go find him," Hermione loudly told herself, then quickly walked out of the castle. She walked through the castle, and outside stood 2 stone huts by the forest. One of the stone huts was quite unique. The first floor was made of stone, while half of the second floor was covered in glass. "Hi, Hagrid, is Hubert in?" Hermione greeted Hagrid, who was tidying Fang's green fur in front of the house. Perhaps she could learn some things about Hubert from Hagrid. "Could you tell me something about Hubert?" Professor Flitwick said Hubert is his most accomplished student. "Of course." Hagrid stopped tidying Fang's fur, and Fang also pricked up his ears. He also wanted to hear stories about his little master. 11 years ago, one night, I found Hubert by the roadside. There was no one else around, and it was very cold, but he wasn't crying. You know, when I went to pick up Harry, he was crying loudly, and it took me a lot of effort to calm him down. He's an orphan? Hermione exclaimed. Yes, but he's different from other children. The first time I saw him, I knew he was different from others, and I decided to adopt him. Dumbledore named him Hubert, meaning brilliant mind, bright character. But I only hoped he could grow up safe and happy. He's very special. In this dangerous wizarding world, a Muggle was destined to face difficulties and discrimination, with Argus Filch and others as examples. He never cried or fussed as a child. By the age of 1, he could already walk and talk. His first word was Hagrid. Hagrid lowered his head, his face filled with pride. He loved things related to magic and often pestered me to tell him about magical creatures, which I'm very proficient in. Hubert loved magic, but Hagrid seemed to remember something, tears welling in his eyes. But what? Hermione quickly pressed. Professor Flitwick also stopped halfway. What secret did Hubert have that couldn't be spoken? Hagrid realized his slip and quickly changed the subject. Losing one thing always compensates with another. Hubert was lucky. He discovered my father's leftover space gemstone and used it to create Tuhau Gensokyo. He raised many fantastic animals and plants in there. They are his friends. Woof woof woof. Fang barked twice in dissatisfaction. Hagrid stroked his green fur. Yes, Fang is his best companion. But the Forbidden Forest is too dangerous. He always goes into the Forbidden Forest to look for rare magical creatures. Hagrid complained that Hubert had repeatedly pestered him to take him into the Forbidden Forest, and sometimes he would also help look for magical creatures. The Forbidden Forest is a restricted area. It's very dangerous. Hermione couldn't imagine what it would be like for a 10-year-old child to go into the dark Forbidden Forest. Liking magic, did it have to be like this? Hagrid nodded, agreeing heartily. Perhaps Hermione could persuade Hubert. Why was Professor Flitwick unwilling to teach him magic runes at first? Hermione asked proactively. Hagrid lowered his head, his expression shifting with pity, heartache, and tenderness. Hubert loved magic, and he said he wanted to become a great wizard. But he's special, and I don't know if adopting him was right or wrong. It's not Flitwick's fault he didn't teach him, Hagrid affirmed. What happened later? Why did Professor Flitwick become willing to teach him then? Hubert didn't give up. Every weekend, he went to Flitwick's holiday cottage, bringing his organized magical creature notes, and stood in front of Flitwick's house until night. At that time, he was only a 7-year-old child. He was so small. Hagrid wiped tears from his eyes. I knew he was there, but I couldn't help him. Hermione's face showed shock and sympathy. She could perfectly imagine the loneliness of that small figure standing alone in front of the closed door under the setting sun. How could Professor Flitwick do that? She angrily questioned. It's not Flitwick's fault. On the third weekend, it snowed heavily, and Hubert collapsed in the snow. He was completely frozen, and his face was purple. Madame Pomfrey scolded me, and she was right. I didn't take good care of him. Hermione's mouth hung open. So he had suffered so much. Compared to herself, her parents had doted on her since childhood. She had good grades, her family was proud of her, and she had everything she wanted. But what about Hubert? He was an orphan, with nothing. He is my pride. Hagrid's face was filled with pride. Hubert has great talent in bioalchemy and magical creatures. He made rapid progress, and Flitwick and Dumbledore have said so too. Why was Professor Flitwick unwilling to teach him at first? Hermione asked again, even more curious now. This, Hagrid stammered, and Hermione ultimately had to give up trying to get an answer from him. Why? Hermione left with doubt in her heart. Hubert led Hermione toward his small stone hut. Neither of them spoke. In front of the stone hut, the 2 black stone dog statues still sat there, unchanged after several years. Authorize entry and exit access for Hermione, Hubert said to the black dogs. The black stone dog statue on the left emitted a blue light from its eyes, scanning Hermione, while the stone dog on the right sniffed at Hermione with its nose. They are collecting your appearance and scent. These are guardian golems made using magic, considered a type of alchemy. Their function is to guard the entrance. Only authorized people can enter and exit. Hubert briefly explained to Hermione, who was beside him. Hermione remained silent, unsure how to speak. Creak, the door automatically opened, and the 2 walked into the stone hut. The 2 rooms on the first floor of the stone hut had been knocked together and entirely converted into a laboratory. In the center of the room, there was a spiral wooden staircase leading to the second floor. Hermione surveyed the laboratory, which mostly contained flowers and plants. Bright magic lamps provided sufficient light for the plants. Unlike the freezing cold outside, the interior was warm and filled with greenery. If one hadn't seen the ice outside, one would surely think it was spring or summer inside the room. Unlike other laboratories, the plants in the stone hut were divided into small sections. Hubert had intentionally placed some ornaments within these sections to complement the plants. The place looked less like a laboratory and more like a large greenhouse. It was lush and vibrant, warm as spring. A constant temperature magic spell has been solidified here, allowing the plants to grow smoothly, Hubert briefly explained. Did you do all of this yourself? Hermione asked in surprise. Her aunt also had a greenhouse, and she had seen what it was like, which was similar to this place. The difference was that her aunt planted ordinary flowers and plants, but the plants here contained mysterious magic aura. Hubert motioned for her to sit down, then took out the juicer from the table, opened the lid, retrieved some blue and green fruits from the drawer beneath the table, and put them into the juicer, cranking it by hand. As he worked, purple juice flowed out of the juicer spout. This is fresh juice, mainly made from blue silver fruit and Thousand Splendor, with the addition of Star Lake grass, a specialty of the Black Lake. It replenishes energy, improves sleep quality, and tastes great. Hermione took the glass. Inside the frosted glass cup, tiny purple specks of light floated in the crystal-clear black juice, like stars beneath the night sky. This is really beautiful. We should give it a name. How about night sky? Starry night sky, that suits it quite well. Let's call it night sky then. Hubert nodded. Is there something you needed to see me about? Hermione lowered her head and took a sip of the night sky. It was smooth on the palate, slightly cool, and sweet. It tastes great, she praised. Should I just ask him directly? But my attitude toward him was so bad before. What if he refuses me? She put down the glass, her eyes scanning the surrounding greenery. Hubert shook his head. Although he didn't know Hermione's exact feelings, he had guessed some of it. Proud Hermione. He laughed inwardly, not minding her hesitation. You want to know about Nicholas Flamel? Hubert preemptively brought up what was on Hermione's mind. I know who he is. How did you know what I wanted to ask? Hermione suddenly looked up in surprise, then showed delight. You know Nicholas Flamel? Who is he? As if realizing something, her face flushed, and she sat back down in her original spot. Harry and Ron go to the library every day to look up books. Compared to how they usually act, their current behavior makes it hard not to notice them. If Hermione spent every day at the library, people would think it was normal. But for Harry and Ron, especially Ron, making him stay in the library to read was torture. We suspect Snape wants to steal something, and that thing is related to Nicholas Flamel. Hermione recounted the entire incident to Hubert, including the time she, Harry, and Ron encountered Fluffy at Hogwarts. Hagrid said Fluffy is guarding something, and Snape wants to steal it, even trying to hurt Harry. We absolutely cannot let him succeed. Nicholas Flamel is the greatest alchemist alive today, and the only person capable of producing the Philosopher's Stone. And he is over 600 years old. Hubert's tone held envy. This great alchemist had stolen centuries of life from the hands of death. Over 600 years, what an immense span of time. Even wizards nowadays rarely live that long. Death is something that all intelligent life fears. Lord Voldemort spent his entire life, exhausting all his efforts, even reducing himself to a non-human state, just to escape death. Not everyone is as open-minded as Dumbledore, ready to face death directly. I remember now. How could I be so stupid? I read about it in a leisure book a few days ago, Hermione said remorsefully, automatically ignoring the information Hubert mentioned about Nicholas Flamel being over 600 years old. The Philosopher's Stone is a miraculous substance that can turn any metal into gold and create the elixir of life. Fluffy is guarding the Philosopher's Stone. Snape definitely wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I must quickly tell Harry, and then tell the professors. We absolutely must stop him. Hermione finished speaking, stood up to leave, but Hubert grabbed her. Snape is a teacher at the school and one of the guardians of the Philosopher's Stone. Furthermore, you have no evidence, so the professors won't believe you. The best way is to investigate secretly, find the true mastermind, and then ruin his plan. He knew the true reason behind the events, but he couldn't explain it to Hermione. He could only find an excuse to stop Hermione, but he underestimated the person he was trying to persuade, the proud and determined Hermione. Snape wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. He was muttering a jinx at Harry during the Quidditch match. Harry said that on the night the troll attacked Hogwarts, he saw a bite wound on Snape's leg, which must have been from Fluffy. Hermione pulled her hand free from Hubert's grasp. Hubert, when faced with a conspiracy, we shouldn't just stand by. We must stop him. Hermione looked into Hubert's eyes, but Hubert shifted his gaze, avoiding her look. I'm sorry, Hubert said inwardly. His only target was the Philosopher's Stone, and revealing himself now would surely attract the attention of Dumbledore and Quirrell. He knew that if he accepted Hermione's invitation, their relationship would certainly improve. But he could only refuse. Hermione, feeling disappointed, quickly left the stone hut. Hermione's disappointed departure did not affect Hubert for long. He quickly engrossed himself in his own affairs. Final exams were approaching, and the little wizards of Hogwarts were already in a state of tense preparation. The little wizards had varying attitudes towards the final exams. Ron wasn't very nervous, often pulling Harry into games of wizard's chess in his free time. Unfortunately, Harry was no match for him, and after losing a few times, he stopped playing chess with Ron. Ernie and Hannah, on the other hand, were the complete opposite. They looked anxious every day, even mumbling potion formulas in their sleep. Hubert, how many hours did you study today? This was the most common question Ernie asked him during this period, and Hubert now avoided him every day. Hubert had also been busy these past few days, but unlike the other little wizards, he wasn't stressed. While his potion and spell classes weren't top tier, his grades were still excellent. He reviewed according to his daily plan, and getting an excellent grade wouldn't be a problem. As for Transfiguration class, his talent was quite high, so he had even less to worry about. After Hermione left the stone hut, they met a few more times, but they didn't have any in-depth conversations. There was also no news about her contacting Harry to report Snape. Snape was still teaching at Hogwarts. Another exam finished. Hubert stretched as he walked out of the classroom. Other little wizards walked past him, looking at him strangely. In the corridor, little wizards gathered in twos and threes, comparing answers or discussing the next exam. The next one is potion class. How long have you been preparing? Ernie patted Hubert's shoulder from behind. His face, which used to be round, was now a bit gaunt, with dark circles under his eyes and messy hair. I've been getting up at 5 in the morning these past few days, but there's still so much I haven't reviewed. Snape is invigilating. He covered his face with his hands. If I don't pass, what will I tell my family? Hubert, for the third Transfiguration spell question, you wrote 5 less than me. I wrote 10. How many did you write? Hannah walked over with Justin. Her condition wasn't great either. Her face was a bit pale. I wrote 20. Some of them I saw in other books, and I don't even know if they are correct. 20? Which book did you see them in? I remember all the spells in the Transfiguration textbook. There are only 10. How could there be so many? I only wrote 10. What should I do? Hannah cried, her face growing even paler. It's all over now. I won't pass the exam. I only wrote 15. Ernie added, his tone somewhat lifeless. I wrote 10. Justin quietly added. Hubert rubbed his forehead, watching the three of them compete over who was more miserable, unsure what to say. He knew Ernie and Hannah's capabilities well. They were definitely excellent little wizards, not as miserable as they claimed. At least in herbology, Hubert admitted he wasn't as talented as the two of them. Ignoring the three of them, Hubert quickly slipped away. According to past records, when those three got together, they would complain for at least half an hour, arguing over who was most likely to fail the exam. The entire way was filled with discussions about the exams, which annoyed Hubert. He walked through the castle towards the stone hut, intending to clear his head. I wonder what Hagrid has been busy with lately. Harry said he's been acting mysterious these past few days. Creak, Hubert directly pushed open the wooden door of the stone hut and walked in. The stone hut was still the same, order in chaos. In the place where the stove used to be, there was now a bonfire, with a black magic pot suspended over it. Inside the pot was a grey-black giant egg. The black egg was steaming, emitting a faint red glow, carrying a mysterious aura. Such a strong magic sensation. Hubert looked at the gem beetle ring on his left hand, which was glowing faintly red. Through the ring, he could clearly sense the immense magic emanating from the giant egg. He quickly walked over, gently stroking the black egg with his left hand. 5 centimeters away from the egg, he could already feel the heat, and the ring on his hand glowed brightly. The giant egg seemed to sense Hubert's ring as well, gently swaying in response to Hubert. Bang! The door was pushed open again, and a tall figure walked in. Hagrid let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Hubert. He was still wearing his old coat, now with 3 more patches. His beard and hair were intertwined, and his eyes were bloodshot. What kind of egg is this? Hubert asked proactively. Hagrid's eyes darted around, and the floorboards creaked under his heavy steps. "You know you can't lie to me," Hubert added. Could it really be something extraordinary? He hoped it wasn't some contraband, otherwise Hagrid would be disciplined. "All right." Hagrid sat down heavily in a chair, which nearly collapsed under him. "It's a dragon egg. You know I've always wanted to raise a dragon, but the Ministry of Magic forbids private dragon ownership." "A dragon egg?" Hubert exclaimed. "Could this be the Norwegian Ridgeback egg that you know who deliberately lost to Hagrid? Does that mean Hagrid has already leaked the method to deal with Fluffy?" Putting the Philosopher's Stone aside for now, the key issue was how to handle this dragon egg. According to Ministry of Magic regulations, private dragon ownership is prohibited. Hagrid had a record with the Ministry of Magic. If they found out, there would definitely be trouble. "I was drinking at the pub, and a traveler lost it to me. He made a bet with me, but how could he be my opponent?" Hagrid said with pride. "The Ministry of Magic prohibits private dragon ownership. Dragons grow very quickly, and adult dragons cannot be hidden at all. By then, all the teachers and students at Hogwarts will know, and then the Ministry of Magic will come knocking," Hubert explained anxiously. Hagrid still didn't understand the consequences of raising a dragon. Moreover, dragons are temperamental, and adult dragons are fierce and difficult to tame. Even if released into the Forbidden Forest, it wouldn't remain a secret. "I know, but I really want to raise a dragon." Hagrid lowered his head, his voice low. The magic lamp on the roof swayed gently, emitting a pale yellow light. The room was silent. Influenced by Hagrid, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive and sad, and the dragon egg lay in the black pot, emitting a faint red glow. Sigh. Hubert sighed. He felt Hagrid's sadness and his desire to raise a dragon. The words he originally wanted to say were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't bring himself to speak, truly unable to bear seeing him sad. "Let's put it in Tuhao Gen Sokyo." After several minutes of contemplation, Hubert spoke again. "Only Scarlet and Gold Silver know how to get in and out there. They shouldn't spread the word." "Yes, it can be raised in Tuhao Gen Sokyo." Hagrid suddenly stood up from his chair, his tall figure embracing Hubert. "Hubert, I knew you could solve it." Hubert was held tightly, unable to struggle free. He could clearly feel Hagrid's joy, and he knew that helping Hagrid raise the dragon was worth it. Hubert and Hagrid discussed the dragon egg, and the two made a plan. The dragon egg would temporarily stay with Hagrid for incubation, and after hatching, it would be sent to Tuhao Gen Sokyo for taming. He took out the book The Secrets of the Norwegian Ridgeback that Charlie had given him, and it came in handy. Hagrid didn't know the breed of the dragon, but Hubert did. For the remaining few days, Hubert stayed at Hogwarts as usual, preparing for exams, only occasionally returning to the stone hut to check on the dragon egg's incubation progress. Hagrid might be lacking in other areas, but he was truly obsessed with magical creatures. These past few days, he had been busy, his mind completely focused on the dragon egg's incubation. Sometimes he would stare blankly at the dark dragon egg and giggle foolishly, lost in thought. "You need to rest. The dragon egg will definitely hatch, don't be too nervous," Hubert advised Hagrid, who was staring at the dragon egg, but his words had little effect. Hagrid still watched with dark circles under his eyes. Night fell, and the Forbidden Forest was draped in a thick, dark curtain, looking from afar like a giant, crouching beast, inspiring awe. Hogwarts gradually lit up with lights, adding a touch of brightness to the night. The stone hut outside the castle glowed from its windows, appearing quiet and warm beside the woods. "Quick, we need to find Hagrid quickly." Under the cover of night, 3 figures rushed out of the castle, their steps hurried. "I saw Snape sneaking around trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We need to tell Hagrid so he can inform Professor Dumbledore," Harry panted. "But will Hagrid believe us?" Ron asked. Hermione had already told them about the Philosopher's Stone. They had reported Snape's plot to Professor McGonagall, but Professor McGonagall didn't believe them at all and warned them not to get involved. "Whether he believes us or not, we have to do it," Hermione said firmly. "When faced with right and wrong, even if it's difficult, one must stick to what is right." This was her firm belief. At this moment, inside the stone hut, Hagrid was wearing a red wool jacket and an apron, with black insulated gloves on his hands. In the iron pot, the dark dragon egg was violently thumping, hitting the pot with a clanging sound. "The little one can't wait to come out." Hagrid grinned, carefully taking the dragon egg out of the pot, holding it in both hands, and placing it on the wooden table under the magic lamp. Hubert stared intently at the dragon egg, carefully studying it. This was the first time he had witnessed the birth of a dragon. Previously, through Charlie, he had learned a lot about dragons, but theoretical knowledge was no match for seeing it with his own eyes. especially for a legendary creature like a dragon. Observing its birth up close was a rare opportunity. The dragon egg glowed with a faint red light, like burning flames. Something inside the egg's shell seemed to be knocking against it, making a thump-thump sound, and with each sound, the egg's shell would bulge outwards. With a crisp crack, a small piece of egg's shell shattered and was kicked away. A grayish-green, sharp, slender claw emerged from the small hole. That flying piece of egg's shell seemed like a signal. The cracks on the dragon egg instantly widened, the entire egg's shell shattered, and a small figure emerged from within. A Norwegian ridgeback. Hubert gasped in a low voice. The baby dragon was entirely dark green and petite. Its large wings, when spread, could completely envelop the entire dragon. Its forehead was smooth, not as ferocious as an adult dragon's. The tiny dragon looked very cute. The baby dragon supported itself with its wings, stretched its head, and looked at Hubert and Hagrid. It shook its head, its eyes filled with confusion. The little one doesn't know which of us is its mother, Hagrid said with certainty. He extended his large finger to tickle the ridgeback's chin. The baby dragon wagged its tail. There were no barbs on its tail. As it wagged its tail, a dark jade-colored ridge rose along its back. Gurgle. The baby dragon opened its mouth and spat a stream of fire at Hagrid, then burped, shook its head, and turned its head towards Hubert. Oh, the little one is so interesting. Hagrid quickly patted out the flames on his beard. In reality, he was overthinking it. His long, curly beard hadn't been groomed for a long time, and the hairs were tangled together, so the flames couldn't completely burn it. Hubert and the baby dragon looked into each other's eyes, and the ring on his left hand glowed faintly red. He could feel the magic emanating from the newborn baby dragon, and he believed the baby dragon could also feel the ring on his hand. He carefully extended his palm to touch the baby dragon's smooth head. Norwegian ridgebacks were known for being aggressive, and the stream of fire Hagrid just received was proof. The baby dragon stared with wide eyes, filled with surprise. It stretched its neck, tilted its head, and nestled into Hubert's palm. It squinted its eyes, a look of enjoyment on its face. It thinks you're its mother, Hagrid said gloomily. I had already thought of a name for it, Norb. It's a female dragon, so Norberta is better, Hubert said, looking up and correcting the original mistake in advance. Charlie gave me a copy of The Secrets of the Norwegian Ridgeback for Christmas, and it has relevant descriptions. I can tell it's a female dragon. Hagrid lowered his head to examine the baby dragon carefully. His tall figure cast a shadow in the lamplight. Unfortunately, the baby dragon ignored him, still enjoying Hubert's petting. All right, from now on, it'll be Norberta, Hagrid finally conceded. Norberta, Norberta. Hubert ignored Hagrid's low spirits. He poked Norberta with his finger, and the little one seemed to like it, flapping its wings in response. Hagrid's low spirits didn't last long. He quickly recovered. He pulled out a large can from a cabinet in the corner of the east wall of the room. Hubert glanced at it. There were 10 identical cans inside the cabinet. Hagrid opened the lid of the can and placed it on the table. Hubert saw that it contained some unknown meat. Norberta saw the food in the can, barked at Hagrid, then stretched her neck, took a bite of meat from the can, and swallowed it. Ha ha! Hagrid was very happy about Norberta's change in attitude. This is 10 days worth of food I prepared. With this, the little one will definitely grow very strong. Norberta seemed to understand his words, looking up and barking twice at Hagrid, which made Hagrid even happier. The little one is so smart. Norwegian ridgebacks grow very fast. In another 2 weeks, this place won't be able to hold it. Hubert raised the problem again. Dragons were good, but raising one was indeed a big hassle. Inside the stone hut, Hubert and Hagrid were immersed in the joy of Norberta's birth, discussing how to feed the little dragon. With a bang, the wooden door was violently pushed open, and 3 little wizards darted into the room. Hagrid, Harry saw Snape trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone again. Hermione quickly told Hagrid as soon as she entered the door. You know about the Philosopher's Stone? A dragon? Hermione and the 3, and Hagrid, exclaimed simultaneously. The 4 fell silent for a moment, their eyes wide with shock. Hermione and the 3 looked at the Norwegian ridgeback happily eating on the table, while Hagrid looked at the 3 of them. Norberta also raised its head, seemingly annoyed by the intrusion of Hermione and the others. It flapped its wings, opened its mouth, and shot flames at the 3. A small jet of fire rushed towards Hermione, but Hubert immediately used his ode to life to extinguish it. The flame dissipated halfway through its flight. Norberta burped, letting out a puff of black smoke. This is a Norwegian ridgeback. Although it was just born, it already has territorial awareness. Your sudden entry might have angered Norberta. Norberta calmed down under his soothing touch, its eyes cautiously scrutinizing Hermione and the others. They are friends, they won't attack you. You need to be nice to them. Unfortunately, the little green dragon was too young and had limited understanding, so it continued flapping its wings. The Ministry of Magic forbids wizards from raising dragons privately. Do you know how much trouble this is? This is insane, Hermione shouted, looking at Hubert with worry in her eyes. Ron stepped out from behind, ran to the table, and carefully examined Norberta. He squinted his small eyes, staring at Norberta's back as if trying to discern something. This is a dragon, a Norwegian ridgeback. My brother Charlie raises dragons in Romania. Many wizards love raising dragons. This is a powerful dragon. I can't believe I'm seeing a newborn dragon here. Perhaps Ron's gaze was too intense, provoking Norberta to hiss at him. Unfortunately, it was too young, its dragon might had not yet formed, nor had it mastered a mighty dragon roar, so the sound it made only drew laughter from everyone. Hagrid, this time it's real. I saw Snape coming out of the room where the Philosopher's Stone is hidden. Harry stepped forward and said solemnly, last night, he had been wearing the invisibility cloak for a walk and accidentally discovered Snape entering the room holding the Philosopher's Stone. He heard Fluffy roaring, and then Snape came out, his clothes slightly torn at the hem. He wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone. We have to tell Dumbledore. Oh, Harry, don't worry. You must trust Snape, he's a teacher at the school. Hagrid laughed upon hearing Harry's accusation. He stroked Harry's black hair, which helped calm him down. He is responsible for protecting the Philosopher's Stone. Dumbledore said he could entrust his life to Snape. We must trust him, and so should you. Hubert watched Hagrid and Harry argue from the side. Although he knew the inside story, he couldn't say it outright. Moreover, the moment the mystery would be solved was not far off, and Harry would soon understand the truth of the matter. A crisp snap sounded outside the window, and the figure of a silver-haired person quickly flashed past, running away from the window and disappearing into the night. It's Draco, Hubert said with certainty. He discovered Norberta and will definitely notify the school. We must move Norberta now and eliminate all traces here, preventing the school from finding any sign of the dragon. Hubert was not panicked, he already had a plan for this. Originally, he didn't know when Harry and the two others would arrive, nor whether Draco would follow, so he couldn't take preventative measures. A Norwegian ridgeback can double in size in 2 weeks, we have no way to hide it, Ron quickly said. My brother raises dragons in Romania, we can send it there. No, Hagrid immediately retorted loudly. Norberta is too small, it can't live with the other dragons. He looked at Hubert. Hubert already has a way. Norberta can live in Tuhau Gensokyo, no one at the school knows where that is. After speaking, he covered his mouth, looking at Hubert with apology in his eyes. Tuhau Gensokyo? What kind of place is that? A mysterious place in the east? Hermione and Harry asked simultaneously. Ron stepped forward, lifting his chin slightly at Hermione, and mimicking Hermione's tone in a pinched voice. Tuhau Gensokyo is a mysterious magic secret realm where mysterious magical creatures live. He paused, his voice deepening. As you know, magic secret realms are special spaces created by ancient wizards using the space gemstone. I read about this knowledge when I had free time. You know me, I love reading. Ha ha. Hubert and the other two burst into laughter. Ron's imitation of Hermione, coupled with his playful expression, immediately dissolved the tense atmosphere. Hermione glared at Ron and let out a heavy HMPH, but she wasn't truly angry about it. Ron smoothed his red hair, returning to his usual self. When I was home, I heard Charlie mention that Hubert had a Tuhau Gensokyo, but I don't know where it is. I heard there are many magical animals and plants there. Hubert ignored the curious gazes thrown his way by the three. So far, only 4 people knew the exact location of Tuhau Gensokyo and could enter and exit it. Woof woof woof. As the 3 were talking, the barking of fangs sounded outside the stone hut, followed by noisy footsteps. The light on the ceiling flickered, and the 4, including Hermione, looked panicked. Draco has brought the school teachers. I'm moving Norberta now, and Hagrid, you are responsible for cleaning up the traces here. Hubert quickly said while holding Norberta, then turned to Hermione and the others. You must leave immediately. If you get caught, you'll lose house points. He pulled out his ode to life and drew a vertical line in the air. Skyflight. Golden light sprayed from the tip of the wand, and the rich, dazzling gold enveloped his entire body. The blinding golden light suddenly contracted into a single golden point, then vanished into the air. As the golden light disappeared, the figures of Hubert and Norberta also vanished, leaving no trace, as if they had never existed. What kind of magic was that? Harry asked with envy. He looked at Hermione, who also looked puzzled. She looked at Hagrid, who shook his head as well. Hermione quickly recovered from her surprise, grabbed Harry and Ron, opened the door, and ran outside. It was pitch black outside the door. The forbidden forest nearby looked like a beast crouching on the ground with its jaws wide open. From the direction of Hogwarts, 3 figures quickly approached the stone hut, led by the silver-haired Draco. "Harry, they are there," Draco said excitedly, pointing at Harry and the 2 others who were about to leave, speaking to McGonagall and Filch beside him. Under the dark night sky, outside the stone hut, illuminated by the dim light from inside, Professor McGonagall stood on the grass in front of the door, her face stern, looking at Harry, Ron, and Hermione with disappointment in her eyes. Filch, in his dirty, disheveled coat, and Draco stood behind her. Filch held a lantern, his face sinister, with a hint of madness and excitement in his eyes. Draco, on the other hand, made no effort to hide his smugness, looking down at the 3 silent, head-bowed figures opposite him with the air of a victor. Professor McGonagall took a step forward, came before Harry, and looked down into his eyes. "Harry, according to school rules, students are forbidden from wandering around at night without permission. Do you know this?" "I'm sorry, Professor." Harry still kept his head down, weakly replying. Ron and Hermione stood beside him, not speaking. McGonagall shook her head, then sternly said, "Gryffindor will lose 50 points each, a total of 150 points. 150 points. Hermione shrieked. That was 150 points. How many questions would she have to answer in class to earn that back? Harry and Ron also looked at McGonagall in disbelief, but there was no expression on her face. "Potter, you should be grateful it's only 150 points. If it were my father, you would have been expelled from Hogwarts long ago," Draco said with a smile, his fair face openly displaying his smugness. Filch, beside him, nodded in agreement, his ugly face contorted in a sneer, his yellow teeth exposed. He looked at McGonagall and said, "They should be taught a more profound lesson. The school is too lenient with these troublemakers now." McGonagall gave him and Draco an expressionless glance, then turned to leave. "Professor, I report Hagrid and Hubert for raising a dragon." Draco immediately shouted loudly. The scene fell silent, and 5 pairs of eyes stared intently at him. This was the feeling of being watched and disbelieved by others. I, the heir of the great Malfoy pureblood family, should stand in the most dazzling place, attracting attention and enjoying everyone's envious and surprised gazes. What is Potter? Just a poor orphan. Oh no. Harry, Ron, and Hermione all thought at the same time. Hermione subtly glanced at the stone hut behind them. Hagrid was cleaning up the traces. If they went in now, then. This is a serious slander by Draco. I know you have a grudge against Harry, but this accusation involves a serious violation of the law. We are classmates, you shouldn't do this. Draco, I didn't realize you hated me so much. If I ever did anything to offend you in the past, I apologize. But you cannot falsely accuse Hagrid and Hubert of raising a dragon. Harry immediately followed Hermione, adding with deep regret. Ron, beside him, also understood and chimed in. McGonagall and Filch listened to their words, then looked at Draco with strange expressions. McGonagall took a step forward, looking down into Draco's eyes. "Malfoy, you need to take responsibility for what you say." Under McGonagall's pressure, Draco looked flustered and took a step back. He looked at McGonagall's serious expression, his words caught in his throat. "Since Draco reported it, we'll just go to Hagrid's hut and see," Filch's hoarse voice sounded, and his words made Draco breathe a sigh of relief. "If anyone is lying and violating Hogwarts regulations, it's a good opportunity for me to educate them properly." His gaze swept over Draco, particularly lingering on his fair face for 3 seconds. Draco's relaxed body tensed up again, and he said frantically, "I saw it with my own eyes. Hubert even named it Norberta. You must be seeing things. Hubert isn't even here, and there's no dragon." Hermione stepped forward to refute. Harry also took a step forward. "We came to find Hagrid, we didn't see Hubert, nor did we see any dragon." Draco is slandering. Ron nodded in agreement beside them. McGonagall nodded, looking at Draco with a question in her eyes. "I saw it with my own eyes, I guarantee it. They must be in the stone hut." Draco quickly retorted, "If there's nothing, why isn't Hagrid coming out?" The scene fell silent again. McGonagall looked at the tightly closed wooden door and walked in amidst Draco's smug smile. Creak. The wooden door was gently pushed open, and the light that had been blocked by the door rushed out. A wooden table was placed in the center of the stone hut, and the firewood in the fireplace burned brightly, providing warmth and light to the room. Wooden shelves and cloaks hung from the ceiling. The entire room looked messy yet orderly. Professor McGonagall, why are you here? Hagrid's tall figure emerged from the inner room. He turned to look at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Why are you back? Draco reported you and Hubert for raising a dragon. McGonagall briefly explained, then her gaze swept around the room. That's Slytherin's slander. Hagrid immediately retorted loudly. He lowered his head and looked down at Draco, his massive body blocking the light, his shadow enveloping Draco. Draco instinctively took a step back, hiding behind McGonagall, his pale face even whiter, utterly bloodless. His eyes quickly scanned the hall, searching for any possible traces. How can there be nothing? I saw Hubert, Hagrid, and the dragon with my own eyes. Why isn't it here? Did they hide it? Yes, they must have hidden it. Professor, they must have hidden the dragon. I saw the dragon with my own eyes, and it was a dark green dragon, Draco said with a trembling voice. He raised his head and met Hagrid's gaze. I cannot be afraid, I am the great Malfoy. A Malfoy cannot lower his proud head. Filch looked at the silent trio beside him, walked around the small house once, then returned to McGonagall, shaking his head. They hid it, and Hubert, he must have hidden it. Malfoy's voice trembled even more violently. Draco, you need to take responsibility for what you say. It's proven you are wrong, there is no dragon or Hubert here. Hermione interrupted the panicking Malfoy. Professor McGonagall, according to school rules, wandering out at night requires points deduction. Since Malfoy also went out, shouldn't he also have points deducted? Yes, Malfoy should also have points deducted. Harry and Ron immediately nodded in agreement. You, Malfoy pointed at Hermione, his hand trembling. If he lost 50 points, the Slytherin wizards would kill him. He absolutely could not lose points. McGonagall nodded at Hermione, then said, Slytherin will lose 50 points. Now you should all go back to rest. The specific disciplinary measures will be announced tomorrow. She turned and gave Hagrid a deep look. I know you like raising magical creatures. If you need any help, don't hesitate to come to me. After speaking, she disappeared into the night with Harry and the others, leaving only the dazed Hagrid. So she knew all along, a murmur echoed in the dark night. Under the sky, a massive waterfall, tens of meters high, poured down from seemingly nowhere. The water flowed around a towering central island, then split into 4 directions, flowing towards the 4 corners of the space, dividing the entire land into 4 regions. On the circular island, golden dragon-tooth parasol trees covered the entire islet. The branches were lush, and from a distance, the golden canopy looked like a giant, umbrella-shaped flame. Beneath the canopy, vines hung down, and small golden manna-wandering dragons weaved and played among them. 30 small wooden houses were built on the thick tree trunks, nestled among the vines and branches, integrated with the entire tree. Half-meter-tall fairies went in and out of the wooden houses. They had colorful, butterfly-like wings and wore colorful clothes woven from petals. Their beautiful long hair flowed behind them, and their exquisite faces would make even the most beautiful humans feel ashamed. Even the unintelligent manna-wandering dragons actively circled around them when they appeared. The fairies flapped their colorful wings, flying out of the circular island, crossing the river, and soaring in all directions. On the 4 areas of land divided by the river, rooms of varying sizes were neatly constructed. The doorways of the rooms were covered by curtains, on which different animal portraits were painted. These were magically enchanted curtains. Through them, one could see the situation inside the rooms. The environments inside the different rooms varied. Magic cloths hung on all 4 walls. This was a commercial magic material that could simulate different environments. While it was easy for humans to distinguish, it was perfectly suited for creating habitats for magical creatures. Here were ice and snow, grassy plains, scorching sun. In these different environments, various creatures lived, their forms matching the animals and plants depicted on the curtains in front of their doors. A fairy flew to a room in the eastern district, eastern side, which had a feathered serpent carved on it, and then flew inside. Opening the doorway, she instantly arrived in a forest. The forest was dark on all sides, with no visible boundaries. Ancient trees soared to the sky here, their massive canopies blocking out the light. Because there was no sunlight year-round, the ground was damp. However, the fairy did not mind the gloomy environment here. She skillfully flew towards the largest tree in the center of the forest. A large hole had been dug in the center of the thick tree trunk, and through the darkness, a golden glimmer, shaped like an egg, could be vaguely seen. Just as the fairy was about to reach the entrance of the hole, a red and green snake suddenly darted out from behind the tree hole. Its head resembled a divine dragon, with long horns on both sides. Its fangs protruded from its mouth, glinting coldly, leaving no doubt about their sharpness. Its body was covered with vibrant scales, beautiful yet dangerous. If Hubert were here, he would surely recognize this as a Quetzalcoatl, an ancient Mayan deity totem, and an object of worship for ancient Mexican Indians. Hubert had bought the Quetzalcoatl from a Mexican merchant and had been raising it in Tujau-Jensokyo. In ancient times, the Quetzalcoatl was an object of Mughal worship, a god who controlled rain and harvest. But Mughals did not know that Quetzalcoatl was actually a magical creature. In the Indian language, the name Quetzalcoatl is a compound of two words: Quetzal, a bird name representing heaven and spiritual vitality, and Coat, a snake name representing the earth and material power. Indeed, Quetzalcoatl has two forms, one as a snake that can slither on the ground, and another as a bird that can soar in the sky. The Quetzalcoatl that darted out from behind the tree hole, upon seeing the fairy, retracted the barbs on its back, and the vibrant red and green on its body dimmed. It turned and led the fairy into the hole, where 3 giant eggs lay in the center of the tree hole. Unlike the silvery akami eggs, the Quetzalcoatl's eggs looked like they were made of soft gold, which made them more favored by wizards than akami eggs. Therefore, during the Quetzalcoatl's egg-laying period, it was at its most vigilant. Unless it granted permission, any creature entering its territory would be attacked. The fairy flew beside the Quetzalcoatl eggs and placed her hands on the golden eggs. A stream of green energy flowed from her fair palms into the golden eggs. Stimulated by the green energy, the golden glow of the eggs intensified. Upon seeing the golden light, the Quetzalcoatl's eyes showed joy. It could even hear the heartbeat of its children. The babies will be born in 10 days. A clear and melodious voice flowed from the fairy's mouth. She pulled out meat slices from her spatial pouch and threw them to the Quetzalcoatl, which bit them and swallowed them whole. I'll come back here in 10 days to see you and the babies. The fairy handed the remaining food to the Quetzalcoatl, completed her task, then flapped her colorful wings and flew out of the forest, emerging from the doorway. Unlike the darkness of the Quetzalcoatl's space, outside was lush green grass and a bright sky. The fairy took a deep breath of fresh air. She loved the grass here, the water here, everything here. She was truly grateful to the great Hubert, grateful that he gave the fairies a space to live, grateful that he gave the fairies the job of caring for magical creatures, giving meaning to their lives. She could still clearly remember that terrifying afternoon when a group of 8-eyed spiders invaded the fairy's garden. The ferocious 8-eyed spiders destroyed their home, slaughtering her companions and relatives. Her home, her everything, was obliterated under the sharp claws of the 8-eyed spiders. At their most desperate moment, Hubert appeared, rescued them, and brought them to this magic secret realm. Later, she learned its name, Tujau-Jensokyo. For the fairies, who loved peace and enjoyed caring for flowers, birds, and creatures, this place was a paradise. There were no cruel, murderous 8-eyed spiders here, no natural predators. They, the fairies, were granted maximum authority by Hubert to live freely here, only needing to help him care for the creatures. But for the fairies, who loved caring for flowers and birds, this was their favorite job. She thought of Hubert as she flew, then suddenly stopped in midair, her eyes filled with surprise as she looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in the air. He was wearing a black Hogwarts robe and had a fair, oval face, bright eyes, and a confident smile. In his arms, he held a dark green creature with wide wings. The fairy's pupils contracted. It was a dragon, a young Norwegian ridgeback. Hubert, is this a Norwegian ridgeback? The fairy quickly flew to Hubert's side, her eyes curiously examining the young dragon in Hubert's arms. Even with her extensive knowledge, this was her first time seeing a dragon. Unfortunately, Norberta didn't seem to like her. It opened its mouth at her, ready to spit a flame, but in the end, nothing came out. It burped, and a puff of black smoke drifted from its mouth. It watched the creature in front of it warily, flapping its wings, wanting to fly out and bite. The fairy extended her right hand, and green energy floated towards Norberta. The energy surrounded Norberta, and under its embrace, Norberta gradually calmed down. The look in its eyes towards the fairy also softened, even showing a hint of joy. This was precisely the talent of the fairies, and the basis upon which Hubert entrusted them with the responsibility of caring for the magical creatures of Tujau-Jensokyo. Fairies have delicate constitutions, they love peace and all beautiful things. They possess no combat talent, but heaven granted them the power to soothe the soul. They can use their power to soothe creatures and communicate with them. It was precisely for this reason that Hubert assigned them the task of caring for the creatures of Tujau-Jensokyo. Nana, your ability has improved again. Hubert landed lightly on the grass. Seeing that Nana the fairy could quickly soothe Norberta showed that her abilities had increased somewhat since they last met a few days ago, meaning he could rest assured in trusting Norberta to her care. This is Norberta, a female Norwegian Ridgeback whelp, who was just born. From now on, she will join the big family of our Tuhao Gen Sokyo. This little one will be looked after by you. Take me to the spare creature space. We need to help Norberta build a comfortable home. Nana led Hubert along the river to find a room on the furthest edge of the East District. This space was also the largest room. With the cooperation of Hubert and Nana, the room was quickly renovated. Inside the huge space, there was blue sky, white clouds, and pleasant weather. In the eastern part of the space was a small hill, and on the hill was a cave, which was Norberta's dwelling. At the foot of the hill was a forest, lush with trees, blending seamlessly with the surrounding magic cloth, showing no flaws whatsoever. Hubert placed Norberta on the small hill. She cheered, flapped her wings, and ran toward the cave at the top of the hill. Then, standing at the entrance, she looked down upon the area, stretched her neck, and let out a roar in a tender voice, declaring her sovereignty. Truly a selfish dragon. Hubert teased, then left Norberta's room with Nana. Standing by the river, the wide water surface shimmered, and the river flowed slowly eastward. After 4 years of development, Tuhao Gen Sokyo had expanded greatly with the help of the dragon-tooth parasol tree. At least now the 4 rivers have reached a certain scale, unlike when the secret realm was first established and they were merely small ditches. The river is now 10 meters wide, and the abundant lake water from the Black Lake supplies all the creatures in the secret realm. The sky above the secret realm still looked the same, like a lid covering the top that stretched endlessly. There was no sun in the sky, yet it was exceptionally bright. Precisely because there was no scorching sun, the temperature in the secret realm was pleasant, feeling like spring all year round. Looking upstream along the river, a gigantic golden Wutong tree stood at the river's source. The cascading lake water crashed onto the surface with a rushing sound, and layers of mist floated above the river. Wandering dragons darted between the Wutong tree and the waterfall, appearing ethereal and dreamlike from afar. Hey, handsome young man, do you need a ride across the river? The originally calm lake surface suddenly churned, and a massive whirlpool appeared in the center of the water. The teasing voice originated from within the vortex. With 8 bangs, water splashed everywhere, and a beautiful, slender figure leaped out of the whirlpool. She had the body of a human and the tail of a fish, long blue hair braided into an intricate style, and a small crown on her head. Her blue eyes were large, her face was plump, and a small canine tooth peeked out from the corner of her mouth. Scarlet, if you want to play the part of the snake demon, you should at least improve your figure. Hubert held his forehead. He regretted telling Scarlet the story of 100,000 bad jokes. This originally curious little girl became obsessed with the snake demon after hearing the story and constantly imitated its behavior. You must call me your majesty the queen, Scarlet shrieked, her plump little face puffed up in anger. She put her hands on her hips, adopting a queen's demeanor. However, since she was only about 10 years old, her appearance made Hubert burst into laughter. HMPH, the water beneath her lifted her body and floated her toward the shore. Scarlet turned her head, glaring at Hubert with her large eyes. All right, I was wrong, Your Majesty Queen Scarlet, Hubert said, struggling to suppress his laughter. 4 years had passed, and Scarlet had grown from a 4 or 5-year-old toddler into a girl of about 10. In recent years, she frequently came to Tuhao Gen Sokyo to play. With her help, many aquatic products unique to the Black Lake were added to Hubert's secret realm. Of course, in return, it was said that Scarlet built her own temporary palace in the waters of the secret realm, naming it the Crystal Palace. This queen forgives you. When Hubert admitted his mistake, Scarlet immediately smiled. I heard reports from my shrimp soldiers and crab generals that you brought back a dragon. Hurry and take this queen to see it. Shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Hubert looked puzzled. Since when did the secret realm have shrimp soldiers and crab generals? Did Scarlet sneak in more contraband from the Black Lake? Hubert had always maintained an encouraging attitude toward Scarlet stealing things from the Black Lake to enrich the secret realm's biodiversity. Now that this queen has the Crystal Palace, of course I need shrimp soldiers and crab generals to guard it. You were the one who said so. So he caused trouble again? Hubert recalled the story of the Crystal Palace of the East Sea he had mentioned unintentionally before, and secretly vowed never to tell her stories casually again. Nana covered her mouth, giggling secretly. She enjoyed watching Hubert's helplessness regarding Scarlet. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals are water sprites summoned by Scarlet using her water magic. This is a specialized, mutated form of transfiguration magic. The summoned water sprites' bodies are made of water, can only survive in water, and have low intelligence. Nana fluttered her wings and flew next to Hubert to explain, however, they are perfectly capable of guarding entrances and performing simple labor. Nana, Scarlet whined in a drawn-out voice, interrupting Nana, who intended to explain further. Take me to see the dragon. I've never seen a dragon before. Take her to see Norberta, and be careful. Hubert handed the secrets of the Norwegian ridge back to Nana, gave them a few simple instructions, and then let them leave. Watching the excited Nana and Scarlet, he turned and walked toward the dragon-tooth parasol tree. After 4 years of growth, the dragon-tooth parasol tree was already 50 meters tall and 8 people thick. The gnarled and intertwined trunks and vines formed its strong body, and its developed root system was deeply embedded in the soil, absorbing nutrients to grow. Green vines hung upside down from the branches, and dense golden-yellow leaves covered the canopy. Hubert walked to the base of the dragon-tooth parasol tree, where 3 small, half-meter-high square platforms were stacked. A magic array was engraved beneath the platforms. The platforms each occupied a side, and above their center, a giant yellow sphere floated. The sphere resembled flowing water, yet also fine sand and stone. 5 mana-wandering dragons circled the sphere, darting through its center. Under the golden dragon-tooth parasol tree, beside the center of the 3 platforms, Hubert looked at his masterpiece with joy. He took out the ode to life, lightly grazed his finger with it, and 3 drops of crimson blood flew onto the floating yellow sphere. The blood dripped onto the sphere and seeped in. The magic array beneath the platform, stimulated by the blood, suddenly rose above the platform and began to spin rapidly around the sphere. The spinning magic array swept up the fallen leaves on the ground, making them dance and fly. Then it suddenly contracted and completely merged into the yellow sphere. The yellow sphere trembled violently, then exploded with a boom, turning into a sky full of yellow mist. Although the sphere shattered, Hubert could clearly feel his connection to the mist in front of him. It was a subtle feeling, indescribable in words. He could easily sense the mist's presence and control it effortless. He knew this special bioalchemy product was a success. Gather, Hubert softly uttered, and the pervasive yellow mist, as if understanding the command, swirled and gathered on Hubert's left hand, slowly rotating counterclockwise like a small hurricane. Equip. As Hubert's thoughts shifted, the hurricane in his hand spread out, enveloping Hubert entirely. Starting from his upper body, the earthy yellow mist adhered to him, gradually solidifying. As the mist disappeared, his figure gradually became visible. His original black Hogwarts robe had vanished, replaced by a yellow robe. Silver floating dragon patterns were etched on the hem, and mysterious magic runes adorned the cuffs and upper body. And behind him, a pair of large wings gently flapped, shrouded in mist, making them indistinct. The flapping wind stirred up the grass and leaves on the ground, leaving no doubt about its power. Hubert happily examined his magnificent attire, controlling the wings on his back with his mind. The wings flapped rapidly, and his body gradually lifted off the ground, propelled by the wings. Ha ha, I can fly! Hubert laughed uproariously, transforming into a yellow figure that appeared among the parasol trees, in the air, and over the river, thoroughly enjoying the joy of flying. Nana, let's race to the parasol tree and see who's faster, Hubert suggested to Nana, who had curiously come over. As for Scarlet, she could only sulk in the water. Okay, Nana said, then darted off. I haven't even said start yet. Although Nana was a fairy spirit, only half a person tall, fairy spirits could fly from birth. Her body shimmered with colorful light, like a rainbow streak across the sky, painting a vibrant arc in the air. Although Hubert had just acquired the equipment and was not yet skilled at flying, his alchemy product had merged with 5 mana-wandering dragons, providing ample magic, so Hubert essentially didn't need to supply magic. Under his control, the wings behind him flapped rapidly, and powerful magic propelled him forward quickly. Yellow mist enveloped his entire body, and under the sky, a mass of yellow mist surged forward. The two chased each other in the air, the yellow mist and colorful stream of light intertwining and pursuing each other. I won, Nana announced loudly from the parasol tree canopy. No sooner had she finished speaking than Hubert landed beside her, his face still flushed with excitement. Although he ultimately lost, it wasn't because he wasn't fast enough, but because he was still unfamiliar with flying. Hubert, what kind of clothes are those? I've never seen you wear them before. Nana circled Hubert, looking him over, and asked curiously. Hubert gently landed on the ground, revealing a mysterious smile. The yellow robe on him quickly receded, and a yellow mist regathered in his hand. Its name is quicksand, an alchemy item, a special magic tool. It can transform between solid, liquid, and gas forms, and as long as there's enough magic, it can change into any shape. As he explained, the mist in his hand sometimes turned into a bird, sometimes a stone, a spear, a shield, constantly changing forms. Ever since fighting the troll, Hubert had discovered his weaknesses: low magic and no powerful offensive means. But stealing the Philosopher's Stone posed immense danger. With his abilities, it would be a near-certain death. To compensate for these flaws, he had to find another way, using his bioalchemy. This quicksand was his masterpiece, a special item made from a combination of magical sand, mana floating dragons, and various other magical materials. It could assist with flight, be combined with his most proficient transfiguration for powerful attacks, or be transformed into ropes for control, making it a magic tool for both offense and defense. Most importantly, it incorporated mana-wandering dragons, allowing him to control it freely with very little magic. He waved his left hand, and the quicksand burst apart into 5 half-meter-long yellow floating dragons. Mist emanated from the floating dragons, their long whiskers and heads faintly visible, as the 5 floating dragons circled Hubert, flying up and down. Hubert's black robe fluttered, making him look like a god or a demon. Nana stared at him blankly, her colorful wings behind her unconsciously ceasing to flap. "Ouch!" Nana exclaimed, her body falling from the air, a look of panic on her beautiful face. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a yellow floating dragon, controlled by Hubert, shot out and encircled Nana's body. With the floating dragon's help, Nana gently landed flat on the grass. A blush unconsciously appeared on her beautiful face, and she lowered her head under Hubert's gaze. She flapped her colorful wings and flew back into the air. "I'm going to join Scarlet." She left a sentence, and her figure disappeared. Hubert gave a wry smile. This little one was actually shy. Heh. Time to go back. I wonder if Hermione and Harry have been caught by Professor McGonagall. Hubert, riding 5 floating dragons, flew into the air, then took out the ode to life and said, "I love to eat fish and eggs." As the spell was chanted, his figure disappeared into the secret realm. Under the black night sky, the forbidden forest was pitch black and silent. A silent dread enveloped this area, and in the hidden darkness, pairs of eerie green eyes occasionally appeared, the predators of the forbidden forest's darkness. In the woods behind the stone hut, 5 yellow floating dragons suddenly appeared. Standing on the floating dragons was a young man in a black robe, with a confident smile on his face. It was Hubert. He identified the direction of Hogwarts, then rode the floating dragons and flew towards it. Only when he was close to the castle did he descend. The yellow floating dragon flew to his left middle finger, solidifying into a yellow gem ring. Hubert looked at the yellow ring on his hand, a smile playing on his lips, then his figure vanished into the darkness. "Did you hear? Gryffindor was docked 150 points. I know, it's because of Harry Potter." Malfoy reported. "Harry Potter. I heard the Slytherin people say they were also docked 50 points. In the early morning, gossip flew around Hufflepuff, where Hubert was, detailing several versions of last night's event. Malfoy reports Hagrid at night, Harry's desperate counterattack. Although Hubert didn't know what happened after he left, the gossip confirmed that Harry and the others were still caught and docked 150 points, and Malfoy was not spared either. He secretly rejoiced, grateful that he had left early using sky flight, otherwise he would now be enduring the same treatment as Harry and Malfoy, being glared at angrily by their respective housemates. He could completely imagine the fury of the Gryffindor little lions and the Slytherin little snakes right now. If the school hadn't forbidden fighting, Harry and Draco definitely wouldn't dare to leave their dorms. "Hubert, did you and Hagrid really raise a dragon? Is the dragon very mighty and handsome? Can I take a photo with it?" As soon as Hubert appeared in the common room, a group of Hufflepuffs surrounded him, asking questions all at once. From initial doubt about raising a dragon to later certainty, Hubert once again witnessed the power of Hufflepuff gossip. He secretly slipped out of the crowd, exerting great effort to get away from them. He found a secluded path, avoided the crowds, and ran to the library. This was Madame Pince's territory, and little wizards generally dared not cause trouble here. Inside the library, bookshelves stood tall, displaying all sorts of collections. In the library restricted area, even dark arts were kept. Through the gem beetle ring, Hubert could faintly sense the darkness of that area, a roar that reached straight into the soul. In the reading area, scattered little wizards quietly sat in their seats reading the books in their hands, or leaning in to whisper to their partners nearby, immediately sitting up straight whenever Madame Pince's sharp gaze swept over them. "Me and the Sorcerer's Stone? The Ancient Wizard's 36 Conjectures?" Hubert scanned the bookshelves, searching for all books related to the Philosopher's Stone. Since the Philosopher's Stone was created, it has left a colorful mark on the history of magic. No wizard could ignore the power of the Philosopher's Stone, especially for an alchemist. To some extent, it represented power. When the Philosopher's Stone first appeared, it was called the Sorcerer's Stone, but later, due to different uses, it was modified by different wizards and acquired different powers. Hubert searched 4 books on the Philosopher's Stone to better understand its power. The Philosopher's Stone was critically important to him. Unfortunately, in the vast library, he only found 3 books about the Philosopher's Stone, and they were biographical and entertaining in nature, holding little value. He glanced at the dark restricted section hidden behind the library bookshelves, a spark of fervor flashing in his eyes. Too many secrets were hidden there. Lord Voldemort had once found supreme power there. It held valuable knowledge treasured by the wizarding world. If he could browse inside, he would surely find information about the Philosopher's Stone. Perhaps even its method of creation existed there. He shook his head, clearing the tempting thoughts from his mind. In his current state, there was no way he could go there. He was just an ordinary Hufflepuff, not Harry, not the protagonist. Dumbledore couldn't possibly have left such an important place without any arrangements. Without a teacher's permission, it was impossible to breach his defenses. He took the leisure book in his hand and found a seat. These 3 books contained little substantive content, so Hubert skimmed them quickly, only pausing if something caught his interest. The Sorcerer's Stone? You really are looking into the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione glanced down at the book in Hubert's hand, then confirmed with a smile. I knew you wouldn't just let it go. Do you want to join us in stopping Snape? She placed a stack of books on the desk and spoke softly to Hubert. Hermione still had her bushy hair, her face was a bit pale, and her eyes were bloodshot. Hubert did not answer her question, instead asking, "Why are you looking for so many books about the Forbidden Forest? Did something happen?" Hermione sat down heavily in the chair, her face showing frustration. "We ran into Professor McGonagall when we came back last night, and we were docked 150 points. Today we received house notice that we have to patrol the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid tonight. Hagrid said unicorns have been dying in the Forbidden Forest, so I wanted to look up more information." Casualties among the Forbidden Forest unicorns? Hubert's heart stirred. He naturally knew this was Lord Voldemort's doing. He needed unicorn blood to cling to life and prolong his pathetic existence. If Hermione and Harry went to patrol the Forbidden Forest tonight, would they encounter Lord Voldemort? After all, Lord Voldemort wasn't waiting inside the Forbidden Forest every moment for them to arrive, and the Forbidden Forest was so large that even if he went, they might not find him. But what if he went with Quirrell? Hagrid and the others didn't know Lord Voldemort was secretly pulling the strings. What if Hagrid was ambushed? Thought spun in Hubert's mind, and he failed to notice Hermione across from him looking at him strangely. What was wrong with him? Was he worried about her? Or, the 2 of them continued to think their own thoughts, casually flipping through the books in their hands. Madame Pince at the front desk scanned the room every few minutes but said nothing when she saw Hubert and Hermione. Beside the floor-to-ceiling window, Hubert and Hermione sat opposite each other at a long table. Sunlight streamed through the window and fell upon Hubert and Hermione. From a distance, faint light shimmered around them. Time unknowingly slipped away. The sun rose high and then set, evening clouds filled the sky, and the afterglow quietly draped the 2 in red. "It's time to eat. We should leave," Hubert suggested first, and Hermione nodded. Under Madame Pince's watchful eye, the 2 silently tidied up their books and then left the library. When the 2 arrived at the Great Hall, Harry and Ron were already there. They sat at the very end of the table, while the other students kept their distance. They sat facing each other, occasionally looking at the others and whispering something. Hubert and Hermione walked straight over and sat next to the 2, ignoring the strange looks from the other Gryffindor little lions. "Why did you come, Hubert?" Harry looked at the others and asked nervously. Hubert naturally understood what he meant and gave him a reassuring smile. "We are friends, aren't we?" Outside Hogwarts Castle, Hubert watched Harry and Hermione and the 3rd person gradually walk away. His right hand gently pressed against the flowing sand on the middle finger of his left hand, and the flowing sand turned into a yellow mist, enveloping his entire body. Behind him, a pair of large wings opened with a bang. The wings gently flapped, lifting him into the sky. Hubert passed through the woods and reached the glass door on the 2nd floor of his stone hut. He pulled out his ode to life and traced it across the glass. A portal automatically appeared on the glass, and he stepped through it. Outside the stone hut, Filch, bringing Harry and the others, had already met up with Hagrid. Filch gave a few brief instructions and then left. Draco's face was pale, showing fear. He had heard about the Forbidden Forest, werewolves even appeared there. Hagrid, carrying a lamp, led the 4 little wizards into the Forbidden Forest. The dark, secluded forbidden forest was occasionally swept by a bone-chilling cold wind, causing the little wizards to pull their clothes tighter. "What is that?" Hermione asked, pointing at a pool of silver liquid on the ground. She had never seen anything like it in books. Hagrid squatted his large frame down, dipped his hand in, smelled a little bit carefully, and then stuck out his tongue and licked it. "This is unicorn blood. Another unicorn has been injured. Our mission this time is to patrol the Forbidden Forest, search for the injured unicorns, and find the cause of their injuries." Hagrid looked depressed. "Who would harm such a pure creature? You must know that anyone who touches unicorn blood will be afflicted by an eternal curse. Now we split up to patrol. Malfoy and Harry are a team, and Hermione and Ron are with me. If you find anything, notify me immediately." "No way!" Draco immediately shrieked. He looked at Hagrid's large frame, shrunk his neck, and whispered, "I want Fang." He glanced at Harry beside him. What could this waste do? "He's no match for me." But this was the terrifying Forbidden Forest, and only the fierce Fang could protect him, as it was a loyal dog. "Fang is very timid, but if you need him, you can take him with you," Hagrid said casually, and then, carrying his lamp, he took Hermione and Ron and left in one direction. Draco looked at the surrounding darkness. The dense jungle was silent, like a beast waiting to devour someone at any moment. He straightened up, wrinkled his nose, and cursed, "Damn Hagrid. He actually left the two of us alone in the Forbidden Forest. Doesn't he know how dangerous the Forbidden Forest is? Doesn't he know werewolves lurk here? If I get back, I'm definitely writing a letter to my father. Hogwarts is far too irresponsible regarding student safety. Are you scared?" Harry glanced sideways at him, then raised his lamp to survey the surroundings. Fang was hiding behind his legs. Draco looked at Harry in surprise. Harry seemed calm, showing no nervousness or fear. On the contrary, he looked eager to try something. Did Potter not know the danger of the Forbidden Forest, or was he truly the savior, simply hiding his abilities all this time? Draco's gaze was uncertain. "But I've fought with him so many times. Potter doesn't seem like the type to hide things. Could I have been wrong? Potter, I know we've had conflicts before, but we must cooperate now." He spoke, imitating Lucius's tone, but he forgot how arrogant the expression he thought was normal looked to outsiders. "The Forbidden Forest is a restricted area of Hogwarts, and there are too many dangerous creatures here. That idiot Hagrid, I don't know why he thought of making us stay here, but we must be cautious ourselves, or our lives will be in danger." Harry ignored him. Draco was indeed a coward. If there were truly life-threatening dangers, how could the school allow them to patrol the Forbidden Forest? Besides, how could Gryffindor's little lions fear danger? The more difficult it is, the more they must challenge it. That is Gryffindor, brave and fearless. He held the lamp in his left hand, tightly gripped his wand in his right, lifted his head, puffed out his chest, and walked into the darkness, like a brave and fearless warrior. "Idiot, fool, brainless simpleton." Draco cursed bitterly in his heart. He hadn't expected his words to ignite Harry's fighting spirit. His expression was awful. He lowered his head and immediately chased after Harry, sticking close to Fang, as if the massive body could give him a sense of security. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Ee 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 ee. Oh. In the dark jungle, the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects constantly echoed. At some unknown moment, a thin layer of mist began to float along the ground, making them feel a faint chill surrounding their bodies. In the thin mist, a faint yellow lamplight drifted faintly. By the dim yellow light, one could vaguely see a black-haired and a silver-haired young man, followed closely by a huge black dog. Crunch. Ah, what did I step on? Was it a poisonous snake? It's just a branch. Draco, quiet down, Harry said, looking back at Draco's pale face. "We are wizards, magic can protect us." "Ah." Draco did not calm down as Harry expected. His mouth hung open, his face turning paper white, completely drained of color. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, staring behind Harry, and his left hand trembled as he raised it to point nearby. That is. Harry immediately turned around, the color instantly draining from his face, replaced by terror. Dozens of meters away in the mist, a white-haired unicorn lay in a pool of blood. Its blood and fur emitted a white glow. Illuminated by the white light, they could see a figure in a black robe hunched over the unicorn's neck, drinking its blood. Harry could distinctly hear the sound of the blood being swallowed, and the unicorn's heartbeat was slowly weakening. What terrified him even more was that the black robe seemed to have noticed them. The black robe gently floated up, accompanied by faint, beast-like growls, a sound that reached straight into the soul. The black robe hovered in midair. Beneath the black cloak was only a cluster of evil black mist. If an ordinary person looked at it, evil thoughts would immediately sprout, and desires would be magnified infinitely. When the black robe saw Harry, it let out a faint hissing sound. Although Harry couldn't understand it, he could clearly sense that it was a combination of excitement and fear. Woof, woof. Fang barked twice at the black robe, then turned tail and ran back the way they came. The black robe moved slowly, drifting inch by inch toward Harry and Draco, but neither of them could move a muscle. His limbs seemed to be controlled by some force, leaving him only able to watch the black robe and death draw closer and closer with despair and terror. Don't be afraid, I am Gryffindor, brave and fearless, brave and fearless. Harry struggled to close his eyes, muttering repeatedly, I have to find a way. I must regain movement. What can make my hands and feet move? What can make my hands and feet move? Suddenly, a flash of lightning crossed his mind, and he abruptly opened his eyes. Power gemstone, speed gemstone. Harry roared, using all his strength. Immediately, 2 gemstones, one red and one blue, appeared in his palm. The gemstones simultaneously emitted blinding red and blue light, illuminating his limbs, and a powerful force surged out. This is the feeling of power. Harry regained his freedom, clenching his hands. He could feel the surging power within him. Thank you, Hubert. He looked at the figure in black robes 10 meters away, lowering his gaze to avoid looking at the black mist surrounding its head. Who are you, and why are you hurting the unicorn? Harry said loudly, as if that was the only way to give himself courage. Idiot, get me out of here now. Draco shrieked. Let the Hogwarts teachers deal with him tomorrow, we are no match for him. Hiss. The figure in black robes shifted its attention to Draco. Draco jerked his head back, sensing a warning. What is this thing? How can there be such an evil creature in the Forbidden Forest? I must tell Father and have him question Dumbledore properly. The figure in black robes ignored Harry and Draco's thoughts. After seeing Harry regain his mobility, it suddenly sped up, gathering thick black mist, and charged toward Harry. The aura of evil rushed toward him. The short distance of 10 meters gave him no time to dodge, or even cast a single spell. Bang! A silver flash of light cut through the sky and stabbed down toward the figure in black robes. The figure in black robes immediately stopped and retreated. Following the sound of clip-clop hooves, a tall centaur leaped out from the nearby bushes. He jumped between the two parties, pulled out the silver spear that was stuck in the ground, and aimed it at the figure in black robes nearby. Guided by the stars of destiny, I, Firans, have arrived. Evil, you shall not harm these 2 children today. Firans said firmly, his mane bristling, pointing the silver spear at the figure in black robes. Hiss. The figure in black robes hissed twice, then quickly flew up into the dark sky, taking the black mist with it. Firans, what brings you here? Just as the figure in black robes left, a shout rang out, and Hagrid's tall figure came running out. Fang followed behind him, but Hermione and Ron were nowhere to be seen. He ran up to Harry and Draco, and only let out a long sigh of relief when he saw that they were unharmed. We ran into a figure in black robes, we couldn't see what he looked like. He was the one who hurt the unicorn. Harry pointed to the pure creature that had died nearby and briefly explained what had just happened. Where are Hermione and Ron? Fang went to notify me that you were in danger. I rushed over. They are behind me, Hagrid replied. The figure in black robes has left. Let's go meet up with them now. It's too dangerous here, Harry said, looking nervous and worried. Meanwhile, after Hagrid left, Hermione and Ron were walking forward, carrying a lamp. Ron cautiously observed their surroundings, but all he could see were trees and thin fog. Hermione walked ahead, holding her wand in her right hand. Her brown hair was slightly damp from the dew but looked much smoother. I read in a book that there are intelligent creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and as long as we don't attack them first, they won't attack us. We are wizards, ordinary creatures can't harm us. But it's really scary here. Ron frowned. I heard George and Fred say there are vampires here, and the 7-colored vipers of Romania. If you get bitten once, you die. They are lying to you, Hermione said firmly. Just like with the sorting hat last time, you've already been fooled once, Ron. Thinking of the embarrassment during the sorting ceremony, Ron's face darkened. His older brothers were always teasing him like this. He even doubted if he was truly their younger brother. We should hurry up and catch up to Hagrid. This place makes me feel very uncomfortable, Ron urged, looking around. Hermione suddenly stopped. She raised the lantern in her hand and looked up at the sky, using the light. Above the trees, slivers of moonlight had originally filtered through the gaps in the leaves. But now, not a trace could be seen. Thick black mist swooped down from the sky and slammed heavily onto the ground. The black mist exploded with a bang, and thick black smoke rolled outwards. Hermione smelled a trace of the black mist. It was a nauseating smell. She pinched her nose, tightly gripping the wand in her hand. From within the black mist, a black cloak slowly rose up. There was no figure inside the cloak, only the black mist supporting it. Its head was pitch black, and the black mist swirled. It was the purest darkness, like an abyss. Just one look would suck in a person's mind, and the darkest desires in their heart would surge out irresistibly. Hermione, what is that? Ron asked tremblingly. You read a lot of books. Hermione bit her lip, the sharp pain bringing her back to her senses. Her face was pale. She let out a long breath. She had just felt like she fell into a dark abyss, witnessing the death of her parents and herself wandering the world alone. Don't look at its head, Hermione warned Ron, and immediately raised her wand. Expelliarmus. A green light crossed the space and shot directly toward the figure in black robes. The black mist in front of the figure in black robes immediately surged, forming a barrier that dispersed the green light. Ron, take out your wand, Hermione shouted at Ron. After the troll incident last time, Hermione was no longer as panicked about fighting as before. Involuntarily, she recalled Hubert's determined and confident figure standing in front of her in the washing room, and Flitwick's evaluation of him. I definitely won't lose to you, she said firmly in her heart. Hermione's determination seemed to give Ron confidence. He immediately pulled out his wand and aimed it at the figure in black robes, but he froze. What spell should I cast? Use what you learned in class, the levitation charm. Expelliarmus. Levitation charm. A green light and a massive wooden club flew toward the figure in black robes. The figure in black robes hissed twice, filled with excitement. Two streams of mist shot out from the thick fog, hitting the green light and the wooden club, respectively. The green light dissipated under the impact of the black mist, while the wooden club was enveloped by the black mist, rapidly turning into rotten wood that scattered with a gust of wind. Levitation charm. Levitation charm. The two continuously launched attacks, but they couldn't break through the figure in black robes' defense. As their magical power waned, they gradually fell into a disadvantage. Hiss. A ball of black mist struck Hermione on the back when she wasn't paying attention, knocking her flying to crash heavily against a tree trunk. Hermione! Ron cried out in alarm. Ah! While he was distracted, a ball of black mist struck him, sending him flying as well. Puff! Puff! A trickle of blood seeped from Hermione's mouth. She tried to stand up from the ground, but the intense pain in her waist stimulated her nerves, leaving her without the strength to even sit up. She looked at Ron nearby. He was lying motionless on the ground, clearly having been knocked unconscious. What should I do? Her mind raced. If Hubert faced a situation like this, what would he do? Her eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for anything that could help her, but disappointingly, there was nothing. Hiss. The figure in black robes roared. Hermione could clearly sense its bloodthirsty excitement, the kind of excitement an animal feels upon seeing blood. The black mist on the ground violently churned, wrapping around itself to form a massive black sphere. The black sphere spun in midair, drawing in the flying fallen leaves and branches. As the leaves and branches landed on the sphere, they seemed to be absorbed, instantly drying up, decaying, and turning to ash at a visible speed. Am I really going to die this time? Hermione struggled to raise her head, looking at the black sphere with despair in her eyes. Yet, her heart was calm, devoid of any fear of facing imminent death. I'm sorry, Mum and Dad. She lifted her chin high, her eyes showing stubbornness as she faced the charging black sphere. Just as the black sphere was 1 meter away from Hermione, and the thick stench was almost suffocating her, she caught a glimpse of a faint yellow light flashing in the sky. The yellow light pierced through the gaps in the leaves, breaking through the dense darkness and bringing golden light to the area. The light grew bigger and more numerous, transforming into thousands of beams in the blink of an eye. It was a hand, a gigantic, golden yellow hand descending from the sky. Hermione could clearly see the thick, intricate lines on the palm, and the crescent-shaped scar on the knuckle of the index finger. The golden yellow hand, carrying an unmatched force, slammed heavily onto the black sphere, grasping it in its palm. The 5 golden yellow fingers closed, and the palm burst forth with 10,000 beams of golden light, piercing the dense black sphere, which dissolved into black smoke and vanished. Dark Lord, I've finally been waiting for you. A loud, hoarse voice came from above, and the leaves overhead trembled violently along with the strong wind. The black-robed figure raised his head and let out a roar toward the sky. The black mist beneath his robes violently surged out, enveloping his entire body, and then he chose a direction and fled in panic. The gigantic golden hand did not pursue the black-robed figure after he left. Under Hermione's gaze, it gradually melted and then transformed into a floating dragon. The floating dragon's head resembled a divine dragon, its long whiskers swayed beneath its jaw, and its entire body emitted a faint golden light. It flew to Hermione's side, quietly guarding her. "Who are you? Are you a creature from the Forbidden Forest?" The floating dragon shook its head, its dragon eyes scanning the surrounding darkness. "Thank you for saving me. I am Hermione." Having recovered a little strength, Hermione managed to sit upright. The floating dragon flew up and dragged Ron next to Hermione, then guarded the two of them in the center. The mist in the dark forest grew thicker and thicker, and the bone-chilling cold invaded their bodies. Unidentified creatures in the grass occasionally chirped, making the silent, frightening forest even more terrifying. Hermione's body trembled, and her lips quivered. The floating dragon moved closer to her, and its golden brilliance made her feel a faint warmth. "Thank you," Hermione mumbled softly, shivering, her eyelids drooping. The cold, the pain, and the recent battle had left her completely exhausted, and her mind began to blur. But for some reason, she didn't feel afraid. Seeing the floating dragon beside her made her feel completely safe. She tightened the clothes on her body. It was so cold. Her vision became increasingly hazy, and even using all her strength, she couldn't stop her eyelids from closing. "Who is he?" In a daze, she saw a yellow-robed figure appear in her peripheral vision. She used her last ounce of strength to raise her head, vaguely seeing that he wore a yellow mask on his face. "Close your eyes and rest properly." A gentle voice sounded in her ear, and Hermione finally closed her tired eyes and fell into a deep sleep. "Hermione, Hermione." A buzzing call sounded in her ears, like hearing voices from outside while submerged underwater. Hermione opened her hazy eyes, and Harry and Ron quickly gathered around her. "Hermione, how are you feeling now?" "Madame Pomfrey said you have minor internal injuries and need 2 days of rest," Harry said, placing a stack of books from the floor onto the bedside table. "I know you like reading, so I borrowed a lot of books from the library for you. If you finish them, I'll borrow more." Ron scratched his red hair, lowered his head, and whispered, "Thank you for saving me yesterday." "Thank you, Hermione. These are candies my mum made. She already knows what happened to you and made these specially for you. She hopes you get better soon." He placed a basket on the bedside table, filled with candies of various shapes. "Please thank Mrs. Weasley for me." Hermione sat up in bed. "How long did I sleep? How did you find me? Was there anyone else nearby when you found me? Or a creature like the floating dragon?" She gestured with her hands, trying to describe the appearance of the floating dragon. However, her consciousness had been hazy at the time, and it took her a great effort to roughly sketch its appearance. "What kind of creature is this? Is it an akami? But akamis have wings, and this one doesn't." Ron shook his head and handed the drawing to Harry. Harry took the paper, frowned, and remained silent. "You've seen it? Where?" "Harry," Hermione asked nervously in a low voice. She had never been this tense, not even during a final exam. "I must recognize it. I must find him, the person who saved me. I think I've seen it somewhere." Harry drew out his words, and Hermione stared at him expectantly. He slapped his forehead. His eyes landed on the books on the table, and he had a flash of inspiration. He pulled out a thick book from the bottom of the stack. Written on the cover was "Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them," authored by Magi zoologist Newt Scamander. He quickly flipped to page 235. In the corner, the exact appearance of the floating dragon was drawn, with an introduction written beside it. The floating dragon is a type of eastern dragon species. Strictly speaking, it cannot be classified as a magical creature. It is formed by the condensation of intense magic under special circumstances. Harry said proudly, then looked at the still confused Ron. "This is a first-year textbook. You really ought to read more." "I know all that. You know I can basically memorize anything just by reading it once." Hermione closed the book. "What I want to know is where you've seen this creature, a real one." Harry's proud expression froze on his face, but Ron burst out laughing. "That's what you get for showing off, ha ha." "I haven't seen one." Harry thought for a moment and said, "But I've heard someone talk about it. He should know a lot." "Who?" Hermione leaned forward. "Hubert. I heard him talk about it last month. You know he loves studying these magical creatures. He even opened a pet shop specializing in magical creatures." "That's great. Thank you, Harry." Hermione jumped out of bed, hastily put on her jacket, and ran out, leaving Harry and Ron staring at each other in confusion. "Hermione, where are you going?" Hermione ran all the way out of the hospital wing, hurried through several corridors, and headed straight for the Hufflepuff common room. The wind blew back her bushy hair, revealing the beautiful face she usually kept hidden. The corners of her mouth curled up, showing her happiest smile. She ran the entire way, ignoring the strange looks from the students around her. She had only one goal, the Hufflepuff common room. The closer she got to the common room, the clearer her thoughts became. A strong sixth sense told her that Hubert had the answers she needed. Perhaps, the person last night was Hubert. Suddenly, a wild idea popped into her mind. She gave a self-mocking laugh. How could that be? It was clearly a very powerful floating dragon. How could it be Hubert? He was just an ordinary Hufflepuff. His spells and magic were probably not even as good as hers. But once the thought appeared, she couldn't shake it off. She recalled the words of Flitwick and Hagrid and suddenly realized she knew very little about Hubert. Everything about him was like a mystery, seemingly simple, yet actually very complicated. Hubert. She spotted Hubert coming out of the common room and immediately ran over. Were you the one who saved me last night? The question slipped out, and she bent over, breathing heavily. What was wrong? Why did I ask that? I originally intended to ask him about the floating dragon, so why did I ask this instead? Hubert was startled. Had Hermione discovered something? But the floating dragon was the one that showed up last night. What could she know? Lord Voldemort was still in the school. He absolutely could not be exposed. He quickly tried to regain a calm expression and helped up the panting Hermione. I heard Neville say you were attacked while patrolling the Forbidden Forest last night. I was just about to go see you. Are you all right now? Didn't Hagrid rescue you? How could it have been me? I came back right after I separated from you all last night. Hubert spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. Although I'd love to pretend to be this anonymous hero and play the knight saving the damsel, I'm a Hufflepuff. Hufflepuffs must be honest and trustworthy, he declared loudly, as if making a grand proclamation. Hermione finally recovered her breath. She looked at Hubert in front of her, looked completely ordinary. He was nothing like the powerful figure that had descended from the sky in her memory. Perhaps she had overthought things. Harry said you know about floating dragons. Can you tell me everything about them, including where they can be found? I wouldn't dare boast about anything else, but leave magical creatures to me. I'm a columnist for the Quibbler. Hubert said this with an exaggerated expression. Thankfully, he hadn't given himself away, and he had finally managed to change the subject. Hubert led Hermione to a resting spot and then vividly described the wonderful and colorful world of magical creatures to her. The sun set in the west, and the afterglow of the red clouds draped over Hermione. Her face was flushed as she looked at the sunset. Across from her, Hubert was using both his hands and feet, gesticulating while talking incessantly about something. One listened, one spoke, and the two were very in sync. Hubert had gone to great lengths to dispel Hermione's suspicions. Watching Hermione leave, Hubert let out a long sigh. I hope I can keep it hidden for a while. He never believed he could hide it forever. Not to mention the unfathomable Dumbledore. Even the flashy golden light when he made his move could be easily recognized by anyone who wasn't blind. Hermione hadn't recognized him yet simply because he hadn't made many moves and she hadn't connected the dots. Under Hubert's exhaustive efforts, Hermione returned to the hospital wing with doubts. Under the setting sun, Hubert looked at the fiery clouds in the sky, lost in thought. Hermione was already suspicious, so what about Lord Voldemort? Lord Voldemort was in a severely weakened state at the time, and Hubert had not shown his face, instead disguising himself as you-know-who to scare Lord Voldemort. Although Lord Voldemort was scared away at the time, Hubert's performance was not flawless. His strength was ultimately limited, and a true master, if they observed patiently, would find many flaws. In the dim basement, thick underground water pipes crisscrossed. The sewage emitted a foul stench that made it difficult to keep one's eyes open. In the darkness, a hook-nosed middle-aged man wearing a black robe and a turban was prostrate on the ground. His head was pressed tightly against the ground, completely oblivious to the sewage in the grooves on the floor that had risen above his knees. In front of him, a dense black mist floated in midair, which was the black robe from the Forbidden Forest. Find that person. He is not Dumbledore. He is hiding in Hogwarts. No one can escape my detection. I want him to use his life as the first gift for my rebirth. The black mist in the black robe churned. He looked down at Quirrell, who dared not move an inch on the ground, his servant who had been loyal to him. Get the Philosopher's Stone as soon as possible. I can't wait to kill Potter and Dumbledore. I will use their blood to summon my Death Eaters. I will show them that I am still powerful. Your will is your servant's will, great master, Quirrell replied with fanaticism, then rose and disappeared into the darkness. Hiss, Harry Potter. Ah! Harry suddenly jumped out of his chair, clutching the lightning scar on his forehead as a burning pain returned. The fire in the fireplace blazed, its light reflecting on his face, but it offered him no warmth. Ron and Hermione sat on separate sofas opposite him, looking at Harry nervously. Harry, you should go to the hospital wing and ask Madame Pomfrey. Maybe she knows how to treat your headache, Hermione suggested. Harry shook his head. This was left by you-know-who. Firenze said you-know-who has returned. His face showed solemnity, a trace of fear and hatred. That person had killed his parents, and he was the cause of all his tragedies. He is very weak now. Snape isn't stealing the Philosopher's Stone for himself. Is it for you-know-who? Ron stammered, his eyes wide, his face pale and bloodless. Yes, for you-know-who. He has returned. Will he kill you, Harry? Ron sat up straight. Although he was scared, the person opposite him was his best friend, and he had to ask clearly. I think so. He killed my parents and once tried to kill me, Harry said with certainty, his voice calm, but his hands were tightly clenched. The firewood in the fireplace crackled. The three of them were silent for a moment, and the scene was quiet. Ahem. Hermione broke the silence. She barely lifted her chin and said clearly, I think you're mistaken. Who is you-know-who most afraid of? It's Dumbledore. As long as he's here, you-know-who can't harm Harry. But Dumbledore can't always follow Harry. Ron immediately retorted. Hermione turned and glared at him, and he immediately shut his mouth. Her gaze was truly terrifying, almost comparable to his mother's. Harry also lowered his head. Dumbledore couldn't always protect him. Just like this time in the Forbidden Forest, if Firenze hadn't appeared, he would have been in danger. He clenched his fists, as if only that could give him a sense of security, the feeling of power. Power, power, Harry muttered, patting his forehead. How could I have forgotten this? He opened his left hand, and two gemstones, one red and one blue, floated above it, the power gemstone and the speed gemstone. However, the colors of the two gemstones were much dimmer, especially the power gemstone, which was covered with fine cracks. Alchemy product. Hermione was the first to react, then she circled the two gemstones, examining them carefully. Known as a know-it-all, she naturally understood the special profession of alchemy. After hearing Hubert's evaluation from Flitwick, she specifically researched bioalchemy. This is bioalchemy, but unfortunately, the gemstones have a limited number of uses, Hermione concluded after observing for a moment. She had secretly researched some and could still determine its refining method. Refined by bioalchemy, could it be Hubert? Hermione's mind quickly raced, eliminating everyone Harry and she knew. Did Hubert give them to you? The green speed gemstone was a Christmas gift, and the red power gemstone was his first meeting gift to me. In the Forbidden Forest, they gave me great help. They can give me strength and speed, but there's a limit to how many times they can be used. Harry turned to Hermione, can you fix them? Hermione shook her head, she was not proficient in bioalchemy. Harry didn't mind this. He flipped his hand and put the gemstones away. Only the one who tied the bell can untie it. It seems he still needed Hubert's help. Ever since the attack in the Forbidden Forest and learning that you-know-who was lurking, Harry had felt a sense of urgency. A pain would occasionally appear on his forehead, constantly reminding him not to relax in the slightest. He must stop Snape's mad actions as soon as possible. He must stop you-know-who's return. Whether for his parents or for himself, he must stop him. What Lord Voldemort and Harry didn't know was that Hubert, whom they were thinking about, was currently hiding in the library, buried in piles of books, writing furiously. 2 piles of books were stacked on the table in front of him. He had just received a notification from Flitwick about a final exam for his intermediate magic runes, which immediately made him panic, as he had originally been quite relaxed about dealing with final exams. The assessment was scheduled for the night after tomorrow, so he had to seize the time to review. Although time was tight, sharpening the spear at the last minute still makes it shine, even if not brightly. Hermione still hadn't given up the idea of finding the owner of the floating dragon and continued searching for information in the library. She even sought help from Flitwick and the Hufflepuff Dean, Professor Pomona Sprout, but unfortunately, she did not receive any useful news. The morning sun had just risen from the east, and dew and thin mist enveloped the Forbidden Forest, making it seem like a fairyland. In the maple woods next to the Forbidden Forest, a circular portal appeared out of thin air. Hubert stepped out of the portal, the circular doorway shrank into a vortex and then disappeared. Hubert walked out of Tuhao Gensokyo, sporting dark circles under his eyes and messy hair, but the smile on his face was impossible to hide. On the index finger of his left hand was a red gem ring, different from the gem beetle ring. The center of the red gem was hollowed out like a funnel, engraved with fine magic runes. Hubert took out a small test tube from his cuff, containing a green liquid that shimmered with starlight, hazy and dreamlike. If Hagrid were nearby, he would definitely recognize it as Niffler blood. He carefully poured the liquid into the groove of the gem. Golden alchemy formulas flew out of the gem's spiral groove, wrapping the liquid and pulling it into the gem. After the blood entered the ruby, a profound power surged toward Hubert. It was a very magical feeling, impossible to describe in words. He looked forward again. The previously empty space was now covered in tiny cracks. For some reason, a phrase surfaced in Hubert's mind: spatial rift. This was a very familiar feeling, like an innate instinct. He was naturally close to them. Hubert took out the ode to life and softly uttered 2 words toward the tiny cracks. Skyflight. His entire body turned into a golden light and vanished into the cracks, reappearing 5 meters away. Hubert checked the magic power in the gem beetle ring. Only a trace was consumed, but the Niffler blood in the groove had been depleted by 1/20th. He raised his hand. This was the item, Myriad Forms, which he had refined by combining the secret technique on the last page of the Secrets of the Norwegian Ridgeback and Bioalchemy. It can absorb the blood of a creature and grant the wearer the innate abilities of that creature. He had just added Niffler blood, which contained spatial power, so when he used Skyflight again, he benefited from the Niffler's talent, resulting in minimal magic consumption and increased casting speed. Most importantly, in a smaller space, relying on the innate spatial sensory ability, he could find the rift exit without needing the positioning anchor created by the Niffler. Based on his estimation, Skyflight could now instantly open a spatial rift. The reduced magic consumption and the removal of the positioning anchor restriction meant it could be applied in actual combat. Furthermore, Nifflers weren't the only creatures living in Tuhao Gen Sokyo. Skyflight. Hubert's figure turned into a golden light and vanished. At the hidden corner of a staircase in Hogwarts Castle, a flash of golden light appeared, and Hubert stepped out from the corner. Using the ode to life, he cast Clean Slate on himself, making his hair and robes instantly clean and smooth again. If it weren't for the dark circles under his eyes, it would be impossible to tell how busy he had been the previous night. Magic is truly amazing. Hubert put away the Niffler-shaped wood carving, which was the positioning anchor he had prepared beforehand. This item required a Niffler to use its spatial ability to create it, and asking the little creature to work came at a price, so the spatial anchor was a very precious item to Hubert. By this time, the students of Hogwarts were already awake, gathering in small groups to head to the Great Hall for breakfast. Exams had been frequent lately, so students were generally rushing and lacked their usual leisurely air. Hubert, over here. Harry raised his hand high, waving at Hubert, who was entering the Great Hall. He shifted his body to make room for Hubert to sit down. What do you need me for? The two were old friends, so Hubert got straight to the point, and Harry naturally didn't stand on ceremony. He extended his left hand, and 2 gems, one blue and one red, appeared floating above it. Can you fix them? They helped me a lot. Hubert took one look and understood Harry's intent. These 2 gems were created by him as a game and given to Harry as a gift. Although they could enhance the user's strength and speed respectively, they had a limited number of uses. He took the 2 gems into his hand and examined them. Give me some time. I'll fix them and give them back to you. That's great. Harry laughed, but suddenly he clutched his forehead, a pained expression crossing his face. Harry, does it hurt again? Hermione leaned forward. Harry waved his hand, lowered his head, and whispered, we must speed up our actions. You know who can't wait any longer. The 3 of them looked at Hubert. Hubert, who hadn't originally wanted to get involved, swallowed his bread and mumbled in reply, all right, just tell me what you need me to do. We need a music box, the kind that can record a song and then play it back, Hermione immediately said. Hubert naturally knew what they needed the music box for. Albus Dumbledore had set up 4 checkpoints to guard the Philosopher's Stone, and only by passing all 4 could they obtain it. The first checkpoint involved Hagrid's Fluffy guarding the entrance, and the way to handle Fluffy was to use music to calm him down. Hubert naturally knew what music Fluffy liked, so he was already prepared. He pulled a small cyan pouch from his waist and handed it to Hermione. Inside here are beetles. If you feed one a piece of honey, it will sing a song for you. Are they the beetles from the southern forests of England? Hermione asked excitedly. She had read in the book Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them that beetles were magical creatures very popular among witches. They look like bees and can release a sting from their tail to attack enemies when in danger. However, these birds don't like attacking people, they prefer singing and eating honey. They only need to hear a piece of music once to perform it, and they do so better than the original performance. Yes, remember, if you want it to work, you must give it a small piece of honey as payment. What if we don't? Ron asked indistinctly, chewing on a chicken drumstick. Hubert looked at Ron's bulging cheeks, pointed at them, and gave a mischievous smile. "You'll be living at Hogwarts with a pig's head for a week." Ron quickly swallowed the chicken, looked at the small pouch, swallowed, and quickly retracted the hand he had reached toward the bag. "Ha ha ha." Harry and Hermione exchanged glances and burst out laughing. The night was deep, and the moon had unknowingly risen high into the sky. Hogwarts' usual brilliant lights had been extinguished, and the little wizards had fallen asleep. At this moment, inside the Gryffindor common room, 3 figures emerged from the gloom. Harry, Ron, and Hermione crawled out of the passage. The 3 of them were fully dressed, showing no signs of going to sleep. The 3 exchanged a look, then felt their way in the dark toward the door. Crack went a sharp sound. Ron looked at the bottle under his foot and rubbed his head. "I didn't mean to." "Keep it down," Hermione whispered. Harry, however, turned his head and looked forward in surprise. A plump figure sat up on the sofa. His face was round, and he was wearing colored pajamas. "Neville, why are you here? Are you trying to sneak out again?" Neville said. "I can't let you go out again. Last time we lost 150 points. He clenched his fists tightly, and his voice suddenly grew louder, as if this could give him courage. "Neville, listen to us." Harry tried to explain, but Neville shook his head. "I absolutely won't let you leave. You'll cause trouble for Gryffindor." He turned his head to look at Hermione. "Hermione, what are you trying to do? You should know the school rules. If you get caught." But his words did not move Hermione. Hermione drew her wand. "I know this is very wrong, but Petrificus Totalus." Magic sprayed from the tip of the wand, petrifying Neville completely. Neville fell to the floor with a thud. "Sometimes you're really scary." Ron shrank his neck back. Seeing Hermione look at him, he immediately stopped speaking. "I mean, your spell is very powerful." Hermione didn't pay attention to Ron's words. Instead, she lifted her chin and said proudly, "If you read more books, perhaps you'd memorize more spells too." "Let's go." Harry interrupted the 2, donned the invisibility cloak, and went out the door. Harry and the 2 others left the corridor wearing the invisibility cloak, but what they didn't know was that a round nameplate hung on Neville's chest, engraved with the golden dragon tooth parasol tree. The magic runes surrounding it were currently set to 1, and Hubert, who was opposite the nameplate, heard all of their conversation. Inside the silent Gryffindor common room, Neville lay stiffly on the ground. His eyes were wide open, filled with determination. Suddenly, in the dim common room, a flash of golden light appeared, and a figure in yellow robes materialized beside Neville. Hubert recited the counterspell toward the stiff Neville, and golden light sprayed from his wand tip. The previously stiff Neville flipped over and climbed up from the floor. He finally let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Hubert. "I failed to stop them." His tone was low. "What should I do now? If I tell Professor McGonagall, Gryffindor will lose points. I'll go find them now, don't worry." Hubert comforted him. "You've done very well. Here is this wood carving for you. You don't need to be afraid if anything happens." Hubert handed the Niffler-shaped wood carving to Neville, and then gave him a test tube. "If I get injured, remember to feed me the healing potion inside the test tube." "What are you going to do? Is it dangerous?" Neville asked nervously. "Let's tell Professor McGonagall, she will handle it. This is just in case. I am Hubert." He smiled, then quickly went out the door. Meanwhile, Harry and the 2 others, covered by the invisibility cloak, safely passed through the corridor and arrived in front of the trapdoor. The corridor was silent, with only the torches on the walls crackling. Hermione lifted the cloak, pulled out her wand, and pointed it at the trapdoor. Allahamora. The door opened softly with a creak, and Harry walked in first. "Ah, it's snoring." Ron squeezed out from behind, looking in astonishment at the tall body lying on the floor inside the room. It was a dog, a 3-headed dog as tall as the room. Ron believed he definitely wouldn't be enough for it to swallow in one bite. Beside the Cerberus, a harp stood playing a beautiful and moving melody. The Cerberus was immersed in the song, snoring heavily. "Snape has already gone in, we must hurry," Hermione reminded them. She went next to the Cerberus's paw. The giant black paw was pressing down on the door to the underground passage. "Let's move its paw," Harry said, then pulled Ron to carefully lift the Cerberus's paw and slowly move it away. "Don't wake up, please don't wake up." Ron prayed incessantly in his heart. He cautiously glanced at the Cerberus's sharp canines out of the corner of his eye, then immediately looked away. Meow, meow. A loud cat meow came from outside the door, incredibly loud in the quiet corridor. "It's Filch's cat," Hermione exclaimed in a low voice, looking back at the Cerberus lying on the floor. The Cerberus, which had its eyes closed, suddenly opened them after hearing the cat meow. Its 6 brown beast eyes simultaneously constricted, locking onto the 3 small figures beneath it. Ah! Ron screamed, his face pale. The trapdoor hasn't been opened yet. What do we do? Quick, take out Beedle, Harry said decisively. Hermione immediately untied the cloth pouch at her waist, and a fist-sized bee darted out. It had the body of a bee and the head of a bird, with a long black stinger at its tail. Hermione immediately threw it a honey candy, which Beedle swallowed in one gulp. It then flapped its wings and flew toward the Cerberus, which was dozens of times larger than itself. Can it handle this? Ron asked quietly. In his opinion, Beedle's size wasn't even enough to stick between the Cerberus's teeth. I don't know either. We can only try. Harry pulled the door open, ready to retreat at any moment. Beedle flapped its transparent wings and flew toward the Cerberus. As its wings vibrated, a mysterious fluctuation emanated from them. The fluctuation caused the air to vibrate, and ripples spread toward the Cerberus's heads. Surrounded by the ripples, the Cerberus's beast eyes became unfocused, and it shook its heads. Why isn't it singing? Ron breathed a long sigh of relief when he saw the Cerberus quiet down, then asked his question. Wasn't Beedle supposed to sing? But it was just flying around the Cerberus's heads. Hermione lowered her head thoughtfully. The Cerberus is already awake, so the singing is ineffective against it. Therefore, Beedle is using another method. It's a sound wave that has a hypnotic effect on animals. She pointed at Beedle's wings. The wings vibrate to produce sound. Physics states that vibration creates sound. What is physics? Is it a Muggle theory? Ron asked with interest. He seemed to have heard his dad mention this term before. We'll discuss this later. Let's enter the passage now. Harry interrupted Ron, then pointed at the Cerberus, which fell to the ground with a thud, fast asleep. The three immediately ran to the underground passage trapdoor, lifted the panel, and jumped inside. Ah, what is this? It's wrapped around me. Why can't I break free? It's getting tighter and tighter. In the dim space, Ron lay on black vines. The vines seemed to have come alive, spiraling up his body and completely binding his feet. Not far from him, Hermione and Harry were also bound. They had jumped down from a trapdoor and landed on soft vines, which they initially thought was lucky, but to their surprise, the vines actively attacked them. It's Devil's Snare. The more you struggle, the tighter it binds. Hermione shouted, "You have to relax, or you'll die faster." Relax? How can I relax? Ron tugged at the vines on his body, but it had no effect whatsoever. Hermione! Harry and Ron exclaimed loudly. The black vines completely enveloped Hermione, then swallowed her. Ron's face turned pale, and he struggled with all his limbs. The vines tightened even more with his struggle. What should we do? Relax. Hermione's call came from below. Hermione, where are you? I'm down here. Trust me, just relax. Harry listened to Hermione, closed his eyes, and relaxed his whole body. The black vines also pulled him to the bottom. With a thump, Harry fell to the ground, and Hermione immediately helped him up. Harry, what's wrong? Ron asked in a panic, his face flushed, the vines constricting his neck, almost suffocating him. Relax, Ron, relax. Harry immediately replied. What do we do? He's still not relaxing. We need to think of a way. A way? I remember learning about this in herbology class. What did it say? Hermione tried to calm her breathing. Devil's Snare is deadly. Devil's Snare is deadly. But it's afraid of sunlight. Yes, it's afraid of sunlight. She immediately pulled out her wand and shouted loudly at the black vines above, Lumos Solemn. A white light shot up from the tip of her wand, and the black vines quickly retreated under its illumination. Ron, who had been bound, lost the support of the vines and immediately fell from above. He patted his chest and let out a long breath. Fortunately, I didn't panic. Fortunately, Hermione paid attention in herbology class. Harry corrected, and Ron lowered his head without replying. The trio passed through a doorway and entered a large hall. Tall stone pillars stood in the hall, and moonlight streamed in through windows above the roof. Thousands of winged keys hovered in the air above. Below the keys, an old flying broom quietly floated. At the end of the room, a wooden door was tightly shut. Ron pulled out his wand, walked past Harry and Hermione, and went straight to the door, like a fearless warrior. Allahamora. Magic struck the rusty lock, but the lock showed no reaction. He turned to Hermione and whispered, "It doesn't hurt to try, right? Now what? There are thousands of keys here. We need to find an antique-looking key, like a handle. It might be rusty." Hermione shook her head, expressing her helplessness. "I see it, it's the one with the injured wing." Harry looked up and pointed to a large key in the air, hesitatingly saying, "This is too simple." "Then go for it, Harry." Ron encouraged loudly, "You're the youngest seeker in a century. If Snape can find the key with that old broom, then you definitely can too. Harry nodded, placed his hand on the broom, gripped it tightly, then flipped over and mounted it. The moment Harry mounted the old broom, the thousands of keys above all vibrated, like sharks smelling blood, and rushed towards Harry. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Hermione watched Harry in the sky with worry. The flying keys entangled him, blocking his vision. Harry used his hand to push away the keys in front of him, but there were too many keys, he couldn't dodge them all. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A rusty, white key was gently flapping its wings about 5 meters in front of him. He crouched low, suddenly accelerated, and shot out. Got it. Harry, be careful, Hermione and Ron exclaimed. The wings of the keys in the sky vibrated violently, making a buzzing sound. Thousands of keys all turned around, their tips pointed at Harry. Under the moonlight, the key tips gleamed with a cold light. Harry had no doubt about their sharpness. If he were to be struck, he would definitely turn into a hedgehog. The keys floated silently in the air, the atmosphere seemed to freeze, with only the trios breathing. Harry carefully took a breath, but it seemed to trigger some mechanism. Buzz! Thousands of keys, gleaming with cold light, all stabbed towards Harry in the air, like 1,000 sharp swords trying to pierce him. Harry immediately ducked low and shot out at top speed. He flew left and right, circling the crisscrossing stone pillars in midair. Behind him, thousands of flying keys formed a sword array, relentlessly pursuing him. If he slowed down even a little, the sharp swords would pierce him. Catch! Harry swept past the ground and tossed the key to Hermione. Hermione immediately inserted it into the lock, and with a click, the lock opened. It was a very ordinary sound, but to Harry at that moment, it sounded like celestial music. He exerted all his strength on the broom in midair, executing a beautiful 180-degree backflip to change direction. Whoosh! Bang! Harry rushed through the wooden door, and Hermione and Ron immediately closed it. Thump, thump. The sound of keys hitting the wooden door made cold sweat break out on Harry's forehead. If he hadn't been quick, he might have been the one enjoying that treatment. He let out a long sigh of relief before surveying his surroundings. Tall stone sculptures stood silently on both sides, and by the faint light, one could vaguely make out the varied forms of the sculptures, some human-shaped, some animal-shaped. I don't like it here at all, Hermione whispered, tightening her clothes. The eerie chill in the air made her feel cold. What is this place? It looks like a cemetery, Harry said, looking around. The statues in the gloom looked like figures in a cemetery, but how could Hogwarts have a cemetery? This is a chessboard, it's wizard's chess. Ron stepped forward and said with certainty. As he spoke, the torches around the room suddenly ignited, illuminating the room. Under the trio's feet was a blue and white checkered chessboard, and on opposite sides of the board stood tall statues, which were the wizard's chess pieces. The chess piece statues held weapons, and Harry and his companions could feel a chill emanating from them. After the previous 3 challenges, the trio no longer simply believed that these swords and blades were just for their viewing pleasure. We must win this wizard's chess game to pass through the door behind us, Ron said, pointing to the old door shut behind the blue and white chessboard. But what should we do? Hermione frowned, glancing at Harry. She knew nothing about wizard's chess. Harry also shook his head, indicating his helplessness. So, they could only rely on Ron, but could he really do it? Hermione had a huge question in her heart. Could this lazy, academically poor fellow who couldn't even complete his spells truly win at wizard's chess? Ron was unaware of Hermione's thoughts. A confident smile was on his face. Harry, you take the bishop's position. Hermione, you take the rook's position next to the queen. And I'll be the knight. He flipped onto the horse's back, grabbing the reins. The horse's hooves lifted high, whinnying at the sky. Ron sat on the horse's back, full of spirit, like a commander on a battlefield, directing thousands of troops to war. Pawn to d5, rook to e3, pawn to c3. Under Ron's command, the chess pieces on the board transformed into brave warriors charging forward, using their swords to hack the opponents into pieces. As time went on, both sides fell into a stalemate. The wizard's chess set by the professor was not incompetent. Even with Ron's skill, they suffered heavy losses. On the blue and white checkered board, with each move, each swing of cold light, a warrior was shattered. Ron wiped the sweat from his forehead. He sat high on the horse's back, surveying the entire field. Most of the pieces on both sides were essentially destroyed, and they were in a stalemate. Struggle filled his eyes as he looked at the sharp longsword in the opposing queen's hand. 3 of their pawns had died by her blade. Does it really have to be this way? He looked at the horse beneath him. Could this stone-carved chess piece block the longsword? If not, what would happen if it pierced him? But if he didn't do this, they couldn't win the wizard's chess. He lowered his head, looking at Harry, a tragic expression on his face. This was his best friend, what did it matter to take a risk for him? Harry, after my next move, the Queen will take me. Then you can checkmate the King. No, no, Ron. Harry shouted. What do you mean? Hermione asked, confused as to why Harry and Ron looked so serious. He wants to sacrifice himself. No, there must be another way. Do you want to stop Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone or not? Ron retorted, and Hermione fell silent. She didn't know how to answer or how to argue back. Harry, you must continue. I know. Ron paused, as if delivering his last words. It's not me, nor Hermione, it's you. He took a deep breath, clutching the reins tightly, fear on his face, but he still shouted resolutely, Knight to H3. Screech, the opposing queen slowly moved towards Ron. With every inch she approached, it was like death drawing nearer. Ron stared at the long sword in the queen's hand, swallowed, and then closed his eyes. Clang! The queen drew her long sword and plunged it with all her might into the horse's belly. The horse turned to dust beneath the sword, and Ron fell heavily to the ground with the fragments, motionless. Ron! Harry roared, but Ron lay in the rubble, unresponsive. Harry's face was calm as he slowly walked to the king, and with a firm yet relieved tone, he declared, checkmate. With a clang, the long sword representing the king fell to the ground, and Harry won the wizard's chess. But he felt no excitement. This victory was achieved through Ron's sacrifice. Harry and Hermione immediately rushed to Ron's side, breathing a sigh of relief when they saw he had only fainted. Hermione, you stay here and look after Ron. Then go to the owlery and write a letter to Dumbledore. Ron was right. I have to keep going. He looked at the door behind him. Although he didn't know what awaited him beyond it, he knew he had an obligation and a duty to go. He was a little lion of Gryffindor, brave and fearless. He looked at Ron lying on the ground, and a power called friendship filled his entire being. Harry, you'll be fine. You're a truly excellent wizard, but not as good as you. Hermione shook her head, a slight smile on her lips, as if mocking herself. I'm just a bookworm who relies on a bit of cleverness. There are more important things, and those are friendship and courage. The challenges they faced earlier gave her a new understanding of herself and her companions. Harry was decisive and fearless, trusting his friends. Even Ron, whom she usually disliked for being lazy and poor at studies, surprised her with his wizard's chess skills and his courage to sacrifice for his friends. She felt that she had been too proud before, so proud that she overlooked her companions. Although she knew a lot, exams and books were not all there was to being a wizard. Harry, be careful. Harry nodded, then turned and opened the door under Hermione's gaze. With the support of his companions, even if death awaited him behind the door, he would be fearless. Behind the door, a long stone staircase led downwards. The walls on both sides of the staircase were rough stone, the steps were steep, and visibility was dim. Harry carefully descended the stone staircase. He touched his forehead, feeling a faint ache growing stronger the further down he went. At the end of the stone staircase was an empty stone hut. In the middle of the room stood a giant copper mirror, taller than a man, and a middle-aged man with a cloth wrapped around his head stood before the mirror. How can it be you, Professor Quirrell? No, no, where is Snape? Harry asked in disbelief. Why was Professor Quirrell here? Where was Snape? It was Snape who wanted to kill him, Snape who wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. In his mind, Snape's sneers in class and his waving his wand at him during the Quidditch match flashed, eventually converging into Quirrell's appearance. Yes, Snape certainly looks like a bad guy. With him around, who would suspect poor, stuttering Professor Quirrell? But Snape tried to kill me at the Quidditch match that day. Harry took 2 steps forward. Actually, I was trying to kill you. If Snape's cloak hadn't suddenly caught fire and knocked me over, I could have succeeded, even with Snape casting counter spells. I knew you were a threat from the beginning, especially after Halloween. You were very lucky the troll didn't kill you, but it almost killed Hermione and Hubert, those 2 unlucky fools. Unfortunately, Snape grew suspicious. When everyone ran to the dungeon classrooms, only he went straight to the 4th floor to stop me. But he was also bitten by Cerberus. He no longer trusts me, always following me. But Quirrell turned around, a fanatical expression on his face. He doesn't know I've never been alone, never. What's wrong with this damned mirror? Why do I see my own desires? Use the boy. A hoarse, low voice suddenly echoed in the room. Quirrell suddenly turned and roared, Potter, come here. Harry swallowed, pacing step by step to the mirror. It was the mirror of Erist. He had once been immersed in the world within the mirror. Inside the mirror of Erist, Harry was wearing a red sweater, his face smudged with dust. He held a red gem in his hand and gently placed it into his pocket. Harry subconsciously touched his pocket. There was a small bulge, as if something extra was there. Potter, what did you see? Tell me, Quirrell roared loudly. I was shaking hands with Dumbledore, and I won the House Cup. He's lying. Let me speak to him, Quirrell. The hoarse voice sounded again out of thin air. But Master, your body is too weak. Unicorn blood has given me strength. Take off the turban, Quirrell. Yes, Master, Quirrell replied frantically, then carefully untied the turban on his head. As the turban was removed, the back of his head, which should have been covered in hair, turned into a pale, wrinkled face. Black markings covered the face, resembling cracks in fragile porcelain. Dim, yellow snake-like eyes revealed a bloodthirsty, fierce glare. Lord Voldemort. Harry stammered out the 3 syllables, taking 2 steps back. This was the first time he had truly seen the demon who had brought him all his misfortune. Harry Potter, we meet again. Lord Voldemort's face was distorted, his voice weak and low, carrying deep resentment. You see what I have become, how I am barely clinging to life, living in someone else's body, like a parasite. Unicorn blood gave me strength, but it cannot give me a body, but something else can, and that thing is now in your pocket. Upon hearing this, Harry immediately turned and ran. How did he know? How did Lord Voldemort discover that the Philosopher's Stone was on him? Incendio. Quirrell snapped his fingers, and raging flames ignited around the stone hut and the passage, the fierce tongues of fire blocking Harry's escape route. Don't be foolish, Harry, you can't escape. Why not join me and share eternal life? Lord Voldemort's voice sounded again, laced with temptation. Never. Harry refused loudly. Truly worthy of Gryffindor, your courage is commendable, just like your parents. Tell me, Harry, don't you want to see your mother and father again? If we join forces, we can bring them back to life. And all I ask for is a small reward. A cloud of black mist drifted toward Harry unnoticed. Harry looked at the images of his parents in the flames and pulled the Philosopher's Stone out of his pocket. Could Mom and Dad really be resurrected? I want to see them so much, even just once. You're an unwanted orphan. Your parents are dead, already dead. Poor Harry, Dudley, Aunt Petunia, and the neighbor's cruel words resurfaced in his mind. That resentment, loneliness, and yearning consumed his heart. I want my parents resurrected, I want them brought back to life, so what if I join Lord Voldemort? Harry, you have to keep going and stop Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone. That was Ron, who had sacrificed himself and fallen. Harry, you are a truly excellent wizard. There are even more important things, friendship and courage. This was Hermione's earnest hope. We must not dwell in the world of illusion. Under the cold moonlight, inside the empty stone hut, in front of the Mirror of Erist, the kindly Dumbledore affectionately advised him. The black mist dissipated. Harry looked up again, and the images in the flames vanished. His eyes became resolute, and his voice carried absolute conviction. You are lying. Kill him. Lord Voldemort roared furiously. Quirrell flew up in response and lunged at Harry, his right hand tightly gripping Harry's neck. Harry's face turned crimson, and his hands struggled weakly. Clatter. The Philosopher's Stone dropped from Harry's right hand onto the stone steps. Harry freed his right hand, and the hand, now stained with bright red blood, clamped down hard on Quirrell's arm. Ah! Quirrell screamed, looking terrified at his right hand. As Harry's blood touched his right hand, it instantly petrified and shattered. What kind of magic is this? Idiot, cut off your right hand. Lord Voldemort cursed angrily. It's that damned woman's magic again. Her magic is protecting the boy. Get out your wand and kill him. Quirrell used his left hand to pull out his wand and swung it down without hesitation at his already petrified right hand. Scarlet blood splashed out. Ah! Quirrell shrieked, the pain of his severed hand contorting his entire face. Potter, I'm going to kill you. A ghastly green magical light shot out from the tip of his wand directly toward Harry. Harry rolled over and dodged to the side. The magical light grazed his back, tearing his red sweater and leaving a bloody scratch on his back. Quirrell walked up to Harry, stepped on his chest, and pointed his wand at his head. Drip, drop. Blood dripped from Quirrell's stump and splattered near Harry's ear, like the whisper of a demon, the side of the Grim Reaper. Harry slumped weakly onto the ground, the pain in his back and chest draining all his strength. He could see Quirrell's distorted face, the madness in his pupils, mixed with pain and hatred. You brought this on yourself, Potter. Quirrell slowly raised his wand, and bloodthirsty excitement gradually surfaced on his face. Either so. Just as Quirrell was about to utter the final word, a huge yellow fist burst out from the entrance of the stone steps and slammed heavily into Quirrell. With a loud crash, Quirrell's body was sent flying against the stone wall. The fist pressed its advantage, transforming into a gigantic palm in midair and slapping down toward Kirill. Kirill raised his wand, and green light rushed out, shattering the giant palm. The giant palm turned into golden mist, but instead of drifting down, it flew backward and returned to Harry's side. A black-haired youth stepped out from the golden mist. The golden mist drifted onto his body, condensing into a golden-yellow robe embroidered with floating dragons and auspicious clouds. He extended his left hand, and 2 gems, one red and one blue, floated from his palm onto Harry's body. The gems emitted red and blue light, covering Harry before sinking into his body. Harry took a deep breath, rolled over, and jumped up from the ground. "Hubert, why are you here?" he said anxiously. "Lord Voldemort did all of this, you need to leave first. Here's another gift for you, perhaps it suits you better," Hubert said with a faint smile, then took out a silver bracelet engraved with a cross longsword. "Try it on, perhaps there will be a surprise." Harry took the bracelet and put it on his right hand, then lightly tapped the longsword carving. A silver light covered his hand and wand, then spread out, transforming into a silver cross sword. "My new product, the cross sword bracelet. The sword is attached to the wand and doesn't interfere with the wand casting magic. I didn't expect it was you back in the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts has produced another outstanding little wizard." Kirill stood up from the ground and turned around. Lord Voldemort stared at Hubert and spoke in an enticing tone. "Very good, very good. We are both outstanding wizards, and only we truly understand each other. Give me the Philosopher's Stone, and I will grant you infinite power." "Power? You are currently just a parasite living on someone else. How can you give me power?" Hubert chuckled softly. "Besides, would the power you give me even be my own? There is no good or evil in the world, only power and those who crawl beneath it. Join me, and we shall share glory and wealth." Inside the stone chamber, flames blazed, and the scorching temperature almost melted the floor. Hubert and Harry stood side by side, their expressions wary as they faced Lord Voldemort. "Join me, and I will give you power, authority, even eternal life. You are merely a wandering spirit now, without even a body. What can you possibly give me?" Hubert chuckled softly. "The Mirror of Erist is right behind you. I think we can talk after you've looked in the mirror. I have plenty of time." "Kill him!" Voldemort shrieked, his face contorted. He was the great Lord Voldemort, the Dark Lord, the Master of Darkness. To be mocked and ridiculed to his face by a first-year student, this was the greatest insult to him, and it had to be washed away with blood. Upon hearing Voldemort's command, Kirill didn't hesitate. He turned and waved his wand, casting a spell. He had grown impatient and wanted to kill the two and who had blasphemed his great master. Petrificus Totalus, quicksand. Hubert and Harry counterattacked simultaneously. Golden mist flew out, forming a shield that blocked them. The dark green spell struck the shield, which immediately shattered, and the magic light shot directly towards Hubert. "Watch out!" Harry exclaimed, but the distance was too short, leaving no time to dodge. "Little brat, this is the absolute gap in strength." Kirill sneered, a cold smile on his lips. "No matter how cool you act, it's a gap that cannot be bridged." Under the gaze of Harry and Kirill, the magic light hit the yellow robe embroidered with auspicious clouds and a soaring dragon with a bang, scattering sparks like fireworks. A hole appeared where the robe was struck, but Hubert was unharmed. Yellow mist permeated the damaged area of the robe, and it recovered as good as new in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of Kirill's surprise, Hubert raised his hand and cast Petrificus Totalus at Kirill. Kirill was a professor after all. His strength was not to be underestimated, nor could he be easily defeated by a first-year student. The instincts he had honed over years of lurking in the dark made him sense danger. Although curious about how Hubert could withstand his attack, he did not stop his hand and immediately counterattacked. "Harry, pay attention and cooperate with me. The sword I gave you has magic-breaking properties and can breach a wizard's magic." Hubert secretly informed Harry, and the two cooperated to fight Kirill. Kirill was older, had studied magic for many years, possessed exquisite magic and abundant magical power, far surpassing Harry and Hubert, two first-year students. Hubert used transfiguration magic with quicksand, which constantly changed forms in the air: blades, spears, swords, halberds, insects, birds, tigers, and beasts. But what changed was ultimately just a change. The animal forms lacked their actual power. After only 3 rounds, Hubert and Harry were at a disadvantage. Harry, in particular, had expended a lot of his magical power and had several new wounds on his body. Hubert was also not in good condition, his magical power was depleted, and the protective armor made of quicksand on his chest was still shattered, revealing the god-controlling robe underneath. "Hubert, Potter, tremble in fear and death, ha ha." Professor Kirill, the wound on your hand is still bleeding. How can you forget the pain when the scar hasn't healed? Hubert retorted. You little brat, still lingering outside of magic, you will never know the infinite power of the dark arts, nor the absolute gap between us. You are just struggling in vain. Give up, and enjoy death. Be purified in death and gain eternal life. You lost an arm and were parasitized by that monster behind your head, turning you into neither human nor ghost. You want to talk about strength with me? I just wonder how much strength you, in your current weakened state, have left. You are courting death. Kirill growled, enunciating each word. Bone-shattering hex, quicksand, non-Newtonian fluid. All the golden mist in the air flew back and coalesced in front of Hubert, forming a viscous, golden-yellow liquid semicircular shield. The thick, ghastly green magic light immediately struck the shield. The fluid, which should have had no defensive power, blocked the magic light. What is this? It looks like liquid, but how can it block the bone-shattering hex? Harry wondered. He didn't understand how something like liquid, which you could just reach through, could block magic. This is the power of science. Hubert gave a bitter laugh, panting heavily, not bothering to explain in detail to Harry what a Newtonian fluid was. Kirill's angry blow was not easy to block, let alone the infamous killing curse, bone-shattering hex. Kirill held his wand in his left hand, and powerful magical energy surged from its tip. His face was twisted and ferocious, like a vengeful ghost returned from hell, illuminated by the green light. Magical power is rapidly depleting. Hubert glanced at the magical power in his gem beetle ring. 3/4 of it was already used up. It's still not enough. He sighed. The power gap between him and Kirill was too great, and even quicksand and his scientific methods couldn't bridge it. Finally, the fluid shield gradually melted away like snowflakes under the magic light. Give up, Hubert. Strange tricks are useless in the face of true power. In my eyes, you are just clowns. Hubert glanced at Harry, who could no longer hold on and had fallen to the ground. Continuously maintaining the shield had drained too much of his energy, and his face had turned pale. Hubert, you go first. Harry struggled to say. He didn't want his friend to die because of him. Voldemort had a grudge against him, everything started because of him, and it should end with him. Hubert smiled, his pale face making his smile look eerie. I've been preparing for so long, and my goal hasn't been achieved. How could I give up before the very end? I know my strength is weak, but Professor Kirill, you always remind me, and it's so annoying. Since you want to see power so badly, I'll show you my power. He took the blood-red gem from Harry's hand and gripped it tightly, as if holding a world. He looked at Kirill opposite him and smiled. I forgot to tell you, I'm also a biological alchemist. As his voice fell, a golden flame erupted from his left hand. Alchemical formulas danced within the flame, tightly binding the Philosopher's Stone. Under the golden chains, an incredibly powerful, suffocating force surged out from the Philosopher's Stone. Red magic, visible like blood, directly poured into Hubert, turning him into a human torch. His black hair receded, turning red, and 2 red magic flames shot out from his eyes. The golden alchemical formulas grew wildly, transforming into 2 circular chains that floated around him. You're insane, you're absorbing the Philosopher's Stone's power? You can't control its power, you'll be blown apart by the magic. Kirill exclaimed. Idiot, he's consuming the Philosopher's Stone's power, kill him quickly. Voldemort shrieked. Kirill's lower body was shrouded in dense black mist, covering half of him. 3 beams of sickly green magic light attacked Hubert from above, middle, and below. In front of Hubert, golden mist surged, transforming into a 5-meter-long golden-yellow floating dragon. The floating dragon's horns were sharp and its long whiskers fluttered, appearing lifelike. This is the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Hubert's form gently floated up, his eyes spitting out demonic flames. This was an unprecedented feeling of power and satisfaction. Every movement carried an inexplicable great force. He felt that he could kick the air apart just by lifting his leg slightly. The power was intoxicating. Hubert sneered at the incoming killing curse. He gently waved his hand, and the floating dragon charged toward the magic light. The floating dragon opened its great maw and bit at the magic light, seemingly trying to devour it. The magic light transformed into lightning and exploded in the air, locking down the entire floating dragon. The golden floating dragon roared and thrashed in midair, electrical sparks dancing across its body. Let me show you what true transfiguration is. Kirill twisted his wand, and the electrical sparks expanded and connected under his control, finally transforming into a massive giant dragon. The giant dragon flapped its wide wings, its ferocious maw biting the floating dragon, and its claws gripping the floating dragon's body tightly. The floating dragon let out a mournful cry, and its tail began to dissipate into mist. When the vicious dragon appears, naturally there must be a dragon slayer. A fierce whirlwind whipped up around the stone hut. The wind fueled the fire, and fierce flames danced throughout the entire stone hut. Hubert waved the ode to life. Under his control, the fierce flames flew into the air and merged with the golden mist, transforming into a 5-meter-tall flame giant covered in fierce flames. The giant held a large yellow hammer, and 1-meter-long flames shot out from its eyes. The flame giant and the electric-like giant dragon faced off in the air, firelight dazzling and electricity shooting everywhere. The flame giant struck first, its large hammer swinging with fierce momentum toward the giant dragon. However, the giant dragon was not an easy opponent. It flapped its wings and pounced. The two behemoths, one man-shaped and one beast-shaped, gave no quarter, confronting each other head-on. The two of them drove their transfiguration magic against each other. Kirill was experienced and had strong control. The giant dragon he transformed was lifelike, with sharp horns. The flame giant transformed by Hubert was broad and imposing, only having a rough shape and weak control, but his magic power was abundant. Every movement was shrouded in flames, preventing the giant dragon from daring to approach. The flame giant wielded its large hammer, sending flames splashing and fire tongues dancing. The floor inside the stone hut was smashed to pieces, leaving the ground full of craters. It drove the flames to form fire ropes to bind the giant dragon, but the giant dragon swayed its tail and flapped its wings, whipping up a massive wind. Harry hid far away on the side. He had no way to intervene in the battle between Hubert and Kirill. The power unleashed by their struggle had completely exceeded the scope of students. It was the strength of adult wizards, or even professor-level power. Hubert, shrouded in demonic flames and floating in midair, was someone Harry couldn't even get within half a meter of. The boundless magic power made him tremble with fear. Was this the Philosopher's Stone? Ha ha ha, if this is all you have, Professor might be leaving disappointed. Hubert was wildly exuberant. The power within the Philosopher's Stone increased its output, and the flame giant grew one size larger. With a single swing of the hammer, the giant dragon was struck, and its form began to scatter. Kirill gritted his teeth, his face grim. He hadn't expected Hubert to fight so desperately. Hubert, having gained the power of the Philosopher's Stone, already surpassed him in magic power. Although Hubert's magic cultivation was inferior to his own, taking him down would still be very difficult. Are you having a hard time now? You can't control that boundless magic power at all. The longer this goes on, the more advantageous it is for me. Let's see how long you can hold out. I want to personally watch you be burst open by magic power. Hubert snorted coldly. Kirill was right, he simply could not command such immense power. Although the Philosopher's Stone had been converted through the myriad manifestations, its power was too vast, and that surging, immense force was still scattering. His body and mental strength were too weak, and the tremendous pressure was rapidly draining his energy. I must finish this quickly. Hubert made up his mind. Since his skill and experience were inferior, he would overwhelm the opponent with raw power. No matter how high your magic cultivation or how many spells you possessed, in the face of boundless magic power, you would have to kneel and sing of surrender. Myriad manifestations, he roared, increasing the speed of magic power absorption. The alchemy formulas on his body rapidly spun, and the magic power from the Philosopher's Stone turned into a magic vortex surging toward the myriad manifestations. The myriad manifestations was like an abyss, absorbing the magic power and then releasing it. The demonic flames around Hubert grew redder, and the rampant force whipped up a whirlwind around him. Demonic flames blaze. Following Hubert's loud shout, the demonic flames covering his entire body suddenly shrank and condensed into a massive magic power sphere. That was the purest magic power, and its vast force almost shook the space into layers of ripples. Hubert clenched his teeth tightly, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. His mental strength was completely overdrawn. He looked at Kirill across from him, then used all his strength to push the magic power sphere out. The magic power sphere shot out like a cannonball. The giant dragon opened its mouth to try and swallow the sphere, but it was instantly pierced without the slightest resistance and turned into dust. Hubert wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His mental strength had finally lost control of the magic power sphere. The magic power sphere exploded with a bang in midair, transforming into sky-high magic power flames that rushed down toward Kirill from above, like a primeval behemoth opening its massive maw toward him. In Kirill's pupils, the magic power flames drew closer and closer, until finally, his entire vision turned red as the magic power flames completely engulfed him. Boom! The magic power flames struck the ground, causing the stone hut to shake violently, raising a huge blast of air and sending shattered rocks flying. The wind stopped, the rocks settled, and the stone hut returned to silence. Hubert stared in disbelief at his masterpiece. The floor inside the stone hut had been completely ripped up. Shattered stones lay everywhere, marked with traces of magic power and fire scorching. Where Kirill had stood, dust hung thickly, obscuring the view. "Is he dead?" Harry stammered. Hubert shook his head. Kirill might be dead, but Lord Voldemort was not so easy to kill. He looked vigilant, staring intently at the dust opposite him. The dust gradually cleared, and a figure was still standing there. It was Kirill. However, his robes were now shredded, his face covered in bloodstains, and all the flesh on his lower body had vanished, leaving only pale white bone supporting his frame. "I sacrifice my soul and life in exchange for the strongest light of death." Kirill lowered his head and muttered to himself. The eerie voice was not loud, but it drifted throughout the stone hut. After Kirill finished his chant, the flesh on his upper body was absorbed by the wand in his hand, shriveling and melting at a visible speed, until finally, only a pale white skeleton remained, gripping the wand. The sickly green magic light condensed at the tip of the wand shot out. That was the light of death, which Kirill unleashed at the cost of his entire life, an evil dark magic. The light of death requires the wizard's own life as a sacrifice, and can only be released through intense hatred and resentment. Yet, facing Kirill's strongest and final strike, Hubert was not afraid. A subtle smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "I finally waited for you." He gently raised his left hand, revealing the red Philosopher's Stone held within it. After the full power release just now, the Philosopher's Stone's power had already been largely depleted. Crack, crack, crack. The beam of death struck the Philosopher's Stone, and the power of the Philosopher's Stone collided with the beam of death. Red and green light surged with magic, blinding everyone. Finally, under the impact of the beam of death, cracks appeared on the Philosopher's Stone. The cracks grew larger and larger, then it shattered with a snap. "How could I get the Philosopher's Stone if it didn't shatter?" Hubert thought to himself. The Philosopher's Stone was an extremely valuable treasure. Even if Hubert protected it from Lord Voldemort, Dumbledore would never give it to him. Only if the Philosopher's Stone was destroyed, and it had to be destroyed by Kirill or Lord Voldemort, could he obtain its fragments. Hubert never intended to get the entire Philosopher's Stone from the beginning. That was simply impossible. He had schemed for so long, waited for so long, hidden in the shadows, provoked Lord Voldemort with words, and risked fully unleashing the power of the Philosopher's Stone, all to await Kirill's dying counterattack. Using Kirill's final, most powerful backlash to shatter the Philosopher's Stone, which had consumed a vast amount of magic. He held the Philosopher's Stone, now broken into several pieces, and he knew he had succeeded. After such a long wait, and so much scheming, he had finally succeeded. "Watch out!" Harry exclaimed. Hubert immediately looked up. A human-shaped black mist shot straight at him from the air. Before he could react, the black mist had already rushed towards his face. Hubert felt his head spin, and when he opened his eyes again, he was in a dark space. There was no light anywhere, only complete blackness, with no discernible height or boundary. "Hubert, submit to me, and I will make you a true wizard. We are of the same kind, only eternal life and power are the beliefs we pursue. Join me, and we will share eternal life and power." The tempting voice echoed in the darkness, but Hubert was shocked. "The Dark Lord, he knows I have no wizarding talent? How does he know? Was it that black mist?" "Dark Lord?" Hubert asked tentatively. "It is I, the great Dark Lord. No one can kill me, not even death itself." "What do you know about me?" Hubert's voice was low and cold. "The secret of your body, to wield magic as a muggle. I must admit, you are extraordinary. Magic is so captivating, so wondrous. But magic is dangerous, forcing its mastery comes at the cost of life. And I can turn you into a true wizard, to pursue the ultimate power together. There is no inherent good or evil in the world. To pursue the essence of magic, one must abandon everything and dedicate their entire self. Just a nod, and I can relieve your pain and make you a true wizard. Just a nod." Hubert secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his memories hadn't been spied upon. At the same time, he remained vigilant. The Dark Lord was indeed not to be trifled with. A slight carelessness could lead to severe consequences. "Thank you for your kindness, but I will walk my own path." "What a pity, but I believe we will meet again one day on the path to power. Then, you will kneel before me and beg. Before that, I'll leave you a gift. This is the price for offending me, and also a punishment for your use of magic." The hoarse voice echoed in the space. Hubert's eyes brightened, and he regained consciousness. He nodded at Harry, who was supporting him, and offered a smile. "What happened to you just now? What was that black mist? Why did it pass through your body and then leave?" "That was Lord Voldemort's wandering spirit. He's not dead yet," Hubert whispered. "Damn it. It's magic erosion again. The color quickly drained from Hubert's face, turning him as pale as paper. Black mist surged through his body, and black lines crawled across his pale cheeks. Lord Voldemort. He finally understood what the Dark Lord's gift was. The Dark Lord had passed through his body and realized he was a muggle. He had left magic in his body, triggering the magic erosion that had already been suppressed. This black mist, entrenched in his body, if not removed, would make the magic erosion increasingly severe, ultimately leading to a slow death. He immediately pulled a bottle from his embrace and poured the liquid inside into his mouth. Under the suppression of the liquid, the black mist slowly subsided, and the black lines on his face disappeared. But he knew that the black magic still lingered in his body, not completely purged. Let's go back first. Hubert steadied himself, then pulled Harry with him as they transformed into a golden light through Skyflight and left. Inside a large office at Hogwarts, bright light streamed into the room through huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The interior was decorated in an antique style, with large portraits hanging on the walls. The figures in the portraits whispered to each other as if arguing about something. Near the staircase, there was a wooden stand where a fiery red phoenix was dozing with narrowed eyes, completely uninterested in their debate. As Fawkes grew older, it found itself increasingly fond of sleeping. It looked up at its master, Dumbledore, who sat behind a large desk. Facing him were two Hogwarts students and Snape. Principal, that's what happened. Everything was done by Lord Voldemort and Professor Quirrell. Harry recounted everything he knew, including the troll attack on the school and the black-robed figure in the Forbidden Forest. His face was filled with worry, and his eyes held a longing as he quietly asked, "Will he come back?" Dumbledore glanced at the moonlight outside the window. The moonlight was cold and faint, adding a touch of loneliness. "I think so, but you don't need to worry. You have friends and classmates. Everything is part of my plan, and we will protect you." He glanced at Hubert beside Harry. This child had given him too many surprises. He hadn't expected Hubert to be there, protecting the Philosopher's Stone and Harry. Through Harry's narration, he gained a general understanding of the critical situation at the time. Even the most meticulous plans couldn't account for all variables, and no one could foresee everything to make an opponent act as desired, especially when that opponent was Lord Voldemort. Dumbledore looked at the fragments of the Philosopher's Stone on the table, which still contained astonishing magic. "I will discuss the Philosopher's Stone with Nicholas Flamel. You both did very well in this matter. Remember that friendship and courage are our strongest powers." Dumbledore gave a few more instructions, and then Hubert and Harry took their leave. Snape stood there with his back to the moonlight, his large black robe enveloping his entire body. "The fragments of the Philosopher's Stone are incomplete, a part is missing." Hubert lied. His voice was cold, and his eyes flickered. Dumbledore extended a large hand and grabbed the fragments. Blazing flames erupted from his palm. The fragments melted in the flames like winter snow, then transformed into raw magic. He stood up, the moonlight shining faintly on his white robe. "I trust Hagrid." Unbeknownst to anyone, the story of Hubert and his friends thwarting Quirrell and Lord Voldemort's conspiracy spread throughout Hogwarts. Hubert and his friends became heroes and objects of adoration for the little wizards, and Hubert's popularity rapidly increased. Harry had been all smiles these past few days, proving his courage and ability with his actions. Ron was also very proud. He had accomplished a great feat that none of his brothers had. For this, Molly Weasley had even written him a letter of praise. Unlike the triumphant joy of the two, Hubert was deeply troubled. The dark magic Lord Voldemort left in his body was more problematic than he had imagined. This magic, like a maggot clinging to bone, was deeply entrenched in his body, and medicine was utterly ineffective in expelling it. The magic slowly eroded his body, and he could only suppress it with medicine, but he could feel his body gradually weakening. He had scoured through various books and sought help from Severus Snape and Madame Pomfrey, but found no good solution. "Am I going to have to study dark arts?" Hubert heavily put down the book in his hand. On his desk were two more stacks of books, all materials he had borrowed from the library. Yet, they were of no use for his condition. If normal magic couldn't solve it, perhaps dark arts could. One must know that dark arts were famously bizarre and dangerous. Hubert would never touch them unless absolutely necessary. The Dark Lord's mastery of dark arts was profound. Perhaps a solution could be found in the realm of dark arts. In the face of life and death, he didn't have many choices. A wisp of dark energy flashed deep within his pupils, unnoticed by Hubert. He neatly put away the books, a smile on his face, and then walked out of the library. Recently, the academy had been very peaceful. Students had successfully passed their final exams and were beginning to pack their belongings, ready for their summer holidays. In anticipation of the summer holidays, the little wizards were filled with laughter and joy, especially the first-year little wizards, who were experiencing such a long time away from home for the first time and had already begun to miss their families. Ron had even planned out his summer arrangements. Hubert had seen the schedule, and it was packed. Hubert walked through the corridor, greeting the little wizards he met along the way with a smile. Arriving at Professor Flitwick's office, he gently knocked 3 times, and Professor Flitwick's high-pitched voice came from inside. Inside the room, Professor Flitwick stood behind a tall desk, which was piled with 3 stacks of books, almost submerging him. In front of the desk, Hermione sat on a chair, her usually bushy hair tied back with a hairpin, revealing her fair face. Her eyes were bright and full of confidence. "Professor, what did you need me for?" Hubert greeted Hermione, then got straight to the point. He had received a notice from Professor Flitwick that morning, asking him to come to the office when he had time. Could it be about the surprise assessment last time? Had he failed? Professor Flitwick looked up from behind the books and handed him a piece of paper with a list of books on it. "The Intermediate Magic Runes Knowledge course has concluded. Next, you will begin studying Advanced Magic Runes Knowledge. The books I've listed are on this paper. Don't slack off during the summer holidays." He turned to Hermione. "Hermione has great talent in spells, and I have agreed to teach her. You are both my students, and you should help each other in the future." Hubert looked at Hermione in surprise, not expecting her to have proactively sought out Professor Flitwick. Hermione wore a smile, seemingly much changed from before. Her arrogance had vanished, but the stubbornness in her eyes remained deeply hidden. The two bid farewell to Professor Flitwick. With the summer holidays approaching, Professor Flitwick was quite busy. "Why did you suddenly seek out Professor Flitwick?" Hubert finally asked the question on his mind. Hermione's gaze was piercing, without any pretense, as she stood by the corridor, looking down at the happy, carefree little wizards playing below. "Do you remember the troll in the girls' bathroom? That was the first time I felt so powerless. The second time was encountering the man in black in the Forbidden Forest. I almost died then." Her voice was low, her expression serious, as she tightly clenched her small hands. "The third time was stopping Severus Snape from stealing the Philosopher's Stone with Harry. Every battle made me feel so useless, even worse than Ron. At least he has courage and friendship. Wizards don't just need exams and books, they also need to fight, to face dark wizards. Harry is my friend, and I don't want to be a burden to them. You're already very good. Professor Flitwick has told me many times that you are his smartest student. You're just not familiar with wizard combat. You'll get better in the future." Hubert comforted her. He hadn't expected Hermione to think so much, but such a change was a good thing. With Lord Voldemort's return and the Death Eaters reappearing, they would face an increasingly deteriorating situation in the future. Dark wizards were not benevolent or kind. Only by being prepared now could they better face the cruelty of the future. "Hubert, will Lord Voldemort really return?" Hermione gazed into the distance, her voice filled with worry. In the distance, dark shadows loomed, unclear. "I've heard classmates say that when the Dark Lord ruled, he killed many people. He was hostile to Muggle-born wizards and persecuted them with cruel methods. My parents are Muggles. If he returns, will he hurt them? I'm a little scared. People say Harry is the savior, but Harry can't defeat the Dark Lord. Albus Dumbledore is very old. He can't stop the Dark Lord. If that day really comes, what should I do?" Hubert was silent, not knowing how to answer Hermione. Her worries were valid. After this Philosopher's Stone incident, he no longer believed in the so-called fixed plot. Harry defeating the Dark Lord involved too many coincidences, but the reality was that the Dark Lord was no fool. He was decisive, cunning as a fox. Would he really proceed as Albus Dumbledore envisioned? No, he wouldn't. If he had doubted before, after the Philosopher's Stone incident, he could be certain the Dark Lord wouldn't. If Albus Dumbledore's plan failed, then who could truly contend with him? He didn't know how to answer Hermione's concerns. He himself was even stuck in a quagmire. The dark magic left on him by the Dark Lord was eroding his body, like a maggot clinging to bone. Unbeknownst to them, thick dark clouds rose from afar and drifted towards Hogwarts. The dark clouds brought strong winds, stirring ripples across the Black Lake. The formerly clear blue sky darkened, and the flying birds chirped as they returned to the Forbidden Forest. The little wizards in the courtyard, however, cheered at the distant dark clouds. Children always loved rainy days. The wind blew Hermione's beautiful hair, revealing her fair face. "The wind is picking up. It's going to rain soon. Let's go back." Hubert gently looked at the distant dark clouds and softly said to Hermione, "Time flies, days and months pass like shuttles. A few days passed quietly, and peaceful days are always so uneventful. At the end of term assembly, Gryffindor won the House Cup as expected, which greatly angered the little snakes of Slytherin. Summer vacation arrived quietly, and the little wizards began to bid farewell to their classmates and Hogwarts. Of course, some were happy to leave Hogwarts, while others were sad. Harry, for example, really didn't want to leave Hogwarts. His aunt's family was very unkind to him, and he would rather stay at Hogwarts forever than return to that so-called home. For the little wizards, Hogwarts was not just a place of learning, but also a home, especially for those like Harry. It held even more extraordinary significance. Woo-woo! The long whistle of the train sounded. On the platform, the little wizards hugged each other goodbye. Hubert and Hagrid each hugged Harry goodbye. Harry held Hedwig's bird cage, took a lingering look at Hogwarts, and then boarded the train. Remember to write to me during the summer. Harry popped out of the train car, waving and shouting to the two of them. We'll miss you, have a safe journey. Hi, Hubert. Hermione walked up from behind, pulling a brown leather suitcase. A red scarf was wrapped around her neck, and her face was a little red from the wind. What are you planning to do this summer? You two chat. Hagrid chuckled mischievously, then picked up his lamp and left. This summer, I need to complete 3 books Professor Flitwick assigned me: Elementary Spell Theory, Meditations on Fiery Flames, and The Origins of Spells and Magic Runes. I know you're good at magic runes. Can I write to you if I have any questions? Of course, you can. I'll mail you my old notes when I get back. Hubert replied. Only by interacting with Hermione personally could one understand how terrifying her talent was. It wasn't just talk. The most direct evidence was her grades, which drove Ron to despair, and her astonishing memory, which at least Hubert felt inferior to. However, everyone has different paths and different strengths, so Hubert wouldn't belittle himself. Watching Hermione pull her suitcase onto the train, Hagrid's tall figure emerged from behind. Reluctant to part, he chuckled mischievously. I like Hermione very much too. She's a smart, good girl. You should seize the opportunity. I'm only 12, don't you think it's too early to talk about this? Hubert waved to Hermione, who was peering out of the train window. Besides, you're not even married yet. Why should I be in a hurry? When you meet a good girl, you must seize the opportunity. This is my experience as an elder. Hagrid patted Hubert's shoulder. We're just classmates and friends. Hubert emphasized helplessly. He really didn't know how to respond to this question. He had no romantic feelings for Hermione, and he didn't know why Hagrid was saying such things. He and Harry got along well, and after several instances of life-and-death situations and fighting together, their bond was naturally extraordinary. But as for love between a man and a woman, there truly was none. But can I truly have love? Hubert's expression darkened. He was a Muggle, and in this world where wizards generally discriminated against Muggles, his own future was bleak and uncertain. What witch would be willing to marry a Muggle? Even if she were willing to marry him, could he truly burden the one he loved, making her endure discrimination from others? Amidst Hagrid's incessant teachings by word and deed, the train gave a long whistle and sped towards the distant blue sky and white clouds. Today was a good day. A few more days passed, and as the little wizards of Hogwarts gradually left, the school returned to tranquility, no longer as bustling as before. Hubert emerged from the library, carrying 3 magic books. These were the books borrowed at Flitwick's request and also his task for this summer. The corridor was very quiet. Accustomed to the usual hustle and bustle, Hubert felt a bit unaccustomed to this quiet. How sentimental, wanting quiet when it's noisy, and now that it's quiet, I actually miss them a little. He smiled bitterly to himself and quickened his pace. Walking out of the castle, 2 stone huts stood not far from it. Wisps of smoke drifted from above the stone huts, and on the lawn in front, a large green dog was chasing its own tail in circles. Woof woof. Fang, the green-furred dog, saw Hubert returning and immediately abandoned its tail, sprinting towards him. Fang was large and looked incredibly imposing. It circled Hubert, barking happily and licking him with its tongue. Fang, you should rinse your mouth. Hubert pushed Fang away, then put the books into a cloth bag and placed it on Fang's back. Help your little master out. Having entrusted the task of carrying the books to Fang, Hubert walked with light steps towards his stone hut. With a creak, the door opened, and a house elf dressed in a black suit greeted him. The suit was exquisite and neat, fitting perfectly, with a silver button on the cuff bearing the Tuhau Gensokyo logo. The house elf's lips curved slightly upward, wearing its characteristic smile. Master, welcome back. Gold Silver bowed, placing his right hand over his chest, his movements perfect and meticulous. Gold Silver, you really look like a butler now. With me, you don't need to be so formal. Hubert picked up the backpack from Fang's back, intending to put the books on the table, but Gold Silver immediately rushed to take it, placing the books on the table and tidying them. Just let Gold Silver do these things, master. You should rest for a bit. He immediately moved a chair behind Hubert and then skillfully started making juice with the juicer on the table. Soon, a glass of fresh blue juice was presented to Hubert. The juice in the glass was crystal clear, with a small umbrella and a straw placed on the rim. Hubert took a light sip. It was cool and sweet. Your skills are already better than mine, Hubert praised. This guy learned things so quickly. In just a few years, Gold Silver had become an excellent shop manager and butler. He secretly rejoiced that he had taken Gold Silver in back then, otherwise, he wouldn't be so relaxed now. Recalling his thoughts, Hubert observed his capable assistant. Compared to before, Gold Silver had grown taller and looked more mature. Improved living conditions and managing the shop had imbued him with confidence and cheerfulness, unlike other house elves who carried an inherent inferiority complex. How is the matter of privately acquiring dark arts books that I asked you to handle progressing? Gold Silver's smiling face immediately drooped, his eyes showing hesitation and worry, and he weakly said, Master, Gold Silver has acquired dark arts books in Nocturne Alley, but not many have been collected. The black parcel was tightly bound, wisps of black mist swirling around it, and silent, murmuring whispers arose near one's ear. It was a hissing whisper, possessing a temptation that stirred the heart. Master, the dark arts are cruel and dangerous. You. Gold Silver hesitated, his eyes filled with deep pleading. He was very grateful to his little master, and he feared the little master would fall, but he had no choice but to obey his master's command. Hubert accepted the parcel. I know what you're worried about. I'm only researching the dark arts to find a way to treat myself. I won't actually practice them. He gave Gold Silver a reassuring look, a smile appearing on his pale face. Cough, cough. Master, your health? Gold Silver will go notify the old master right now. Gold Silver said frantically. Please don't let anything happen to you, my most respected master. Don't go. Remember not to tell Hagrid about my condition. I command you, as your master. Hubert leaned forward and spoke sternly. But, yes, your command is my will. Under Hubert's coercion, Gold Silver replied softly. Hubert waved his hand, dismissing Gold Silver, as he did not want anyone else to see his weakness. Gold Silver carefully backed away to the door, cast a worried glance at Hubert with his large eyes, and then gently closed the door. Inside the room, the greenery was lush and the branches were dense. It had been converted into a greenhouse, and many of the plants inside were ornamental ones carefully selected by Hubert. Next to the table stood a white flower with 7 petals, its red stamen swaying. A crystal-clear water droplet fell onto the stem's leaf with a thud, splashing water everywhere. Although the air here was fresh and the scenery pleasant, it could not hide the pallor on the master's face. Hubert frowned, staring at the black parcel on the table, his outstretched hand hovering in midair. Do I really have to study the dark arts? He murmured to himself. Studying the dark arts was not something to be taken lightly, the consequences were severe. If he were discovered, Hagrid would be disappointed in him, and Flitwick would refuse to teach him any more knowledge. His friends and classmates, Harry, Hermione, Neville, and Luna would all leave him, and he might even be expelled from Hogwarts, cutting him off from the wizarding world forever. But what about the injury on my body? Should I just quietly wait for death? A flicker of black light flashed deep within his pupils. He didn't want to die. Rather than dying in such a repressed and obscure manner, he would rather take a gamble. Hubert gritted his teeth and unwrapped the black parcel, revealing the 3 black spellbooks inside. The covers of the books were illustrated with a skull, a devil, and white bones, respectively, shrouded in black energy. Truly the style of a dark wizard, he mocked internally. Based on the appearance of these books, no sane person would consider them decent merchandise. They were absolutely villainous. But when did he start walking the path of a villain? He had vowed to become an outstanding, bright, and handsome white wizard. Hubert examined the 3 spellbooks, and to his surprise, one turned out to be a dark wizard's notebook. A dark wizard's notebook differs from ordinary spellbooks. Ordinary spellbooks are like published standard textbooks, aimed at the general wizarding population, and their content is usually sound. However, a dark wizard's notebook is the wizard's own record of learning magic, containing everything from the process of studying magic, problems encountered and their solutions, new spell concepts, experimental records, and so on. If one obtains a wizard's private notebook, they essentially gain their magical inheritance. Therefore, an average dark wizard would never casually show their magical notebook to others. That would be equivalent to revealing all their trump cards to the opponent. If a dark wizard dies, such notebooks are usually passed down to their disciples or descendants and would absolutely never circulate on the market. It was extremely fortunate that Gold Silver managed to purchase a dark wizard's notebook. Could this be related to the Ministry of Magic's recent surprise inspections? The Ministry of Magic recently conducted 8 surprise inspections, focusing mainly on the great families, as only they possessed large quantities of privately stored contraband. Ron had written to him with this news. His father, Mr. Weasley, was incredibly busy, even working overtime until dawn, which had led to Molly Weasley complaining several times. If that's the case, it's not surprising that those great families circulated their private collections to Nocturne Alley, since that place is a gathering spot for darkness, and even the Ministry of Magic can't control it. Will the Dark Lord's diary in Lucius's hands still end up with Ginny as originally planned? Hubert's eyes held an unknown meaning. Tom Riddle resided inside the Dark Lord's diary. He was the Dark Lord's past and wielded powerful dark arts. Did he hold the solution to Hubert's own problems, since he was also a part of the Dark Lord? Tom Riddle, Hubert murmured softly. He was not an easy character. Lord Voldemort in his youth was powerful, intelligent, wise, and skilled at manipulating people. Hubert shook his head, temporarily setting aside those thoughts. He opened the books. 2 of them, King of White Bones and Devil's Whisper, were basic dark arts books, containing introductions to the dark arts and some relatively common dark arts spells. He picked up the 3rd notebook, the one with a white skull drawn on the cover. A huge, ghastly white skull was printed on the pitch-black cover, its eyes glowing with foxfire, and the corners of its mouth curled upward, as if mocking or plotting some conspiracy. In the bottom right corner of the cover, a line of small text read, "Black Light, my," which should be the name of the notebook and the author. Hubert gently opened the cover. Suddenly, a skull rushed out from the first page, heading straight for his face. The ghastly white skull wore a mocking expression, and its eye sockets glowed eerily. The distance was too short, Hubert had no time to react, and the skull had already reached his face. He could even feel the chilling coldness piercing his skin. Just as the skull was about to strike his face, the unicorn statue around his neck shot out a beam of white light, hitting the skull, which instantly dissipated. Hubert wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, he had the protective item made from unicorn horn that Hagrid gave him, otherwise, he would have fallen into the trap this time. Dark Wizard. He silently blamed himself for being careless, knowing full well that these were items belonging to a dark wizard yet being so negligent. Given the perverse and arrogant nature of dark wizards, they typically set various traps in their magical notebooks. This serves both as protection for the notebook and as a test for the inheritor. If one cannot remain vigilant and solve the traps, they are not qualified to inherit it. As for what happens if they fall victim to the dark arts, what does it matter? Dead is dead. Black light? Heh heh. Hubert carefully opened the book, and an evil aura assaulted him. It was the purest form of evil, cruel and murderous, like falling into an abyss. He quickly skimmed the contents of the book, then closed the cover, closed his eyes, and let out a long breath, calming his violently beating heart. He shook his head and scoffed. He used to believe that power had no good or evil, and that good and evil were determined by people. After reading this dark arts notebook, he overturned his previous judgment. Some of the experiments recorded in the notebook were bloody, using organs or lives as experimental materials, and even involving live experiments. Dark wizards would even trade with the Abyss and the Grim Reaper for power. The notebook recorded an experiment where 10 children's lives were sacrificed to summon a demon. If this kind of power isn't evil, then what power is? However, it must be said that this dark wizard might truly was a genius. The magic recorded in his notebook was incredibly powerful. Although his strength before his death is unknown, what is recorded in the notebook definitely reached the professor level. Moreover, some of the ingenious ideas within were fascinating. He explored the fundamental nature of magic from the perspective of the dark arts and made some conjectures. From Hubert's perspective, it was truly brilliant, giving him a refreshing feeling. At the very end of the notebook, there was one particular magic that shocked him. Mai had ingeniously created a shadow clone, which had no physical body and was a combination of the wizard's negative emotions and dark arts. This magic required powerful magic to sustain it, as well as strong willpower to gather the negative energy from one's body. The created shadow clone was a condensation of the wizard's own evil, possessing immense power. However, because it was an aggregate of evil and originated from the wizard himself, the wizard had to possess strong mental fortitude and willpower to control it, otherwise, they could be devoured by the shadow clone at any time and die. To test the magic he created, Mai once experimented with dark wizards, but 9 out of 10 dark wizards were ultimately devoured by their shadow clones. turning into brutal, bloodthirsty beasts that only knew how to kill. He also put forward a further idea for the shadow clone. If one wanted the shadow clone to have a physical body, it would require an alchemy method to sacrifice 2 other lives in exchange. If successful, the wizard would essentially have 2 bodies and 2 lives. Of course, he himself had not tried this method, it was merely a conjecture. Crazy, genius, Hubert exclaimed. Mai's ideas were indeed novel, and some of them gave him a lot of inspiration. He pulled 2 red gem fragments from his cloth pouch. The gem fragments were shrouded in a red mist, and powerful magic surged from them. These were the Philosopher's Stone fragments Hubert had secretly kept. After the start of the school year, it would be second year, and as a wizard grew, their magic and mental power would also increase. The magic in the gem beetle ring was no longer enough to support his progress and needed to be replaced, and the Philosopher's Stone was his goal, but unfortunately, the complete Philosopher's Stone attracted too much attention. Lord Voldemort coveted it, and Dumbledore was deeply calculating. Hubert believed it was impossible to wait for the complete Philosopher's Stone, which is why he deliberately broke the Philosopher's Stone to obtain its fragments. Although they were only fragments of the Philosopher's Stone, the energy contained within them was not to be underestimated. According to Hubert's estimation, the energy contained in these 2 fragments was equivalent to the magic of an upperclassman. He looked at the dark arts book, his expression unreadable. According to his original plan, he would remelt the Philosopher's Stone fragments with the gem beetle ring, but now, after seeing the dark arts notebook, he had new ideas. Woof woof woof. Fang darted in from outside the door at some unknown time, stretching his head and barking continuously at the table. His legs hesitated, his eyes fixed on the black magic book on the table. Quiet, Hubert snapped, but Fang seemed to gain courage. He pushed off with his hind legs, his huge body leaping from the ground, arcing gracefully onto the table, and biting down on the magic notebook. Clang bang! The table shook violently, and the potions and reagents placed on it were all knocked over and shattered by Fang. Let go! Hubert, with a serious expression, tugged at the notebook and shouted at Fang. Fang whimpered, his eyes filled with grievance. He retracted his head and opened his mouth, then tucked his tail between his legs, jumped off the table, and ran out. Good thing it's not broken. Hubert smoothed out the wrinkled parts and wiped off the potion. What's this? On the page recording the shadow clone magic, a revealing potion had dampened the page. The originally damp writing gradually disappeared, and new black text appeared. At the top, the words Forbidden Art were written in bright, scarlet blood, dazzlingly red. Hubert carefully deciphered them, a look of surprise appearing on his face, followed by ecstasy. I've searched high and low for this, only to find it effortless. This forbidden art actually explains how to grant magic talent to a muggle. Ha ha ha. Hubert laughed heartily, looking up at the sky. He never expected that the solution he had sought day and night, turning over every book without success, would be found in this inexplicably sourced dark arts notebook. He immediately pulled up a chair, opened the notebook, and began to read. He deciphered each word, not missing a single piece of information, understanding each sentence after analyzing every word, and repeatedly pondering each statement. The short 3 pages took him an hour to read. Hubert looked up, his eyes bloodshot. His originally pale face turned flushed, and the hand holding the notebook trembled slightly. It's actually true, he muttered to himself, his eyes unfocused, but his brow furrowed. However, casting this forbidden art requires a wizard to voluntarily sacrifice themselves, offering their talent and life to the rules of the abyss in exchange. Mai had hidden this great magic and classified it as a forbidden art among the dark arts for a reason. As a wizard, their spellcasting ability is innate, and it is the most fundamental ability of a wizard. Without spellcasting talent, a wizard is no different from a muggle. If this magic were to leak out and people learned that magic talent could be transferred to another person, it would undoubtedly cause a bloodbath, regardless of whether they were dark wizards or white wizards. Moreover, the cost of casting this magic is very high. It requires a wizard to willingly offer their spell-casting talent and life as a sacrifice to the will of the abyss in the unseen, allowing the other party to gain spell-casting talent. However, spell-casting talent and life are a wizard's most precious and fundamental possessions. Which wizard would be willing to offer these 2 things, even for their own children? Mai, you gave me a door, but then you put a lock on it. What should I do? In the stone hut's great hall, glass shattered on the table, and potion dripped down the cracks, forming a thin line that splashed onto the floor. However, Hubert didn't care about the precious potion spilling. He sat in a chair, staring blankly at the magic notebook on the table, his mind racing. Where can I find a wizard willing to sacrifice himself? Should I use Imperio? But the notes say a wizard controlled by Imperio is not willing. Should I cultivate a loyal subordinate and have him sacrifice himself for me? How many years would that take? And people's minds are the hardest to predict. Would he be willing after learning my situation? Hubert pondered various solutions, then rejected them one by one. He found it to be an unsolvable problem. He had found the door to liberation and seen the dawn, but couldn't step through it. Damn it! He slammed the notebook onto the table, making the glass on it jump. His thoughts were completely immersed in magic, his brain was muddled, and his mood grew increasingly irritable. Hubert rubbed his face with both hands to clear his mind. Reparo. He pulled out the ode to life, and the items on the table returned to their original neat state. Hubert rewrapped the dark arts book, then ran up the stairs to the second floor, opened a secret compartment in the wall, and carefully placed the book inside. After tidying everything, he stepped out again. Outside, the grass was green, the sky was blue, and white clouds drifted lazily. A cool breeze brushed his face, startling him and instantly clearing his head. He looked back at the closed stone hut, as if in a dream. Woof woof woof. Fang, covered in green fur, wagged his tail and ran over, licking Hubert's hand, seemingly having forgotten his recent grievance. I'm really sorry about earlier, I shouldn't have yelled at you. Hubert apologized, stroking Fang's head. Fang looked up and licked his hand with his tongue. Hagrid's dinner should be ready, let's go eat. The wisps of black smoke from the stone hut's chimney had disappeared at some point, and a unique dinner aroma wafted from the door. Fang sniffed with his nose, and his face instantly drooped. You have no choice, ha ha. Hubert naturally knew Hagrid's cooking skills. He pulled the reluctant Fang up the stone steps. Fang had a long face, his rear dragging behind. Hagrid's house was still the same, orderly in its chaos. On the wooden table in the center of the room were 3 crudely made large black bowls, and the aroma of the food wafted from them. He wore a black scarf around his chest and carried 2 large bowls from the stove. He was dressed in a patched coat, and his black curly hair was messy. I made chicken soup today, eat more. Your health hasn't seemed very good lately. Hagrid served a large bowl of thick soup and placed it in front of Hubert. Hubert's complexion had recently become inexplicably pale, like when he suffered from magic erosion before. Hubert took a small sip, it tasted bland and had a fishy smell. He closed his eyes, held his breath, and swallowed the soup forcefully. It's delicious, your skills have improved. Thump, an owl flew in from outside, its wings scraping the glass window as it fell to the floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. Oh, poor Errol. He really should retire and enjoy the rest of his life. Hagrid picked up the newspaper from the owl's talons, and the owl flapped its wings, wobbled, and flew back out the window. It's from Arthur. The Ministry of Magic's surprise inspection for dark arts objects yielded nothing again. These annoying dark wizards. A few more muggles were attacked in Newen County, and the Daily Prophet says it was done by ghouls. Pure nonsense, that must have been done by dark wizards. Only they would attack muggles. Hagrid, you're too extreme. Not all dark wizards are bad people, just as not all white wizards are good people, Hubert said inexplicably, looking down. Dark wizards aren't bad people? They murder, set fires, and attack muggles. Harry's parents were killed by you-know-who, and if it weren't for Dumbledore, he would have killed many more. Those damn Death Eaters are all dark wizards. Hagrid slammed his bowl down and shouted, you can't imagine what that era was like for us, how many comrades we lost. Everything is in the past, we should look forward. Hubert lowered his head, avoiding Hagrid's moist eyes. Now, wizarding life is good and peaceful. But we can't forget them, dark wizards killed them. Now wizards have forgotten how this peaceful life came to be. We must resist dark arts, absolutely not learn dark arts. Those so-called pureblood families, they always hoard dark arts objects. Dark arts is just a branch of magic, it also has its unique aspects. And those who learn dark arts are not necessarily dark wizards, nor do dark wizards only practice dark arts. Hubert blurted it out, then immediately regretted it. Why did he say such things to provoke the emotional Hagrid? With his personality, he would never refute Hagrid, let alone make Hagrid sad. How can you think that? Absolutely not. You're not allowed to mention dark arts again, and certainly not to learn dark arts. Hagrid panted, his voice stubborn, like a child's. A trace of black mist flashed in Hubert's pupils, and his once peaceful heart instantly became irritable. I disagree, you're burying your head in the sand, deceiving yourself. If we don't talk about dark arts, do dark wizards cease to exist? Do they stop harming people? This is cowardice, timidity. In fact, they have always existed, and the Ministry of Magic knows where they are. But so what? They still hold power, still live lavishly and freely, indulging in extravagance. When you know who was defeated, Headmaster Dumbledore should have united with the Ministry of Magic to round them all up and wipe them out. But look now, what have you heroes who once resisted gained? Death, sickness, ostracism, loneliness. Neville's parents lie in the hospital, with old Mrs. Longbottom struggling to support the family. Harry's parents are dead, and Lupin is suffering from hunger and cold due to ostracism for being a werewolf. The Order of the Phoenix, which should have received glory and respect, has since fallen into obscurity, while those notorious Death Eaters, under the guise of nobility, are still active in the high echelons of the wizarding world. Shut up! You can't talk about Dumbledore like that, and you have no right to talk about them. Hagrid roared, his tall frame rising, his chest filled with fury. This was the first time he had been so angry, and at the child he loved most. Hagrid's roar startled Hubert, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, instantly clearing his mind. He looked at Hagrid, the apology he wanted to utter somehow stuck in his throat, unable to come out. I think we need to calm down. He stood up and silently walked out of the stone hut, ending the inexplicable dispute. Inside the stone hut, Hagrid sat dejectedly on the stool, his eyes moist, his gaze blank, lost in thought. What's wrong with me? Why did I quarrel with Hagrid? I only wanted to have a good meal with him, so why did it end up like this? Hubert walked out of the stone hut and looked up at the sky. A dark cloud had drifted overhead sometime without him noticing. He reviewed the sequence of events, not letting go of a single piece of information. He frowned. The conflict appeared very suddenly, and the emotional change had no warning signs. I instantly became irritable. The dispute could have been calmed down, but my words became sharp. This doesn't fit my personality. Hubert, now calm, thought about what had just happened. He re-examined the changes within him. The only variables were the 3 dark arts books and the dark magic lingering in his body. However, the dark arts books were already hidden, so that variable didn't hold up. Therefore, the only thing that could affect him was the dark magic. Could it be controlling me? Hubert was secretly alarmed, but the more he thought about it, the more certain he became, deepening his apprehension toward the dark magic. Lunch ended anticlimactically. Hubert returned to his room. 2 days passed like this, neither Hubert nor Hagrid took the initiative to reconcile, and the two remained in a cold war. Hubert buried himself in cracking and studying the dark arts notes and updating the Hubert set. Except for meal times, he would go to Hagrid's house, eat silently, and then return to his stone hut. Although their relationship was at a low point, the update of the Hubert set progressed rapidly. Since obtaining the Philosopher's Stone fragment, Hubert had been preparing to re-refine his equipment, especially the gem beetle ring. The magic power of the gem beetle ring could no longer keep up with his rate of progress, severely limiting his ability to cast magic. Moreover, with the progress of his alchemy, some previous ideas could now be realized. Inside the stone hut's first floor hall, the bottles and jars on the experimental table had disappeared, replaced by tools such as microscopes and files. Hubert wore a black apron across his chest, a leather cap on his head, a mask over his mouth, and goggles over his eyes. His eyes were pressed against a magnifying glass, and he carefully controlled the handles in his hands with his left and right hands. In the center beneath the magnifying glass was a round red gem. Unlike a normal gem, the center of this gem was hollowed out and carved with a standing humanoid figure. The humanoid figure was exactly Hubert's likeness, complete with internal meridians, through which reddish, hazy magic power flowed. This was the new magic power supply source that Hubert had created using bioalchemy, modern carving techniques, the Philosopher's Stone fragment, and the gem beetle ring. The small figure within was the true core, the most difficult part to create, and the actual point of upgrade. The small figure replaced the meridian lines on the previous god-controlling robe. When casting magic, the magic power would flow inside the small figure. This increased the concealment of the magic release, sped up the magic flow, and accelerated the casting speed. Under Hubert's control, the sharp carving knife gently slid over a circular hole on the outside of the treasure bead. Hubert let out a long breath and stretched. After 2 days of working day and night, he finally completed the treasure bead. He took the bead out from under the magnifying glass. The red treasure bead was small, about the same size as the original gem beetle ring. Its surface was smooth, with red magic power flowing, and there was no hint of the hollow carving inside. Hubert lightly sliced his finger, and 3 drops of fresh blood dripped onto the bead. The blood was immediately absorbed, and the bead, having received the blood, emitted a dazzling red glow. However, the light shining on Hubert felt exceptionally warm, like winter sunlight. The warm aura bathed his entire body, making him feel completely comfortable. He could clearly feel the connection between himself and the bead, like a part of his own body, completely under control. He opened his palm, and the bead automatically floated above his hand, rotating slowly. With a shift of his thought, the red radiance flashed and vanished, completely contained within the bead. You were made from the gem beetle and the philosopher's stone fragment, so let's call you Red Moon. The bead vibrated gently, as if responding to Hubert's words, celebrating its new name. Hubert pulled a small, round box from the cloth pouch. The box was made of bronze and had a simple, ancient style. Its surface was hollowed out and carved with two circling giant dragons, spreading their wings to protect the treasure box in the middle, with their two heads raised high to form a ring. The back of the treasure box was inscribed with a 9-palace cross grid, and each square was carved with a complex magic rune. Hubert's hand regularly tapped several of the magic runes, and then he softly chanted a spell. With a click, the treasure box split open down the middle, revealing the circular space inside. Hubert gently placed the bead into the bronze treasure box, then closed the box again. Amidst a series of clicking sounds, the treasure box relit, returning to its original appearance of giant dragons guarding the bead. Through the hollow gaps on the surface, the red light emitted by the bead could be faintly seen inside. He strung the box onto a chain and hung it around his neck, concealing it beneath his clothes. The most crucial part, Red Moon, is complete, so the new god-controlling robe should be finished too. Hubert smiled slightly. He gently beckoned toward the black long robe lying at one end of the table. The robe automatically flew over and stood upright before him. Unlike the previous god-controlling robe, it lacked meridian-like patterns. Instead, it featured a mysterious magic array woven from magic runes. Dark gold magic runes were embroidered onto the black robe, making it appear noble, elegant, mysterious, and solemn. He took out the ode to life and lightly touched the magic runes on the chest of the robe. Golden magic power flowed out from the tip of the staff, running along the lines of the magic runes. As the magic runes received the magic power, the entire god-controlling robe was instantly activated. The dark gold light of the robe flashed and disappeared, and the dark gold magic runes on it vanished as well, turning it into an ordinary black robe. The difference was that the robe, which had previously been a dull, dead object, seemed to come alive and gain intelligence. It floated in front of Hubert, nodded to him, and then stretched its sleeves and performed a dance, seemingly celebrating its rebirth. This was the new generation god-controlling robe, imbued with simple intelligence by Hubert. It removed the various solidified magic spells and the original meridian patterns of the old god-controlling robe. By simplifying the complex and granting it basic intelligence, it became a true magic robe. Hubert waved at the dancing god-controlling robe. The god-controlling robe flew back with a swoosh and automatically clothed Hubert, who had spread his arms. He examined the robe. The size was perfect, and it was very comfortable to wear. Fly. His thought moved slightly, the hem of the god-controlling robe swayed, and Hubert's feet actually lifted gently off the ground. He hadn't cast any magic or released any magic power. It was entirely the god-controlling robe's own power that carried him into the air. The Hubert Set 3.0 is finally finished. Looking up at the sky, the azure expanse stretched out, seemingly endless. Beneath it, thick white clouds drifted leisurely, morphing into various shapes. To the east, the sun hid behind palace-shaped white clouds, its myriad rays of light piercing through. Even with a clear sky and golden light everywhere, it still illuminated Nocturne Alley, hidden in the shadows. This was the gathering place for dark wizards, the underbelly of the wizarding world. In the narrow alley, faint light shone from the windows of the shops on both sides. In the corners, the eyes of werewolves and vampires gleamed with a sinister green light, searching for their desired prey. Click-clack, click-clack, the quiet alley was suddenly filled with the sound of leather shoes as a figure entirely wrapped in a black robe approached. He wore a cloak, his face obscured by a hood, and his stature was short, like a young teenager. However, the sinister green eyes hidden in the darkness did not linger on him for long before moving on. The wizarding world was not inhabited by humans alone. If one were to judge a person solely by height, a dark wizard would certainly not live long. Beneath the hood, a silver metal mask was faintly visible. An evil black energy swirled around his black robe, a pure malice, devoid of any emotion. The black-robed figure paid no attention to the gazes around him. He stopped in front of a dilapidated shop. The grey display window was splattered with mud, making it impossible to see inside. He gently pushed open the door with his left hand. On his fair fingers, he wore 2 gem rings, one red and one yellow. Ding-dong, the bell hanging on the glass door rang crisply, and the black-robed figure stepped inside. The room was small and dimly lit. Black shelves were cluttered messily throughout the room, filled with skulls, black magic books, and poisons of all kinds. There was even a black mummy coffin in the corner. "What do you want?" A low, hoarse voice came from behind the counter. He bent over, repeatedly combing his greasy hair. His yellow teeth showed no trace of white, and a wild greed shone from his pupils. "Mr. Borgin," Hubert said, pinching his voice with a cold tone. He picked up a dried hand covered by a glass dome on a shelf, examined it, then pretended to casually look at other items. "Are there no good things here? I heard the Ministry of Magic has been checking very strictly lately. Borgin and Burke's is the biggest magic shop in Nocturne Alley. Surely you haven't only received these kinds of things? I haven't seen you before." Borgin emerged from behind the counter, his curly hair drooping over his forehead. His eyes flickered, staring at Hubert, trying to see the truth beneath his black robe. "I am a customer, a wealthy person with a penchant for collecting." Hubert didn't care, pulling out 2 galleons and tossing them lightly in his hand. The alluring dark yellow light made Borgin's eyes unable to look away. His gaze followed the galleons up and down, filled with greed. He swiftly moved in front of Hubert, grinning, his yellow teeth fully exposed. "Borgin and Burke's Magic Shop most welcomes customers who enjoy collecting. This is the biggest magic shop in Nocturne Alley, housing the richest collection of magical items. As long as the customer wants it, it can be found." He paused, looking at the galleons and smiling. "Of course, as long as you have those lovely little charmers. As long as I'm satisfied. Galleons, I have them," Hubert said coldly. "For a wizard, the most precious thing is always knowledge, of course, truly useful knowledge. Knowledge grants wizards power, knowledge gives life. Black magic books always contain boundless wisdom, and what I love most is collecting them." He, a wise wizard." Borgin's laugh was sharp and high-pitched. He turned and went back behind the counter, pulling out a small black wooden box from beneath a cabinet. A blood lotus was carved on the box. "You're truly lucky. This is a treasure just received yesterday, a precious collection from a pureblood family," he whispered, his eyes holding a mysterious glint, and he sniffed lightly, a look of intoxication on his face. "A captivating scent that makes one drunk, second only to galleons." He opened the wooden box, and inside lay a magic book with a dark red cover. On the cover was a half-red lotus, budding as if about to bloom, with red blood dripping from above the lotus, threatening to dye the entire flower red. The fresh blood emitted a. Hubert reached out to touch the magic book, but Borgin blocked him with his withered hand. He chuckled, his eyes fixed on the galleons in Hubert's hand. Hubert took out 10 galleons from his cloth pouch and tossed them to him, then pushed his hand away. "If I'm satisfied, the price won't disappoint you." Borgin withdrew his hand, hunched his neck, and counted the galleons in his hand one by one. They were the most beautiful things in the world. Hubert opened the blood-colored magic book, and a wave of bloodiness washed over him. He touched the pages. They were made of unknown beast hide, impervious to decay, rot, water, and fire. The writing on it was also made with beast blood, and the characters emanated a faint magic. Rather than a magic book, it was more like a magical item in the form of a magic book. Unlike the dark magic notes he had obtained, this magic book's materials and content were different. This book primarily recorded a large amount of blood magic, and its materials also came from magical creatures, inherently possessing magic. Therefore, a wizard could use the magic book to cast the magic within it. Hubert speculated that this book was originally a tool for wizards to cast spells. With this magic book, as long as there's enough magic, there's no need to cultivate dark magic. One can use the magic book to convert magic and release the spells within. Hubert gently closed the book, pulled out galleons from his cloth pouch, and tossed them to Borgin. "I'll take this book. Keep the extra money. If you get any good merchandise in the future, remember to save it for me." What a generous customer. I wonder which family's wizard he is. But I like customers like this. He then looked down at the golden little darlings in his hand, grinning. "Of course, you are my favorite." Hubert, wrapped in his black robe, walked out of the magic shop, passed through the alley, and only let out a long breath when he reached Diagon Alley. Nocturne Alley had put too much pressure on him. The malevolent gazes hidden in the shadows made him feel as if he were facing a formidable enemy. None of the wizards in that place were benevolent. Poisoning and cursing were their specialties, murder and arson were their jobs. Even the seemingly greedy Borgin was not a simple magic shop owner. His hidden strength was considerable and absolutely not to be underestimated. He walked to a secluded corner, removed the silver mask from his face, took off his hood, revealing a fair, sun-kissed face, and then stepped out of the corner. Facing the sun, he felt its comfortable warmth. Indeed, it's more comfortable to walk in the sunlight. Today was not the weekend, so Diagon Alley was not very crowded. Hubert strolled alone down the street, enjoying the sunshine and breeze. This weather was perfect for shopping. Unfortunately, witches didn't have the same mindset as Muggle ladies, or else the major shops would be celebrating a big haul today. Hubert wandered aimlessly, entering any shop that caught his interest and leaving if he didn't like it. The shops he visited most often were those specializing in alchemy and pet stores. The novel alchemy products often gave him inspiration. Swindler Hubert! Swindler Hubert! A screech came from behind, followed by a colorful lark flapping its wings and soaring above Hubert's head, shouting loudly, "Long time no see! Long time no see!" Behind it, Luna hurried over. Her shoulder-length blonde hair was loose, she wore a necklace made of butterbeer corks, and a wand was tucked behind her ear. She stopped running as she got close, slowly walking the rest of the way. By the time she reached him, she had regained her composure. "Hello, Hubert," Luna greeted him calmly. Her expression was serene, like an adult's, her gaze focused and filled with an enigmatic quality that made her hard to read. Compared to their last meeting, Luna was less whimsical and more calm and insightful. "Hi, I didn't expect to see you here. Is Mr. Lovegood with you? Where is he?" Hubert smiled back. The two were old acquaintances, often exchanging notes on raising creatures. Since Luna, Neville, and Ryan Thatcher acquired the advanced magical creatures from Tuhao Gensokyo, the four of them had kept in touch. Chatterbox swooped down onto Luna's shoulder, gently rubbing its head against her neck, wearing an expression of enjoyment. "Little Mistress Luna is the most beautiful. Little Mistress Luna is the most beautiful. You little flirt." Hubert cursed bitterly. For some reason, Chatterbox always disliked him, calling him a villain every time they met. This greatly annoyed Hubert, but he had no recourse. Whenever he tried to deal with it, Chatterbox would hide behind Luna. "Hubert villain! Hubert villain!" Chatterbox immediately retorted, then continued rubbing against Luna's pale neck. "That's enough, Chatterbox." Luna gently soothed Chatterbox. Her voice was calm, seemingly possessing a kind of magic that could quiet the mind. "I'm starting at Hogwarts this year, and Dad brought me to buy some things in advance." She took the wand from behind her ear. "This is the wand I just bought, but I don't like it. I can't use magic outside of school with it, or the Ministry of Magic will find out. I still prefer the wand Mom left me." The wand in her hand trembled slightly, as if protesting Luna's words. A wand is a wizard's most important and intimate partner. Ollivander always said that the wand chooses the wizard. This wand had chosen Luna, its peculiar owner, but Luna didn't like it. One wondered what the wand was thinking at that moment. She tossed the trembling wand to Chatterbox, who caught it in its beak. "If you make it quiet down, I'll reward you with a Maychow biscuit tonight." Chatterbox cheered, flapped its wings, and flew into the air, playing a game of tossing and catching the wand. Hubert watched dumbfounded. That's how Luna treated her wand? It was extremely difficult for a wizard to find a suitable wand. Wasn't she afraid that Chatterbox, that naughty little bird, would break it? He silently mourned for the wand fluttering in the air. "Which house do you want to join?" "I'm in Hufflepuff. Hufflepuff is known for loyalty, honesty, and hard work. If you come to Hufflepuff, I'd be happy to be your senior. Of course, the other houses are great too. Harry Potter is in Gryffindor, which is famous for bravery and fearlessness." Luna frowned, mixing doubt with understanding. "I feel like you are very smart and insightful. You shouldn't be in Hufflepuff. The Sorting Hat assigns us, it has its own methods of allocation." Hubert was secretly surprised by Luna's sensitivity and observation skills. She was the first person to evaluate him this way. "Originally, I thought I should go to Ravenclaw. It's a gathering place for wisdom and knowledge. But that Sorting Hat made me seriously doubt its ability to sort, so now I can't be sure which house I'll go to. Perhaps Dad will be sad. He prepared a lot of Ravenclaw things for me. Of course, I also really like Ravenclaw. You know, I can see many interesting things within knowledge." The crease between her brows had smoothed out, and she spoke as if relating an event that had nothing to do with her. Chatterbox gently landed on Luna's shoulder, releasing its claws. The wand that had been held in its claws rolled into Luna's hand. Luna looked at the wand. It lay quietly in her hand, not moving an inch. Luna nodded, then tucked it behind her ear. This once again confirms the saying that every object has its counter. She gently stroked Chatterbox's head, and Chatterbox stayed quietly on her shoulder, looking blissful. Hubert was speechless again. They exchanged a few more words and then parted ways. Luna still needed to find Lovegood and continue shopping. After Hubert left, the curly-haired Lovegood emerged from the crowd and patted Luna, who was staring blankly into the distance. "What's wrong? What are you staring at so intently? Is it a boy you like? Tell Dad, which one is it?" Luna's brow smoothed out as she recovered from her thoughts. I just met Hubert, and I felt something about him that made me very uncomfortable. She paused, thinking about how to describe it. She sniffed her nose slightly, then said, "It smells like blood, and something else. Is it evil and death?" Unaware of Luna's conjecture, Hubert quickly disappeared into the crowd after they parted ways. Meeting Luna on the street had made him happy, as she was a friend he hadn't seen in a long time. The street gradually became more crowded, and noise and clamor became the dominant sounds of Diagon Alley. After wandering for a long time, Hubert gradually lost interest. Flourish and Blots. A sign entered his sight. Flourish and Blots, the most famous bookstore in Diagon Alley, and where most wizards bought their textbooks. He thought for a moment, pushed open the glass door, and walked inside. Ah! Bang! The sound of the glass door hitting a head and a scream rang out simultaneously. A little girl with fluffy brown hair behind the door clutched her head, her face contorted in pain, and the books she was holding scattered onto the floor. "Sweetheart, are you hurt? Let mommy see." The woman behind her immediately rushed over, helped her up, pushed back her hair, and examined her carefully. "I'm sorry, I didn't know anyone was behind the door. I am truly sorry." Hubert immediately bowed. He hadn't expected to hit someone just by entering. "Hubert," a surprised voice rang out from the opposite side. "Hermione, what are you doing here?" Hubert exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to run into Hermione, who should have been home for summer vacation. "Hubert." Hermione was also pleasantly surprised and rushed forward to give him a hug. "Mom came with me to Diagon Alley to shop. You know I don't have much to do at home, it's so boring." Flourish and Blots is the best bookstore in Diagon Alley, with many famous books. I heard Gilderoy Lockhart is coming here to promote his new book when school is about to start. He's my favorite, the greatest author. His books are my absolute favorite. Hermione picked up the book from the ground and carefully wiped it clean. The cover featured a handsome blonde man in gentleman's attire, with a sunny smile. Below him, Gilderoy Lockhart and My Journey to South Africa were written in elegant script. The stars in Hermione's eyes made Hubert's eyelids twitch. He couldn't help but tease, "Shouldn't your favorite be magic books and exams? When did it become this Gilderoy Lockhart? He's the best author." Hermione corrected, emphasizing the word. "Gilderoy isn't just an author, he's also a traveler and an explorer. He's been all over the world, fought magical beasts, and explored ruins. He's knowledgeable, broad-minded, and a gentleman." Hermione rattled off dozens of words to describe Lockhart, but Hubert immediately cut her off. He strongly suspected that if he hadn't interrupted her, she would have continued to gush endlessly. Hubert naturally knew what kind of person Gilderoy was. He had no interest in this narcissist and liar, and even less interest in his lessons. He turned to the woman behind Hermione and bowed slightly. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Hubert, Hermione's classmate and good friend at school." "Hello, I often hear Hermione mention you, and Harry too." Mrs. Granger lovingly stroked Hermione's brown hair. "Thank you for taking care of my precious at school. It's her first time being so far away from us." "Mom, I can take care of myself," Hermione said stubbornly, looking up. All right, my precious is the best." Mrs. Granger smiled. "You two go play, I'm a bit tired and want to rest here." Hermione led Hubert into the bookstore. Flourish and Blots was spacious, divided into 2 floors. Even so, it still seemed crowded. The room was filled with bookshelves, and every shelf was packed with books. Even the walls next to the stairs had built-in cabinets filled with thick books. The unique, earthy scent of books permeated the store, a truly intoxicating aroma. Flourish and Blots has a long history, providing textbooks for Hogwarts wizards of all grades. Of course, its collection is also extensive, with a full range of various magic books, and it even collects some classic Muggle books. Hubert saw philosophical works by Plato and Socrates on one bookshelf. The rich collection and long history have made Flourish and Blots famous for a long time. Many well-known authors often promote new books and hold book signings here. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement, increasing both the bookstores and the author's fame. Hermione led Hubert through the bookshelves, mostly Hermione doing the introducing. She seemed very familiar with the types and layout of the books here, which made Hubert secretly admire her. She was indeed Hogwarts' famous top student. "Go meet up with Auntie later," Hubert whispered, leaning his head close to Hermione. His eyes quickly darted behind Hermione. At the end of the bookshelf, a dark figure was intently watching them. "Don't look back." Hubert pulled Hermione and continued walking forward, pretending to casually look at books. This person in black had been staring at him since he entered the store. Although he didn't know why, the faint aura emanating from the person felt very familiar. You take Auntie back first. Remember to go through crowded areas. No, if I leave, what will you do? Hermione immediately retorted. I can't leave you behind, you come with us. His target should be me, I can handle it alone. Auntie is just an ordinary person, we can't involve her. Hermione looked at her mother, who was leisurely drinking tea in a chair, and finally nodded. This is my home phone number. If you're safe, remember to call me. Hermione carefully instructed, her eyes filled with worry. Hubert separated from Hermione, quickly darting into the crowd and disappearing. The black-robed figure behind him glanced at Hermione and Mrs. Granger not far away, then quickly pursued Hubert. Darling, where's your classmate? Mrs. Granger asked worriedly, seeing Hermione's troubled expression. Did you two quarrel, or did something happen? Mom, let's go home first. I'll explain everything when we get home. Hermione said quickly, then pulled Mrs. Granger out the door and hurried back down the street. Hubert, please be safe. Hubert quickened his pace, weaving rapidly through the crowd, but the black-robed figure behind him was even faster, following closely. Who is he, and why is he following me? Hubert thought quickly as he hurried along, reviewing his past in his mind to deduce the person's identity. Is it a business rival from the pet shop, or a minion of Lord Voldemort? Gold Silver has always been in charge of the pet shop's business, few people know he is the owner behind it. Although Lord Voldemort is not dead, he is in a ghostly state, hiding somewhere unknown, and has no power to deal with him. Excluding these two possibilities, who could the person behind him be? There's only 1,000 days to be a thief, but no 1,000 days to guard against one. How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? He avoided the crowd and turned into an alley. The alley was quite wide, with some old cages on both sides, and a low wall at the end. Hubert stood in the center, and soon, a dark figure appeared at the alley entrance. The newcomer was completely enveloped in a black robe, with a blood-red mask covering their face, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. Their hands were long, and their skin was pale and bloodless. Standing there silently, they exuded a cold aura, like a venomous snake waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal strike to its prey. Who are you, and why are you following me? Hubert secretly drew his wand, but then put it back. He cursed himself for being a fool. Using a wand outside of school, if tracked by the Ministry of Magic, would lead to expulsion. But without a wand, how could he deal with the person opposite him? An idea struck him, the newly bought item, the blood-colored magic book. It could directly substitute for a wand in casting spells, thus avoiding tracking by the Ministry of Magic. The moment Hubert pulled out the magic book, the black robe's crimson eyes narrowed, and wisps of blood-colored mist surged around him. The entire person transformed into a streak of blood and shot towards Hubert.